This homie was catching some serious ZS when he suddenly woke up and had to face a brutally hardcore challenge. Thinking he was tripping way too hard on ice, a notification window popped up. Currently, half of the population has been ice-guyed here to take on the challenge. Just by clearing the challenge, one can obtain extraordinary OP abilities. Some dudes get a 30 centimeters pipe, while others gain straight-up muscle power. But our main man received a unique, god-tier skill, infinite resurrection. After getting bodied countless times, he awakened a ton of cracked skills. And what's scarier than a man who doesn't fear death? A psycho who doesn't fear death. After hitting the respawn screen millions of times, he now awakened with a derpy smile, along with dead eyes that make everyone around him, and even monsters, piss themselves and be like, "Oh, Van K. No more yapping. Let's get into it." The Earth Eaters are those who cannot die, even after they are dead. For us immortal beings who have escaped the cycle of samsara, dominating an entire dimension isn't hard. Dominating the dimension called Earth is only a matter of time, or so we thought. After the androids began invading Earth, everything turned into straight rubble. In the final battle, the android couldn't believe the human strength before him and screamed, "How? How is this possible? You're just a human. How can you still be alive inside the hellfire?" The silhouette of a human gradually appeared as his voice rang out. Who knows? Maybe it's because I'm just built different. And that was the image of the final battle 2 years ago in Korea. A girl's scream echoed. "I can't deal with you anymore. I'll let you live here because you said you were job hunting. But you waste every waking hour just drinking and gaming. If you keep this up, just go back to mom and dad's." The man facing that girl was her older brother. He was faded as a kite and replied lightheadedly, "No. I can't rely on my parents at this age anymore." Hearing him say that, the girl immediately yelled, "So relying on your little sister is totally fine." "Fine," she grumbled. "You have an allowance too. Tomorrow is New Year's. Go find a part-time job or something." He refused to listen and lethargically walked into his bedroom. Fine, I'll handle it tomorrow." Until he entered the room, his sister's voice kept ringing out over and over. "Why do you always?" he sighed wearily. Then flopped onto the bed, burying his head in the pillow, blaming himself. "You're so pathetic. Kang Hun, why are you living your life like this? The only thing you managed to do after coming to Seoul was a short-term internship at a big corp. I should find a job packing boxes or something soon." Suddenly, the light from the computer caught Kang Hun's attention. He muttered to himself, "I forgot to turn off the game before logging out. Oh man, real life would be so much better if it were a video game, wouldn't it? Then I could get a pretty good job as a warrior, mage, or swordsman." And just like that, Kang Hun quietly drifted into a deep sleep. But he had no idea that, at that moment, the world was preparing to enter a new era. Suddenly, a strange notification window appeared in the sky. A joint connection from the Haken dimension has been detected. Activating Earth's defense system. Connection to Haken dimension temporarily denied. The tutorial will now begin on Earth. At that moment, as if sensing a strange, unforgettable vibe, Kang Hun opened his eyes. Everything familiar around him had vanished. In its place was just a void of white space. Kang Hun asked in confusion, "What is this?" The system window suddenly popped up, making him jump. The words were floating right in front of his eyes. The system window began its announcement. Time remaining until connection to the Haken dimension is complete. 4 years, 364 days, 23:59. Countdown starting in 27 seconds, 26, 25. Countdown complete. Welcome, Kang Hun, to the tutorial. The tutorial consists of 8 stages. Kang Hun focused on reading every line it displayed, consisting of 8 steps total. Death in this place does not affect reality. You cannot quit halfway. If you fail, there are no retries. Once the tutorial is completed, you will awaken and be granted rewards. He paused for a few seconds, trying to load the info. This is the image of a cute girl who suddenly appeared to remind him, "Master, you've logged in today as well." Kang Hun embarrassedly covered his face in regret. This is the kind of dream only severe gaming addicts needing rehab would have. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Hun, I'll go find a job right away." However, his attitude immediately shifted after that. But then again, who gives a damn? This is a dream, but maybe it's a sign from God telling me to go all out one last time. Kang Hun was always the one more game type. The system updated accordingly. Entering stage 1. We pray your courage will save the Earth. A confused Kang Hun asked, "Save what?" The system windows flooded in. Stage 1. Prove your courage by defeating your greatest fear. Clear condition. Reach the destination at the end of the bridge. Failure condition. Death. Question after question. Other than being dazed and bewildered, Kang Hun knew nothing else. As soon as the words were spoken, he was instantly teleported to another dimension. In Kang Hun's eyes, he could see that this place was a literal fire dungeon. And he wasn't alone. Many others were in the same situation. Kong Hun stammered, What the hell is this? Then he looked down in shock. Is that lava? He observed his surroundings. What's with this heat? Who are these people? What is going on? I was definitely at home. What kind of stupid dream was he having? Ouch, so hot. Is this a dream or what? Suddenly, a familiar voice called his name, making him instinctively turn around. Gonghun Oppa, he shouted in surprise. When he realized it was his younger sister, Kang Hun. She looked at her brother with teary, fearful eyes. Unfortunately, her brother was a total bonehead. Kang Hun pointed and yelled, How the heck are you in my first dream of the year? This is ridiculous. Hun snapped back, That's my line. She then calmed down and got to the point. But is this really a dream? Suddenly talking about saving Earth, or whatever. Then Kang Hun called her, Hey Kang Hun, and scolded her. Stop acting like this is your dream, because this dream is mine. She yelled back angrily, Is that what's important right now? Why is the lava so hot? If we're dreaming, is it even possible to talk this naturally? Don't you think something is off? Kang Hun answered confidently. The brain is easily tricked. People always say you can't feel pain in dreams, but they're probably lying. You know, I once dreamed I was peeing for real, only to wake up relieved that the blanket was safe. Hun was speechless at her brother. What kind of nonsense are you spitting? You're brave enough to tell your sister something that embarrassing. Suddenly, Kang Hun stepped forward. Anyway, I'm heading out. Hun was startled. What? Where? Kang Hun repeated. It said to go to the end of the bridge. Clear condition. Reach the end. Failure condition. Death. Didn't you see it? Man, since this is my dream, an NPC like you wouldn't understand. Hun looked at him furiously. NPC? I see it too. She asked worriedly. Aren't you afraid of falling? Kang Hun shrugged it off. What, are you slow? Since this is a dream, if I die, I'll just wake up. But before he could finish his sentence, a man suddenly fell right in front of the two. Kang Hun went silent as he watched him fall. Then he witnessed the man plunge into the sea of lava. A horrific scream echoed, filled with despair and bone-chilling pain, until nothing was left. The man completely vanished without a trace. Kang Hun and Hun stood frozen in their tracks. She spoke first. Just a second ago, she saw her brother shaking like a leaf. But he still acted like it was nothing. That scream sounded a bit too real. I'm not scared at all. Hun cursed under her breath. So pathetic. She let out a weary sigh. Then she crouched down and calmly reminded him, Kang Hun, don't do anything stupid. If you're gonna move, don't walk. Crawling might be safer. Stupid, cowardly Kang Hun. But he still talked big. Really? I'm not scared, but since you said so. Hun thought to herself, he's always like this. The lava below showed no sign of disappearing. The scorching heat radiated through the air. Everyone was trying to survive by crawling across the bridge. Suddenly, Hun called out, Hey Kang Hun. Appa, what do you think is happening to us? Any ideas? Kang Hun replied innocently. It's just a hyper-realistic nightmare. Hun was surprised by her brother. You're still saying that? But you've realized this isn't the real problem, right? Does a dream this real actually exist? There must be something happening that we can't even imagine. If we die here, maybe in reality too. Kang Hun suddenly burst out laughing. Then tears streamed down his face as he faced his sister. You jerk. I was trying to ignore it. Why do you keep bringing it up? I'm frozen solid from fear here. Hun didn't say it, but she was truly speechless. He was definitely the most unreliable brother on earth. She cried, complaining, Let's rest a bit and then continue. I can't crawl anymore. My limbs are shaking like crazy. Hun asked blankly, So you're just gonna lie there? Kang Hun's gaze suddenly changed as he looked at her. You know what? There's still a chance this is a dream, right? But maybe if I stay like this, I'll wake myself up. The words were still on his lips when a display window abruptly appeared. It announced that the allocated time has elapsed. Since the tutorial started, the difficulty has spiked. A tremor came out of nowhere. Kang Hun screamed in terror. Now what? Everyone around instinctively noticed. The bridge. A thundering crash echoed right behind Kang Hun. Following that, the sections of the bridge everyone had just crossed began to crumble. Everyone was scared to death, yelling, The bridge. The bridge is collapsing. Run. Hun stood up anxiously. Now's not the time to sit around. She bolted. Kang Hun panicked and called out after her, Hey, wait for me. The bridge's collapse speed was picking up. It almost reached the two siblings. Hun was running, and Kang Hun put every ounce of strength into hauling ass. He tried to gas himself up. It's fine. The bridge isn't too narrow. If I don't slip, I'll make it. Just look straight ahead. The two spent every bit of energy sprinting to the other side. A crimson scene unfolded before Kang Hun's eyes. He celebrated inwardly. All right, almost there. Awesome, it's finally ending. Suddenly, he spotted something and glanced to the side. The upper bridge was falling right toward Hun. Caught off guard, She couldn't react in time, only looking up. Kong Hun anxiously bit his lip. Not knowing where the strength came from, he leaped toward his sister. Quick as a flash, he grabbed her from behind and floored it just as the entire bridge system collapsed. Both cleared the first stage and landed safely. The bridge made of stone blocks fell away. The lava gradually vanished, leaving only a vast sea of magma. With no end in sight, a ding sound from the system popped up. Both were panting heavily as they silently read it. Level up. Congratulations, you have completed stage 1. You are temporarily awakened to receive mission rewards. You will truly awaken when the tutorial ends. Kong Hun sprawled out on the ground, exhausted and groaned. He couldn't even move a finger. But unlike Kong Hun, Ahun was intently reading every word of the system's notification. She worried. Temporary awakening? There's more to the tutorial? Kong Hun, annoyed, nudged her. Hey, aren't you going to thank the guy who saved your life? Ahun remembered and said coldly. Thanks. Got it. Thanks, bro. Suddenly, her status window appeared. Nama, Kong Ahun. Title none. Level 1. Physique 7. Agility 12. Magic power 13. Bonus stats 1. Innate ability calmness. Potential unknown. Skills unknown. Ahun was dazed. What is this? Level? Physique? Agility? With his years of gaming experience, Kong Hun recognized the status window at a single glance. The number 1 gift a man wants for his birthday. He struggled to lift his body. Check status window. I want to see my status window too. Innate ability, resurrection. Potential and skills, unknown. I want it too. Right after that, for some reason, Kong Hun woke up. Drenched in sweat, he sat up abruptly and screamed, but the scene had completely changed. He was back in his own room. Kong Hun looked at the ceiling in confusion. Was it all a dream? The next morning, it seemed the incident had become a global sensation. Everyone was buzzing about it on social media. A post from someone named Selhanim. My whole family had the same dream. Does dying in a dream mean anything? Someone please explain. Even the TV was broadcasting. Our supreme leader survived, even in hell. Social media was blowing up. My mom always told me to stop reading light novels, but now she's sitting there listening carefully to me. LOL. Looks like nerds understand the situation better than the experts. Everyone, tell me what you dreamed about. I'll share the current hot currencies. Regarding the tutorial, I've gone all in on challenge coin. It's go time. Time remaining until connection to the Haken dimension is complete. 4 years, 364 days, 15 hours, 4 minutes, and 25 seconds. On a beautiful morning, the doors to both Kong's siblings' rooms burst open. Kong Hun rushed out, yelling, Ahun. Across the hall, the same thing happened. The door flew open as she screamed. Kong Hun. As soon as they met, they started talking a mile a minute. I just had a dream. I was walking on that lava. I almost died. It wasn't just a dream. More importantly, the status window. We had the exact same dream. Ahun shouted angrily, damn it, let me talk first. Kong Hun wasn't about to back down to his sister. He shouted back, you're the one who interrupted me. Both leaned against their doors, exhausted and panting. And they both thought the same thing. Kong Hun went silent. Ahun went silent too. Suddenly, Kong Hun spoke up. Should we eat something first? Ahun shared the sentiment and agreed. That day, social media's top trending topics were all about the world's shared dream. Doomsday, Lucifer, Jim, shared dreams, revelation, Haken dimension, temporary awakening, status window, Red Dog Culture House, and many more. The Kong siblings. Ahun ate breakfast while looking for more info online. She worried, so it wasn't just a dream. It's not just our country. Looks like everyone globally had the same dream. But Kong Hun, doubting reality, speculated. For real? My guess is dying in the game doesn't affect reality. They say about 3 or 4 out of 10 people fell, but no one's actually hurt. Hearing Kong Hun mention those who fell into the lava, Ahun instinctively shivered as she recalled it. But it felt so vivid. Falling must hurt like hell. I heard the people who fell are seriously traumatized. She anxiously asked her brother, is it really okay for us to be eating normally like this? Everything outside seems totally chaotic. Kong Hun thought for a moment, then put his chopsticks down and replied, well, what else can we do besides eating a decent meal? Or maybe. He suddenly stood up and walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, looked down, and continued. You plan on jumping headfirst into that mess? From Ahun's view looking down, everything was in total shambles. People were crowding and snatching things from each other. Hey, that's mine. Sorry, I saw it first. A swarm of zealots took to the streets to protest. Repent. Judgment Day is here. Others took advantage of the situation to loot and cause riots everywhere. Destroy everything. The two of them witnessed the wild scene below. A sense of unease completely surged through them. Ahun looked at Kong Hun in fear. We can go to work, can we? Kong Hun flinched. Don't even ask. Going out now will just get us hurt. Do you remember anything about the connection to the Heiken dimension? Ahun helplessly crossed her arms and stared at Kong-hun. You didn't check your status window carefully, did you? They said we can at least check the remaining time while temporarily awakened. She muttered while pulling up her status board to check. Checking the time. Kong-hun was jealous. Damn it, I want to see my status window too. Anyway, we still have nearly 5 years left. Kong-hun looked at the crowd and continued. We can even prepare for it during these 5 years. It's chaotic now, but things will settle down soon. Better to stay indoors. Ahun was surprised and thought to herself, wait, he's actually making sense. Unlike the morning's chaos, nothing else noteworthy happened. By evening, most citizens had returned to their daily lives. Thanks to that, Korea stabilized in just one day. And so, the first day ended. Kong-hun closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. Right in front of him was the display window. Welcome to Kong-hun's tutorial. Kong-hun remembered and slowly sat up. All right, the display changed. Do you want to view the explanation and tutorial for the basic interface? Kong-hun replied coldly. Show me my status window first. Kong-hun looked at his status board and whispered. Nama, Kong-hun. Title none. Level 1. Physique 8. Agility 9. Endurance 8. Magic power 14. Bonus stats 1. Ultimate skill Resurrection. Potential and skills unknown. He thought anxiously. Is this good? I have nothing to compare it to. I can't judge the magic power stat. Can I use magic or something? Not sure, but he read something that caught his eye. Ultimate skill Resurrection. Kong-hun flashed a wicked smirk and chuckled. Resurrection? Huh? Sounds like a total cheat code. He read the details. Resurrection. Ability to revive 24 hours after death. Description. Return from the dead until Earth escapes the crisis. If no specific location is set, resurrection occurs at the last place of sleep. Penalty. Level down by 1. All stats minus 50 for 24 hours. Tutorial does not apply the resurrection penalty. Kong-hun danced and sang in pure bliss. This is amazing. Unbelievable. My life isn't just a waste after all. Ha. The display window popped up with another question. Do you want to enter stage 2? Kong-hun, excited, immediately agreed. Hell yeah. Whether my stats are high or low, I could just level up and boost them. As a miracle reviver, is there anything I can't do? But shortly after entering stage 2, Kong-hun began to have second thoughts. Up until now, I was pretty hyped about having a resurrection skill without thinking about what was coming. Facing him now was a fierce goblin, its face covered in blood, growling. Kong-hun gripped his weapon, struggling to swing. Clang! With one hit, he knocked it back. Kong-hun remembered the stage 2 mission. Defeat the enemy. Improve your skills. He rushed forward, raised his weapon high, and swung down hard. He thought it would be a battle like a game system. And sure enough, Kong-hun successfully killed the goblin. He panted heavily to regain his composure, his hands shaking as he thought about what he'd just done. I took it down with a surprise attack while shouting. But the feeling of killing a living thing makes my whole body shiver. I killed it. Damn it. I feel like I'm gonna puke. I only won because it was a goblin. If not for the surprise attack, I'd be the one lying there. Kong-hun grumbled while dragging his feet when suddenly, at a corner, the savage eyes of another goblin flashed so intensely that Kong-hun could feel it. He fearfully pointed his weapon and backed away. That goblin looked behind it and flinched. It discovered its homie had been bodied on the floor. The goblin's soldier went ballistic, its face twisting into a hideous grimace. Kong-hun was shaking like a leaf, thinking, what the? There were 2 from the jump? Aren't goblins supposed to be low-level mobs for noobs? This one is twice as big as the last one, and it's packing a blade over 3 feet long. If that hits me, I'm not just getting knocked back. The goblin let out a roar. Then with one swing of its sword, it sent Kong-hun flying. But as he was falling, Kong-hun cursed his life. With a body that lacked exercise from being long-term unemployed, and the mace he chose at the start of the tutorial being only 70 centimeters long, there was no way he could parry a 3-foot blade. Just like that, Kong-hun's weapon was swatted away by the goblin, which then buried its blade straight into his shoulder. Not stopping there, it angrily hacked at him a few more times. Kong-hun screamed in agony nonstop. By the time he came to, his face was covered in blood. He dazedly looked around. What the hell? Why do I have to deal with this? Damn it. Why won't it just kill me already? When am I going to wake up from this nightmare? Whatever. Someone save me. I never realized how much blood is in a human body until I saw it for myself. The fear of death slowly consumed my mind as I suffered through the pain until my last breath, being mercilessly tortured by 4 goblins. Meanwhile, Ahun was asleep, when she suddenly heard Kong-hun's ear-piercing scream and woke up with a start. Annoyed, she kicked his door open and yelled, Seriously, why is this happening so early in the morning? Suddenly, she froze. Kong Hun was terrified, huddled under his blanket, talking to himself. No, goblins. I'm so scared. A while later, he calmed down and told Hun everything. She summarized it, asking, so you died from blood loss? Kong Hun replied fearfully, yeah, exactly. First, they ripped out every single fingernail and toenail and crushed them. Feeling unsatisfied, they pulled out my teeth and Hun shuddered and covered her ears. Stop. I'm gonna die too. But that wasn't real, was it? Were you just crying? Kong Hun flinched for a second, then stood up on his chair. Man, if you experienced it, you'd get it. Even Guan Yu would cry and run to his mommy. Hun backed away in fear. Fine. Who cares anyway? She then asked him out of concern. So you don't need to go to the hospital, right? Gong Hun pushed. Hospital? She checked her phone and scrolled through the news. I heard the number of patients in the psych ward has doubled in the last 2 days. Looks like others have experienced the same thing. Kong Hun thought in silence, then shook his head. I don't think so. I don't have the money. Hun took a sip of water and added, there's some good news though. I guess once you die, the tutorial ends. Hearing that, Kong Hun let out a sigh of relief. Those who died in the first stage don't dream about the second stage anymore. That's good to hear. Maybe I'll sleep better tonight. However, that night, he entered that world once again. Kong Hun stared blankly at the dozen tutorial windows in front of him. Welcome to the tutorial, Kong Hun. Stage 2 error occurred. Relocating immediately. Your courage can save the earth. Stage 2, round 2, start. Kong Hun's teeth chattered. He cursed up a storm. What the hell is this? F. Go to hell. F. The display continued. You will not have a right to resurrect as you are in the tutorial. Kong Hun sat slumped against a large rock. I was just dazed and went to sleep. Then I'm dazed again in an hour. I thought if I could endure it, I'd escape this dream, but it seems impossible. So in the end, I have to do what I want, right? I'm so hungry. He slowly stood up and walked toward a dungeon entrance. Last time I picked a mace. I picked it because it looked strong and easy to use, but since close range is scary, a bow might be better. Or maybe a crossbow. For melee, a spear seems better than sword. Alright, let me show you. The crossbow skills of a South Korean reservist. Just like that, Kong Hun took a crossbow and a spear to face the 2 goblins. He aimed and fired, the bolt whizzing past them. But Kong Hun couldn't see clearly and wondered, did I hit it? The goblin, whose cheek was grazed, flew into a rage. It turned to look at Kong Hun, who clicked his tongue. Then he charged with the spear to face the 2 goblins. Damn it, there's no way it works perfectly on the first try. He ran straight ahead with determination and skewered one to death. Kong Hun rejoiced it worked. 1 down, 1 to go. He tried to pivot the spear to attack again, but his whole body suddenly locked up. Kong Hun looked down with trembling hands at the spear. The spear was stuck. He couldn't pull it out. At that moment, his eyes darted back toward the remaining goblin. The last thing I saw was its sword swinging down, and then I woke up from the dream. I grabbed my chest in terror and screamed. I still got 1 shot. I need to try harder next time. The next time, it was the same familiar display. Welcome to the tutorial, Kong Hun. Stage 2 error occurred. Relocating immediately. Your courage can save the earth. Kong Hun furiously flipped off the screen and snapped, save my ass. This is a total clusterfuck. Today's weapons are sword and shield. Isn't it better to use a weapon I'm used to? No, today has to be the sword. I spent all day self-teaching on Xtube. Alright, let's get it. You bastards. Kong Hun fought the 2 goblins like a madman, but woke up in failure again. Those dogs are jumping me. Hee hee. Let's try again, shall we? I'm gonna kill every last one of you. Hun stood helplessly outside the door, watching her brother lose his damn mind. The display popped up again. Welcome to the tutorial, Kong Hun. Stage 2 error occurred. Relocating immediately. He angrily cut it off. Shut up. The board continued. Your courage can save the earth. He kept barking, courage my foot. Tutorial stage 2, round 4. Kong Hun stood in the cave, swinging his sword nonstop. At first, I just swung wildly. Why? Because according to the status window, this is the basics. Right then, a notification. Your physique has increased by 1 thanks to your effort in pushing yourself to the limit. Kong Hun, exhausted, dropped his sword. My stats went up. I have to swing a sword for 8 hours just to level up. He opened his status window. Name, Kong Hun. Title, none. Level, 1. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Physique, 8. Magic power, 14. Bonus stats, 1. Ultimate skill, resurrection. Potential and skills, unknown. He saw the bonus stat line and reconsidered. I just remembered I got this after finishing stage 1. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. So he just charged at the first 2 goblins to fight. I was so drained I completely forgot. It wasn't because of a bad memory. Anyway, I put 1 point into strength. With 2 stats boosted, I planned to get my lick back on those goblins, but I was gassed from overtraining. so I couldn't even take one down and died instantly. Kong Hun woke up in regret again. And so, Kong Hun trained through several more rounds. Welcome to the tutorial, Kong Hun. Stage 2 error occurred. Relocating immediately. Your courage can save the earth. Tutorial Stage 2, Round 5. Increased 1 physique point by swinging the sword. Round 6. Increased 1 strength point after 10 hours of training. Now, defeating the 2 goblins in front of me was easier, but I still lacked physical power and combat skills. Welcome to the tutorial, Kong Hun. Stage 2 error occurred. Relocating immediately. Your courage can save the earth. Tutorial Stage 2, Round 7. I simply swung the sword. Swung it, and swung it again. Increasing physique. Gained 1 physique point by pushing myself to the limit. Kong Hun stopped, screamed, and flopped onto the ground. He lay there panting, looking up at the cave ceiling. A new display window appeared. Basic sword skills, F has been formed. A trembling Kong Hun touched the board to read. Basic sword skills, F ability that helps correct posture and save energy when swinging, making attacks more effective. Description. This is a sword technique used by street thugs, but it's better than nothing. He bit his lip and clenched his fists. He cheered in joy. I did it. I finally did it. Thank you. Then he stood up and grabbed his weapon. F you, goblin bastards. You're all dead meat today. In tutorial Stage 2, there are 5 goblins in total. 2 at the start of the fortress and 3 in the second half of the forest. These 2 are easy now. I ganked the first goblin with a crossbow, and then took care of the other with my sword. The problem is the 3 in the forest. I can handle 2 like before, but the last one is the real raid boss. Currently, Kong Hun is soloing the last goblin. It swings its arm to strike. Kong Hun uses a shield to block and jumps back. He focuses, analyzing the attack pattern. I see it. I can see his attacks. It feels like my body is reacting before I even think. This is the effect of basic sword skills. His sword grazed the goblin's cheek. It angrily gnashed its teeth, looking at Kong Hun with unease. But there's still a problem. I'm gassed and lost a lot of stamina dealing with the first 4. Just then, the goblin's axe came crashing down with a boom. But Kong Hun's sword had been knocked far away. He gasped and looked back. No way. From his distance, the goblin gripped its weapon and unleashed a consecutive upward slash. Kong Hun nimbly leaned back and smirked. He easily dodged the attack from that goblin. Its eyes widened in pure shock. Kong Hun looked back at it with a satisfied smirk. This bastard really loved to torture, didn't he? That's why he didn't kill me instantly. But it's always better to wear out your opponent first. Kong Hun planted 1 foot and pivoted, as if saying you're so predictable, and kicked a handful of sand right into its face. It groaned in pain, clutching its face as tears streamed down. Kong Hun picked up a large rock from the ground. Without a second of hesitation, he aimed straight for the goblin's shin and smashed it. It let out an agonizing scream, swinging its axe wildly and aimlessly. Kong Hun took the chance to slip behind it and shouted, "Gotcha!" By the time it could open its eyes, it was already too late. The goblin felt an absolute, overwhelming pressure coming from Kong Hun. He decisively swung the rock down with all his might. In its eyes, the strongest being was now shrouded in pure fear. Kong Hun smashed the rock straight into its face. The goblin spat blood from its face and collapsed. Kong Hun wiped away his sweat and panted few. I get it now. Your stage was only boring because you kept trying to die. The notification board flooded in with a bunch of new updates. Congratulations. You have completed Stage 2. You have received 5 bonus stats as a clear reward. You may choose 1 weapon as a clear reward. Basic shield skill has been unlocked. Basic crossbow skill has been unlocked. Level up. Level up. Kong Hun cheered in ecstasy. It's done. I won. This is the power of the ultimate being you. Fake human goblin bastard. Early the next morning, Kong Hun had a look on his face like total dog water. Briefly reintroducing his life. What an energetic morning. If you're wondering who I am, the name's Kong Hun. That's me. Since I finished Stage 2, I'm making breakfast to celebrate. I know I'm the one who made this, but it is just too perfect. Before he could bask in his self-satisfaction for long, with a slam, a Hun's door burst open. She rushed out screaming, "What the hell? What did you just say?" Suddenly, a display popped up. Earth's tutorial has been completed. You may now use the system freely outside of the tutorial. Dungeons have been activated. Both siblings, confused, shouted in unison, "What?" A loud noise caught both their attention. Kong Hun and Hun rushed out to the balcony and looked down, Kong Hun's eyes bulging in fear. The jingle of a door handle echoed. A gloomy gate rose up from the ground. Is that a dungeon? The gates caught eyes from all over the globe. A new notification appeared. Only awakened ones may use the dungeon. You Must complete the dungeon within a fixed time. Time remaining until. Connection to Haken Dimension is complete. 4 years, 357 days, 13 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds. After the dungeons appeared, the world fell into chaos. First, the Kong siblings decided to stay indoors to review and organize some info. Kong Hun speculated. It seems the tutorial hasn't fully ended. Apparently, people who just turned 18 are also completing the tutorial. So the minimum requirement is 18. Hun replied, the comment section is going wild because of the dungeons. People say it's a rushed decision to call those who finished the tutorial awakened and send them to clear dungeons. Kong Hun checked the computer and replied nonchalantly. Anyway, that's not a big deal. He excitedly reached out his hand and shouted, what matters is the perks. Status window, appear. But nothing showed up at all. He read the notification and nodded. Tutorial still in progress. You cannot use it. So that's how it is? Still too early? Kong Hun thought it over. There are 8 stages in the tutorial. It seems while I was busy failing stage 2 7 times, others have already finished all the stages. There's no way out but to complete them all, huh? Do you have any info on stage 3? Hun replied calmly. Haven't you heard that patience is a virtue? Nothing. Not a single piece of info. Even stage 2 has very little info. Kong Hun asked her seriously, should I go back to the grind? Then flexed his muscles. Because I'm pretty strong now. I won't get bodied like a loser anymore. I'm going to clear stage 3 with style and precision. Evening, tutorial stage 3. Kong Hun fell into a ridiculous situation once again. Right now he was getting pissed on by a monster. He cursed furiously under his breath, I'll kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you, you piece of SHD. Stage 3. Improve persistence and patience in all situations. Clear condition. Eliminate the Guka Chief. Failure condition. Death. Tip. If you wait long enough, an opportunity will arise. Kong Hun put on a ghillie suit and speculated. This suit is fire. This must be an infiltration and assassination mission, right? Objective. Eliminate the Guka Chief. I've never heard of this monster before. So first I gotta find him. But I need to check the loot I got from stage 2 first. Those bastards aren't nice at all. They didn't even give me time to check. He opened the status window. Nama. Kong Hun. Title. None. Level. 4 new. Strength. 10. Agility. 10. Physique. 11. Magic power. 14. Bonus stats. 7. Ultimate skill. Resurrection. Abilities. Basic sword skills. Basic shield skills. Basic crossbow skills. Skills. Unknown. Kong Hun cheered. Now we're talking. This is what a status window should look like. The new ones are shield and crossbow skills. As for the bonus stats, let's pump strength and physique since they're useful right now. Should I put 2 points into agility, just in case? And finally, what was that other thing? I remember there was something else. The display suddenly changed. Do you want to check your inventory? He immediately remembered and hit agree. Right? Kong Hun touched the sword icon in his inventory and pulled a sword out from thin air. Kong Hun was ecstatic. Hell yeah, this is the best thing I've received so far. Alright, stat check is done. Now let's go find this Guka guy, or whatever. Carlos Hathcock, May 20th, 1942. February 22nd, 1999. He was a legendary Marine sniper who successfully assassinated a general after crawling 1.4 kilometers for over 3 days. He's the man I respect the most. Starting today, Kong Hun is becoming one with nature, tracking the enemy's movements. Have I been crawling for 10 hours already? Almost there. 2 guards are on high alert. Should I just Leroy Jenkins this? My pants are wet and gross. Because of that golden shower earlier. The grass is making me itch like crazy, and there's a swarm of bugs crawling on my head. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared. Kong Hun stopped and glanced up. A guard was standing right in front of him. Here it comes. A warm stream of liquid continued to spray onto Kong Hun's head. It gradually trickled down and soaked into the ground, smelling like straight ammonia. The guard finished his business, gave his junk a shake to dry off, and tucked it back into his pants. Kong Hun gnashed his teeth. I have to endure. Didn't the system say to improve persistence and patience? Patience, patience, patience. However, his last thread of sanity just snapped. Kong Hun couldn't take it anymore and lunged. I'm gonna chop your damn head off. With one thrust, he stabbed the guard straight in the gut. He killed the guy who just shook his junk on his head. His comrades noticed and moved into an attack stance. Kong Hun sighed. Well, there goes the stealth run. A monster growled, then let out a cuckoo call to alert the pack. The crowd inside the tents immediately grabbed torches and rushed out. Surrounding Kong Hun. He looked around confidently, since everything was already messed up. I might as well say the words I've been holding back. Bring it on, you betches. Skill Lion's roar has been formed. That night, Kong Hun was satisfied fighting off a horde of enemies. He laughed maniacally, ha ha ha. Tutorial stage 3, round 2. Kong Hun was popping off. going absolutely beast mode. What I learned from crawling for 10 hours in round 1 was Lion's Roar, a skill that reduces the stats and morale of surrounding enemies, removes debuffs rank D or lower, and releases deep-seated rage. It strikes fear into the enemy and blows away your own debuffs. That night, Kong Hun charged straight into the enemy camp alone, screaming, "I'm gonna kill all of you, you bastards." The Gukka warriors seem to have gone out hunting, and they only return at sunset. In other words, only the weak links are left here. Most of them are just small fry. He rushed straight for the chief's tent and burst inside. "I'm here, you son of a BTCH. Gukka chief." A purple light flashed. The chief was sitting between 2 other shamans. They followed the chief's coo-coo screeching and cast an incantation. Gonghun was hit by their low-level binding magic. He was terrified as his body wouldn't move. A tutorial that even has magic? He focused, thinking there must be a way. Kong Hun took a deep breath, then activated Lion's Roar, releasing a blast that blew away the restriction on his body. The chief panicked and shrieked kudu. With a few quick steps, Kong Hun lashed out right in front of its face. Nice plan you had there, right up until you got sliced to death. Then he killed the final boss of Stage 3. A stream of notifications popped up. Congratulations! You have completed Stage 3. You received mid-level physical recovery, B. You completed Stage 3 in record time and set a new milestone. For the bonus reward, you received the temporary title, Indomitable. Level up. Description: a title given to the rebel who completed Stage 3, a test of persistence and patience in the shortest time. If the record is broken, the title will be transferred. Effect: all stats +1. Kong Hun thought confidently. I cleared Stage 3 in just 2 days. Considering it took me a week to finish Stage 2, this is massive growth. With this rate of improvement, I've reached a conclusion. Am I perhaps a genius? At this rate, I'll probably breeze through Stage 4 in a few minutes. Or so I imagined. A month ago, 25 days have passed since the mobilization of a special awakened force to conquer the dungeons. 40 of the discovered dungeons have been conquered while the awakened continue their conquest activities. To show gratitude, the government is considering rewards. Kong Hun let out a loud roar from his room. A Hun jumped inside. He's at it again. She turned off the stove and asked, "If you keep this up, the neighbors are going to come over to complain. Did an arrow fly into your head today?" Kong Hun walked out of the room, full of energy. "I finished it, you dummy. I just punched them all to death. You've gone so crazy, you can't even control yourself anymore." A Hun was about to say more, but paused. "Wait, did that happen in the dream?" A Hun looked blankly at Kong Hun and asked, "Why have you been like this since this morning?" Kong Hun's face darkened. His eyebrows furrowed into a tight line, and every feature on his face tensed with irritation. He gnashed his teeth and replied, "The tutorial is pissing me off." Seeing Kong Hun's face looking like dog water, A Hun found it so awkward she could barely swallow her food. "Good luck with that. You look like a straight-up criminal these days." Kong Hun snapped back, "Hey, brat, I'm older than you." A Hun didn't care and asked, "How's Stage 4 going?" "Whatever. You're still just my brother." Kong Hun answered seriously, step by step. "Basically, it's like a group project. You have to show leadership skills or something like that." Stage 4. Prove your leadership by guiding everyone. Clear condition: destroy the dungeon core. Failure penalty: death. After destroying the core, an exit portal will automatically open. Tip: it's best to proceed without leaving any party members behind. Mission requires leading a team to destroy the dungeon core. Like an RPG, the team members act like NPCs following assigned roles. They were arguing whether to push forward or retreat. We don't have enough supplies to risk continuing the mission. Despite the strong opposition from two couples, the final decision was to keep going. A Hun asked curiously, "And then what?" Kong Hun began describing the campaign. "Of course, I led them perfectly at first. I boosted morale with my roar and took the lead with the superior healing power of mid-level body regeneration." He explained further for a Hun. Mid-level body regeneration is a skill obtained after Stage 3. It uses mana to regenerate and heal physical damage. Any wound, including cuts, burns, or frostbite, will automatically heal. It's miraculous. Even broken bones mend within a day. A Hun asked while chewing loudly, "So everything was fine, right? What took you a whole month then?" Suddenly, a murderous aura flared up around Kong Hun. He replied gloomily, narrating the issue that arose that night. "Those bastards were supposed to take turns on patrol, but they planned to ditch together. When I caught them, they ambushed and killed me." Kong Hun chewed his food while telling the story. "I knew it from the start, from the moment they dared to start flirting in that sacred dungeon." Kong Hun realized his handsome image was being ruined, so he fake coughed and returned to his normal state. He continued, the characters were the same, and the same situations kept repeating in every loop. Under those harsh conditions, I finally found a breakthrough with this big brain of mine. Hun asked casually, what was it? Kong Hun gently placed his chopsticks on the table, then flashed a ghoulish smile. Just get rid of the pests and keep going. That night, the final part of tutorial stage 4 began. As soon as they entered the dungeon portal, the party members started bickering. The armored guy protested first, let's go a bit further. It's a waste to come all this way and go back empty-handed. A mushroom-headed guy argued back, food is limited. What if we don't find a core? The money from magic stones alone is enough. If we die first, you'll be responsible. Kong Hun stood there listening, veins popping on his face. He muttered to himself, then suddenly unleashed a lion's roar, causing everyone around to recoil in fear. What the? Gong Hun. The short-haired girl trembled and covered her ears. Gong Hun, what the hell are you doing? Suddenly, Kong Hun's sword was pointed straight at her stomach. He threatened them from here on out. You follow my lead. You resist, you die. You complain, you also die. The annoyed mushroom head yelled back, are you crazy? This is total BS. Immediately, Kong Hun landed a punch that caved his face in. He kept throwing hands, punching and warning him at the same time. I told you not to complain, until the mushroom head stopped moving entirely. Kong Hun looked coldly at the girl. Just listen to me because I know the way. If you keep this up, you're literally finished. Very quickly, he faced the dungeon mobs. An undead soldier lunged with its weapon, but Kong Hun easily snatched it. Then he hurled it aside and smashed its skull with the hilt of his sword. The undead gradually vanished. That's the last one. Everyone's eyes went wide. Oh my god, you. He actually took them all down. Finally, it was just pretty much them left. Kong Hun walked up to a floating, glowing orb. He leaned down to look. So this is the core? Just gotta break the pillars, right? Simple enough. Then he slashed, destroying the pillars holding it. A stream of notifications popped up. Congratulations. You have completed stage 4. You received the mission reward, Bifurcation. You received the mission reward, Ring of Mind Fortification. Level up after stage 4. Kong Hun began to think more carefully while reviewing the results. The perks from stage 4 were pretty solid. Stats were growing exponentially, not to mention the loot dropped from monsters could be gathered. But among them, I still don't get what these magic stones do. Scout Skeleton's magic stone, Knight Skeleton's magic stone. If I hoard everything, I'll probably need them eventually. One skill reward I got was Bifurcation. The ability splits the opponent's body in two, boosting the sword's cutting power. It can bypass a certain amount of defense. And the accessory is the Ring of Mind Fortification with 100 out of 100 durability. The ring was issued to the Royal Guards of the Henrilic Empire. Although it's a standard model, it boasts an excellent track record given to elite knights. It grants immunity to all mind-related magic and status effects rank A or below. These items are decent, but the most notable achievement is that I've become strong in reality. Kong Hun slumped onto the floor. He wiped away the dripping sweat with a towel. It feels like home workouts are becoming less effective. Maybe I should start hitting the gym. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. Kong Hun grabbed his phone, curious. An ad? What caught his eye was an emergency alert. Emergency alert. National Security Agency. Dungeon break near XX Dong on XX/XX at XX. XX. Residents in the area are advised to stay indoors and remain vigilant. At the same time, outside in the city, screams for help echoed from everyone. Everything had turned into straight chaos. Goblins had escaped from the dungeon. They were attacking shops, and many people were being killed in the blink of an eye. Another notification popped up. If the dungeon isn't cleared within the time limit, the gate will open. Kong Hun stood on the balcony, looking down in shock. It's today. I even sent a request to clear it. He suddenly remembered his sister had left for work this morning. Kong Hun immediately panicked. Hun is in danger. I need a weapon. Something I can use as a weapon. Damn it, this place. How does this place not even have a single cheap-ass longsword? Kong Hun cursed while looking all over the house. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It was a kitchen knife sitting in the sink. That afternoon, he moved with a couple of quick steps. Kong Hun took a deep breath. Then he roared, "Long time no see, you bastards." The goblins immediately heard him and turned to look. Kong Hun went into a guarded stance. As expected, I still can't use my skills, but thanks to that, I got their attention. Seeing their prey, the goblins immediately lunged. He was straight up mocking them. What? The noise from these low-tier trash is too hard to listen to. Even so, there's no guarantee that their levels are the same as in the tutorial. Somehow, he twirled the knife in his hand and drove it straight through a goblin skull. I can still tell their levels by their movements. The goblin died on the spot. Kong Hun coldly pulled the knife out. That's one. Thanks for coming. I'll make good use of this knife. Solid product. The scene shifts to a Hun's office. Everyone is doing their best to barricade the doors, to block the goblin attacks. Everyone is tense, barely daring to breathe. Ahun worries, what are you thinking, Appa? She stares at the messages between her and her brother. Suddenly, the noise outside gets louder and sharper, making Ahun's eyes go wide with fear. Everyone is terrified hearing the desperate screams outside when, boom, the door is kicked wide open. A person wearing flip-flops walks in. It's Kong Hun. Oops, didn't mean to break the glass. Your brother is here to save you, Kong Ahun. Everyone immediately looks at the Kong siblings and starts whispering. What the hell? Who is this guy? Ahun's brother? Ahun is shell-shocked. Appa? What just? Suddenly, someone approaches and calls out to him. Kong Hun glinches over. A middle-aged man says tremblingly, I don't know who you are, but how did you break the barricade? What do I do now? At this rate, the monsters, Ahun feels awkward. Manager. Kong Hun scratches his head. My bad. Sorry about that. I couldn't control my strength. He steps aside so they can see the pile of corpses. You don't have to worry about the goblins out there anymore. Everyone is stunned. The monsters. He killed them all by himself. He points behind him and instructs them. See those weapons the goblins were using? Pick one up. I don't know how long you can hold out, but as long as you don't panic, we can beat them. Having said that, he turns to leave. Ahun starts and runs after him. Where are you going? Kong Hun walks off casually with his sword on his shoulder. On my way here, I saw a few goblin packs. They're probably on the upper floors. We need to make sure we can sleep soundly. A while later, Ahun pours water over Kong Hun's wounds. She bandages him up all over. Kong Hun grumbles. Is it okay to use this much water? We don't know the situation. She crouches next to him and complains. Why do you always act like this? And how could you fight that much? Kong Hun answers while rubbing his shoulders to stretch. Maybe it's because I haven't learned how to dodge, so my fighting isn't great. My recovery is so strong I can take most hits, but since I can't use skills right now, it's pretty tough. Ahun lets out a half smile. Why do you love showing off? Just be careful. If you can't use skills, you can't resurrect, right? Going after the leftover monsters was totally extra. Kong Hun smirks like a cool guy, right? Ahun sighs in relief and shoots back, sure, until you get beaten like a dog. Ahun confides. But I think people are seeing you differently now. Some seniors asked me to introduce you to them. What do you think? Do you have a type? Kong Hun looks at the sky, daydreaming. Then he answers. As long as it's someone who can listen to me cuss every time I wake up, that's fine. Ahun bursts out laughing. What the hell? That night, Kong Hun wakes up again. The display shows Stage 5. Improve wisdom to overcome any challenge. Kong Hun scratches his cheek, suddenly remembering he forgot about this. I was stuck just now. Suddenly, a group of people appears in front of him. Huh? What's this? Two girls are laughing and talking to each other. Are you a succubus? That's right, but don't you think at a time like this, the one talking the most is the most suspicious? Two more people join in. What do you mean? Everyone calms down. Kong Hun watches the scene, frozen. What's the situation here? The notification board pops up. Clear condition. Defeat the succubus disguised as a human. Failure, death. Tip. The succubus is hiding its true identity. Those who discover it will be targeted first. Kong Hun reads it and immediately ponders. Isn't a succubus a dream demon? Creatures that appear in dreams and suck the life force out of men. They're famous for being beautiful. All the women here are gorgeous. Everyone knows there's a succubus among them. Suddenly, a black-haired girl approaches to talk. Mr. Kong Hun? What do you think? Kong Hun starts and asks back, what? She gives him a puppy dog look with sparkling eyes. About the succubus. Who do you think it is? Kong Hun is taken aback. Up close, she really is pretty, and she smells good too. He bashfully scratches his head. I don't know, huh? Suddenly, a light flashes, making Kong. Hun frisch. Aye, huh? The ring of iron will is resisting the hypnosis. That night, Kong Hun sits by the campfire, deep in thought. Stage 1 was the circle of fire. Stage 2 was the battle against the goblins. In Stage 3, I fought a monster that pissed on my face after 10 hours of crawling. And Stage 4 was a group project that dragged on for a month. Thinking of this, he flashed a lecherous smile. Finally, I can enjoy some fun stuff after grinding like a dog. God, I'm sorry for cussing. I didn't know you prepared this for me. Realizing he was overacting, he covered his mouth. Oh, I should control my expressions. If the person who discovers the succubus becomes a target, I'm toast if she catches on. If it's a real succubus, it must be a powerful creature capable of impersonating humans. They might even be masters of magic. I better act like an NPC. Since male NPCs get brainwashed by succubi, maybe pretending to be a female NPC. No, let's just sleep on it. He blinked, and Kong Hun suddenly woke up. He dizzily muttered, this ceiling looks familiar. Then he sat bolt upright when he realized he was in a Hun's office. His sister's colleague noticed and spoke up. Oh, you're up? I was about to wake you. The army's here. Kong Hun gnashed his teeth, cursing her inwardly. She definitely realized I'm onto her. She might try to kill me while I sleep. But then he processed the info and asked, wait, what's here? At the same time, the roar of tanks echoed outside as soldiers opened fire. Bang! Bang! They were easily picking off the goblins. Kong Hun pressed his face against the window, peering down. People cheered. The army's actually here. We're safe. As expected, those monsters can't handle guns. Kong Hun observed carefully and warned, it's not over yet. Suddenly, a heavy sensation made him shiver. Kong Hun stood frozen in his tracks. He stared down. What was that? What was that feeling just now? Why do I feel like something's dangerous? What is it? Below, the soldiers kept firing continuously. Hitting so many. They're endless. Didn't the army teach you anything? Keep shooting. It's not working. Focus and kill those bastards. One of them groaned, damn it. Why did this happen right before my discharge? The experts should be handling this, not us. What is that? Suddenly, he saw a strange-looking goblin across from him. It easily sliced off another soldier's head. The team opened fire on it, but it did absolutely nothing. Seeing this, he reported back to his unit, sir. The men over there have been killed. What? I can't hear you. Is there a goblin? And it's approaching. Everyone gasped in terror. Crap. What the hell is this? Hey, move it. The goblin crouched, loading power into its thighs and legs. It lunged with a massive leap. It appeared right in front of the soldiers. The goblin ruthlessly slaughtered them all. Screams filled the air. The vehicle was splattered with blood and gore. What the hell? What just happened? Kong Hun held his breath, staring down. A massacre was unfolding beneath him. What on earth happened? What do we do? A strange pink goblin stood among the soldiers' corpses. Kong Hun froze, looking closer. In its hand, it held a spear drenched in blood. The goblin, with wild and ferocious eyes, looked back up at him. All the specialized military vehicles came to a halt. There were a few survivors left from the previous clash. What is this? Looks like Unit 3 got hit. Where's the signalman? Where's the signalman? Request backup now. Corporal Jayo Ryan. The man named Corporal Jayo Ryan leaned back exhaustedly. Oh, my head. People beside him tried to communicate. Red Dog unit. Suddenly, the goblin appeared right above them. A soldier screamed, oh my God, the signalman. What about the backup? He replied tensely, they said they're sending someone good. Jayo Ryan worried. One person? A civilian? This is insane. Damn it. Right as he finished, the goblin pounced toward them. Jayo Ryan raised his gun. But his whole body suddenly locked up. Jayo Ryan thought in terror. Of all the times to freeze up, it has to be now. In a flash, the goblin was right in his face. Kong Hun grabbed a large rock and sprinted forward. He hurled it, hitting the goblin square in the face. The impact made it spit blood and paralyzed its entire body. It was sent flying back into the mud. It was temporarily knocked out. Jayo Ryan's eyes widened in shock. What has happened? Kong Hun breathed a sigh of relief, hopped down, and asked, are you okay? Must have been tough for you, huh? Being a soldier and all. He flashed a wicked smirk at Jayo Ryan. It made Jayo Ryan see something even more disgusting than the goblin from before. He backed away in fear, pointing his gun at Kong Hun's face. Monster! Kong Hun flinched, instinctively putting his hands up and backing off. Whoa, damn it. Put the gun away. Do not look human or something. Jayo Ryan panted and asked back, you're human? Kong Hun was confused. Are you so shocked you had to ask twice? He looked at Kong Hun in amazement. This guy's a volunteer? He definitely looks strong. He then bowed his head. I'm sorry. I lost my cool for a second. Kong Hun didn't take it personally. TCH, understandable. You just escaped death's door. The soldier continued. Thank you for helping us. Kong Hun brushed it off. No need. I didn't come here for justice. He looked back to observe the pink goblin. Again, that bastard definitely just locked eyes with me. If the army gets wiped out, those freaks will head straight for a Hun's office. He jumped down from a vehicle and warned, don't fire, because if you accidentally hit me, I'm toast. By the way, do you have anything like pepper spray? Jayo Ryan nodded. We have almost every type of weapon imaginable. Kong Hun requested, that's perfect. Give me a canister. Jayo Ryan started and reminded him. Then you'll need a mask. Kong Hun straight up ignored him. It's fine. Just hurry up. I don't have time to explain. And please make sure that while I'm fighting, no guns go off. If you miss, I'm dead. Jayo Ryan followed orders instantly. Yes, sir. I understand. He then issued instructions. All squad members, put on gas masks and stay alert. Only fire when a monster approaches. Never aim toward the center of the street. A Hun watched anxiously as Kong Hun walked majestically toward the goblin. All right, everything's set. Sorry, but I really hate you guys. Jayo Ryan immediately opened the canister. He threw the gas out toward the goblin. It glanced up at the sky until the gas canister hit the ground and started hissing smoke. The goblin couldn't stand the stinging in its eyes and wailed. Tears and snot poured out. Kong Hun standing right there, was also affected. He coughed, ahem ahem. His eyes were burning and watering, but Kong Hun endured. Hogo Bin or Goblin. Everyone struggles when they're panicking. He then hopped over to it, dripping with tears and snot like some kind of creep. You threw your weapon away. Is this your first time feeling pain like this? Seems like your endurance is pretty high, but I'm way more used to pain than you. First, confiscating the weapon, he swatted the spear out of its hand. Then he unleashed a combo on it. His arms grew heavier, and his hands trembled. This is tough. Jio Ryan watched from above in awe. Damn it, is he an awakened? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Exactly what is going on here? A man with twin bone blades appeared. I thought I was the only backup. He looked down at Kong Hun with cold eyes. The sword in Kong Hun's hand was dull and about to shatter. Kong Hun panted while holding his ground. I expected this bastard to be tough, but I didn't think I'd be doing 0 damage. If this keeps up, my stamina's gonna bottom out. Should I use something as a support tool? All I know how to do is slash. Suddenly, the man from before said sorry, then lunged to slash the goblin. With just a few strikes, he immobilized it. Gonghen Frosch. So fast. Who is this guy? The man slowly turned his head. Watching the goblin gradually collapse, he thought, I don't feel like I'm cutting anything. It feels like cutting stone with a knife. Suddenly, he shouted, the awakened is here. Regardless, it's just an F-rank dungeon boss. Since it's unusually strong, it must have other weaknesses. Kong Hun looked at him and smirked. F-rank dungeon? This guy seems to know a lot. Both Kong Hun and the stranger charged in simultaneously. I don't know who you are, but I get the situation. Got any ideas? Both engaged the goblin while planning their next move. The military guy spoke up first. First off, my physical strength isn't that high. My body is hitting its limit. Kong Hun, not one to back down, replied, I can tell by looking at you. But what are you going to do when you're completely gassed? Kong Hun cursed under his breath as he swung his sword down. 0 damage. Damn it. His eyes quickly darted around, searching for a weapon. Something that could be used as a weapon caught his eye immediately. It was the goblin's own weapon. The military guy held down. The goblin's leg to buy Kong Hun time to run. I've got the speed, but I lack the power for the finishing blow. While I pin it down, you hit his weak spot. He snatched the goblin's spear and turned back. Even in critical situations, he's probably just trying to show off. But he should know that and be protecting himself. So where should I strike? Is the skin weaker behind the joints? Without another thought, he roared and lunged. Whatever. The goblin's eyes instantly went wide. Wait. The other guy was also stunned. No way. Kong Hun had successfully impaled the goblin's core. Except it was located right in the middle of the goblins, but all 3 of them stood frozen. Kong Hun said with teary eyes, I don't know why, but I feel kind of bad. In that moment, feeling the vibration through the handle, a question popped into Kong Hun's head. Is the anus actually a vitals point? I guess it's a weak spot that causes instant death. The decision was made instantly, and his body prepared for the next move. No sooner said than done. Kong Hun hoisted the goblin up using its own weapon and slammed it hard onto the ground. The goblin turned back, glaring at him in a rage. Its eyes were bloodshot and ferocious, but Kong Hun didn't hesitate. He lunged at the goblin. Before the shocked eyes of his supporter, he leaped into the air. He said gleefully, that's a real pain in the ass, isn't it? The goblin lay unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Then Kong Hun decisively drove the shaft down, finishing it off. Blood splattered across the street. Kong Hun slumped down, panting heavily. His supporter stood there in total shock, staring at him and thinking, where did a powerhouse like this come from? Is he not part of any organization? Suddenly, Kong Hun noticed something. It was an item drop from the goblin's head. He thought confused, what is this? At that moment, the system displayed. Cannot check item information while still in the tutorial. He leaned down and quickly snatched the item. I don't know what it's for, but I'll take it. It's so annoying not having an inventory. I gotta finish this damn tutorial ASAP. Just then, the supporter walked over. He asked curiously, excuse me, could you be... Kong Hun panicked, thinking, usually loot is split evenly, right? But this guy's trying to cut in after I soloed it. Time to dip. Without a second thought, Kong Hun blurted out, I'm in a huge rush, gotta go. This smelly thing, this awesome stuff, is all yours. Then he sprinted away, leaving the supporter unable to react, only calling out, wait. What? Kong Hun looked back with a wink and a grin. Gotcha. The man stood in silence, watching him vanish. Then he took off his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face. He wiped his sweat, puzzled. What kind of guy is that? A few hours after defeating the hobgoblin, the sun went down. The situation seemed to have cooled off. Kong Hun and Hun walked down the street, weapons in hand. She gripped his sleeve, looking around cautiously as they walked. After passing through streets that looked like ruins from a movie, they finally made it home after nightfall. Hun opened the door and asked, did you forget to lock up? Kong Hun looked blank. Seems like it. She sighed. I was an idiot to think you'd actually matured. Meanwhile, Kong Hun held his phone in his hand, complaining bitterly, what? Why are you hating on his handsome face? The screen displayed comments like, he looks like a straight-up villain. From a distance, he's a total criminal. He said in disbelief, am I really that ugly? An replied, I told you so. Later, in his room, Kong Hun urgently called out, hey, we're in big trouble. Hun, who was brushing her teeth, snapped back. No, I'm not interested. He grumbled and pleaded, come on, please. Hun sighed and gave in. She pointed her toothbrush at his face as a warning. Don't go screaming early tomorrow morning, okay? I am exhausted. He winked and gave a thumbs up, responding confidently. Don't worry, this stage is a piece of cake. Tomorrow, we'll have beers, and I'll tell you all about it. She roasted him back. Your confidence is on another level, literally a death flag. I'm not expecting much, but good luck. He replied helplessly, seriously. That night, as Kong Hun lay in bed, he stared pensively at the ceiling. That guy from earlier was pretty strong. He recalled the moment they teamed up against the goblin and thought, I wonder how many stages he's cleared. I would have been disqualified back at stage 2. He tried not to dwell on it anymore, thinking, stop overthinking it. I'm going to clear stage 8 because I'll be stronger than anyone. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about the succubus from yesterday. She was quite. Even though she's a monster that could kill me, I was actually excited to see her again. Kong Hun then entered stage 5. He closed his eyes with a blissful expression, thinking, oh God, you're giving me butterflies. He slowly opened his eyes, face flushed and still smiling, but at that exact moment, right in front of him was an ugly goblin. It stared him down with a ferocious face, its breath reeking. Kong Hun flinched. He reacted by reflex, punching the goblin square in the face and yelling, what the hell is this? The goblin was sent flying by his punch and fell unconscious. He looked around, dazed. This world is that a goblin? The system suddenly displayed. Clear condition. Infiltrate the goblin den in the cave and conquer the dungeon. Failure, death. Tip. Cave goblins have poor eyesight but evolved to have excellent hearing. Find a way to deceive them. Right then, more goblins appeared around him, surrounding Kong Hun. He complained, what about their hearing? Why are you just telling me now? They closed in on him. He thought in shock, wait, more importantly, then yelled at the top of his lungs, why did the tutorial content change? His voice echoed through the forest. It changed. Why did it change? From the direction of the city, someone yelled back angrily, shut the hell up. Meanwhile, at a different company, a man took a punch straight to the face. Blood splattered and sprayed from his nose. He was punched backward by a blonde man, who was smaller than him. Next to them, another person was severely injured and collapsed. The man clutching his nose fell down, questioning in disbelief. Why? How can someone who hasn't even entered the tutorial be stronger than an ability user? The blonde man stomped hard on his head, casually replying, well, things haven't changed much, have they? If you don't know how to fight, what's the point of getting stronger? He then made a twisted face. He licked his lips and thought with interest, looks like there are still plenty of interesting ability users out there. Tutorial Stage 5, Round 3. The system displayed. Clear condition. Defeat the doppelganger hiding in the crowd that eats people every night. Failure, death. Tip. Knights and mages can use a special ability 1x per day. Kong Hun stood by the crowd. He looked at the system and pondered, a monster that eats people every night. Huh? Gotta find and fight it. Isn't this just like looking for the succubus in round 1? Instead, this is more like a game of Mafia. Use wisdom. Use wisdom to overcome. Having thought it through, Kong Hun took a deep breath. He used all his strength to yell, everyone, group up. Everyone around heard him, and turned to focus on Kong Hun. Kong Hun's eyes widened with an I've got it expression. From now on, whoever moves is the killer. Back in the real world, it was already morning. Kong Hun had forgotten that in a typical game of Mafia, the one who talks the most dies first. Kong Hun dizzily sat up and suddenly realized. Come to think of it, I've never won a single game of Mafia. He ruffled his hair and said, maybe I should eat something. Kong Hun had forgotten and never even considered this. He never thought he would repeatedly make the same mistake for a month and a half. It was now dark. Hun had returned. Kong Hun stood in front of the house and called out, how you doing, Kong Hun? Kong Hun appeared with a dapper look, wearing a suit with his hair slicked back. He pushed up his round glasses, holding a book, and said calmly, your brother was born brilliant. Hun looked horrified and blurted out, gross. She sighed helplessly. After getting off work, I have to deal with this mess? Next to her, Kong Hun maintained his main character pose with an imaginary aura. He replied, I'm trying to change my look to change my soul. Then he said seriously, 53 days have passed. 53 days. I died 53 times in that damn stage 5. So I need to do something. They said use wisdom to overcome. but the content is different every time. Even a Mensa member couldn't win. Well, not exactly Mensa. Here, Mensa meant X-high level. Hun sat down and looked up, muttering helplessly, getting a brain transplant from someone else will be faster than waiting for you to get smart. Kong. Hun froze and suddenly blurted out, "Oh, that old line again. You moron." Hun stood up, turned toward the door, and said, "Instead of buying a suit, you should have used that money to soundproof the room." The girl downstairs installed a subwoofer. The system displayed stage 5. Prove your wisdom can overcome any hardship. Kong Hun appeared in a cave. He looked around to assess the situation. A cave, huh? Is it a dungeon? Suddenly, the system popped up. Kong Hun turned to complain. What kind of crappy mission did they prepare for me this time? His eyes suddenly went wide as he stared at the system display. Then he flashed a cunning smile and said with interest, "This is it. I found it." The system showed the clear condition. Clear the entire F-rank poison Tajon dungeon. Failure death. Tip. The level of the Tajon guarding the nest is 20. Find its weakness and formulate a suitable strategy. In the cave, torches were burning brightly. A sound was approaching. It was a giant poison Tajon spider. Kong Hun thought to himself, clear the dungeon? Why is the condition so short and simple? He lunged at the monster, and the two clashed head-on. Kong Hun calculated, I've finally found a solution that even Aristotle would flip for. The Tajon began spraying purple venom from its fangs. Kong Hun dodged and swatted it away, shouting, "What's this? A spitting spider?" Then Kong Hun looked down and was horrified to see. His left hand, after being hit by the venom, had already begun to necrotize. Kong Hun immediately raised his sword high. His eyes flashed with a resolute purple light. This is nothing. Kong Hun immediately slashed down, severing his own hand. His hand flew off as blood splattered everywhere. Then he charged straight toward the Tajon. He agilely slid underneath the Tajon, catching it completely off guard. Kong Hun gripped his sword and smirked. Humph, that actually stung a bit. The system then displayed a message in front of the monster. Tip. Clues regarding the poison Tajana's weakness are hidden in the breeding ground. With a decisive and clean strike, he sliced the Tajana's body in two. The creature's carcass was ripped right down the middle. Its two halves fell apart as Kong Hun stood between them, exhausted. Finally, I chose to brute force it. The Tajana's remains dissolved into streaks of blue light. Kong Hun stood there with a smug smile. Weaknesses and clues don't matter as long as they're dead, right? Instead of looking for the key, I'll just smash the door down. The system displayed the results. Congratulations. You have completed stage 5. You have received the mission reward, Giant Strength. Kong Hun raised his severed hand, which had already fully regenerated, and flashed an excited grin. Brains are only for those with weak bodies. The system showed more info. Giant Strength, an ability to enhance muscles with mana. Description. Increases strength by 12 points for 10 minutes. Kong Hun's status board was quickly updated. Nama, Kong Hun. Title, The Indomitable. Level, 25. Strength, 20. Agility, 119. Physique, 19. Magic Power, 19. Bonus stats, 0. Ultimate skill, Resurrection. Abilities, mid-level sword skills, basic shield skills, basic crossbow skills. Skills, Lion's Roar, mid-level body regeneration, bifurcation, giant strength. Scene shifts to another school. Inside a classroom, a male student's voice rings out. Hey, Min-Soo, give me a birthday punch. Min-Soo looked at his phone, ruffled his hair, and sighed. Lita, man, I'm wiped out after that damn tutorial. The guy continued, alright, you're 18 now. How was stage 1? Min-Soo replied dejectedly, as trash as the rumors said, but I still cleared it. Min-Soo slumped onto his desk, fiddling with his phone. The problem is the stuff coming up. From stage 5 onwards, there are no decent tips. His classmate chimed in. If you clear stage 4, you're already in the top 1. Those people probably keep the good info gate kept. Min-Soo, staring intently at his phone, suddenly spoke up. Hey, new info. Someone cleared stage 7 yesterday, and is about to challenge stage 8. The guy walked over to Min-Soo. He leaned down to look at the phone. Huh, is it fake news? Min-Soo read further. Stage 4 theme. Leadership, persuade all members through power. Stage 5 theme. Wisdom, muscles are the highest form of wisdom, so just buff your strength. Stage 6. Cruelty, eliminate both enemies and allies. Stage 7. Sincerity, only eliminate enemies. Min-Soo was shocked. What the? Is this legit? Comments flooded the screen. You're so stupid, you can't even bait correctly. Are you kidding me? If you cleared stage 7, then I'm Han Sun. Don't talk smack about Han Sun, she's a queen. On the other side of the screen, Kong Hun was screaming in rage. These bastards. I worked so hard to share these tips. Ah Hun, carrying a shopping bag nearby, complained. Why are you being so loud again? Kong Han explained irritably. Listen, I personally revealed the high-level tutorial strategy, but these people won't believe me. Han walked straight inside. Sighing, she didn't miss a chance to roast him. Why do you keep meddling in this stuff? You're like a cranky old man. TSK, TSK. Kong Han glared and snapped, what was that? Then he put on a confident face. Just you wait. Once I clear stage 8, I'll be the 3rd tutorial graduate in South Korea, on par with Han Sun, the leader of the Dangun Guild. Or Choi Dong, who, the chairman of the Ability User Alliance. Han looked back at him, holding back a laugh. On par my ass. How can you compare geniuses who cleared it in one try with someone who took 4 whole months? Kong Han countered helplessly. Shut up. I cleared stages 6 and 7 in one go too. Night fell. Welcome, Kong Han, to the tutorial. You have completed stage 7. Would you like to enter the final stage, stage 8? Stage 6 reward. Rank B weapon, Bill Gates Greatsword. Durability, 500/500. Description, a greatsword that accompanied the mercenary Bill Gates, who made a name for himself on the battlefield for 30 years. Initially a well-crafted longsword, it became soaked in a dark aura after absorbing Bill Gates' blood. Ability, Persistent Rage, Enhancement +4. Stage 7 reward. Jonin's Armor. Durability, 500/500. This is the armor worn by Jonin during his life as a nomadic knight of the Alat Kingdom. It has an auto-repair function for damaged parts. Ability, Self-Repair. Kong Han thought carefully. If I clear stage 8, I can use these in the real world. I also need to check the item drop from the Hobgoblin. The display appeared again. Welcome, Kong Han, to the tutorial. You have completed stage 7. He slowly opened his eyes. I don't expect to pass in one try, but as long as it doesn't take more than a week, I'm good. The display flickered and showed a question. What is your faith? Kong Han froze. Faith? He began to frown, thinking deeply. Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred, making him jump. Kong Han looked around anxiously. What the hell is going on? The spaces. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shattered. Sending Kong Han stumbling. He plummeted into a deep abyss, screaming in terror. And no, he fell through the air, until light enveloped him. Kong Han woke up with a start. Before him was a peaceful, bustling city. Kong Han looked around. Suddenly, a girl walked right through him. He turned back in shock to watch her. Did she just walk through me? Am I invisible? First time seeing a city in the tutorial. Is this Earth? Suddenly, he noticed a couple ahead. Then he realized, no, these people aren't human. Turns out everyone in this city looks like some kind of reptile. Kong Han stood in the middle of the street, feeling lost. Suddenly, he sensed something. He froze. When he saw a reptilian guy looking in his direction. Whoa, he looked me right in the eye. He's staring like crazy. Can he actually see me? Kong Han calmly stared back at him. Then he realized, no, they weren't looking at him. Right after that, a swarm of mutated monsters charged in. The reptilian people fled in a panic. But the monsters were too many and too massive. They quickly took control of the situation. Kong Han stood still, observing. There are monsters I've seen before, and others I've never seen. This is a whole different league compared to the dungeon break I experienced 2 months ago. It's like a straight-up apocalypse. A display window suddenly appeared. Time remaining until the connection to the Haken dimension is complete. 4 years, 278 days, 23 hours, 32 minutes, and 24 seconds. Kong Han thought in shock. Earth isn't gonna look like this in 5 years. The noise grew louder. A massive shadow loomed over Kong Han. He startled and whipped his head around. A colossal, hulking monster appeared out of nowhere. Kong Han was rooted to the spot, unable to move. That thing was bigger than 3 skyscrapers combined. Terrified, he backed away. The monster's hand was about to collide with him. The moment they made contact, everything passed right through Kong Han. It all vanished as a blinding light appeared. Kong Han was once again enveloped in a void of pure white. What was that just now? Was that also a monster? Suddenly, a soft voice rang out. How are you feeling? Kong Han startled and looked down. Are you an angel or something? He spoke up, not quite. You can simply think of me as a dimensional administrator. He asked curiously, administrator? He spread his arms and explained. This stage is for a private exchange with me. Feel free to ask whatever you're curious about. This is also precious time for me to ask you a few things. Kong Han thought for a moment and asked. What did I just see? Is Earth really going to look like that in 5 years? He gave a cryptic reply. That depends on what you do from here on out. Kong Han put his hands on his hips and interrogated him. I don't get it. If you're such a grand being, why don't you stop this yourself? He replied seriously. As I said, I am just an administrator, not a guardian deity. I only maintain the balance. The status window and tutorial I gave you is the best I can do. Now, may I ask you a question? He was startled but agreed. Sure. The administrator began, Mr. Kong Han. What faith has guided you? And what do you live for? Kang Hun asked, confused. What kind of BS is this? Why such a deep question? Why do you care? He answered excitedly. After observing humanity throughout this event, I've become curious. All beings are interesting, but humans are especially fascinating. Kang Hun thought, observing. Curious? For some reason, this guy is pissing me off. He smirked. Well, I guess you haven't observed enough. At least in my circle. Nobody lives their life thinking about nonsense like that. Since birth, we've just been struggling to be a little happier, trying to survive day by day. The administrator asked inquisitively, Kang Hun, is there something you want to protect? Mr. Kang Hun? Kang Hun beat his chest and declared boldly, my bratty sister and my parents. I have to protect my family. The questions continued. Have you ever wanted to be a hero? Kang Hun startled and asked, what's with the nonsense again? Then he let out a short, goofy laugh and replied, after dying a few times, I know my place. That cool but exhausting job isn't for me. The administrator said, honestly, from what I've observed, heroes definitely have innate talent. You, Mr. Kang Hun, have almost zero talent. He got mad. Is this bastard looking for a fight? But the guy interlaced his fingers and added playfully, but personally, I'm a fan of yours. Watching you bulldoze through the tutorial. You have no idea how much joy and excitement it brought me. Kang Hun was stunned. He dizzily realized something. You said joy? Are you a masochist? The future of Earth is literally, wait, could it be? He asked suspiciously, hey, administrator. Stage 5's wisdom theme was a mission that changed over time. Suddenly, he went silent and ended the conversation. Time's up. I had a blast, Mr. Kang Hun. Congratulations. You have completed stage 8. Kang Hun was dazed. What the wait? He didn't care about Kang Hun's questions anymore and bid farewell. The tutorial is just the surface. More challenges await you. And whether you like it or not, Mr. Kang Hun, I believe you will become the hero who saves the world. Kang Hun desperately ran toward him, yelling, wait. So in the end, stage 5 was your doing. Those were the final words spoken. Congratulations on graduating from the tutorial, Mr. Kang Hun. He was fuming, eyes bloodshot, trying to grab the administrator while cursing, you piece of, but before he could finish ding, Kang Hun vanished, leaving the administrator all alone. I'm counting on you, Kang Hun. The display notified. You are the 62nd tutorial graduate. You have received the title, Tutorial Graduate. Kang Hun returned to the real world with a stomach full of rage. Just as I thought, that stage 5 business was your fault. Wasn't it, you bastard? Suddenly, he realized something was being stuffed into his mouth. Kang Hun turned pale and pulled it out. Ugh, what is this? Ah Hun was sitting next to him, arms crossed casually. Oh, you're up? I knew you were going to scream. So I gagged you. Kang Hun threw the sock away and pouted. Did you really have to? Ah Hun smirked. If you don't like it, keep your trap shut when you wake up. I can tell by your face you failed again, right? How long do you think it'll take this time? But contrary to what Ah Hun thought, Kang Hun suddenly flashed a smug-ass grin and shouted, status window? Ah Hun was instantly startled as she watched Kang Hun brag conceitedly. See that? Behold the power of your big brother. I think I'm a chosen one now. Ah Hun stood up to leave the room as Kang Hun reminded her. Fine, now go make some money. I made you breakfast this morning as a special reward. Kang Hun grumbled. At least say congrats, you cold-hearted brat. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend. Immediately, Ah Hun whacked him in the face with a spatula. The scene shifts to the living room. Kang Hun sat on the sofa. Ah Hun said her goodbyes to head to work. I'm heading out. He remained pensive, staring at the display. The title I got after clearing stage 8. Come to think of it, the effects aren't half bad. He squinted to look closer. I can't stack titles, except for the chosen title. The others only give 50 effects. Figures. I should use the tutorial graduate one. And I've been waiting for this moment. Kang Hun excitedly pulled out a cardboard box and opened it. Inside was the book he took from that pink goblin. Kang Hun picked it up and grinned. A mysterious item obtained after defeating the hobgoblin. Identity reveal. The display immediately notified. Magic explosion. It's a skill book that allows you to learn the magic explosion skill, capable of firing a mana orb that creates an explosion. An indescribable feeling welled up inside Kang Hun. He tremblingly buried his face in the book. Then he stood straight up and cheered. After 4 months of screaming in the tutorial, Kang Hun had finally reached the level of silent screaming. The display switched to a question. Do you want to learn the magic explosion skill? Kang Hun agreed without hesitation. Hell yes. Then the book vanished. And the system notified that Kang Hun had learned magic explosion. He happily watched the book disappear from his hands. Sweet. Got the goods. Now that I've received my rewards, should I go apply for the Awakened Training Center? Scene shifts to the Awakened Training Center. A bright and cheerful girl was walking down the street. She introduced herself. My name is Mi Nyong, a newly appointed civil servant. My first job is at the school. The training center is where tutorial graduates can get their official certifications. The National Awakened Training System. We're said to have developed at lightning speed to become one of the best systems in the world. They might be rookies, but they're the heroes of the future. Isn't witnessing the start of their journey amazing? So I thought a few hours ago. Right now, Min-Ayeon was facing a crisis greater than ever. She looked down and said, "I'm sorry," her eyes tearing up as she looked at Gong-hun. He was staring at her with a murderous aura. Min-Ayeon whispered fearfully, "I need to see your ID card." Since she was so quiet, Kong-hun tilted his head and asked, "What?" Instantly, Min-Ayeon squeezed her eyes, shut in fear. Then she sniffled and asked Kong-hun, "Why are you doing this to me?" Kong-hun waved his hands, looking clueless. A sudden whisper rose from the crowd. "What's going on? What is it? What's happening over there? Did he make her cry? Is he threatening her or something?" People started pulling out their phones to record him, giving him the side eye. Kong-hun tried to explain, "No, wait, I didn't do anything." Suddenly, someone walked up and asked, "Is there a problem here?" Min-Ayeon saw him and called out in relief, "Instructor Kim Il-hun." The man named Kim Il-hun looked around. Seems like the paperwork is moving a bit slow. Is something up? Suddenly, his eyes locked onto our main man. Our guy noticed him too. Both instinctively had the same thought. He looks familiar. That voice sounds familiar. Kim Il-hun walked over to Min-Ayeon and reached out. "Can I see that for a second?" Min-Ayeon handed him the info sheet. "Here it is." Kim Il-hun took it, looking curious. "Kong-hun, you look way different in person than in your photo, don't you?" Kong-hun explained irritably. "Look, my appearance changed because of skill, but this is really me. Talk about unfair. If you don't believe me, I could do a DNA test or a fingerprint check." Suddenly, Kim Il-hun looked closer at Kong-hun's info sheet and asked in shock, "You cleared all the way to stage 5? Kong-hun nodded. "That's right." He thought to himself, "I intentionally nerfed my stats to avoid drawing attention." Kim Il-hun did it. Level Oniki. That's pretty high. Have you ever cleared an illegal dungeon? Kong-hun flinched, thinking, I cut the level by more than half, and it's still too high? No, he lied. I went in a few times before the laws were passed. Kim Il-hun didn't suspect much and moved on. I see. What is this brute power skill listed in your ultimates? Kong-hun replied casually, "It temporarily doubles my strength." Kim Il-hun led Kong-hun aside to finish up. "Thanks for the cooperation. Just one more thing." He thought this guy asked way too many questions. The instructor made a request. In stage 3, Awakened receive a skill, in stage 4 an accessory, and in stage 5 another skill. I need to see all those rewards. Kong-hun thought about it and rolled up his sleeves. Pretty thorough, aren't you? Fine. This is the skill I got in stage 3. He immediately bit into his own arm. Before Kim Il-hun's horrified eyes, blood dripped onto the floor. Kong-hun showed the wound he just made to Kim Il-hun. In just a moment, the wound closed up and disappeared. Kim Il-hun swallowed hard in amazement. A recovery skill. Kong-hun continued showing the rewards. And stage 4 was this ring. Manifest. As for stage 5, Kong-hun glanced at Kim Il-hun. Alright, I wrote my ultimate as brute power instead of giant strength. He asked for confirmation. It's a skill that strikes fear into surrounding enemies with a roar. Is it okay if I use it here? Il-hun agreed, sure, go ahead. With permission, Kong-hun shrugged. Fine. But in the line of candidates, there was a familiar face. He glanced over where Kong-hun and Kim Il-hun were standing. Then he realized, wait, that guy, the Goblin Slayer from Ki-Gadong. In that split second, he recognized him and immediately covered his ears tightly, leaving the guys standing behind him confused. A few seconds later, Kong-hun's roar was activated. Everyone clutched their ears in terror, stumbling. What the hell? Even Kim Il-hun was shaken to the core by Kong-hun's roar. Our guy asked, is that enough? Kim Il-hun adjusted his glasses and replied hastily, that's more than enough. Well then, Mr. Kong-hun, please head to the first floor of the Gunmo building next door. A creep standing not far away witnessed Kong-hun's roar and couldn't hide his excitement. Just like that, Kong-hun easily passed the qualifiers. Heading into class. Last time I almost got rejected because I looked different from my ID, but after making a scene with that roar, everyone's gossiping about me. Is that him? Yeah, that's the guy who yelled at his girlfriend so hard she literally fainted. Kong-hun was like WTF as he ate a plate of meat and looked around. Seems like I've made a bad impression. Something's definitely off. Oh well, the creep sat right behind Kong-hun, watching him. Then, Kim Il-hun led a few people into the classroom and stepped up to the podium. Thanks for waiting. Omi, Kim Il-hun. From now on, I'll be directing the training at the Seonam branch of the training center. Nice to meet you all. The class erupted in applause. Kim Il-hun began explaining the training basics. The training will last 10 days, with theory classes in the morning and practical sessions in the afternoon. Food and lodging will be provided. If no serious issues arise, everyone will safely complete the course and receive their certification. As you know, it's been almost half a year since the world changed. Information on dungeons and monsters appears daily, so tactics are constantly being developed. In other words, what you are about to learn isn't necessarily the 100 correct answer. Kung Han listened intently. Way to discourage people right off the bat. Kim Yehun continued. There might be misinformation, or some data may soon become obsolete. That's why I'll only teach you the essentials to help you survive over the next 10 days. I look forward to working with you. That's all for now. Take a 10-minute break. Then we'll move on to the next part. After Kim, Ihun left, the class erupted into chatter. Kong Han stared blankly at the ceiling. This is as boring as military training. Is this really going on for 10 days? Suddenly, someone walked up to greet him. My name is Guang So-yo. Let's shake on it. Kong Han looked at him in surprise, thinking, who is this flashy pig? He didn't hesitate for long and shook hands. My name is Kong Han. Suddenly, So-yo flashed a mysterious smile. Kong Han realized something instantly. He felt So-yo's strength surging into his hand. The guy thought smugly, let's help each other out. A disgusting grin spread across his face. Gotcha. I need to put guys like this in their place from the start. I've hated this dude, ever since he caused that scene earlier. But he also quickly noticed something. What the? This guy is still holding his ground? Kong Han whispered under his breath, giant strength. Giant strength was activated immediately, enhancing muscles with magic. Strength plus 12 for 10 minutes. So-yo felt his own muscles straining. What? Am I losing a power struggle? I dumped all my stats into strength. Damn it, everyone is watching. I can't back down like a loser. Thinking this, So-yo exerted every ounce of his power. The veins in his arm turned purple and bulged out. Boom! His arm suddenly exploded. So-yo was in total shock, eyes rolling back. Kong Han was also taken aback. Blood splattered all over the classroom. The creep from before became even more obsessed with Kong Han. Hearts everywhere. An ambulance arrived at the school and took So-yo away. Kong Han struggled to explain himself. Look, I swear that meathead came up and initiated the handshake. Then, while he was flexing, his arm just suddenly popped. Kim Ihun asked suspiciously, you really think I'll buy that? He ruffled his hair and yelled, this is insane. It's not about whether you believe it, it's the truth. Thanks to my unique ability, Strength of the Strong, which boosts my power by 1.5 times, I avoided getting hurt. If you don't believe me, check the kit. Kim Ihun paused and asked, is your unique ability called Brute Power? Kong Han flinched and replied, yeah, Brute Power. Kim Ihun suddenly found it interesting. And it increases strength by 2x. No, 1.5 times? Kong Han avoided eye contact and chuckled. I'm probably just bad at math and got mixed up. Ihun stared at Kong Han, then sighed and let it go. I see. Go back to class. Scene shifts back to the classroom. Kong Han let out a weary sigh. Phew. The first day is already exhausting. Suddenly, someone sat down beside him. He spoke up, hi, can I sit near you? Haha, no way. Kong Han replied indifferently. Yeah, whatever. He thought to himself, first a flashy pig, now a punk. The two shook hands. I'm an NYU cell. I'm Kong Hun. An NYU cell said, can I call you Hyun? I just turned 18 and finished the tutorial. I'm a fast learner, so I've already graduated high school. Just talk to me comfortably. Kong Han judged him by his looks. He looks way older than me, though. Suddenly, an NYU cell asked, how did you do that earlier? Kong Han was confused. What? At this point, an NYU cell couldn't contain his excitement. He asked eagerly, that guy's arm just exploded. That was top tier. What skill was that? Kong Han was startled. This guy isn't normal either. He explained, it wasn't like that, okay? That pig's muscles just blew up on their own. Suddenly, Kim Ihun interrupted, let's start period 2. Settle down. He turned on the projector and began the presentation. Since we've been delayed, I'll summarize the main points. Currently, dungeons are divided into 2 types, regular dungeons and incomplete dungeons. Regular dungeons are the most common. The gates break 4 weeks after appearing. As you know, a dungeon break is when monsters pour out. Incomplete dungeons are types where the break time is unpredictable. They can open earlier or later than 4 weeks, so constant guarding is mandatory. A student asked, so how do we stop a dungeon break? Kim Ihun explained, there are 2 ways. One is to clear the dungeon by obtaining the core or the 2 main cores. The other way is to periodically replace the regular core to delay the break. However, you must be careful with the sequence of core attacks. Suddenly, someone spoke up sarcastically. Oh, for real? Then he barked loudly. What about handling the monsters? You think I came here to listen to this useless theory? Kong Han watched with weary contempt. Another meathead. These muscle brain freaks and that pig from earlier are exactly the problem. An instructor spoke up. Trainee, if you cause trouble one more time, you'll be expelled. Kim Ihun raised his hand to stop him. It's fine. Then he called out the buff guy. Trainee, come down here. The guy went, huh? Kim Hun repeated, I said, come down here. He smirked with a dirty look. Huh, you got some balls, don't you? Fine, I'm down here. Now what? Kim Hun pulled out his phone as a challenge. 1 minute. From now on, I will only dodge and parry your attacks for 1 minute. If you can land a hit on me, you graduate immediately. If not, you're expelled. You in? Right then. Kang Hun and an NYU cell both had the same thought. This second flashy dude is so arrogant. What a pain, but this looks fun, so whatever. Kim Hun continued. On the flip side, if you fail, you're kicked out. Do you want to do this? The trainee got serious. Who do you think I am? At that moment, the item frame appeared, and the trainee pulled a sword out of the system. He smiled arrogantly. You sure you won't regret this? Someone nearby saw this and panicked. Instructor, that's a real sword. Ihun pushed up his glasses to reassure them. It's fine. Ihun beckoned his opponent. Come on, bring it. The trainee took his stance. Here I come. He gripped his sword and sprinted right in front of Ihun. Then he decisively swung straight down. But Ihun lightly tilted to the side to dodge, keeping a cold, expressionless face. He warned the trainee, swinging wildly like this is meaningless. Even if you attack from behind, you have to know that surprise is the foundation of an assault. Hearing that, he gnashed his teeth in rage and grunted. He spun around with an agile slash. It looked like he sliced Ihun's body in half, but Ihun suddenly appeared behind the trainee, leaving him utterly stunned. Ihun warned emotionlessly, if you keep moving recklessly, the enemy won't wait for you to attack. A glint of hatred flashed in the trainee's eyes. He flashed a sick smile and spun around to keep slashing at Ihun. But Ihun kept dodging with incredible speed, appearing around him like an afterimage. Ihun kept dodging while taunting the trainee. Simply swinging a sword isn't enough. You must be able to observe and understand how your opponent moves without missing a beat. The trainee, his ego bruised, let out a furious roar. Enough! He lunged at Ihun with his weapon, cursing, damn it. He continued his assault. But Ihun crouched down and dodged with ease. Ihun taught the trainee while dodging. Attacking with full force isn't always the best approach. It makes your movements telegraphic, and thus, your openings become larger. More importantly, Ihun started his counterattack. He gained momentum and delivered a kick straight to the trainee's hand, sending the sword flying out of his grip. The force of the kick was so strong that the sword flew up and stabbed straight into the ceiling. The trainee slumped to the ground in fear. He was shell-shocked by Ihun's overwhelming power. Ihun didn't forget to remind him, if you do that, you'll tire yourself out fast. He pulled out his phone, the screen showing 1 minute and 28 seconds. He held it up and said, 1 minute's up. Everyone in the class was in disbelief. They were stunned by the scene that just unfolded. Kang Hun suddenly remembered a video of a pro fighter ducking a regular person's punches by weaving. He had seen a video like that before. Kang Hun sat there pensively. But to do that against someone with skills, is there really such a gap, even among superhumans? Kang Hun's expression turned serious. He speculated the agility and reaction speed he just showed. Even with my boosted stats, I'd have a hard time keeping up. If I faced him in a fight. He closed his eyes and thought deeply. If I faced him in a fight. Then he flashed an excited grin. Who would win? I want to fight him. Kang Hun suddenly turned to the side. At that moment, an NYU cell was sporting a total creep smile. He was even more hyped than Kang Hun. Our guy thought in horror, what is up with that face? Did he just escape from an asylum? Kang Hun distanced himself. Watching an NYU cell's creepy, excited expression, he felt repulsed. I shouldn't have let him sit next to me. I don't want people thinking we're the same. Scene shifts outdoors. Everyone was gathered in the middle of the yard, chatting noisily. Kim Hun held a list and pointed toward a rack, which contains weapons. The Ability School's curriculum includes theory classes in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. Today's session is weapon techniques. Please take your training weapons one by one. First, practice on your own, and the instructors will come around to correct you. Please understand that we can't provide one-on-one tutoring due to a lack of staff. Kang Hun picked up a sword and groaned. This is so boring. Right then, an NYU cell appeared from behind. He tried to bait Kang Hun. Hyung, weapon training sounds lame, right? Venespa. Kang Hun replied with interest. Oh, that sounds good. Are you any good at fighting? But Kim Ihun's voice suddenly cut in from behind. Please note that sparring is prohibited until the 6th day of training. Everyone began practicing diligently. Kang Hun stood still. He watched a trainee who was practicing intensely. Kang Hun felt helpless. I didn't expect much, but is everyone like this? The average is lower than I thought. He ruffled his hair and thought, I really don't need to practice. Well, I guess I'll get a little workout in. Kang Hun gripped his sword tight. He began unleashing sharp, decisive slashes. moving at a very high speed. From a distance, Kim Yi-hun noticed him. Yi-hun watched Kong-hun's training in amazement. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey, you can't do it like that." Kong-hun stopped and turned toward the voice. It was an instructor standing with his arms crossed, staring at Kong-hun. He lectured, "In that stance, narrow your feet a bit and adjust the sword's angle. It feels like you're just showing off, but in practice, that's just garbage." Kong-hun looked at him with a WTF expression. Kong-hun's eyes suddenly glowed a deep red. Red sparks flickered around him. He thought, what is this guy talking about? In a future dungeon, it'll be impossible to apply these kinds of sword skills in a real fight. Kong-hun grabbed the instructor's collar and yanked him close. The sudden move left the instructor unable to react. Kong-hun pulled him in. With a look of pure contempt, he hissed, "You that good fighting? Should we go for a round?" Then Kong-hun let go of the instructor. He replied, yeah, whatever, while thinking to himself, I'm in trouble now. Kim Yi-hun called out, "Instructor Kim Song-han." Song-han turned around. "Yes, instructor?" Suddenly, Kim Yi-hun clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "Listen up, everyone. We're going to have a demonstration spar between this student and the instructor." Kong-hun and Song-han were both speechless, looking at the lead instructor. Yi-hun handed a sword to Song-han and said, "Instructor Kim Song-han will follow the guidance he just gave, while Mr. Kong-han will continue to swing his sword as usual. You'll only exchange one set of blows." Song-han took the sword, stunned. "Wait, what?" Meanwhile, Kong-hun stood by, smiling with interest at Yi-hun. Yi-hun signaled, "All right, let's begin. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the count ended, both lunged at each other. Kong-hun flashed a crazed grin and swung his sword. The two blades collided violently. In a flash, Kong-hun shifted his grip, easily overpowering the instructor. Song-han's sword was instantly snapped and sent flying. Then it stabbed into the ground. At the same time, Song-han collapsed to the floor. Everyone stood there, shell-shocked. Kim Yi-hun began to explain. "The weapon skills you're practicing now are to prepare for real combat. You're training your body to react instantly to an attack. However, as Mr. Kong-hun just demonstrated, you must not forget that the most important thing is the ability to react in the moment. Never think that what you're learning now is the absolute truth." Let's have a round of applause for these two, for their excellent demonstration. Kim Yi-hun walked over and reached out to help Song-han up. "I am sorry, Instructor Kim Song-han. That was a bit unfair for you." Song-han shook his hand. He replied politely, "I'm fine. I learned a lot thanks to you. It was a bit surprising, but I'm truly sorry." Kim Yi-hun's eyes shifted toward Kong-hun in an NYU cell. He shared a laugh, then mysteriously adjusted his glasses. "I just wanted to check one thing. My precious training log by Kong-hun. Day 1. A big guy tried to pick a fight with me, so I taught him a lesson. This guy named an NYU cell keeps acting friendly, but he seems a little crazy. Theory class was boring as hell. Practical training wasn't very effective either. Day 2. Pretty much the same as yesterday. In the morning, we learned some tactics and whatever. In the afternoon, we had weapon training. An NYU cell seems way too excited. I better keep my distance from him. Day 3. The only person still talking to me is this guy. I asked him how many tutorial stages he cleared, but he's keeping his secret. Day 4. I'm so bored. Day 5. Bored as hell. Let me go home. I'm so over-practicing that I'm just lounging on the field." The instructor came over and asked, "What do you think you're doing, trainee?" I just replied nonchalantly. Day 6. Kong-hun couldn't take it anymore and groaned. "This is so boring." He asked an NYU cell, "Why aren't you out there causing trouble?" He replied calmly, "Didn't you tell me earlier that we should just finish this course quietly?" Kong-hun looked up and teased him. "It's not my business if you get kicked out." An NYU cell shot back indifferently. "You really have a way with words as usual, don't you? You don't need to worry too much. Today is the 6th day, so we'll be sparring this afternoon, right? I have a feeling something interesting is going to happen. I've got a hunch." Day 6, afternoon sparring session. Kong-hun easily knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hand. Kim Yi-hun onnuin CD, train Kong-hun wins. "Next team, get ready." While Kong-hun walked back to his seat, an NYU cell praised him. "You're pretty good, Hyung. I saw you take down the instructor." Kong-hun sat down slowly. "It's just because my opponent was too weak." An NYU cell joked, "Oh, come on. Why are you acting so humble all of a sudden?" Kong-hun looked around, bored. "What am I supposed to do? This feels like child's play. Overall, the levels here aren't that high. I don't know much about things like talent, but it seems like civilians can't clear many stages." They said sparring will continue until day 8. Do they really have to keep doing this tedious stuff? In the hall, a guy in blue quickly took the advantage and lunged. The guy in brown backed away in fear, screaming at the top of his lungs. Everyone watched in silence. The guy in brown shut his eyes tight out of fear. When nothing happened for a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Luckily, the instructor had stepped in just in time to stop the guy in blue. Kim Yi-hun declared, "Let's stop here." The winner is trainee Kim Chang-go. The crowd applauded enthusiastically. Kang Hun watched with interest. He's not bad. If I have to fight, I'd rather go against instructor Kim Il-han. Kim Il-han announced further, all right. Next team, step up. An NYU cell immediately stood up. Then he turned back to greet Kang Hun. I'm off. He crossed his arms and nodded. Yeah, Fine. Suddenly, NYU cell flashed a bizarre smile. Kang Hun sensed something off about it. He carefully watched an NYU cell's retreating back. Recalling what he had said before, I have a feeling something interesting is going to happen. Kang Hun felt uneasy. He's not planning to cause a scene, is he? I got a bad feeling about this. Well, with an instructor there, nothing big could happen, right? Kim Il-han addressed both sides. Trainee Lee Ju-ji is a mage and will use her own weapon instead of a training weapon. This will give her an edge due to the space disadvantage. Do you have a problem with that? An NYU cell replied casually. No. Kim Il-han looked down at an NYU cell's weapon, puzzled. But I remember trainee an NYU cell's main weapon was a sword. Why are you using a mace now? And shrugged. There's no rule saying I can only use one type of weapon, right? Kim Il-han was a bit skeptical, but let it slide. Fine then. All right, both of you step back. I'll count to 3, and then you begin. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the count ended, Lee Ju-ji quickly cast a spell, summoning black spikes that shot straight at an NYU cell. His mace suddenly glowed a bright red. NYU cell easily shattered Lee Ju-ji's ultimate move. Then he laughed with pure excitement. Everyone stared in awe. Gonglin was hyped. This is the first time I've seen magic in real life. So as long as you do it in the tutorial, you can learn magic too? He looked at Lee Ju-ji curiously. Why didn't I see this during weapon training? Did she practice privately? She was backed into a corner and cursed under her breath. Damn it. Then she continued to deploy another move. A massive amount of mana surged out. A giant amethyst appeared, slamming toward an NYU cell. He glanced away. Kim Il-han also noticed something. An NYU cell raised his mace and took a stance. Then he leaped, giggling, and lunged forward. Kang Hun suddenly realized in shock. Wait, is he? He's bending the trajectory of the magic toward the instructor. Just as Kang Hun said, the entire spell lunged toward Kim Il-han, while Kim Il-han was busy dodging the attack. An NYU cell dashed straight ahead, slipping past Kim Il-han's control. Kim Il-han flinched, failing to react in time. He shouted out when he saw an NYU cell had already closed in on Lee Ju-ji. Attacking a trainee, there was a loud thud. Kim Il-han was in total shock, speechless. Kang Hun and everyone else below stood in silence. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lee Ju-ji had been absolutely wrecked by an NYU cell. At that moment, Kang Hun immediately wrote in his diary, Day 6. This bastard is even more unhinged than I thought. The instructors in the hall cried out urgently. Assistant Kim Se-oh-han, get the medical kit. Assistant Lee Min-hook, call 911. There's a fracture in her right arm. Right. Hurry up. Hang in there just a little longer. Kim Il-han couldn't take it anymore and pointed his blade at an NYU cell's face. Trainee, an NYU cell, do you have any idea what you've done? His heart was filled with rage as he stared at NYU cell. He just smirked, putting his hands up in surrender, and replied, My hand slipped. Accidents like this happen during sparring, right? Kim Il-han scowled, confronting him. You think I'm going to buy that? And NYU didn't care. He shrugged and gave a wink. Kim Il-han clicked his tongue, then let out a long sigh. He announced, We're taking a 20-minute break. Be back in your seats by 3 o'clock. He then took an NYU cell with him. Trainee, follow me for a moment. He followed obediently. Sure. Kang Hun squinted, watching the two of them. Then he vaguely recognized those daggers. Turns out, he was the person who fought alongside him against the pink goblin back then. After 3 o'clock, training resumed. Kang Hun observed carefully. Despite the incident, the sparring continued as normal for 2 more days. An NYU cell hadn't been expelled yet and was still training as usual, but it seemed he was being watched closely because the instructors and assistants were extremely wary of him. They looked like the winds. Weren't as effortless as usual. They even had a healer on standby. I heard it cost a fortune. Thanks to that, day 8 passed without any incidents. Man, I was just gonna let it slide. Scene shifts to instructor Kim Il-han's office. Kang Hun walked boldly straight into Il-han's room. Picking a fight. Kim Il-han, the training is almost over. Let's spar with real swords. He looked at Kang Hun, feeling helpless. He slumped over, exhausted. Graduation is in 2 days. Can't you just let things pass peacefully? This guy was already wiped out. And don't just barge into an instructor's room like this. Kung looked at Ian, puzzled. Then he asked, Isn't this child's play a bit boring? This made Kim Il-han freeze. Kang Hun started to entice him with some. Real talk. Let me tell you something, Kim Il-han. Don't your hands feel itchy? This is a place where you're stuck looking at paperwork, right? And we've met before, haven't we? Kong Hun leaned close to Ihun's ear, provoking a desire he couldn't hold back. Ihun immediately grew alert and entered combat mode. He glared back at Kong Hun, seeing shifts to the gym. Ihun realized, so that person from before was trainee Kong Hun. Even though it's late, thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to minimize the damage. Kong Hun was polite. Oh, it was nothing, while thinking to himself, he probably didn't notice where I took the items, right? Suddenly, Ihun looked at him and questioned, however. Trainee Kong Hun, you've cleared stage 5, haven't you? That's an impressive sword. Isn't it a stage 6 reward? Kong Hun held up the sword and replied, I found it while conquering. Ihun didn't believe it. Nice excuse. Ihun opened his inventory. Well, fine. Seems like you have no intention of answering any more questions. He slowly pulled out 2 sharp daggers. If that's the case, I should also respond with something I found while conquering then. After speaking, Ihun instantly vanished. He slipped behind Kong Hun. Kong Hun wasn't about to get played either. He reacted just in time, whipping around to block Ihun's lightning-fast strike. Kim Yi-hun Pidesim. I thought you focused on strength, but your speed is impressive too. Kong Hun shot back with excitement. Focusing on just one thing makes you weak. Since I've got a recovery skill, don't hold back. Bring it on. Ihun took the hint and vanished before Kong Hun's eyes. All right, no more playing nice then. He followed up with a barrage of counterattacks. Incredible physical prowess. You plan on blocking all of these? Kong Hun laughed in pure bliss while tanking the hits and striking back. Ha, hell yeah. Now this is a real spar. Ihun grew wary. His recovery skill seems just as effective as mine. In that case, I need to push harder. He immediately flipped his daggers and swung straight for Kong Hun's right side. I'll lead with an unavoidable strike. Right as he was about to make contact, Kong Hun let out a bone-chilling smile. Kong Hun blocked Ihun's daggers directly with his bare hands. Ihun was stunned. He couldn't pierce through. He blocked that with his ulna and radius. Kong Hun flashed a savage grin. Gotcha. He yanked Ihun toward him and delivered a massive headbutt to Ihun's forehead. The pain sent him reeling back onto the floor. The battle ended instantly. Ihun stared at the ceiling in admiration. I lost. Kong Hun brought some ice over to Ihun. He also grabbed a couple cokes on the way. The two popped the tabs and sat down to talk. Trainee Kong Hun, you're seriously strong. Kong Hun replied humbly. Hey, you too, before spilling the tea while drinking. Actually, this spar was a tie. We agreed not to use skills, but I think I used one. Ihun glanced at him and smirked. Oh really? Then I win. You could get disqualified for cheating. Kong Hun startled, refusing to lose. That's cap. How am I supposed to turn off a passive skill? Right? Ihun exhaled in relief and stood up. Thanks, man. I feel a bit better now. Go inside and get some rest. Tomorrow we have a dungeon conquest exercise. This dungeon is owned by the Awakened Training Center. Trespassing will be reported and prosecuted. At the dungeon gate, a strange guy was wrapped in a cloak from head to toe. He looked around cautiously, staying on guard. Once he was sure no one was there, he suddenly turned transparent and reached for the dungeon handle. He opened the gate, slipped inside, and shut the door. The next morning, all of Ihun's trainees were present. He explained carefully. This place was designed as an educational dungeon by the training center. This is an F-rank dungeon, the forest to the HCA. The Hakass here are stronger than monsters in normal F-rank dungeons. However, there are 2 reasons why this is a training dungeon. First, it's a battlefield-type dungeon. There are traps, but nothing is more dangerous than the monsters. Second, Hakass don't hunt in packs, so you can lure them and take them out one by one. Once we're inside, I'll give you more details. With that, the instructors and assistants opened the gate together. Kong Hun looked up at the portal. This is my first time in a real dungeon. Since the tutorial started already inside a dungeon. I've never walked through a gate like this. He felt light as a feather as he stepped through. The scenery was completely different when he opened his eyes. Inside the dungeon, a dense jungle appeared. Kong Hun was impressed and asked an NYU cell, is this the dungeon gate we just walked through? If I go back there, can I return where I was? NYU cell grinned and replied, they'll explain that in class. Kong Hun immediately turned away, annoyed. I'm going. And don't talk to me. I don't want people thinking I'm a weirdo. NYU cell scoffed. You're the one who talked to me first. Ihun led the way for the first lesson. The assistant instructor will lure a HCA and demonstrate. After that, you'll hunt one in groups of 5. He turned to call the assistant. When luring it, move to an open area. To make the fight easier, I'll explain more about the HCA while we move. Ihun continued his lecture. The HCA is a bird-type monster, standing just over 2 meters tall. It looks almost like an ostrich. Its key features are its agile legs and extremely strong beak. Specifically, its beak can shatter armor. Since it can be lethal, you must be extra careful. The standard tactic is to surround it and pin it down. Mid-sentence, notifications started popping up repeatedly. The dungeon's central core has been removed. The gate leading outside has opened. Everyone received the message and was caught off guard. The dungeon is about to collapse. Everyone get out. Ihan calmly took command. Don't panic. Exit the gate slowly. One at a time, there's still enough time. Move in order. After exiting the dungeon, everyone was talking in confusion. What happened? Didn't the notification say the central core was removed? Doesn't that mean the dungeon is cleared? Ihan carefully counted the people. 2, 4, 6. Everyone is out. So who the hell actually finished the dungeon? Suddenly, the assistant standing next to him called out in a panic, Instructor. The dungeon. The dungeon suddenly went haywire as a dark aura slowly seeped out. Ihan ordered urgently in fear. No way. Assistant Instructor. Request backup immediately. Have the trainees leave the area. It's a dungeon break. Ihan ran over anxiously. Instructor Kim Ihan, what's going on? Seeing him, Ihan immediately asked for help. Trainee Kong Hun, you're just in time. This is a dungeon break. I need the trainees to help out a bit on the front lines. Kong Hun was surprised. A dungeon break? Ihan recapped it for him. If you destroy or remove the dungeon core without killing the boss, the remaining monsters swarm through the gate when the dungeon collapses. This is a dungeon break. Didn't you learn this in theory class? Kong Hun flinched and dodged the question. I did. Actually, I was just testing to see if you knew your stuff. Ihan's eye twitched as he looked at Kong Hun's BS. Stop capping. Seriously, I don't have time for jokes. The hot cast will swarm out soon. He began to lay out the plan. I'll lead the trainees, so you stay here for now. But before he could finish, a Hasier shrieked and lunged out. Ihan started. Damn it, it's time. He whipped around toward the swarm and shouted, Kong Hun, I'm leaving this to you. Kong Hun was flustered. Wait up. But Ihan had already run off, leading the others. Everyone, gather into groups of 5. From now on, if you don't follow my orders, you're dead. Only then did Kong Hun realize the situation. He looked back at the Hasier swarm and understood. You want me to face all these monsters by myself? Did I hear that right? Excitement surged above everything else. Kong Hun was determined to fight those ostriches. Whatever. Let's get it. Suddenly, another voice rang out. Me too, Hyung. An NYU cell appeared. He slammed his mace straight into the head of the nearest Hasier. His face showed indescribable bliss. The Hasier shrieked in pain after taking the hit, along with Kong Hun's surprise. An NYU cell. Suddenly, NYU cell stopped. His whole body trembled, making Kong Hun worry. In the moments that followed, he revealed his true thirst for battle. An NYU cell was literally drooling with a look of pure ecstasy. As I thought, smashing things with a mace is the best. Kong Hun made a disgusted face. He didn't even hear an NYU cell's complaints. You can't have all the fun yourself. Kong Hun didn't even want to remember it, thinking, that's nasty. He pulled his sword from his inventory and charged in with an NYU cell. Fine. Having Psycho by my side is actually kind of reassuring. Kong Hun mowed through the hot cast with ease. He grinned and warned an NYU cell, cover your ears. Activating Lion's roar of wrath. You stupid chickens. The Hasier swarm hit by Kong Hun's roar immediately began to tremble. The system notified the ostrich's status. All enemy stats and morale have plummeted. Ihan noticed instantly. Everyone else noticed too. They suddenly seem a lot weaker, don't they? Did I just hear something? Ihan added, backup will be here soon. Everything seems to be going smoother than I expected. But the problem is, the scene shifted to Kong Hun's battle. He used magic explosion for the first time, blowing a Hasier's corpse away. Even he himself was stunned and wondered, whoa, what was that skill? I can use it, but others can't? An NYU cell was curious. Whoa, what was that, Hyung? Was that magic? Kong Hun chuckled in response, while his hand was gradually healing. Oh, it's a skill I got a while back. NYU cell was curious. From the tutorial? But Kong Hun gave a vague reply. It's a secret. Suddenly, something caught both their attention. Hyung, look over there. The small footprints of the Hawkcasts were now replaced by a footprint 10 times larger. It was a mutant Hasier. Ihan took a stance in fear. This is bad. Backup isn't here yet. Even though trainee Kong Hun has faced a boss before, that massive body is a huge problem. Even for those two, this is their first time fighting a real monster. Contrary to Ihan's worries, NYU Cell said to Kong Hun while trembling, Hyung, that one's mine. Let your little brother have this one. Unfortunately, Kong Hun was just as hyped and flat out refused NYU Cell. No way, man. It's mine. The next day, after the incident at the dungeon, in a room filled with weapons, a voice rang out. Tomorrow is graduation. There was an incident during the dungeon conquest exercise today, right? Kim Ihan held the report sternly. Yes, sir. That's correct. Someone broke into the dungeon and intentionally triggered a dungeon break. Reports say it was a stunt by dungeon terrorists. It's been a month already. The person Ihan was facing was a young woman. She fell silent, calculating, then asked, "Are there any standout trainees?" Ihan nodded immediately. "Yes, 2 of them. They're the ones who took down the mutant Hasiye boss." She let out a curious, soft chuckle. "Oh, Hansei Hyen, president of the Dagon Guild." Ihan explained, "One trainee has overwhelming physical power. His strength, speed, and agility are all at a monster's level. However, his greatest asset is his ability. Incredible recovery. He's not just durable. His recklessness is unmatched because he doesn't fear getting hurt. The other one is a different breed. Should I call him a genius? He was born with perfect combat instincts. His reaction time and technical efficiency are truly outstanding, but his violent nature is his biggest drawback." She looked surprised at the final remark. It's rare for Kim Ihan to praise anyone this much. "Have you offered them a spot yet?" Ihan reported honestly. "While I'm serving as an instructor, that would be illegal." She teased him, "You're still as stiff as ever." Yihun schmirked. It's normal for employees to take after their boss. Hansei Hyen, president of the Dagon Guild. Hansei Hyen reminded him, "Being an instructor is fine, but come back to the guild soon. This incident feels fishy." The next morning, Kong Hun's graduation ceremony went smoothly. "Thank you for your hard work over the past 15 days. I hope you all become great individuals. I hereby close the graduation ceremony." Kong Hun was in the crowd, clapping enthusiastically. Looking at the man who just spoke, he thought, "Is that the principal? First time seeing him. Since I saw Kim Ihan so much, I thought he was the big boss." Once the ceremony ended, Kong Hun in an NYU cell walked out the gate. A man bowed politely. "Young master, please get in." Kong Hun stood there, jaw dropped. An NYU cell was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. "NYU cell, open the door. Get in, Hyung. I'll give you a ride home." Kong Hun beamed. "Oh, thanks." Then he hopped into the car. "I finally get to experience a ride like this." Suddenly, someone called out, "Mr. Kong Hun." He jumped and looked over. Kong Hun. He realized it was Kim Ihan. Kong Hun playfully waved his hand. "Did you come to say goodbye? Didn't know you were the sentimental type." Ihan replied awkwardly, brushing it off. "Not exactly, but let's go with that. Regarding yesterday's dungeon break incident, the rewards for clearing it will be sent to you both. Just know we'll be in touch soon." "You too, Mr. and NYU cell. Thanks and goodbye." After that one-liner, Ihan turned and walked away. Kong Hun threw a minor tantrum. "Wait a sec. You came all this way just to say that. At least add some well wishes, you cold-hearted jerk." Ihan let out a sigh. Then he spoke from the heart, leaving Kong Hun flustered. "Kong Hun, you're strong, but you'll become even stronger than me. I'm certain we'll meet in a dungeon soon. However, never forget the responsibility of an awakened, because you are one now." Thanks to Kim Ihan's words, Kong Hun's ego grew even larger. He even stuck a bandage on his forehead to show off to Ahan. "See that, Kong Hun? My potential is huge." She didn't care and gave a half-assed reply. Yeah. Amazing. I'm so jealous." Kong Hun declared confidently, "Don't act up anymore. Starting tomorrow, I'm conquering every dungeon." Suddenly, he realized something and asked himself, "Wait, how do I actually find a dungeon? Does it just show up on a map?" Ahan, still scrolling on her phone, replied, "I heard there's an app for Awaken called Zada. Everything should be in there." Kong Hun startled and opened his phone to check. "Oh, it's actually there. Are you a genius or what?" Ahan thought in disbelief. "You can literally find this on social media. He used to play so many online games. How'd he get so slow?" Kong Hun muttered to himself while checking the app. Dungeon maps, monster info. They even recruit party members? The Hasiye Forest is an F-rank dungeon. I can't go alone? I think I can handle it myself. I need to make bank and show off to mom. Meanwhile, an old couple's house. They were listening to the news on TV. Reports say the reward for clearing the lowest tier dungeon, an F-rank, is about 20 million gold. Furthermore, mana stones are considered a new energy source. Items dropped from monsters are also quite valuable. 4 top-tier awakened, their monthly income is. Suddenly, the man called to his wife. "Honey, have you heard from Hun lately? I heard last month he got some kind of card." Turns out, this was the father of Kong Hun and Ahan. Their mother replied, "He sent me 10 million gold for pocket money." This made him jump. "What?" Kong Hun's mom continued peeling an apple. "Seems like they even picked up an old car." The man chuckled. "Huh, really? Now he's making more money than his old man." The mother set the plate down, looking uneasy. "But I'm still worried. I heard so many people get hurt and die. If something happens." However, the man had total faith in his son. Let him handle it. It's better than being unemployed at that age. On the TV, when entering a dungeon, you need to form a party or something. Hun isn't the type to take risks. I'm sure he'll look out for himself. Our Hun has been smart since he was a kid. However, he hadn't expected that his son had changed, entering dungeons alone to slaughter monsters, and enjoying every second of it. "Is that all you've got? Come at me." Kong Hun stood alone in the middle of a monster swarm, wiping them all out. Scene shifts to the area outside the dungeon. The phone in Kong Hun's car started vibrating. His parents were calling him from the other end. His mom whispered he's not picking up. His dad, eating an apple while watching TV, said he's probably sleeping or something. Don't wake the kids up. Let's call tomorrow. Hearing that, his wife agreed and reminded her husband. Probably. I'll head back after finishing the dishes, so go tidy up the room. He reminded her. If you call him tomorrow, make sure to tell him about that. The woman panicked. What? No. Her husband brought it up again. The thing that happened at the supermarket. The two bickered back and forth. Why tell him? The government will handle it. How much longer must we wait? If Hun had a party, I'd rather call him. This is so dangerous. At that moment, they had no idea real danger had already arrived. A dungeon was about to spiral out of control. The gates slowly creaked open. An army of orc warriors appeared. They swarmed out like a tidal wave. At the very back was an orc leader, larger and more ferocious than the rest. As the sun began to set, the system announced, the dungeon's core has been removed. The exit gate has opened. Kong Hun walked out of the dungeon, muttering, I still cleared it in one day. Maybe an E-rank dungeon is just enough for now. Better safe than sorry, I guess. I still don't know if resurrection actually works in real life. He walked to his car and opened the door. First, I'm heading home to sleep. Then tomorrow, I'll go get some K-barbecue with Ahun. Kong Hun noticed 36 missed calls from his sister and Ahun. He picked up the phone, confused. What's up? Ahun answered immediately, her voice urgent. Appa, something's happened. When Kong Hun heard the news about his parents, he froze. A wave of murderous intent surged within him. Dungeon opening in Hangri City. The government announced they are putting in maximum effort to resolve the large-scale dungeon event in Hangri. The Ministry of Defense, coordinating with Awaken groups, has cordoned off Hangri City to prevent the damage from spreading. However, concerns are mounting for the civilians trapped inside the blockade. In response, the Dagon Guild announced they will actively participate in rescue operations. Ahun watched anxiously as Kong Hun prepared to go rescue their parents. Are you really going? But going alone. Confidently. Don't sweat it. Who do you think I am? I might not look it, but I've already graduated from basic training. Just stay home and wait for me. She couldn't say anything more. Deciding to trust her brother, Ahun warned him, be careful, okay? Don't go overboard trying to act like a hero. Kong Hun waved goodbye. Told you not to worry. Go inside and rest. I'll bring Mom and Dad back soon. Kong Hun kept that cheerful face until he was out of his sister's sight. Then his expression shifted into one of cold, focused rage. Kong Hun quickly set off toward the Hangri dungeon area. Upon arrival, soldiers stopped him. You can't go any further. Please turn back. Kong Hun pulled out his ID to prove himself. I'm an awakened. Can I pass? They were surprised. You're an individual not affiliated with any team. Suddenly, a well-dressed man behind them spoke up. Let him through. They said to let all awakened pass. He added a warning. However, we won't be held responsible if anything happens to you. Kong Hun gave a sharp salute. Thanks, I got it. Appreciate the hard work. You're not a soldier. You're a civil servant, right? Just like that, he successfully passed the guards. Entering the restricted zone, Kong Hun seriously checked the information as he walked. At least 5 dungeons are confirmed to have opened. There's even an E-rank mixed in. He prayed silently. I hope they're still holding out. Can I make it in time? If no monsters show up on the road. Then within 2 hours, before he could finish his thought, a massive boar lunged out from the roadside and slammed straight into Kong Hun's car. The impact flipped his car, sending it flying. The beast glared ferociously at the vehicle. Kong Hun braced himself and scrambled out of the wreckage. He cursed his luck. This freaking pig. You dare do this to my brand new baby. Kong Hun drew his weapon, declaring war on the boar. Come here, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna avenge my Bentley. The beast huffed and puffed. Kong Hun steadied himself, sizing it up. Okay, you're pretty big. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. From a distance, something was charging toward them, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. It turned out to be a pack of hungry goblins charging at him. Kong Hun thought in horror. Did I burn down a goblin village in my past life, or something? I thought I was done with these guys, but they still show up to mess with me. Forget winning. I don't have time for this. In a split second, Kong Hun bolted. They say the best revenge is forgiveness. Buddy, you got to go. Have a good one. The wild boar, drool leaking from its mouth, let out a massive roar. At the same time, the goblin horde launched a volley of arrows and spears. They pierced right into the wild boar. Kong Hun panted heavily, feeling relieved. Just in time for the goblin attack. Fine, if you guys want to fight, go kill each other. He quickly found another way to slip away. Now that the Bentley was gone, he couldn't waste time on unnecessary things. Night fell, and Kong Hun was still trekking alone through the deep forest. He checked his map on his notebook phone while moving along. Walking there's going to be rough. I need to save battery, so I can't risk using the flashlight. If he had known, he would have taken the main road with streetlights instead of trying to be clever with a shortcut. Suddenly, a howl echoed from afar. Something was running toward him, closing in fast. He sensed their bloodlust. He whipped around by reflex and slashed it dead. It was a Desuffin. Kong Hun felt a chill. So there are monsters that can go invisible too? Looks like I won't be getting any sleep tonight. It didn't stop there. Small whirlwinds began to rise, surrounding Kong Hun. A pack of Desuffins appeared. Kong Hun had no choice but to fight them off. With just a few strokes, half of the Desuffins were dead. The aggressive wolves continued their relentless assault. Blood splattered everywhere. Kong Hun exhaled sharply. He challenged them. All right, let's see what you punks are made of, you bastards. Dawn gradually broke. Carcasses of Desuffins were scattered all over the place. Kong Hun woke up groggily in a tree. Fought all night, so I couldn't sleep for real. This bed wasn't exactly comfy, either. Better move fast. Scene shifts to the residential area where Kong Hun's parents live. His mother anxiously reread her messages over and over. Then she turned to call her husband. Honey, Kong Hun's dad hissed, gesturing for her to be quiet. His mom was uneasy. Is it okay for Hun to come here? He asked his wife worriedly. Can't we call him? She shook her head. Looks like the cell towers are down. Hearing that, the father's emotions surged even more. I said it'd be fine, but is it really? That orc monster that showed up yesterday. I thought we could handle creatures like them. They said they're F-rank dungeon monsters. But he leaned up to look out the window. He wondered if Hun could defeat the monster that just appeared and slaughtered all those orcs. Where did such a terrifying creature come from? At this moment, he had no idea that the terrifying creature he was talking about was his own crazy son. A blood-soaked Kong Hun was laughing like a maniac. Orcs are just a warm-up. Mom, Dad, your lovely son is here. Kong Hun stood smugly amidst a pile of orc corpses. I'm the guy who conquered an F-rank dungeon solo. Dealing with a bunch of orcs is child's play. No matter how many come, I don't get tired. Suddenly, he got a bad vibe. Then he realized, wait, those 3 are bosses? Damn it, this is an E-rank dungeon, not F-rank. Kong Hun shouted at the top of his lungs so his parents could hear him. Mom, Dad, I'm here to get you. Stay put and don't make a sound. Both of them jumped. That's Hun. They poked their heads out the window to look at the person. Is that really Hun? What has that boy been through these past few months? Kong Hun charged directly at the 3 orc warriors. They also lunged forward aggressively. The 2 sides clashed in a bloody frenzy. One tried to spear him right through. Kong Hun quickly spotted the attack. He maneuvered, ducking low and taking a life in one go. At the same time, he activated magic explosion in his hand. He landed an uppercut right on the orc's jaw. Its face shattered as it collapsed to the ground. The next one immediately jumped in with a horizontal slash. Kong Hun ducked to dodge the next strike. But his forearm bone was already cracked. He endured the excruciating pain, continuing to cast magic explosion onto the orc's face with his uninjured arm. Then he summoned all his strength to flip that orc into the air and hurl it at the remaining one. Both orcs crashed and piled on top of each other. The survivor struggled frantically to escape the heavy corpse of its comrade, but Kong Hun quickly stepped up and shoved his hand into its mouth. He triggered the explosive magic, blowing the head off the last orc. His hand took significant damage because of it. Kong Hun sat on the corpses of the 2 orcs. He didn't lower his guard for a second, because right now, he was being surrounded by another swarm of orcs. Kong Hun couldn't believe it and cursed. Damn it. Every single orc warrior looked like they had lost their minds, snarling and itching to tear him apart. With a heavy thud, Kong Hun immediately felt a terrifying pressure approaching him from within the army of orc warriors. A creature larger than all the rest revealed itself. The orc general. Kong Hun trembled as he forced his stiff body to stand back up. You the shot caller, huh? You're ugly as sin. He calculated. He had tried to save his recovery magic, but then he used giant strength, pushing every muscle in his body to the absolute limit. Kong Hun took a deep breath and activated Lion's Roar. He bellowed, let's see what you've got. You ugly piece of work. But a happy ending didn't follow. The Kong Hun who was confident seconds ago got his face wrecked by the orc's punch shortly after. It thrashed him mercilessly. He slammed into 2 other orcs standing outside the circle. They immediately pushed him back into the orc general's reach. Kong Hun let out a groan, realizing, is this guy playing with me? I don't know if my mana is running dry, but my body isn't regenerating anymore. I don't even know if I can respawn. Even though Kong Hun had 0 strength left, he still forced himself to stand one more time. He grabbed his weapon and stood up groggily. No matter how beat up his face was, family love meant more than anything right then. Kong Hun roared with everything he had. My family is right behind you. Who do you think you're trying to make me back down? Even the orc felt the intense pressure. Kong Hun lunged at the orc again. He heard a noise from behind and faintly called out, Mom. Then he witnessed a swarm of orcs climbing his parents' house with blood-stained swords. You bastards. The blood rushed to Kong Hun's brain. I don't think. I gave you permission to climb up there, did I? You dog-faced freaks. He screamed in a rage and sprinted toward his parents. The lesser orcs clung to him to stop him. He slashed through them, head down, sprinting toward his family, but the giant orc wouldn't let him go. It grabbed him, snuffed out his hope entirely, and slammed his head into the dirt. Kong Hun couldn't move anymore. He trembled with pure resentment. You can't go up there. You can't. At that very moment, a holy sword split the giant orc's head in half. Han Se-Hyen appeared in a total boss move, taking the orc down. Her teammates called out, President, we're all done here. Se-Hyen asked Hun, what about the residents? He reported, we're prioritizing the evacuation of the injured and are on standby to ensure everyone is out. Se-Hyen looked at the city with dissatisfaction. The damage was far too extensive. However, because someone gathered the orcs in one spot, the damage was less severe than in neighboring areas. She then asked Hun, was it him? The one who held them off alone until we arrived? Suddenly, they realized the body had completely vanished. She and the others looked down at the pool of blood, wondering, where did it go? Meanwhile, Kong Hun had teleported back to the last place he slept and was resurrected. Kong Hun looked around dazed. I was sleeping in a tree? He opened his status window to double-check. Resurrection. Ability to revive 24 hours after death. Resurrects until Earth is no longer in crisis. If a revival point isn't set, you revive at your last sleeping location. Penalty. Level decreases by 1, and all stats are reduced by 50 for 24 hours. Memories of the previous location suddenly flashed back. Kong Hun trembled, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. It's been 24 hours. He grabbed his sword. He told himself, I have to get back there right now. Kong Hun lunged toward the ground. His head couldn't take it and started spinning. My body feels so heavy. Is this the resurrection penalty? Kong Hun prayed as he walked, please. I hope everything is okay. Time passed. Kong Hun returned to the place where he died. He looked around in despair. What welcomed me after 5 hours of running with a heavy body was the sight of my hometown turned into a pile of rubble. After wandering all night, I finally reached a military unit. I borrowed a phone from an officer and contacted a Hun, but only after that did I get news that my father's arm was amputated and my mother was unconscious. And 2 months have passed. The Dagon Guild is preparing to hunt a boss in the D-rank dungeon, 2 J-planes. President Han Se-Hyen spoke about the news of a C-rank dungeon appearing recently. A Hun looked at Kong Hun with worry. Are you going to a dungeon again? But you've already died 3 times this week. Kong Hun had completely changed after that event. He replied coldly, I'm fine, and walked out, ignoring his sister's pleas. It's not your fault. Stop blaming yourself. A Hun sadly opened the door, watching her brother's back as he gradually disappeared inside the dungeon. A large ant named Ankia was being attacked by a group of awakened. A blonde guy was thrilled to level up. He shouted, sweet, I leveled up. Everyone around was happy for him. Oh my god, you leveled up again? Congrats. You're truly the ace of our team. Regrettably, none of them knew how dirty this guy's mind was. He looked at everyone with contempt. I'm the one who finished stage 5. Soon, I won't be with losers like you anymore. Next month, I'll hit level 35 and join the Dagon Guild. But because he played the good guy role, he faked it, saying, thanks to you guys, I'm sure you'll catch up soon. Suddenly, he saw someone. Huh, what is that? From a distance, a figure came barreling toward them. It was our boy, Kong Hun. Kong Hun just zipped straight past them. Going inside left the whole group panicked. Run. Who goes into a dungeon alone? The blonde guy called out a warning, hey. The center of the dungeon is up ahead. It's dangerous. His teammates asked, what should we do? Should we follow him? The blonde guy immediately signaled, we can't leave him behind. Follow him now. At this moment, Kong Hun was facing an entire army of Ankia. He activated a new power, the Officer's Secret. The Officer's Secret ability. When activated, it increases all stats by 40 of mana, but over time, the body becomes exhausted. A madman who fought his whole life as a B rank to pursue terrible battles, pushing himself to the limit. He was extremely successful in discovering absolute power by destroying his own body. Kong Hun braced himself until the ants were almost upon him. He immediately activated a skill, cleaving one into 2, and a magic explosion cleanly wiped out the Ankia swarm. In just a few beats, before the other group could help, they all stood there stunned. Kong Hun quickly found the core and walked toward it. He looked at his recovering arm and thought, I just got the Officer's Secret yesterday. It synergizes well with my physical recovery skill. If I didn't have a higher tier recovery skill, this would have been a lot more troublesome. Intermediate physical recovery is the ability to heal bodily wounds using mana. Any injury, including severed limbs, burns, or frostbite, is instantly restored. This intermediate level shows the miracle of healing. Even broken bones can be fixed within a day. The blonde guy approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Colin replied confused, "I'm fine." What? He was about to say something, but as he looked closer at Kong Hun's face, he froze. Kong Hun scowled back at him. He was holding a common dungeon core in his hand. Kong Hun said coldly, "If you've got nothing else to say, I'm leaving. Get out of my way." Seeing him just walk off, they asked, "Aren't you going to loot the mana stones from the corpses?" He flatly refused. "Don't need him. I'm out." The group immediately swarmed the remains. Sweet. Imagine how much cash this is worth. They didn't even hear Kong Hun's whisper. "I don't have time for this. I need to get stronger." The blonde guy sent something and whipped around, waiting until Kong Hun had completely disappeared. They started gossiping. "Who was that guy?" The blonde guy brushed it off. "Who cares? The point is we just hit the jackpot. That's all that matters." The girl next to him looked worried. "But that." He waved it away. "Forget it. People are just wired differently. What matters is we made bank today, thanks to him." Suddenly, the bald guy spoke up. "Maybe it's that guy, the one who wants to solo dungeons." The blonde guy looked skeptical. "No way. Even if the rumors are true, this isn't an F-rank dungeon. It's an E-rank. Soloing an E-rank dungeon is something even Hansei Hien or Choi Dong-go would." Suddenly, a notification appeared. The main core of the dungeon has been taken. The exit gate has opened. Everyone there stood stunned. Kong Hun had wiped out the entire ant army and obtained the Ankia armor. This is a skill book containing Ankia armor. When activated, it can harden your skin, but he thought the officer's secret and physical recovery have already drained my mana. Adding this, but having many skills doesn't make me stronger. Like the gladiator skill on Bill Gates' longsword. No matter how strong a skill is, it's useless if timed poorly. No matter how desperate the situation. If I hadn't lost my cool back then, maybe using it wouldn't have led to regrets. Now, there's only one thing I need to do. Get stronger at any cost. I'll master this skill. After thinking it over, he chose to take the risk and learn the skill. Outside the dungeon, reporters surrounded the group of awakened who had just exited. One reporter asked, "I heard recently that someone has been solo clearing dungeons. Was that person here today?" The blonde guy waved his hands. It wasn't us. It was." He pointed toward the gate. "That guy over there." Kong Hun slowly emerged from the dungeon. He let out a tired sigh of relief. Then saw a crowd pointing cameras at him, flashes going off like crazy. Kong Hun asked himself in confusion, "What's all this?" They all lunged forward, surrounding him. "I'm from KTC. Are you the awakened from the recent rumors?" Kong Hun, annoyed, shoved them aside to leave. "Rumors or not, I don't care. Move. You're blocking my path." He accidentally bumped into a man who immediately got salty. "Hey, what's your problem? You just ran into me." Kong Hun angrily grabbed him by the collar, threatening him. "So what if I bumped into you?" The man didn't dare look him in the eye. He even started tearing up. I'm sorry. That." Kong Hun didn't care and walked away irritably. Everyone immediately started talking behind his back. "Did you see that? It's like he was ready to throw hands. Is he a thug? I bet he's got a criminal record." Sitting at a public parking lot, Kong Hun walked his Note 2 car and complained, "Ugh, what a pain. They really wasted my time." Suddenly, someone called out, "Mr. Kong Hun." He turned and asked, "Who are you?" The man reached into his coat to greet him. "You don't need to be so guarded. I'm here to help you, Kong Hun. Here." He pulled out a card and handed it to Kong Hun. He took it and checked. "A member of the CO NYU Nyo Awaken Alliance." "CO NYU Nyo." CO Nyo asked, "We've been keeping an eye on you for a long time. If you join us, we'll provide you with all the support you need. You don't have to answer right away. Feel free to contact me whenever you want. See ya." Having said that, CO Nyo bowed. Then he left, leaving Kong Hun standing there talking to himself. So this is the Awaken Alliance. The Awaken Alliance is unlike profit-driven guilds. This organization was established to support the rights of the awakened right now. Kong Hun was sitting in a convenience store, slurping noodles, thinking about what CO Nyo had mentioned. "I never knew a support organization like this existed. The guy said he could be reached anytime." A moment later, he had polished off 3 cups of noodles and a rice meal. Kong Hun surfed the web looking for new info. "The biggest issue right now is mana. Most of my mana goes into the officer's secret and body reconstruction, so I don't have much to spare. Not only can't I fully utilize the Ankia shell that I just got, but I can't even use proper offensive skills. This sucks. Items. I still need a few more pieces. I don't see anything useful. Item distribution effects for up to 4 items. Accessories. Whatever the type, I'll buy something cheap that can boost 1 or 2 stats. I want to find something better than what I already have. Suddenly, he spotted something. Huh, what's this? The next day, following an online comment, Kang-han went searching in Hanam City. There's a place called the Goblin Village, an E-rank dungeon. If you hunt the mages there, there's a high chance they'll drop a ring that boosts 1 or 2 mana stats. Sometimes, there's even a 4-stat ring. The dungeon boss is the Goblin Archmage. If you take it down, it'll definitely drop a higher tier ring. That place was originally a hidden gem. Only those in the know would quietly gather there to make bank. But recently, some people have occupied the area illegally and won't let others in, treating it as their own land. The authorities don't care. As long as the dungeon doesn't collapse, it's fine. So they don't pay attention at all. Damn it, I just hope after reading this post, a major guild or something will come clean this place up. Kang-han read the comment with curiosity. Then he looked up at the tightly closed gate in front of him. No one's here? I thought there'd be a gatekeeper. Well, whatever. He opened the gate and stepped inside. He entered the dungeon. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What's this? People are still coming in? 3 complete strangers appeared in front of him. A guy smoking a cigarette teased him. Oh, look at this. Nice armor you've got there. Must have cost a fortune, huh? The skinny guy next to him also spoke up. Hey, aren't we getting a big bonus today? A girl smirked and added, I told you so. I dreamed about a pig. Today's gonna be a payday. Just watch. The skinny guy walked right up to him with a warning. Hey, didn't you hear the rumors? This place belongs to our BEP guild now. Kang-han didn't care and asked, and they made their demand. If you enter without permission, you gotta pay up. If you hand over everything you have, we'll let you slide. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the skinny guy was sent flying past them. He fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Kang-han had sent him flying with just 1 punch. The other 2 immediately pulled out their weapons to fight. What the hell? You bastard, you want to die? A guy with a sword lunged at him. Kang-han caught him and crushed the sword with his bare hands. Then he delivered a gut punch. Kang-han walked up fiercely. I love guys like you. You know why? He repeatedly kicked the man, leaving him curled up on the ground. Because I can beat the crap out of scumbags like you without feeling guilty. Suddenly, a magic explosion flew toward him. It hit Kang-han right in the back. He turned around angrily. He realized, a magique explosion? Was it a long-range skill? The girl trembled and begged, Stop it, you psycho. Kang-han was unfazed and casually walked over to her. Hey, thanks. Thanks to you, I just learned something new. Then he grabbed her hand. He threatened her. In return, I'll tell you some good news. This requires more power, right? His hand glowed. Kang-han used the same move and blew her hand to smithereens. She collapsed in agony, crying, my hand. He shook his hand in contempt. Nothing to it. Kang-han turned back and asked the group that had appeared out of nowhere. So who the hell are you guys? They glared at him with pure rage, pulling out their weapons in unison. You, how dare you mess with the BEP guild? Don't even dream of making it out of here alive. Kang-han looked at them coldly. Oh, really? He flashed a sinister grin. I actually needed a guide, so this worked out perfectly. This is the inner monologue of a man whose life is about to end. The tutorial changed my life. Dungeons are a world ruled by power, violence, and money. Until last year, I was nothing but a complete nobody. But now, I'm living the high life. Furthermore, I've secured an exclusive position in the guild. It's like I've grown wings. As long as I'm in a dungeon, there's nothing to fear. He pointed his sword at Kang-han's face confidently. You better not dream of getting out of here alive. But a second later, Kang-han's fist was already buried in his face before he could even process it. Huh, what the... By the time he regained consciousness, he realized, what the hell just happened? Did we all just get wiped out by one guy? Kang-han looked at the dagger stuck in his side and clicked his tongue. TCH. Missed that one. He ripped it right out. Then looked down at the group he just trashed. Listen up, you damn criminals. I'm giving you 5 seconds to line up in front of me. Now, recruitment starts today. The selection for the exclusive Kang-han Guild has begun. After a thorough evaluation, the lowest ranking member of BEP, Kim Seolgo, passed. Kang-han signaled the men sitting cross-legged on the ground to clap, but they stayed silent as ghosts. Kang-han, pissed off, held a blade to a throat. Clap. They immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Then one asked, what about us? Yes. Kang-han thought for a moment. Right. He asked the whole group, are you guys going to go straight and live a normal life? The whole gang rejoiced and sucked up to him. Yes. We'll live right. We won't do bad things anymore. However, Kang-han punched him right in the face, flipping the script. You really think I'm that gullible? You think I actually believe that? Dumbass. He went into a frenzy, beating the guy to a pulp. Once again before the terrified eyes of the others. You murderers are clearly capping. Damn scumbags. Seolgo trembled, unable to move, watching his comrades get mangled. Beyond recognition, Kong Hun dragged the last survivor along. Let's move, Seol Go. Terrified, he had no choice but to follow. Yes, sir. It was getting dark. Not all dungeons are like this, but some are larger than entire cities. Kong Hun was dissatisfied. This place is huge. You planning on walking in circles all day? Seol Go quickly explained, no, sir. I'm just trying to avoid the paths with monsters. Kong Hun sighed and ordered, what a waste of energy. Just take me to the monsters. I'm bored. Seol Go was stunned. For real? Then we're heading straight for the monsters? Kong Hun scolded him. Are you crazy? It's almost night. Seol Go asked, then what should we do? Kong Hun said wearily, forget it. Let's eat first. You got anything to eat? Oh, yes. That night, the two built a campfire in the forest to rest. To be precise, Seol Go did all the work while Kong Hun leaned lazily against a tree, complaining. Seol Go, is it ready yet? Seol Go, nervously cooking ramen, replied, yes, almost done. He wondered, why does this guy have so many swords? Kong Hun looked excitedly at the 2 buckets of ramen. Ramen cooked in buckets. It's been a minute since I've eaten like this. Having said that, he reached into the bucket with his bare hands to pull out the noodles, shocking Seol Go. Isn't it hot? Kong Hun calmly grabbed it and handed it to Seol Go. Nah, it's fine. Here, eat. Seol Go thanked him out loud. Yes, thank you, but inside he was salty. I'm the one who cooked it. They both focused on finishing the noodles. Suddenly, Kong Hun asked, Seol Go, how old are you? Seol Go replied sadly, I'm 21. Kong Hun followed up, were you a student before becoming a professional? Seol Go answered yes. Kong Hun asked, why didn't you stay in school? Why are you here? As if triggered, Seol Go looked down at the empty bucket and started pouring his heart out. I needed money. Tuition kept going up. I couldn't balance a part-time job and a scholarship. Things got even worse. When my dad's business failed and our finances tanked, my mom went into total shock. Suddenly, Kong Hun's face turned sour. Are you trying to sell me a sob story? You vanadi? Seol Go screamed internally. You're the one who asked. Kong Hun told him to stop whining and just eat. We need to be ready. Seol Go replied with a heartbroken yes, sir. That night, waiting for Kong Hun to fall fast asleep, Seol Go crept up and moved toward him. This is my chance. If I kill this guy. This is my chance. If I kill this guy. Suddenly, a surge of anxiety rushed through his heart. Seol Go recalled his traumatic memories with Kong Hun. He abandoned his plan, thinking it over. I can't kill this guy. I'm better off just bolting. He started to sneak away quietly. But Kong Hun had noticed him long ago and asked softly, Seol Go, where are you going? Terrified, Seol Go scrambled for an excuse. Oh, that. Just gonna run some errands. Kong Hun ordered, get back here. If you run, you die. Seol Go replied dejectedly, yes, sir. Kong Hun repeated it one more time for emphasis. I'm not joking. I'm dead serious. You will actually die. The next morning, the two continued toward the boss's location. Seol Go pointed into the distance. See that over there? That's Goblin territory, where the dungeon core is. Kong Hun squinted in that direction. Oh, true. I can feel a massive amount of mana concentrated over there. Seol Go was shocked. You can sense that? Kong Hun shot back. What, you can't? You really are a scrub. Seol Go forced a laugh. Huh. He plotted in his head. Stay calm. Just stay calm. I won't have to deal with his roasting much longer, because this dude is about to be history. Inside the Goblin Village dungeon, all the monsters gather in the center, but they patrol the surrounding area. Our BEP guild was attacked by those patrols, but we haven't run into a single one yet. That means their entire force is concentrated at the heart of their territory. Let's see if you can survive a full-scale assault in an E-rank dungeon. Very quickly, Seol Go led Kong Hun to the Goblin Village. Kong Hun excitedly pulled out his weapon, ready to scrap. Good. Killing goblins is my specialty. Let's see. Let's get it. Suddenly, a bag was hurled at him. Kong Hun looked back, surprised. Huh. Seol Go. Fast as lightning. He waved a fond goodbye to Kong Hun before escaping. Peace out, psycho. Meeting you is the worst luck ever. Hope I never see your face again. Kong Hun stood there frozen. Then he tilted his head and grinned, so hard the veins on his forehead popped. I told you. If you run, you die. Meanwhile, Seol Go had sprinted a good distance away from the center of the Goblin Village. He leaned against a tree, gasping for air. All right, no matter how strong he is, there's no way he can beat. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Seol Go squinted to read the message. The main central core of the dungeon has been removed. The exit gate has opened. He couldn't believe it, rereading it over and over. Is this a dream? An E-rank Goblin Village? A dungeon where every monster clusters around the main core, ignoring the minor ones. How could he solo sweep a place like that? Seol Go's entire body began to shake violently. His shoulders felt heavy. He racked his brain for an explanation. How could he go up against such overwhelming power? Did he use fire to burn them all to a crisp? Wait, I knew he was strong, but I don't know exactly what his type is. Super strength? Super endurance? Obviously both are important, but what's truly necessary is an overwhelming defense and an unwavering resolve in front of the enemy. If you can tank their hits and take the shortest path to the leader, you win. Goblin Shaman. A dangerous plan. A single moment of distraction would mean death. Kong Hun had thought he was just a dummy. But who the hell is he? He must be incredibly calculating. Kong Hun, facing the entire goblin horde alone, eventually slaughtered every last one of them. I knew it. Muscle power is king. He shoved his hand into the goblin shaman's throat and used magic explosion to kill it brutally. The rewards followed: a goblin mage mana stone and a D-rank goblin mage ring with 50/50th durability. It's a ring used by the Kaker goblin mages that boosts mana by 4 and mana recovery speed by 10. Kong Hun satisfiedly put the ring on. Target acquired. He then walked out of the dungeon, muttering to himself, time to find Seol Go and kill him, I guess. The moment he stepped out, Kong Hun sensed dozens of people waiting for him at the gate. He said wearily, what now? Since they couldn't handle me themselves, they brought the whole squad for a ganging? Kong Hun scanned the crowd for a familiar face. Let's see. On the right, our boy Seol Go has appeared. Immediately, as if seeing his long-lost love, Kong Hun flexed, ready to wreck the whole mob to get his darling back. 30 guys coming up. He jumped as he looked over. A man walked up with a smirking grin. We didn't come here to fight, just to talk. It seems a member of my guild has been quite disrespectful to you. He extended his hand in greeting. I am Young Ui Nam, president of the BEP Guild. What's your name? Kong Hun flatly rejected him, catching him off guard. What if I don't feel like telling you? He said bluntly. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. This is getting annoying. Young Ui Nam began, then I'll give it to you straight. Join my BEP Guild. I'll provide all the support and fame you need, even an executive position. He thought smugly. I have to recruit this diamond in the rough at all costs. If I put on the front lines, my guild will become one of the biggest. Kong Hun let out a sigh. Then he refused. Not interested. Young Ui Nam reached in his coat, pulled something out, and laughed. Haha, I knew you wouldn't agree easily. Here's my business card, so give it some serious thought. Kong Hun took the card. Then he immediately ripped it to shreds right in front of the entire BEP Guild. He declared grandly, I might be a jerk, but I don't roll with low-life thugs like you guys. Who do you think you are? Just a bunch of third-rate gangsters acting all proud about recruiting. Young Ui Nam smirked with a forced smile. Sensing the man's murderous intent, Kong Hun shut him down with his own demonic expression. What? You getting heated? We can throw down right here if you want. Young Ui Nam held back and said, No need, haha. I only came to talk today. Let's chat some other time. Kong Hun spat on the ground and walked away. Beat it. There won't be a next time. Meeting you guys is bad juju. Why do you keep swarming me like vermin? Seol Go watched, impressed. That psycho is something else. Suddenly, a dark shadow slowly loomed over him. Scene shifts to the city outskirts. Kong Hun grumbled while driving. Damn it. Looked like there were over 100 of them. With my current mana, if I fought the whole lot, I'd probably end up in an early grave. I didn't even get a deal with Seol Go because of that Young Ui Nam bastard. I'll deal with him soon enough. I'm seriously gonna pluck every last one of them. Scene shift back inside the secret zone. The guy Kong Hun had beaten to a pulp earlier was lying through his teeth, pinning everything on Seol Go. That's right, President. Kim Seol Go was the one who acted as that guy's guide. Ui Nam asked Seol Go, is that true? He knelt down, trembling, about to deny it. No, sir. Well, I mean, Ui Nam ordered a subordinate to hand him a sword. Yes, sir. Seol Go was shaking violently. Begging, Young Ui Nam, please spare me. I'll do anything you say. He asked Seol Go, do you want to live? Seol Go, terrified and shaking like a leaf, said, yes, I'll do anything you order, so please. However, before he could finish his sentence, Seol Go stopped. A blade pierced straight through his heart, ending his life. Young Ui Nam's face contorted with resentment, looking down at Seol Go like he was an insect. How does a traitor like you have the guts to want to live? You pathetic piece of trash. After saying that, he kicked Seol Go's body into the dungeon. Seol Go could only wheeze out 2 words, President Ident, before he died. The dungeon gate closed, vanishing along with Seol Go. Young Ui Nam ordered his vice president. Find out everything about his personal life. The vice president followed the order. According to the report, we already have someone tailing him. Young Ui Nam was furious. How dare you reject my offer? Right? You must be pretty strong, matching that arrogant attitude of yours. But will you still keep that tone? If something happens to your family, if I can't tame him, then I'll just have to grab him by his weakness. Let's see how long you can keep that smug attitude. Scene shifts to a restaurant. 2 pieces of meat sizzled fragrantly on the grill. A Hun put some meat in her bowl and mocked her brother. For a jobless recent grad like you, you sure eat beef pretty often, huh? Did you find a job or something? Kong Hun flipped the meat and replied. If I've got cash, what else am I going to do but eat? Food is a human's most basic need. Hun tried to snatch the tongs to take over. Give him here, I'll grill them. But he immediately refused. I'm good. Kung-hun asked kiddingly. Hun, did you just come from the hospital? Is Mom feeling any better? Hun replied calmly. The doctor said she's much better. She might wake up soon. Kong-hun let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Suddenly all in sight? Huh? You just smiled. It's been a while since I've seen you do that. Lately you've been so cranky and serious. You're like a totally different person. Kong-hun looked confused, putting on a bright face. What are you talking about? I'm always smiling. She immediately shut him down. Nope. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his gut. Kong-hun stood up abruptly. I gotta hit the restroom. Hun was surprised. Right now? The meat is all ready. Kong-hun turned back and raised his voice. I know, but it's an emergency. You have no idea how hard it is to find a bathroom in a dungeon. Hun warned him. Watch your mouth. We're in a restaurant. Just go, hurry up. In the men's room, Kong-hun finished washing his hands and shook them dry, complaining. This is just as exhausting as clearing a dungeon. When he walked out, he suddenly saw someone standing there talking to his sister. Seeing him, both of them turned around. Kong-hun asked what's going on. The man bowed politely in greeting and left before Kong-hun could reach them. Kung-hun teased Kung-oh-hun. Was that guy trying to pick you up? Hun gave her brother a really, look, don't even start. He was looking for you. Kong-hun was surprised. Huh, for me? Hun handed Kong-hun a piece of paper. He asked me to give you this letter. Kong-hun curiously took the paper, wondering, if he wanted me, why didn't he stay and talk instead of bolting? Lots of people come to thank him, but as soon as he opened the paper, he froze. The contents of the letter were, Hello, Mr. Kong-hun. This is the first and final warning I'm sending you. From Young Ui Nam, president of the BEP Guild. That night, before the two entered the house, Hun blamed herself and asked her brother, I should have stopped by the convenience store to pick up some stuff. Do you want some beer? Kong-hun shook his head. I'm good. She hesitated. Fine, then I'll go get some for myself. Suddenly Kong-hun changed his mind and offered, actually, Hun, stay home. I'll go. She was surprised. Oh, you're going? Scene shifts to a 24-hour convenience store. Kong-hun walked out with a bag of beer. The clerk gave the usual farewell. Welcome. Please come again. He walked alone on the street, lost in thought. What is that bastard's endgame? How dare they target my family? Should I stop going into dungeons? And just stay home? But Hun had to go out a lot. Maybe they won't dare attack her openly. Suddenly, his phone rang. When Kong-hun pulled out his phone, a contact named Father was calling. Kong-hun picked up. Hello. The other end immediately asked, Hey, Hun, are you home? Kong-hun replied, No, I'm out getting groceries. The other end announced, Your mother woke up? That made him jump. For real. Kong-hun hurriedly asked, How is she? Are there any side effects? The voice replied, She's doing great, but the doctor says she needs more observation and treatment. Kong-hun sighed in relief. Thank God. Then suddenly the voice added, Oh, a friend of yours came by to visit her earlier. He was confused. A friend of mine? Who could it be? There's no way anyone would visit my mom. Suddenly, a familiar name was uttered. His name was Young Ui Nam, I think. He even told me to send his regards to you. Is he your neighbor? How come I've never met him before? At that moment, Kong-hun couldn't think straight anymore. A murderous aura surged, and his face contorted into that of a demon. The next day, at the Awaken Training Center, two girls greeted each other happily. Good morning. You're late for class today, Min-yeong. They chatted about their weekends. How was it? I stayed up a bit late last night. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Good morning. Min-yeong looked over brightly. Hey, Sin Sung Na. The girl named Shin Sung. I took out a bottle of coffee to offer them. Here, have some coffee. Min-yeong and her friend politely accepted. You didn't have to give us the whole bottle, but thank you so much. Sung-ah replied cheerfully, It's just a drink, don't mention it. I'm just glad you like it. Then she bowed. I'm heading off now. She turned and walked away, leaving the two girls watching her. The short-haired girl asked curiously, Why is she wearing armor? Min-yeong smiled and replied, Yeah, she's a bit quirky, but she's super kind. She opened the coffee and sighed. Exactly. Everyone has their own style. Sung-ah is literally my guardian angel. The short-haired girl teased Min-yeong. Speaking of which, you meet a lot of weird people, don't you? Min-yeong felt frustrated remembering. Yeah, but they're really beyond weird. It was just a friendly match, but he broke his opponent's arm. From the moment they signed the contract, they started giving off a murderous aura. I even see them in my dreams. One of them looks exactly like an orc. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind her. Min-yeong immediately felt that same bloodlust as she slowly turned her head. Kong-hun's pale face appeared before her. Min-yeong's eyes widened in disbelief. Facing Kong-hun's cold-blooded stare, both girls immediately hugged each other in terror, unable to even scream. Kong-hun reached out, about to call them. Hey! The two girls cowered in fear and shouted, "Police! Call the police! Someone save us!" Suddenly, Kang Hun called out her name, and Mi Nayeom, making her stop and observe more calmly. Only then did she see Kang Hun in front of her, trembling and pale with fear. He asked her, "Do you two know where Kimmy Hun is? I have to find her to protect my family." Both were momentarily speechless. Then they answered Kang Hun, "If you're looking for Instructor Kimmy Hun, she's not here right now." Scene shifts to a meeting room. Ihan was reporting to her superiors about recent phenomena based on statistics. But the levels of the dungeons appearing lately are constantly rising. So, the most important thing right now is to find people with, suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted the meeting. Ihan went over to scold them. "What is it? Can't you see I'm in a meeting?" The man opposite her reported awkwardly, "Vice President, there's a very strong guy causing trouble in the lobby. He says he wants to see you." She frowned, looking completely confused. At the Janghun headquarters, in a meeting room, Ihan and Kang Hun sat opposite each other. Ihan started, "I did say we'd meet again soon, but I never expected it to be under these circumstances. What wind blew you here?" Kang Hun didn't waste time with small talk and jumped straight to the point. "Kimmy Hun, I want to hire you." Ihan took a sip of water and asked back, "Can we get straight to the point? Can you give me more details?" "All right," Kang Hun presented, "the BEP Guild. They're targeting my family. So I need someone to protect them while I go wipe those guys out." Ihan asked in surprise, "Protection? Exactly what happened with the BEP Guild. We're well aware of their notorious reputation. However, given the current situation, we have no legitimate reason to destroy them or protect your family." Kang Hun's blood boiled as he simply laid out the condition. "That's why you should protect my family, and then I'll destroy them. If we settle it that way, it's a win-win, isn't it?" Ihan felt awkward. "You're still the same, never willing to compromise." Ihan asked curiously, "Why me, though?" "It doesn't seem like you chose me just because I'm with Jang Han." Kang Hun replied naively, "You're the strongest awakened among those I know." Ihan asked curiously, "If that's the case, what about an NYU cell?" Immediately after asking that, Ihan realized what she had just said. Kong Hun looked at Ihan in disbelief. "You want me to leave my family with that guy? Besides, I don't even have his number." He laid out a 1-week deal. "Protect my family for 1 week. I'll pay you handsomely." Ihan skillfully declined. "I don't mean to flex, but I already make a lot of money. Probably more than you think, Kang Hun. Plus, I'm the vice president of Jang Hun. So if you want me, you'll have to give me something other than money." Kang Hun thought, "Not money," then jumped to a wild conclusion. "Don't tell me. You want this body of mine?" Kang Hun shyly hugged himself and writhed. Yihun was horrified by Kang Hun's vivid imagination. "Did you really come here to negotiate? I feel like talking to you any longer. It's just going to piss me off. So let me make a suggestion. It's not a huge request, but if I succeed, then please come meet our president just once. I'll need to get formal approval, but with this condition, 5 bodyguards are currently on standby under my orders. Inside and outside the ward where your family stays. I've also made up a suitable excuse and arranged 5 bodyguards at the company where your sister works." Kang Hun and Ihan were now sitting in a car. Kong Hun praised her. "Impressive." Ihan reminded him to be careful. "It's best to do everything thoroughly. But are you sure you'll be okay alone? BEP is a pretty big guild." Right then, they were parked just a short distance from the BEP Guild. Kang Hun evaluated. "Compared to your company, it doesn't look that big." Yihun reminded Kong Hun strictly. "The size of an office building doesn't determine the scale of a guild, especially when the number of dungeons they own is abnormally high. I'm certain they're plotting something behind the scenes." Also, Kang Hun, you said you contacted me and set a meeting as soon as you got that letter, right? Then, they must have already mobilized all their available forces. They might even ambush you. Kang Hun wasn't too worried. He fumbled with something in his pocket. "You know, my family's safety comes first. If they ambush me, I'll just deal with it." "Ihan, thanks for protecting my family." He pulled out an object and handed it to her. "Here, keep this safe for me." Ihan took it in surprise. "Why me?" Kang Hun got out of the car and said, "Just go home and park the car." Ihan was startled. "Are you for real?" Before heading off, Kang Hun, full of energy, continued, "Don't jump to conclusions that things will go south. I can't explain the details right now, but I'll probably be back safe and sound before tomorrow. I'm off." Scene shifts to the BEP Guild. Young Ui Nam was already there to welcome Kang Hun. "Welcome, Kang Hun. We've been waiting for you." Kang Hun gave a mocking smirk. He looked at the crowd before him with pure arrogance. "Bringing a whole squad out just to greet me, huh? You trying to flex, or what?" Young Ui Nam quickly explained. "It's not like that, Kang Hun. You're part of the BEP Guild family now. That's why we're all here to welcome you." From now on, before he could finish, he heard Kang Hun burst out laughing. He trembled and muttered, "Family? You said family? If F stands for family, then the F I've got for you stands for F you up." Without another word, Kang Hun immediately activated Lion's Roar and Magic Explosion. launching a direct attack onto the BEP Guild's courtyard. Everyone in the yard jumped back in shock. Ugh, this is freaking insane. What the hell is he doing? Jung ao num curse in terror. Ha! You crazy bastard. What if the ground collapses? Kong Hun casually pulled out his weapon and replied, I know, you prick. Then, he consecutively used Crescent Moon's secret, giant strength, and a double split to pierce through the BEP Guild's foundation. The terrain changed instantly. Everyone panicked and tried to brace themselves. He's nuts. Fall back. Most of those standing nearby fell into the crater. Casualties occurred. Kong Hun crawled out from the rubble. He tested his new power. The effect isn't half bad. Ankia Skin. He generated Ankia Skin, an ability that hardens the wearer's skin upon activation. Suddenly, a voice called him Kong Hun. Young Ui Nam jumped down from above. Without a single scratch on him, he was still patiently trying to negotiate with Kong Hun. Please think this through. It's not too late. We can still be great partners. He angrily shot back. Think it through? Partners? What kind of BS are you barking? You're the one who crossed the line first. Young Ui Nam immediately bowed his head, admitting fault. To de-escalate the situation, I apologize for targeting your family. He began to lay out his plan. But think about it. If you and I join forces, we can take the top spot from Jang Han. Hansei Haiyan is all talk and no action. We can take them down. Do you realize how valuable an alliance between us would be? Kong Hun didn't care and mocked him. You're just a loudmouth talking nonsense. Young Ui Nam forced a smile and let it slide. Continuing to persuade Kong Hun. Haha, there are over 200 guild members in this building alone. Nationwide, it's easily double that. We're only missing one thing, and that's a representative for the guild. Someone who is the strongest warrior under heaven, unrivaled to lead the members. With that, the BEP Guild can expand beyond Korea and go global. But before he could finish, Kong Hun called out, hey, Young Ui Nam, and spat right in his face. The atmosphere turned dead silent instantly. Kong Hun looked directly at Young Ui Nam with pure disgust. I've been listening to you bark, and it sounds like an elementary schooler's presentation. Young Ui Nam touched his cheek and wiped away Kong Hun's spit. At this point, his last nerve finally snapped. He looked down, trembling. I knew it. A bottom feeder like you could never understand my noble dream. Young Ui Nam completely lost his patience. He looked at Kong Hun with eyes full of hatred and rage. You lowly commoner trash. How could you understand my grand ambition? Kong Hun grimaced, holding back a laugh. Then looked up to mock Young Ui Nam and his lackeys. Whoa, you hear that? Commoner. You call me a commoner. Ka. It's the 21st century and you're using words like that? Then what kind of big shot are you supposed to be? Some kind of wannabe gang leader? Young Ui Nam's handsome face contorted with rage. You lowly piece of S. Let's see how long you can keep that big mouth running. Get him. Everyone. That's an order. Zung U Nam Sautet. Cast magic on Kong Hun. Manasead, Min Poison, Corruption, Sensory Disorder. The ultimate moves of over 30 awakened individuals were fired at Kong Hun simultaneously. He immediately let out a roar, activating multiple skills at once. Lion's Roar and Rage. Debuffs dispelled. Mental Fortification active. Resisting abnormal statuses. The power and stats of all enemies have decreased. Young Ui Nam clicked his tongue. TCH, you idiots. He barked orders. Stop trying to restrain him. Kill him. Kill him now. They stopped holding back and unleashed different magic spells. Kong Hun waited with excitement. Good, very good. Let's see if this magic actually works. He wrapped himself in the Ankia skin as the explosion erupted. The entire BEP guild lunged down to brawl with Kong Hun. But out of nowhere, brutal slashes tore through them. Kong Hun easily took down dozens of men. Watching this, Young Ui Nam's blood boiled even hotter. Kong Hun took a deep breath and demolished the entire BEP guild building. Just like that, the battle raged from afternoon until sunset. Kong Hun was still standing strong against the BEP crowd. On the enemy side, even though their numbers had dwindled significantly, many remained. Young Ui Nam was shaken, but seeing the situation, he still forced a cocky laugh. Doing okay, Kong Hun? Now you're a murderer too. You're just like us now. Kong Hun replied with total indifference. BS. If you're trying to play the guild card, save it. If you plan to kill, you better be prepared to get killed. Zungu Nam's Gulp. You're on the verge of death and still acting tough? Faking it is useless. You're clearly exhausted. Suddenly, strange tentacles shot up from behind, wrapping tightly around Kong Hun and refusing to let go. He had underestimated the enemy and failed to watch his back. Stupid. This is nothing. Before he could finish his sentence, Kong Hun felt it. A sword pierced right through his chest. He gradually lost consciousness. It's over. I can't tank this one. Jung Ao Nom walked over casually. Good job. Vice President. Let me finish him off. The vice president obeyed. Yes, president. Even though Kong Han had destroyed almost their entire base. Yung Ui Nam had to admit internally that surviving this long with those wounds was impressive. Your strength is so respectable I'd trade this whole pile of trash for you. But an uncontrollable wild beast is nothing but garbage. He asked smugly one last time, got any last words? But Kong Han wouldn't submit. Even right before death, he tried to piss him off one more time. May you always find hair in every soup you eat. This time, Yung Ui Nam didn't even bother arguing. He raised his hand. Is that so? You want to die in pain, then? He grabbed Kong Hun's head and scorched his face. Kong Han screamed in agony. His entire body went up in flames. He struggled between life and death, while Yung Ui Nam leisurely lit a cigarette. He asked an associate for the status. The report came back immediately. The death toll has exceeded 30. Roughly 50 are critically injured. Yung Ui Nam was livid. Damn it, this is a huge loss. All this mess over one guy. He waved his hand in dismissal. Fine. Clear out his gear. It looks top tier. Salvage whatever you can. Suddenly, someone called out, making him turn around. President. His body. It vanished. Scene shifts to Kong Hun's house. His bedroom door slowly opened. Hun, who was scrolling on her phone, immediately looked over. She pursed her lips and said, I thought things were chill for the past few days, but you died again? I knew at the moment I saw your face. Kong Han scratched his head and walked out groggily. I am hungry. What's there to eat? Hun screamed. Hey, take off your shoes. Kong Han flinched. My bad. But his sister still gave him an earful. I told you. Strip off your armor after you respawn. Now clean this up yourself. Kong Han nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'm sorry. Hun added, and wash the blankets too. 2 days later, at the Tree Canyon dungeon owned by the BEP Guild, 2 guards were stationed right at the entrance. The beige-haired one complained, I'm bored to death. Why are so few people coming lately? The cigarette-smoking one replied while checking his phone, I heard rumors about our guild are all over the radar now. Beige-hair scoffed, what a bunch of pussies. So what if their gear gets jacked? We're taking lives out here too. Suddenly, he spotted something. He jumped up. Hey, someone's coming. From a distance, a man with his face completely covered approached. He stared wide-eyed at the two of them. The two of them stared right back. Then they looked at each other with the same thought. Who is this freak? As for Kong Han, after recklessly charging in, he realized something. Doing this was like bringing a knife to a gunfight. And of course, Kong Han had plenty of knives. So it wasn't impossible, but he couldn't just keep tanking the respawn penalty forever. Therefore, he needed to hit the BEP Guild's dungeons one by one, taking them out step by step. Following the plan, Kong Han successfully wiped out the crew of another dungeon. A blonde guy, being choked by Kong Han, cried out for mercy. I'm sorry. He glared and asked, sorry for what? What did you do wrong? The guy trembled and stammered, I don't know. Hearing that, he tightened his grip on the guy's throat. If you don't know, don't apologize, you prick. He threw the guy aside. Then he stepped closer and tossed him a blank piece of paper, ordering, write it down. Where are your other dungeons? Do this, and I'll spare your life. The guy immediately grabbed the pen from Kong Hun's hand and scribbled frantically. He added, hey, let me ask you something. You guys kill so many people. How have you not been busted yet? No matter how sneaky you are, you eventually leave a trail. You bribing the cops? The blonde guy, crawling on the ground, answered dazedly. Something like that. I don't know the details. Part of it is always occupying dungeons that don't have CCTV nearby. Kong Han nodded. Ah, I see. The blonde guy obediently handed him the paper. I've written everything I know. Kong Han took it and scanned it. MHM good. He held his hand up in front of the guy's face. A bright light appeared in his palm. Boom! The blonde guy's head instantly vanished. Kong Han flicked his hand, completely unbothered. He muttered to himself, then I guess I won't get caught either. Just you wait, you bastards. An even bigger monster is coming for you. Scene shifts to Yung Ui Nam's office. He was reading today's top headline about his guild. Captured monster escapes. Tragedy befalls famous guild. Yung Ui Nam slammed the table in rage. Damn it. That backup excuse I had for emergencies. And I had to waste it just to cover up a mess made by one psycho. Suddenly, his office door burst open. A man rushed in to report. President, this is bad. But he was immediately attacked by Yung Ui Nam, who hurled an ashtray at his forehead. He stood up, fuming and threatening. How dare you barge in here? I'm already pissed off. The man bowed in terror. I'm so sorry. Sir, that guy appeared again. Yung Ui Nam asked that guy. The freak targeting our dungeons? The man hurriedly reported, yes, he's hit 7 dungeons already. Over 100 members are dead. He thought to himself, crap, who is this guy? In this mess, the more people he deployed, the higher the body count. He then ordered from now on, everyone stays inside the dungeons. No shifts, you sleep there. You got it. Now get out. The man's head was bleeding, but he obediently complied with a yes, sir, and closed the door as he left. Only Young Ui Nam remained in the room. He silently speculated. 5 days ago, Kong Han attacked us, and his body vanished. 2 days later, a psycho starts targeting our dungeons. Just as I suspected. With this evidence, it's clear Kong Han definitely has accomplices. Taking his body must be due to some skill. Without more info, it's hard to plan a countermeasure. This won't do. Though reluctant, he suddenly took out his phone and called someone. The ringing tone went on and on. A mocking voice answered the phone. Yo, Mr. Justice Hero, what's up? Young Ui Nam was furious, but kept his cool while talking. I need your help. The guy laughed and replied, Huh, the big boss of the BEP guild needs help? Alright, I heard your guild is getting wrecked lately. Must be because of that, huh? What's in it for me? I'm richer than you, you know. A real fight. That was Young Ui Nam's answer. The guy on the other end sounded confused. Huh. Young Ui Nam seemed to know this guy's personality well. So he easily persuaded him. Don't you want an interesting fight? There's only one suspect, and he's definitely not some average Joe. You'll be satisfied. Sure enough, the guy was hooked. He thought for a bit and agreed. I guess I'll give it a shot. That night at the meeting spot, the hooded guy asked the guard standing with him, What's your name again? The man replied, I'm Kim Yugo. Having learned his name, the guy didn't even bother to care. Yeah, whatever. Honestly, I don't give a damn. Just call me Ui Nam's underling if you want. So, when's this strong guy showing up? Is he definitely coming here? If I wait and no one shows, you're going to catch these hands. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sensed someone approaching. Kong Han charged into the enemy territory alone. But as the hooded guy's presence surged, he became highly alert. This is terrifying. For the first time, my sixth sense is reacting this strongly. It used to be just a vague hunch. But now it's screaming in my head. He thought while drawing his weapon, if I don't want to die, I need to run from that monster right now. Suddenly, Kong Han stopped and asked, Why are you here? An NYU SEAL. An NYU SEAL also recognized the voice. Kong Hun. NYU SEAL? Brother Kong Han? Why are you here? Then he realized, tilting his head with a demonic grin. How could it be? So the one hitting those spots was you? You always do the most interesting things. Kong Han looked at NYU SEAL suspiciously. Someone must be backing him. Kind of think of it, he's pretty rich. Could the one behind the BEP guild be you? Pointing his sword at NYU SEAL's neck, he demanded an answer. An NYU SEAL, are you one of the BEP guild members too? NYU SEAL laughed, ignoring the gaze of the man standing behind him. Man, it hurts that you'd think I'm in the same league as that trash. What would people think of me? Kong Han still didn't trust him and stayed on guard. Oh, then why are you here? NYU SEAL confessed honestly. You know Young Ui Nam, right? The president of that guild. An arrogant prick like him. Actually asked me for help. Interesting, right? After hearing the answer, Kong Han remembered what kind of person he was. Oh, I see. He patted him on the shoulder and walked away. Forget it. I have nothing to say to you. Don't block my way. Let's grab a meal sometime when we have time. Kong Han walked away while picking his nose, thinking to himself, we don't even have each other's numbers. What kind of meal is he talking about? At that exact moment, an NYU SEAL flashed a sneaky grin and attacked from behind. But just as his mace was about to hit his head, Kong Han, with his hypersensitive instincts, turned around and blocked the strike with his sword instantly. He was fuming with rage. Veins popped as he glared at NYU SEAL. What the hell? NYU SEAL replied playfully, If you just leave, I'll be sad. So, while speaking, he suddenly lunged. Immortal King, Kong Hun. The two sharp weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. Kong Han threatened. Even if we're acquaintances, I'm not holding back. Get lost, you dog. An NYU SEAL felt the massive pressure coming from Kong Han. He shivered with excitement. That's exactly what I wanted. Let's go, Kong Han. Activating Giant's strength and the officer's secret, he delivered a powerful thrust. An NYU SEAL nimbly tilted his body to dodge the fatal blow, but his cheek was slightly grazed. He laughed with delight, getting into a stance to retaliate. Just how much of a monster have you become lately? Not bad at all. The sound of clashing metal rang out continuously as their mana exploded violently. An NYU SEAL couldn't stop grinning ear to ear while fighting against Kong Han. Kong Han gritted his teeth and countered. This fight was stalling his plans, and he needed to end it fast. But man, how long had it been since he'd had a fight this thrilling? He couldn't help but crack a joyful smile. An NYU SEAL understood that feeling perfectly. He shouted in peak excitement, that face. I knew you loved to get scrapped too. Suddenly, Yugo saw an opening and lunged, yelling die, making Kong Han and NYU SEAL pause in total surprise. Yugo thought as he attacked, if I make an impression here, maybe I'll get promoted to a leadership role one day. But because Yugo had pissed an NYU SEAL off, NYU SEAL ended his life with a single swing of his mace. He let out a huff. Kong Han was absolutely livid. I was having fun. Don't you dare butt in, Kong Hun observed calmly. So they aren't allies, but he killed him that easily? Suddenly, an NYU SEAL seemed to relax. He let out a long sigh and put his weapon away. Vibes ruined now. I really wanted a real showdown with you. But even if I want to keep going, I can't. I don't want you to hate me. Kong Hun's eyes said it all. I've hated you for a long time. He suddenly asked Kong Hun. By the way, do you know what kind of guy Yung Ui Nam really is? Kong Hun shook his head. No clue. An NYU SEAL started the tea. Yung Ui Nam is the illegitimate son of a massive conglomerate chairman. That's why those lowlives act so entitled. Kong Hun thawed in disbelief. What is this, an 8 p.m. soap opera? Then he asked an NYU SEAL, confused, so what? Since he's rich, are you telling me not to touch him? Kong Hun said it straight and walked off. If I were scared, I wouldn't have started this mess in the first place. Stop wasting my time and just go home and sleep. Suddenly, an NYU SEAL grabbed Kong Hun's shoulder. I wasn't finished yet. He made an offer. Let me in on whatever you're doing. I want to see that bastard lose it too. At the BEP Guild, Yung Ui Nam was losing his mind. He clutched his hair and screamed, damn it, 3 dungeons jacked, and I even lost contact with an NYU SEAL. His rage reached a boiling point as he smashed his keyboard and trashed his desk. Useless pieces of brain-dead trash. Every single one of you is useless. He ordered a full mobilization of the members. Everyone, be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. A man standing opposite him looked worried. I'm not sure how many people we can actually gather. I don't care if they're sick or have family emergencies. Get them here. Do you not understand English? The man reported. Many people have been leaving the guild lately. Some have completely cut contact. Ui Nam, being the toxic boss, forced the issue. Then kidnapped their parents and threatened them. Those who don't listen must be made to listen. The man awkwardly scratched his head and continued. The vibe in the guild is terrible right now, with so many people quitting. If we threaten members, it'll be impossible to manage. Yung Ui Nam was red in the face, speechless with rage. Suddenly, his phone rang. Yung Ui Nam pulled it out irritably. Damn it, why now? An unknown number was calling him. Yung Ui Nam picked up, curious. Then a strange smile crept onto his face. This voice. Maybe things will be easier than I thought. Meanwhile, Kong Hun, an NYU SEAL, had started their plan. Kong Hun walked while reading comments on his phone. NYU SEAL poked his head in with a grin. Looks like it's working. We just gotta raid dungeons for a week. Kong Hun nodded as he walked. Yeah, it's almost over. Another BEP guild dungeon slowly vanished. An NYU SEAL shrugged and asked, mixed feelings? How you plan to end this? Kong Hun looked at him with trust. I guess telling you won't hurt. Listen. He leaned in and whispered in an NYU SEAL's ear. Whisper, whisper, mumble, mumble. After hearing it, an NYU SEAL grimaced and asked, well, are you even sane? Just like that, Yung Ui Nam received a note with the following content. If you want to save the guild right now, meet me at 6 p.m. tomorrow at the Sozil Mountain Dungeon, Anyang Song, Deoxys Forest. Signed, Ghostblade. As soon as he finished reading, he crumpled the paper and went feral. Arrogant piece of S. So you want to fight? Fine. I'll come see that cocky face of yours today, then I'll break your bones and skin you alive. Following him were all the remaining members of the BEP Guild. All of them were disgruntled, whispering to each other, damn it, I wasn't even going to show. But if I don't, who knows what he'll do to me? Better just play it smart and stay out of the way. Yung Ui Nam glared at the crowd with hatred. Cursing in his head, F. Why did I bring these useless idiots? If I could just lure him in. Yung Ui Nam recalled the events of yesterday. When that unknown number called, the voice on the other end asked, you look pretty exhausted lately, don't you, Yung Ui Nam? Yung Ui Nam flinched. The voice was mysterious. The man continued. That's right, it's me. I'm calling to offer a hand, since you're clearly struggling. Seeing an offer for help. Yung Ui Nam couldn't help but smirk. Whatever. I only reached out to guys like an NYU SEAL because I had no other choice, and now you're just hitting me up out of the blue? He laughed politely at the man. Haha, your timing is perfect. If you help me, I'll make it worth your while. My father will provide support as well. Suddenly, something didn't sit right. The tone of the man on the phone shifted instantly. What? Who did you say is supporting whom? It seems you don't understand the situation. I've changed my mind. I'm not helping anymore. Just keep clinging to that arrogant father of yours. With that, the man hung up, leaving Yung Ui Nam in total shock. Wait, why so sudden? Yung Ui Nam has been bitter ever since. He frowned with resentment. That bastard is even more of a prick than an NYU SEAL. Let's see how long those arrogant fools can keep looking down on me. Scene shifts to a residential complex. 2 men sat opposite each other, chatting. The light blonde one said, casually, so that's how it is. The BEP Guild has summoned all its members. Looks like Yung Ui Nam is at the end of his rope, huh? The other guy, who seemed more humane, asked. They're technically our allies, though. Are you really not planning to send backup? Choi Min-jun? The man named Choi Min-jun replied coldly. It doesn't matter if it's necessary or not. Supporting that pile of trash is just a waste of effort. The blonde guy reminded him uneasily, but if he dies, Chairman Young sang, so won't just let it slide. Suddenly, Shui Min-yun is flashed. Red streaks shot out from nowhere, tightly gripping the blonde guy's neck. He struggled in pain as the red streaks appeared behind Choi Min-jun's back. Like foxtails, he asked agitatedly, so what? You think I have to rely on that old man to survive? The blonde guy struggled to breathe, drooling in pure terror. And no, I was wrong. Choi Min-jun calmed down and let out a sigh. He released him. The man clutched his throat, coughing violently. Choi Min-jun left, having lost interest. But before leaving, he gave an order. Keep doing what you're doing and look into new financial sources. He obeyed the command. Scene shifts to the D-rank D-Suffin Forest Dungeon. All BEP guild members followed Young Ui Nam inside. He asked his vice president, what time is it now? He checked his watch and replied, 6:03. Damn it. I sent the signal, but not a soul is in sight. Did we lose already? He warned everyone to be ready for combat. We don't know the enemy's numbers. They could be ambushing us. Everyone shouted in unison, understood. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance. President, over there. A massive cloud of dust appeared before them. They stood there, staring wide-eyed. Then they spotted someone being chased by a pack of D-Suffin, a familiar face. It was Young Ui Nam's current living nightmare. He screamed, Kong. Hun? A twin? No, he's actually alive. Kong Han greeted Young Ui Nam cheerfully. Long time no see. Doing well. I brought a gift for you. With that, he pulled out a creature and held it up high for the BEP guild to see. It was an adorable wolf cub. The crowd immediately started buzzing. Is that a baby D-Suffin? So cute. Kong Han got into a pitcher stance. Catch! He hurled the baby D-Suffin right at them. The BEP members cried out in protest. That's psycho. How could he throw such a cute animal? One guy immediately tossed his weapon aside and focused on the cub. I'll catch it. The cub whimpered in fear. It landed safely in the man's arms. He felt satisfied protecting the cub. It's okay now, it's okay. Daddy's got you. The others looked on with envy. So cute, I want a hug too. How could he do that? What a cold-blooded jerk. Young Ui Nam screamed in rage. Shut the hell up. He was the only one who realized. That psycho stole the D-Suffin cubs. The D-Suffin pack has gone completely feral and out of control. They're charging right at us. Kong Han followed up by tossing a bag high into the air. Have a present. The bag was filled with baby D-Suffin. The BEP members watched in delight as cute babies fell from the sky. Kong Han took the chance and lunged in one leap. Gripping his sword, he charged forward. He slashed right in front of Young Ui Nam, trailing a pack of adult D-Suffin right behind him to attack everyone. The D-Suffin entered their invisible combat mode. Young Ui Nam struggled to block one, but he quickly realized Kong Han's plan. He was about to call out Kong, but Kong Han had already zipped past him. He mocked, good luck, boys. Young Ui Nam had to turn back to focus on fighting off the D-Suffin. He scrambled to calculate. Damn it, dealing with D-Suffin is a nightmare. Because of their invisibility, with Kong Han in the mix, the formation is a total mess. Young Ui Nam shook with rage. He bellowed an order, everyone retreat. Get out of the dungeon now. Hearing this, the whole crowd bolted for the exit. Damn it, glad I was in the back. Move it. Tomorrow, I'm quitting this hellhole of a guild. Suddenly, an NYU walked in from the entrance. Hey, there. The crowd stared at him, dumbfounded. An NYU took the opportunity to draw his weapon. He prepared to massacre the whole lot. An NYU was hyped. He brutally smashed the BEP guild members with his mace. Unable to defend, people screamed for help. Young Ui Nam saw the situation and screamed, an NYU. Young Ui Nam grew tense. Did he betray us? Since when? We're screwed. But there's got to be a way. An NYU kept attacking everyone around him. They couldn't fight back and could only cry out in vain. Ui Nam saw the situation getting worse and tried to find a way out. What do I do? Young Ui Nam looked toward Kong Han, who was coordinating with an NYU to wipe out the members. Ui Nam was helpless watching the scene. He couldn't take it anymore. His whole body shook with fury. If this keeps up, Young Ui Nam trembled, trying to suppress his rage. Then there's only one way left. Young Ui Nam clenched his fists. Flames began to ignite around his hands. Meanwhile, the BEP guild members were being relentlessly attacked and critically injured. Kong Han took them down one by one with ease. His eyes went white, filled with brutal murderous intent as blood splattered across his face. He complained, TCH, the slashing never ends. These guys are like leeches. So annoying. At that moment, flames appeared on Young Ui Nam's face. He let out a furious roar. Kong Hun sensed the danger. Kong Hun turned around and stood frozen at the sight. Young Nam*'s entire body was on fire. The flames around him flared up like his rage. Nam charged straight at Kong Hun. He couldn't react and just stood there. Young Nam bellowed fire. He lost control and lunged. At least you're coming to hell with me. Kong Hun raised his arms to block. The massive flames made it hard to defend. A huge explosion occurred. The members couldn't escape in time and could only scream in vain. YS2. Young Nam's whole body was engulfed in flames. He was also injured. He thought, this firepower is so strong, it's putting my own life at risk. But if I do this, he'll also. Sudenli, Zung Nam Fode. He was in utter disbelief. A hand reached out from the middle of the raging inferno. It was Kong Hun. He was still alive. Kong Hun's face was full of bloodlust. He lunged and grabbed Young Nam by the face. Young Nam's face was already severely burned. Kong Hun gripped his face tightly. Flames were still burning fiercely on Kong Hun's own face, causing serious burns, but he didn't even flinch. Is that all? You went this far for just that? Pathetic. After speaking, Kong Hun delivered a sharp kick straight to Young Nam's stomach. The move was so decisive that Nam couldn't react. Young Nam took the hit directly and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying back, and the flames died out completely. Young Nam groaned in pain, clutching his stomach. He had lost all the power he possessed just moments ago. Young Nam panted in agony. He had no strength left to attack. Kong Hun said flatly, just sit tight and watch, 'cause I'll deal with you later. Meanwhile, Kong Hun remained unscathed after the explosion. He said coldly, I'm already beat up, so don't even dream of a peaceful passing. I'm gonna make you watch the final moments of all your lackeys. Then, Kong Hun lunged back in with an NYUCOL to continue attacking Young Nam subordinates. Young Nam kept his head down. He broke into a helpless smile, as if fate had already been sealed. He accepted his defeat. It's over. It's all over. Just because I messed with the wrong person. Young Nam sat there dazed. He seemed to have lost his mind, laughing hysterically. He just sat there, cackling like a lunatic. His laughter grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the forest. By this time, Young Nam subordinates had all collapsed. Blood and corpses were scattered everywhere. An NYUCOL and Kong Hun stood right in front of Young Nam. He was still sitting there laughing, without a trace of fear. Young Nam had completely snapped. After witnessing the fate of his men, he just sat there laughing like a freak. An NYUCOL leaned down playfully. He got close and teased, what's so funny, big bro? Kong Hun stood by serious. Leave him be. Maybe he's having a nice dream. Young Nam kept mumbling, it's over. It's all over. It seemed he would never be normal again. He started thinking, over? For who? Who? He trembled, refusing to believe the truth. He could only sit there mumbling, unable to accept it. Kong Hun seemed to notice something unusual about Young Nam. Young Nam gritted his teeth. With a fierce look on his face, he said resentfully, I can't die like this. I'm an illegitimate son. Scene shifts to when Young Nam was a child. Me and my mom were just a side family. The other child, the bastard, the half-brother, the outsider. My siblings were nothing but strangers who didn't care about me. They looked down on me. I was dragged into power struggles I never wanted. They controlled me as they pleased. My father pitted me and provided everything, but that was just an excuse for them to attack me. One day, the world changed. The tutorial began. The appearance of dungeons and awakened. The world began to return to the logic of primitive power. Back then, I had a hunch. This was my chance to flip the script. He finished recounting his flashback to Kong Hun in an NYUCOL. Right as he finished, a slash appeared in the middle of his neck. His eyes widened in shock, unable to react. Young Nam's head fell off and went rolling. Kong Hun held his weapon. He felt relieved, as if a weight had been lifted. Phew. Kong Hun wondered, man, these guys talk way too much. An NYUCOL stood by, grinning. You should at least listen to a man's final words. Kong Hun replied bluntly, why should I? As Kong Hun stowed his weapon into the system, he said, well, anyway, good work. Not like it was any of your business, though. An NYUCOL played it off. Don't mention it. It was fun. An NYUCOL smiled and looked over, asking curiously, so, Kong Hun, how does it feel? What's it like after settling a long-standing grudge? Before them lay a gruesome scene of corpses. Blood was everywhere. Kong Hun scratched his head and replied, I don't know. An NYUCOL continued cheerfully. The end of revenge is emptiness, right? Kong Hun immediately replied, well, the guy who deserved to die is dead. If I had to compare it, it feels like finally digging out a massive chunk of earwax from deep inside your ear. It's not a huge deal, but it's a hell of a relief. As he spoke, Kong Hun picked his ear to illustrate. An NYUCOL teased, dude, stop with the comparisons. As Kong Hun walked away, he asked, what about the gear drops? Sell him and split the cash? An NYU SEAL stood his ground. I don't need it. I'm not short on cash. Kong Hun walked toward a corpse. He picked up a sword and asked again, really? You don't want anything? Kong Hun looked pensive, thinking about money. Up until now, I haven't really cared that much about money. The rewards from clearing dungeons were enough to keep me from feeling broke. Kong Hun thought back to the letter sent to him. But now I realize I can't protect everything with just my own strength and that amount of cash. Kong Hun opened the system to store the sword. The one I just picked up. I've decided to start saving up. And another thing, I'm going to build my own power base. It was dark now. Kong Hun and an NYU SEAL arrived at the gate. An NYU SEAL shoved his hands in his pockets and said with relief, it's over. Kong Hun crossed his arms coldly. Yeah. Then, his expression turned serious. He called out, an NYU SEAL. Kong Hun made a proposal. If I said I was going to start a guild. Suddenly, an NYU SEAL cut him off. Do you want me to join? Kong Hun replied, I wasn't finished. An NYU SEAL smiled with interest. If it's a guild you're starting, it's bound to be a blast, right? My gut is telling me so. Kong Hun smiled back. What gut? I haven't even said I'd let you join yet. An NYU SEAL teased, hey, you were just about to recruit me, I know it. Kong Hun replied bluntly, get lost. At that time, no one knew that a small guild started by 2 men as a joke would become the most famous guild in Korea, though certainly in a negative way. Meanwhile, in a chairman's office, a voice questioned, wasn't the story supposed to go differently? It was the chairman of Han's Sook Group, Young Sang-so. He was livid. You said you'd take responsibility and look after Young Uinam. You've breached the contract. Young Sang-so shouted. The man sat calmly in front of Choi Min-jun. Choi Min-jun turned around with a relaxed smirk. Min-jun replied, breach a contract? You're pushing the joke a bit too far. I have no idea what you're talking about. The irritated chairman asked, you're still going to play dumb? Shui Min-yun smiled. It's been a week since my son and the guild members went MIA. Given the current situation, it's obvious. What do you want from me? Young Sang-so gasped what? Min-jun crossed his legs and asked calmly. I propped up a useless, talentless loser to be a guild leader. I did my job and took the payment. Is there a problem? This made the chairman explode with rage as he gritted his teeth. You punk. Han Suk-young sang, so immediately barked orders to all his staff. Everyone attack him. Kill him. Receiving the chairman's order, the lackeys lunged at Choi Min-jun, who remained casually seated. Choi Min-jun didn't panic at all. His face turned cold as tentacles suddenly manifested from nowhere. They quickly wrapped around the necks of all the lackeys before they could even react. Those tentacles squeezed tight, choking the life out of the employees. This was Choi Min-jun's power. Tentacles swirled around him, suffocating the subordinates. Choi Min-jun stood up and called out, Chairman Young. Choi Min-jun slowly walked toward Young Sang-so, who backed away in terror. We clearly signed a contract. I fulfill my end as agreed. Why are you pulling this on me? Min-jun's face was full of bloodlust, looking like he could end the chairman's life at any second. Han Suk-young sang, so stammered in fear. You. Min-jun gave a stern warning. If this happens one more time, I won't let it slide. You got that? Seeing his men controlled by Min-jun's tentacles, the chairman could only nod in terror. I understand. Hearing the answer, Choi Min-jun broke into a smile. Looking satisfied, he retracted his tentacles. The employees gasped for air as if they'd just come back from the dead. Min-jun turned to leave, but not before leaving a reminder. Glad we're on the same page. Transfer the promised amount to my account by the end of the day. He added with interest, I'm curious though, who exactly was the one that toppled Young Uinam? The BEP guild is gone. The sudden disappearance of a major guild sparked countless rumors and ghost stories. The media was in an uproar for a while. Headlines began to pop up. Free forum. Is BEP really finished? Foreign policy. The fall of the BEP guild. Missing person cases in dungeons are rising. Some argue this is a result of a power struggle between guilds. Breaking news. Dungeon crimes. Is it safe? It's a time of upheaval. The head of the Awakened Alliance, Choi Dong-gu, demands better policies for awakened individuals. Dungeon terrorism is up. Possible organized crime involvement. Interview with the Awakened of the Month. Fire Dragon Guild leader Park Hu-dong. Exclusive news on the Goblin Slayer. Summary. With new guilds and Awakened appearing every day, the BEP guild is quickly being forgotten. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a different, less-than-ideal location. There's no way we'll get caught. No evidence left behind. I've dealt with all the troublemakers. Inside, Kong Hun and an NYU SEAL were sitting down for a meal, chatting with each other. This time, they even leveled up after the battle. The loot they picked up had been sold, and they were finally having a good meal. An NYU SEAL thought to himself, then smiled and asked, Isn't everything fine now? What are you so salty about? Kong Hun looked down, trembling as he tried to suppress his anger. The new title I got this time is the problem. The system displayed the title. Ruthless Family Destroyer. Description: based on the bias that monsters don't have families. This title is awarded to those who have destroyed many families through brutal and horrific means. Effect: increases hostility. The owner of this title will strike instinctive fear into others. Kong Hun slammed his chopsticks on the table. Even when a title isn't equipped, it still has an effect. He recalled the system message. All effect from non-selected titles are active at 50. He replied irritably, I've been so stressed lately. Because of this, I'm being misunderstood even more. An NYU Seoul comforted him in his own savage way. It's not a misunderstanding. You were already a jerk. It makes no difference anyway, so don't sweat it. Suddenly, Kong Hun's phone rang. It was Instructor Kim E-Hun calling. Kong Hun picked up. Zoomoo Nam. The voice on the other end replied, It's me, Kim E-Hun. I'd appreciate it if you didn't call me that. Do you remember the promise? Kong Hun looked totally confused. Promise? What promise? E-Hun sighed, frustrated, running a hand through her hair. I thought you know. Come meet our president. This is pretty urgent, so I hope you can come right away. When are you free? Scene shifts to the Janghun Guild, 12th floor. Kong Hun asked nervously, Is this going to be okay? He pointed to an NYU Seoul who was standing beside him with a grin. Can I bring him along? E-Hun replied sternly. The president has already authorized this. An NYU Seoul laughed. Don't worry. Hansei Hyan and I are old acquaintances. Kong Hun said, Hearing you call her sis feels weird. How do you two know each other? An NYU Seoul explained. I met her at a social party before. Kong Hun thought blankly. Who even is she? Then he complained, a social party? A president must be loaded. Graduated from a top-tier school, too. The world is so unfair. In the reception room, E-Hun knocked on the door and called out politely. President? A voice from inside answered, Come in. Having received permission. E-Hun opened a door, and Kong Hun and an NYU Seoul stepped inside. A girl smiled and said politely, Please come in. I'm the president of the Dangun Guild, Hansei Hyan. Kong Hun reached out to shake hands. Say Yeoning used to have. Ah yes, I'm Kong Hun. Say Hyan shook his hand and replied, Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from E-Hun. E-Hun said, Excuse me, and stepped out. An NYU Seoul smiled and waved at Say Hyan. She cheerfully said, Long time no see, an NYU Seoul. Say Hyan pointed to a chair and said, Please have a seat. Kong Hun politely replied, Ah yes. As soon as he sat down, Kong Hun spoke seriously. Thank you for your help. I don't know how to repay the favor. Say Hyan gave a polite smile in return. Don't mention it. It wasn't that difficult, so don't let it weigh on you. Kong Hun cut straight to the chase. But I don't like being in debt. Why did you call me here? Say Hyan turned serious. I'll be blunt then. Kong Hun didn't stand on ceremony either. You know everyone's busy. Say Hyun smiled at Kong Hun's response. She replied, I originally intended to chat for a bit, but since you put it that way, I won't be formal. Say Hyan made her proposal. Kong Hun, would you like to join the Dangun Guild? Without a second's hesitation, Kong Hun replied, No. Kong Hun's bluntness sent the whole room into an awkward silence. Say Hyan awkwardly broke the silence, replying, Ah, I see. Say Hyan asked curiously, Mr. Kong Hun, why don't you want to join our guild? Kong Hun replied flatly, I just don't want to. The atmosphere suddenly turned to stone. Say Hyan could only manage an okay. An NYU Seoul whistled and made a funny gesture. This guy's so sharp he'll cut your hand. Kong Hun looked confused. Huh, you got something to say? Ansei Yeon Chakev. It's fine. Actually, hearing you say it so clearly makes it easier for me to give up. Kong Hun nodded. That's good then. He continued. Regardless, I'll repay this debt another way. If you ever need help, give me a call. Ansei Yeon Chatif comfortably. Don't worry about it. Having a connection with someone as strong as you is no loss for us. We'll be in touch when the time comes. Kong Hun wondered, but honestly, does the #1 guild in the country really need my help? Of course, if I can help, I will. Suddenly, Hansei Hyan asked him, Mr. Kong Hun, how long do you think the current peace will last? Kong Hun thought calmly. Peace. With dungeons appearing and criminals running wild. Can you really call this world peaceful? Could she have seen that? The image of the 8th stage in the tutorial. Compared to that image, you could say the world is peaceful now. He replied indifferently. I don't know. That's not a problem I can solve. Regardless, me getting stronger is the only way to deal with it. Besides, there's still a 5-year countdown. The thing called Broken Dimension, right? Hansei Hyan fell silent, looking down. She let Kong Hun know her anxiety. 3 years. At least one nation will definitely face a crisis within the next 3 years. We don't have much time. Kong Hun asked back, what makes you so sure? Ansei Yeon Gaba Vagan Sweat. I can't say exactly. There's a divine entity that knows everything about this. We have someone on our side capable of communicating with that being. Kong Hun was startled and speculated. A divine entity? Is she talking about the administrator? There's someone who can talk to the administrator? Han say hi and look Kong Hun straight in the eye. To be honest, Mr. Kong Hun, you felt it too, haven't you? Dungeon difficulty is rising, but the growth of the awakened is stagnating. He replied vaguely, I haven't really felt that. An NYU CEO nudged him. Really? Then why did you say that? The more reckless the awakened are, the stronger they become. That's why hunting with guns isn't effective at all. Kong Hun realized. Is that so? No wonder no awakened use guns. An NYU CEO voiced what many were thinking. Bows or crossbows are different from guns because you can upgrade them according to level. Seems like there are a lot of theories. Huh? Han sier nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's why only strong and reckless people like you, Mr. Kong Hun, can solve the current situation. You could become a hero. Kong Hun expressed himself awkwardly, while an NYU CEO sat next to him, nodding along. I don't like saying it out loud, but I'm not exactly a good guy. You know that. I'm the one who took out the BEP crew this time. Suddenly, the attitude and tone of Han Se-Hyun shifted. That trash isn't worth worrying about. He looked at her in surprise. Han Se-Yeon continued. Regardless, they were useless for the survival of humanity. They weren't worth protecting. She declared coldly, her eyes sharp and merciless. To humanity, one person like Mr. Kong Hun is more important than hundreds of those guys. The one who protects the world isn't a gentleman, but the strong. A while later, the two of them left. Kim Yoon went to Fin Hen Si-Hyun. He knocked and entered the room. Han Se-Hyun asked, You seen them off, right? Hyun replied carefully, yes. I confirmed they got in the car before returning. He asked about her thoughts. What was your impression after meeting him in person? Hen Si-Hyun popped up here teen evaluating. Honestly, he exceeded my expectations. Hyun was surprised. Does that mean? Han Se-Yeon nodded. Yes. Even though it was just a brief moment, when I mentioned the administrator, his pupils flickered. He's a graduate of the tutorial. Scene shifts to D-rank and E-rank dungeons. It's only one letter difference, but there's a massive gap between the two. Monster strength and numbers increase. The most distinct difference is the variety of monsters appearing in the dungeon. Specifically, the D-rank Dungeon Dan's lab is where monster variety hits its peak. Kong Hun is currently soloing his way through it. He stretched his body, thinking after the fierce battle he just had. Regular monsters, whether mobs or bosses, are usually the same species, so they're easy to fight. But here, the numbers are huge and annoying. Their weaknesses and attack patterns are completely different. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared before him. Kong Hun craned his neck to look up. What the hell is this? An orc chimera? An ugly monster appeared, growling ferociously. Kong Hun was taken aback. Whoa, this scale is way off. An orc body with a goblin head attached? Is this a glitch? Suddenly remembering something, Kong Hun asked the monster, Want to join my guild? I bet an NYU CEO on who'd find a recruit first. Before he could finish, the monster swung a hammer down. Thud! The ground shattered instantly. Kong Hun gracefully jumped to dodge the blow. He grumbled, If you're not interested, just say so. But honestly, you don't even meet the criteria. It let out a furious roar. Then, it spat out a yellowish liquid from its mouth. Kong Hun, disgusted, activated magic explosion. Damn it. That's nasty. He let the monster take the full hit. He landed successfully. Then he glanced back to check the situation. The liquid the monster spat out had melted through the entire wall. Kong Hun analyzed. Is that corrosive acid? He looked at the monster mockingly. Your skin is thick, and you're way bigger than me. But since I'm the brains of the operation, I always find the answer. It'd be even better if I could jack that hammer. Scene shifts to another part of the dungeon. Two other guys were up to something. The curly-haired one in the back asked the leader, Big bro, I've been hearing monsters screaming for a while now. The leader didn't care and replied vaguely, Probably just someone hunting. As for us, we just need to focus on the feast in front of us. The whole gang was surrounding a girl. Surprisingly, the girl was Shin Sung, who had previously appeared at the Awakened School. She was struggling to hold off the group alone. The leader looked at her with excitement. This is why I love dungeons. The curly-haired guy asked again, Big bro, do you hear that? The leader, losing patience, snapped, Hear what? Stop worrying about those hunting games. Right at that moment, Kong Hun slowly approached, growling, Ugh, it reeks. The group all flinched and whipped around to look back. Kong Hun was radiating pure bloodlust. He walked in carrying a hammer 10 times the size of his body. He mocked the group with contempt. You guys stink. This is the smell of low-tier trash. The smell of bottom-feeder criminals I've crushed before, right? The group looked in terror as Kong Hun approached. What the hell? What is that thing on his back? He braced himself and hoisted the hammer, about to smash them. but because the hammer was too big, it got stuck in the ceiling. Debris immediately came raining down. The group quickly shielded themselves. Damn it. Kong Hun stood frozen right in front of them. The leader, seeing this, felt a bit relieved. Is he out his mind? In a tight space like this, even if he swings, suddenly the hammer slowly began to move. He looked up nervously. Bam! Kong Hun brought the hammer down, pulverizing the ground. They continued to panic. Holy yes! They all stood rooted to the spot in defensive stances. Watching Kong Hun intently, he let out a long breath. Then he shook his hands and muttered, just as I thought. This thing is heavy. Doesn't seem viable as a main weapon. Better just stash it for now. The whole group stood paralyzed as they watched him put the hammer away. The leader smirked with disdain. Showing off like that. I thought he was actually someone important, but he clearly doesn't read the room. He lunged forward to attack Kong Hun. You dare drop your weapon in front of me? Before he could even celebrate, a blinding light streaked across his cheek. It was Kong Hun's punch of love. With just one gentle touch, the leader's face got completely wrecked, and he collapsed to the ground. His lackeys stood there, frozen. He grabbed him by the hair and pulled him up, then drew his short sword and pressed it against the leader's neck, threatening him. Now, you criminals, hand over everything you've got. One of the lackeys, terrified, barked orders to the others. He's crazy. Everyone charge. He's just one guy. Kong Hun whispered into the leader's ear, a bit surprised. Huh? You guys are attacking even though I'm holding him hostage? Guess they don't give a damn about your life, huh? He turned and asked him, what's your name? The guy obediently replied, it's Kuset, sir. Kong Hun immediately tossed his short sword aside and grabbed the guy right by his family jewels. All right, Kuset, I'll avenge you. Kuset felt a surge of numbing pain shoot from his crotch straight to his brain. Kong Hun screamed at the top of his lungs. The Kuset attack left the lackeys in total shock. Kong Hun used Kuset like a living weapon, smashing the faces of those thugs. But Kuset could feel his two eggs being slowly scrambled and served up. The guy who was shouting earlier was completely knocked out by the tag team attack of Kong Hun and Kuset. He clicked his tongue in praise, then provoked them using their leader. Not bad at all. You bastards, I'll take you all on with my new weapon, the Kuset siege ram. The remaining ones trembled, trying to fight back. Don't come any closer. But Kong Hun kept slowly approaching. You could feel the raw terror of these thugs through their eyes. Kong Hun just casually wiped them all out. They screamed in agony, unable to escape his hands. Our lips touched. Spare me. Help. Sung-ah watched with wide eyes. Finally, only the two of them and the corpses remained. Kong Hun cracked his neck, thinking to himself, as expected of a D-rank dungeon hunting team, it took a bit longer than I thought. Only then did he remember there was someone else. Sung-ah bowed 90 degrees to thank Kong Hun. Thank you for helping me. Thanks to you, I didn't end up in a terrible situation. Kong Hun waved his hands dismissively. It's nothing. Honestly, beating them up was pretty satisfying. Look up. Sung-ah raised her head and spoke. My name is Shin Sung-ah. May I ask your name? Kong Hun introduced himself awkwardly. You can speak comfortably with me. I'm Kong Hun. Suddenly she called out, Master Kong Hun, which made him pause. Sung-ah didn't hesitate to ask directly. How can I become strong like you? Master Kong Hun? Her gaze was completely unwavering. She stared straight into Kong Hun's blank face. This was the historic moment when three of Korea's biggest troublemakers gathered, though they'd only realize that later. Kong Hun awkwardly scratched his cheek. You're asking how to get stronger? Just work hard. Sung-ah flinched and asked back. Is working hard enough? She beat her chest, about to say something. If it's about hard work, then Kong Hun immediately cut in to redefine it for her. Not all effort is equal. You have to work until you're dead. Literally. Sung-ah mumbled to herself, reflecting, until I'm dead? After saying it, Kong Hun felt a bit awkward. The words of someone who literally came back from the dead, like me, probably don't make much sense. Not wanting to waste more time, he bid Sung-ah farewell. Take care. Whether you spare those guys or kill them is up to you. Sung-ah watched Kong Hun's back as he walked away until he reached a corner. Kong Hun, feeling a bit uneasy, suddenly turned back and asked, Can you make it out on your own? Sung-ah said bluntly no. He looked at her, bewildered. Aren't people usually supposed to beg for help? Kong Hun said, feeling a bit awkward. I'd love to help you, but I can't right now. I have to clear this place. Hearing this, Sung-ah made an offer. In that case, can I go with you? Kong Hun was taken aback. Huh? He tried to explain. Did you believe that work until you're dead stuff earlier? Forget it. If you actually die. Sung-ah shook her head. No, I know my place. I'll go with you to mine the mana stones. I won't get in your way at all. Of course, all the mana stones will belong to you. Kong Hun warned, it's dangerous. Sung-ah replied confidently, I can protect myself. Hearing that, Kong Hun immediately agreed. All right then, let's go together. The two of them headed deeper into the dungeon. The monster corpses were piled up in heaps. Sung Ah followed obediently behind him. Great job, sir, she announced. I'll start mining the mana stones now. Sung Ah aimed at the monster's cores and made a slice. A mana crystal immediately popped out. Kong Hun observed Sung Ah with a sense of relief. It looked like she could hold her own, just as she promised. I wonder if she has a stealth skill. Every time a fight breaks out, she quickly retreats to the back, occasionally providing support fire with her bow without getting in the way. Plus, she's handling all this tedious mana stone extraction for me. This strategy has made things a lot easier. Kong Hun spoke up to remind her, Sung Ah, stay sharp. Judging by the aura up ahead, the boss is close. It might get very dangerous from here on out. She gripped her knife handle tightly, showing no fear. Looking Kong Hun straight in the eye, she said, I've already made up my mind to go with you. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The dungeon's main core has been destroyed. The exit portal has opened. Both of them gasped in surprise. Kong Hun wondered in disbelief. Is it cleared? Did someone beat us to it? Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying aura. Wait, I can still feel the boss. He immediately whipped around to check. Then he spotted a rift. Outside the dungeon, the TV was reporting on the rift with a headline. Third large-scale dungeon break. Terrorism suspected. For the first time in Korea, a D-rank dungeon rift incident occurred. Dozens of dungeons near Seoul opened simultaneously, causing a monster wave. This is the third such case in the country since the Hanjiari Legion lockdown. However, this wave differs from the previous two. Experts analyze it as a deliberate act of terrorism. The event has thrown all of Korea into chaos. A man rushed somewhere, threw open a door, and screamed, Alliance leader. Another man with tan skin stood calmly in a room and spoke softly. You're here? The dungeon rifts. Is everything ready? This was the leader of the Awaken Alliance, Chairman Choi Dong-gu. The man who had just rushed and reported fearfully about that. According to the latest reports, one of the dungeons involved in the incident is a D rank. Choi Dong-gu Dawen. He quickly asked, confirm the location. The man reported, it's Dan's lab in Suganisto. Hearing the location, Choi Dong-gu became uneasy. Why there? Because it's such a complex dungeon, the raid was delayed. And now this happens. The two exchanged info while leaving. Are there any major guilds nearby? The Hanny Guild is there, but their main force is reportedly away on a mission. Dong-gu ordered, gather 50 elite soldiers immediately. We're heading to Sugan. Send the other teams to the remaining rifts. The man immediately obeyed. Meanwhile, at Hensi Huan's headquarters, she asked Ihan, what's the situation? He reported while checking the data. I heard Alliance leader Choi Dong-gu will personally handle Dan's lab. He's on his way with an elite force. Hansei Hyen turned back, startled. That'll be too late. Is there any guild nearby that can guarantee a defense? Ihan adjusted his glasses and replied. Aside from Hanny, there are only small and medium guilds. However, there's info that one awakened is clearing out monsters at insane speed. Sei Hyen was surprised. By himself? Ihan gave a relieved smile. The report describes a massive greatsword, a huge physique, and a face as fierce as any monster's. Hearing that, Sei Hyen paused. Then she broke into a bright smile. In that case, there's no need to worry about that area. That's right. The person they were talking about was none other than our boy Kong Han. The people around witnessed his power and didn't dare approach. This is insane. Is he really taking them all on alone? Now, that is a real awakened. Suddenly, one guy who didn't know the meaning of fear walked up to him to start a conversation. Thank you for saving my life. This favor. However, before he could finish, Kong Hun coldly brushed him off. Beat it. The guy's smile instantly turned awkward. Kong Hun turned back with a threatening glare. Scram. If you don't get lost, you guys are next on my list. The guy stood rooted to the spot in shock. Only able to manage a huh? Kong Hun didn't care and turned back to check. The rift still hasn't closed. The final boss is still alive. Kong Hun angrily rejected any help. He continued deeper into the rift area. The final boss hasn't shown up yet. If you guys stay here, you're dead meat. Sung Ah and the others went silent upon hearing that. The beige-haired young man bit his lip hard. His eyes flickered with a hint of determination. He then stepped forward to offer help to Kong Han. Wait, regardless of everything, we're all awakened. We can at least be of some help, but before he could finish, Kong Han stared him down and called out, you. The guy flinched and froze. Yes. Kong Han tilted his head and asked him, how many chimera did you catch just now? He leaned in, putting intense pressure on the guy. Caught even one? No. Then having you guys here is just a distraction. If you get it, fall back and help evacuate the civilians. The young man and the others, terrified by Kong Hun's aura, instinctively backed away. Wait, what? They couldn't believe it and started whispering. What's wrong with that guy? Why is he talking like that? No matter how strong he is, this is just... Suddenly, one of them looked back at Kong Han. He caught a glimpse of Kong Hun's face, which looked like a demon king trying to hold back a massive dump. The guy instinctively panicked. Let's just dodge this. Let's get out of here. Yeah, let's go. And just like that, the whole crowd scrambled away to evacuate the citizens. Only then did Kong Hun's facial muscles relax a bit. Shin Sung was the only one who stayed behind. She called out to him timidly, clearly wanting to stay. Sir, But the words got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a thing. Sung didn't dare look Kong Hun in the eye, her gaze darting everywhere else. Suddenly, Kong Hun asked her gently, making Sung snap her eyes back to him. Can you do it? Are you up for it? Sung let out a confused huh? Seeing that, Kong Hun pointed at himself and continued. Cover me. Find a place to hide. Can you do that? Sung understood immediately. Without a second's hesitation, she nodded. The rift gradually tore wider. Thud! A heavy footstep rang out. 3 massive monsters emerged from the crevice. As they stepped out, Kong Hun stood his ground against the 3 of them without a trace of fear. He craned his neck to look up. What the hell is this? The 4 heavenly kings? No, you guys aren't the 4 heavenly kings. He narrowed his eyes, fully on guard, gauging their power levels. These guys are all on par with the orc I just fought. Furthermore, suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. A skeletal, withered hand emerged, bringing with it a chilling, deathly aura. Finally, the big boss stepped onto the field. The rift began to close behind him. Suddenly, the boss spoke. The architecture of these buildings is quite unique. Kong Hun was shocked. A talking monster? The boss looked down at him and asked, Humph. Human, do you really intend to defeat me alone? Without hesitation, Kong Hun replied while pulling out his weapon. You bet. Bam. The giant hammer he'd jacked from the previous orc appeared. Kong Hun announced excitedly, I'm going to smash your head and put the pieces back together like a puzzle. The boss looked down with contempt. Arrogant human. But your body seems useful. I shall personally. Kong Hun cut him off. All right, that's enough. The boss stopped in surprise. He made a simple request. Let's have a fair fight, you and me. Get rid of the lackeys and let's settle this like men. The boss refused instantly. Kong Hun didn't miss a beat. He spat on his hand. Tui didn't expect much anyway. He gripped the hammer handle tight. Then he hoisted it up, taunting them. Bring it on. The 3 chimera monsters immediately shrieked. They lunged at him. Kong Hun wasn't about to back down, charging straight in to face all 3 at once. He braced himself and took a deep breath. Activating Soul of the Raging Lion, he let out a roar, dealing a massive wave of AoE damage. You could practically feel the souls of the 3 chimeras trembling in fear. Crack! Kong Hun leaped high into the air, aiming a powerful strike at the orc chimera first. Starting with this guy. Boom! Kong Hun took down one of the 3 chimera generals. The boss watched the scene with genuine interest. Oh, I can't sense any mana. Is that his raw, physical strength? It'd be a waste if he died. I'll suppress you and turn you into my slave. With that thought, he raised his hand to cast a spell. The iron helmet on the chimera's head began to crack. Then it shattered completely, revealing its bloodied face. It slowly collapsed and lost consciousness just as Kong Hun hit the ground. He trembled, struggling to hold the hammer. This thing is way too heavy. Meanwhile, the boss cast a spell, Mind Control. A burst of bright pink mana shot toward Kong Hun. He sensed something immediately, but it was too late. Kong Hun's pupils fully dilated and shifted. The boss looked down with a smug grin. Take this. With this move, he's completely under my thumb. Thinking his plan had succeeded, he joyfully commanded, Welcome, my new slave. Now bow your head and show me your loyalty. Suddenly, Kong Hun mumbled something and reached out his hand. The boss was stunned. To see Kong Hun completely unaffected by his control, he even flipped in the bird. You bastard. The boss realized, so he protected himself with an item. I intended to take him in one piece. But what a shame. The tiger chimera quickly lunged, wanting to end the fight fast. Kong Hun flinched and immediately activated Arceus' hide. But he was still sent flying, crashing hard into a nearby building. A massive cloud of dust kicked up. He was now surrounded by the 2 remaining chimeras. Suddenly, an arrow struck the tiger chimera right in the head. It let out a pained roar. The boss was startled. He has teammates? However, it doesn't really matter. The tiger chimera looked around wildly for the shooter, but that opened up a window for Kong Hun to recover. He stood up from the rubble with a smirk. Perfect timing, Sung. The boss looked at him in shock. Kong Hun crouched to gain momentum, then rocketed forward with the giant hammer. Gripping it with one hand, he tightened his hold and aimed right for the spot Sung had hit. It was the perfect weak point to strike. Kong Hun delivered another direct blow to the exact same spot. The tiger chimera took massive damage, and the arrow was driven straight into its brain. It collapsed instantly, out for the count. Suddenly, a sharp tip flew toward him. Kong Hun noticed it out of the corner of his eye, but couldn't dodge in time. The final lizard chimera pierced him with its tail. Kong Hun coughed up blood, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. He dropped the hammer, leaving a crater in the ground, and grabbed the lizard chimera's tail. Its jaw dropped in surprise. As Kong Hun swung it around and slammed it violently into the dirt, Kong Hun quickly opened his inventory, pulled out his sword, and lunged at the chimera with burning rage. It sensed the pressure and looked back, but it was too late. Kong Hun drove the sword straight down, finishing it off, but before long, his sword was soaked in blood, dripping slowly. The boss watched the situation in silence. Kong Hun stood tall, victorious over all three chimeras. He wiped the blood from his mouth and began to taunt the boss. Now you're the only one left. Right, Baldy? The boss scowled and mocked him. Elegant brat. A guy with barely any mana left. How do you dare face me? Kong Hun flinched, but he didn't dare show it on his face for the enemy to see. He noticed. Exactly. I'm running out of mana. My body's regeneration is reaching its limit. Plus, I don't have the strength to fight in midair. I can't jump or hover anymore. If only I could use the giant strength. Suddenly, his heart constricted. Kong Hun clutched his head in a daze. He suddenly let out a gut-wrenching cry, clutching his chest. Kong Hun accidentally stepped on a chimera corpse and slumped to the ground. Kong Hun was confused. What the hell? The boss spoke up to explain. Finally starting to feel it? That attack earlier wasn't just a normal strike. It was a struggle just to get inside your body. There was no reason not to use poison. You got zero chance of winning now. I'll give you the antidote. Surrender quietly and become my slave. Kongen struggled to stone. He wasn't scared. Instead, he got even cockier. Damn it. What did I tell you? I'm gonna smash your skull. I'll turn it into a 3D model. His eyes blazed with sparks. His entire body was shrouded in dense mana. Kong Hun was determined to fight Baldy. He'd use all his remaining mana to detoxify, and then there was his last resort. Kong Hun used the power of both Viljan's greatsword and berserker to buff his entire body, regardless of the consequences. A massive aura radiated, making even Baldy instinctively tremble. Kong Hun screamed, "Bring it on, you bastard!" Fine then. I'll personally take you down to the underworld. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop. That's enough. Choi Dong-gu appeared just in time to join the fray. He walked up and praised Kong Hun. I don't know who you are, but you've done an incredible job. From now on, the Awakened Alliance will take care of this. At that moment, Kong Hun fully recognized the man who had graduated the tutorial, Choi Dong-gu. The chairman of the Awakened Alliance advised Kong Hun, your injuries are quite severe. Rest now. Kong Hun froze, wanting to keep fighting. What? Wait, I'm not. Pain suddenly surged through him again. It was too much to bear, and he collapsed. Damn it. I almost had him. After a brief mental struggle, he decided to trust Choi Dong-gu to handle the rest. He released his power and sprawled out on the ground before passing out. Kong Hun felt a bit salty. Try to look cool for nothing. Scene shifts to the hospital. Kong Hun opened his eyes and woke up. A Hun, sitting nearby, asked in surprise, "Oh, you're awake?" Kong Hun groggily sat up and complained. I wake up, and the first thing I see is your annoying face. Hearing that, a Hun frowned. Just woke up and already barking? What a waste of money. Kong Hun was annoyed. Is that how you talk to your brother, who just woke up? Suddenly remembering, he asked urgently, what happened to the Berserker dungeon? A Hun replied calmly, not sure, but it's been settled. Do you know how shocked I was? When I heard you were in the hospital, I rushed over and saw a guy you only see on TV. The chairman of the Awakened Alliance. Kong Hun recalled the chairman. Awakened Alliance, Seo Nyano? No. No need to feel like I owe him anything. Suddenly, a Hun said worriedly, I didn't expect this. Even if you have special powers. What if you actually died? Kong Hun flinched. Well, technically he wasn't wrong. You think dying is that easy? My level dropped and my mood is trash. Who the hell likes dying? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a Hun's expression. Even without words, being blood relatives meant he knew exactly what that look meant. Kong Hun froze, startled. He didn't dare say another useless word. He softly promised, I'll try my best. Scene shifts to the Awakened Alliance. Inside, Choi Dong-gu's office. His subordinate asked him, is that Awakened named Kong Hun an acquaintance of yours? Choi Dong-gu denied it. Huh? No. I received a report that you contacted him. Seol Nyan Ho asked curiously. Then why did you personally take him there and even cover his hospital bills? Choi Dong-gu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Because I witnessed the birth of a hero. If not then, when else would I have the honor of helping him? He recalled the miraculous moment his mind had, painted a memory of Kong Hun bravely declaring with a pretty, tearful face, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'll take you down. But reality quickly snapped back to business. Choi Dong-gu asked coldly. So, Seol 9-ho, how's that case going? Seol 9-ho replied grimly. The lead has escaped. Back at the hospital where Kong Hun was recovering. The doctor announced the results. Nothing unusual. Awakened individuals really do recover fast. Kong Hun grumbled. Ugh, I should have been discharged yesterday. Hun immediately snapped. Why are you always whining? The guild is paying the bills anyway. Kong Hun kept going. Do you know how much I lose by resting for one day? Suddenly, he heard someone call his name. There's no patient named Kong Hun, sir. Kong Hun alerted his sister. Hun, go inside first. The man continued to ask the receptionist. Really? None? She replied, a bit flustered, that's right. If the person has already been discharged, we can't look them up. The man sighed in disappointment. I'm too late. Kong Hun spoke up and asked, who are you? The man immediately turned around and gasped. You're Kong Hun. Yeah, I am Kong Hun. I heard you calling my name. The man started rummaging through his pocket. About that. He waited a moment, then pulled out a business card and handed it to Kong Hun. He took it and read curiously. Ministry of Safe Passage? Special Ability Management Team? Why is a government official looking for me? Scene shifts to outside the hospital. The sound of meat sizzling on the grill filled the air. Kong Hun and Shin Tae-ji were chatting. Is this really okay? This place is pricey. Don't sweat it. It's no problem. Kong Hun took a jab at him. Turns out this is how my tax dollars are being spent. So, you're telling me to join the government? Shin Tae-ji said honestly, of course, we're not forcing you. It's just a proposal. Kong Hun wondered, what's so great about becoming a civil servant? The man explained in detail. We aren't just regular desk jockeys. To deal with the nation's uncertain future, we formed the Special Ability Management Team. The government realized that. Controlling awakened individuals by force is impossible. Their numbers are growing every day. Not only can we not control them with force, but opposing them yields no benefits. Therefore, we decided to build a relationship based on mutual support, maximizing aid rather than conflict. Kong Han understood. I see, but his eyes never left the meat for a second. He thought, why is he grilling it like that? Kong Han asked further. So what's in it for me if I join? Shin Tae-ji continued to explain. The biggest perk is obviously the money. We'll provide enough funding so you'll never struggle financially during your activities. And if anything happens to your safety, we'll take responsibility for your family for life, ensuring they get treatment equivalent to national heroes. Kong Han was somewhat satisfied. That's a sweet deal. But there's got to be a lot of work involved, right? Fin Tae-ji nodded. I won't deny that. However, we won't make unreasonable or unfair demands. You just keep living your life as you are, and only show up when we specifically request help. Kong Han thought, not a bad deal. Seeing Kong Hun waver, Shin Tae-ji closed the deal. By the way, Alliance Leader Choi Dong-gu and President Han Se-hyun of the Dangun Guild are also collaborating with us. The result was as expected. Kong Hun immediately considered accepting. They're doing that too? Well, might as well give it a shot. Scene shifts to the Sugan district. Near the Old Dan research area, Kong Hun walked along, mumbling, phew. I left a car near this area. I wonder if it's still in one piece after that mess. Suddenly, someone called out, Mr. Kong Hun. He immediately looked up. It was Sung-ah. Kong Hun was surprised. Moet Sung-ah. She introduced herself again. I am Shin San-naf. Kong Hun looked at the bag filled with mana crystals in surprise. This is... Sung-ah handed them to Kong Hun. Sorry for the delay. I wanted to give them to you right away, but you collapsed and were rushed to the ER. He was stunned. Don't tell me. You didn't know if I'd ever come back, but you still waited here just to return this to me? Sung-ah note that? Yes. Kong Hun thought to himself. This girl is way too uptight. Kong Hun handed the bag back to her. Just take it. Sung-ah refused. I can't. I made a promise to you. Seeing her resolve, he didn't push it and bid her farewell. Then I'll take it. Thanks for looking out for me. Sung-ah stood there blankly, watching Kong Hun walk away. She mustered all her strength and called out, Mr. Kong Hun. Then she bowed deeply in 90-degree angle. Can't you take me in as your disciple? Kong Hun was shook. What the hell? That night at the F-rank dungeon, Kakabuka, Led was severely wounded. He was hurt so badly he had to crawl into hiding. Cough. I never thought I'd be pushed to the brink by humans like this. Suddenly, someone found him. So this is where you're hiding. You're really pathetic for a D-rank dungeon boss. Led Dion immediately got on guard, radiating mana. Who are you? Shui Min-yoon slowly opposed him. Don't be so jumpy. I'm not your enemy. I'm here to set you free. How's that sound? Choi Min-jun made his proposal. Dion, you should team up with me. The next morning at an NYU Seoul's place. I was present as a new guild member. I am Shin San-naf. Pleasure to meet you. An NYU Seoul stared blankly before teasing Kong Han. I thought you'd never find a recruit since you have 0 friends. Kong Han immediately clapped back at NYU Seoul. What's that supposed to mean, kid? Hey, who says I don't have friends? I've got like one or two. He said it, then had to double check his own math. Wait, do I? He excitedly said to an NYU SEAL. Anyway, I won the bet on recruiting a member. So you're covering the meal like you promised. NYU SEAL sighed in defeat. I'm always the one paying anyway. He stopped complaining and said, fine. I admit I lost the bet, but she still has to pass the test. To join our guild, he excitedly made a suggestion. Shall we hit a dungeon right now? Sung looked a bit nervous. Ah, yes. I have no problem with that, of course. Kong-hun knew the truth, but didn't say it out loud. He's only doing this because he's itching to hunt. At the D-rank dungeon, Happy Cliffs, a bird beast shrieked. It lunged frantically at Kong-hun's group. Sung powerfully drew her bow and landed a shot right between the eyes of the half-bird, half-monster creature. Kong-hun advised her, Sung, you don't have to be so thorough with it. You know, if it's a hassle for you. Sung wiped the sweat from her forehead and kept working. It's fine. I like doing this. NYU SEAL reminded Kong-hun. Hey, old man, that's literal money right there. You shouldn't waste it since you're still broke. Kong-hun wouldn't back down and retorted. Who said I'm broke? Harvesting cores is more profitable, you know. And what about you? Why aren't you picking them up? NYU SEAL shrugged and flexed nonchalantly. I'm already rolling in cash. Kong-hun muttered under his breath, annoying brat. Suddenly, he sensed something. Huh. He immediately went on high alert, drawing his weapon. Yo, an NYU SEAL. You feel that too? NYU SEAL flinched. Huh? Feel what? Then he focused, and his killing intent flared up instantly. Sung, standing further away, was confused. What's wrong with you two? Kong-hun closed his eyes. He whipped around and clenched his fist. Then he threw a punch into thin air. Suddenly, a person cried out from that spot and appeared, rolling on the ground unconscious. The guy was trembling in pain. Kong-hun was curious. What is this? NYU SEAL looked intrigued. A stealth skill. Pretty impressive. Usually my senses are sharp for this stuff. But I didn't detect him until he got that close. Since there was no bloodlust, it seems he wasn't specifically targeting us. But Kong-hun wasn't buying it and remained suspicious. But I doubt he came here with good intentions. Something smells fishy. An NYU SEAL reminded him. He could just be a passerby with an ability. And if that's the case, this was an unprovoked attack. The older guy still trusted his sharp intuition. He refused to believe the guy until the end. Sneaking up behind people in a dungeon is clearly bad behavior. He totally deserved that hit. And I've got a gut feeling about something. Flashback to earlier. Kong-hun and Shin Tae-ji were going over some paperwork together. Tae-ji handed it over and instructed Kong-hun. This is the finalized contract. Please keep it safe. He nodded. Got it. If anything comes up, just contact me, Tae-ji added. Also, I'm sorry, but I want to give you a heads up. Are you aware of the string of dungeon terrorist attacks? Lately? Kong-hun thought for a moment before answering vaguely. That case where someone's intentionally causing dungeon breaks? Tae-ji explained. Exactly. We've caught the tail of that force, and are currently hunting for the head. Soon, a large-scale strike will be executed under government orders. I need your help, Kong-hun. Scene shift back to Happy Cliffs. Kong-hun had just poured a yellow liquid on the face of the invisible guy from earlier. He woke up in a panic. What? What is this? Kong-hun grinned at him excitedly. Oh, you're awake? The guy wondered, where am I? Why am I tied up so tight? He screamed, who the hell are you? What are you doing? Suddenly, he felt a pungent, musky smell radiating from his body. It was so overwhelming it made his head spin. This smell. What the hell is this stench? Kong-hun spoke up as he realized. Sorry about that. I was going to wake you up with water, but we're low on drinking water, so I used some Happy Bladder juice. The guy stared at him, utterly speechless. Wait, what? The invisible guy glared at Kong-hun in a rage. You psycho, covered in monster pee. He couldn't take it anymore and vomited everywhere. Kong-hun didn't want to waste any more time and got back to business. Now it's time for some answers. He crouched down in front of him. Radiating killing intent, he interrogated, it's you, isn't it? The dungeon terrorist. The guy suddenly regained his composure and smirked. Terrorist? Yeah, that's what they call us. You don't know jack about the noble goal behind our actions. Kong-hun didn't care and just picked his ear. Yeah, noble goal, whatever. I don't give a damn. Just spill it quick, and I'll let you go. From that point on, all we could hear were his screams. As night fell, Shin Tae-ji came running to Kong-hun in a hurry. You caught the terrorists? He handed the invisible guy over to the government. Yep, here they are. For some reason, his face was completely swollen, and his mind seemed broken, constantly muttering the same thing. Lock me up, please. Shin Tae-ji looked at Kong-hun suspiciously. He asked, why is he like this? He immediately dodged the responsibility. Dunno, maybe the hobbies worked him over. Shin Tae-ji took the terrorist into custody. Well, we'll take it from here. Thanks for the cooperation. An NYU SEAL suddenly popped out to say hello. We meet again. Mr. Government Man Shin Tae-ji bowed. Yes, hello, an NYU SEAL. Kang Han was curious. You two know each other? Fin Tae-yi explained it. An NYU SEAL was also a recruitment target, but he turned us down immediately. An NYU SEAL shrugged. Working for the man isn't any fun. Kang Han thought to himself, you really don't miss a thing, do you? Seeing that it was getting dark, Shin Tae-ji suggested, well, it's late, and there are outsiders around. Let's discuss the details tomorrow. The next morning, Shin Tae-ji revealed the information. Interrogated from the terrorist to Kang Han. The terrorist's name is Yunhan Suk. His unique ability is stealth. Seems like he holds an important position in the organization. He listened intently. Okay. But he'd actually heard already. Shin Tae-ji continued. Thanks to this, we found their base. As I mentioned, we plan to launch a large-scale attack. The timeline is 2 weeks from today. Kang Han was confused. 2 weeks? Why do you need 2 weeks to prep? Can't we just hit them now? Shin Tae-ji suddenly asked him. You know the news about China clearing the world's first C-rank gate a few days ago, right? Kang Han nodded. Yeah, I think I saw that on the news. He continued, then this should be quick. The danger level of dungeons increases exponentially. About 1,200 people were deployed for that hunt. More than half of those 1,200 lost their lives. Kang Han paused after hearing that. Shin Tae-ji continued to Kang Han. Since you entered a D-rank dungeon alone, you must know. Obviously, going up just 1 rank means the required manpower has to double. Kang Han felt a bit of inner joy. Finally, I can rank up. They said the required manpower doubles, but since I always go solo, I wasn't really sure. Shin Tae-ji explained the plan in detail. China's strategy was human wave tactics, but that was their downfall. The numbers were massive, but their average ability wasn't high. That's why we're handpicking an elite team to hunt the C-rank gate that appeared in the Gangnam Vanandi forest. Kang Han listened, feeling a bit skeptical. He asked Shin Tae-ji, do we really need to hunt it? China already took the world first title. As long as we destroy the core regularly, we can stop the dungeon from breaking. What's the point of hunting it now? Shin Tae-ji went silent for a moment, then spoke up. You analyzed the situation surprisingly well. He took a sip of tea to wet his whistle. Then he continued, who do you think I am? The problem is we've never successfully hunted a regular core. At this rate, the dungeon will break in 2 weeks. The remaining time before the Vanandi forest opens is 12 days, 9 hours, 26 minutes, and 37 seconds. Monsters capable of taking out hundreds of Awaken will be unleashed right in the middle of crowded Seoul. Naturally, we are preparing thoroughly for it. Given the unique location and danger level, experts believe the casualties will surpass the very first dungeon break. Kang Han realized Shin Tae-ji's intent. This is an emergency. Since you took the time to talk to me despite being so busy, you're inviting me to join, right? Shin Tae-ji nodded without denial. Correct. But I don't fully make the rules. Participating in this hunt as an individual isn't allowed. He pleaded with Kang Han. So I'm asking you, Kang Han, could you start a guild? I know you usually prefer to play solo, but could you suck it up just once and help for the sake of the country? Of course, we'll handle all the annoying paperwork. We won't hold back on support, either. Kang Han shined. I'll let it slide this time. But inside, he was jumping for joy. I was planning on starting a guild anyway, and you just handed it to me on a silver platter. I guess living right really does pay off. At a cafe, Kang Han, after his long days of being a loner, finally made a smart life decision. All right, now we're going to decide on our guild name. Sung, and NYU Seoul blanked out, trying to process the info. That fast. But there are only 3 of us. Kang Han explained. That's already taken care of. Remember that government guy we met the other day? After a bit of storytelling, everyone was up to speed, and NYU Seoul was amazed. Seriously? A strategy for a C-rank dungeon? Sounds silly. Sung, I had no objections, basically worshipping Kang Han. As expected of Master Kang Han. You're pulling the government's strings from the shadows, aren't you? Kang Han was done with these 2. No, it's not like that. Sung spukis solemnly to Kang Han. You can speak comfortably with me, Mr. Kang Han. I am in the position of a disciple. He felt helpless. What disciple? Drop the formal act. Anyway, this is a very important moment to decide the future of our guild. We've agreed on the immediate policy. Kang Han began his instructions. First, we don't start trouble for no reason. He pointed a finger straight at an NYU Seoul's face as a warning. NYU Seoul was confused. Why are you staring at me? Kang Han didn't mince words. You should know why better than anyone. Second, we pay back what we receive. NYU Seoul chimed in. Both favors and grudges, right? Kang Han nodded. Exactly. I don't like being the bad guy, but I hate being used even more. Finally, third, we become stronger than anyone else. How's that? Kang Han's words were like a hype speech for the squad. An NYUC ol was totally moved. Sounds dope, though I'm a bit iffy on the first rule. And for someone who saw Kong Hun as a god, no matter what he said, Shin Sung all felt everything Kong Hun uttered was the absolute truth. She agreed wholeheartedly. I'm down too. I'll take it to heart. Kong Hun moved to the next step. Good. Next is the guild name. Any suggestions? An NYUC ol, having brooded on this for a while, suggested a name. How about Crazy Guild? Kong Hun rejected it in less than a second. Stop playing around. Be serious. He came up with a new English name. How about Lunatical? This name seemed to catch Kong Hun's ear. He asked with interest. Oh, sounds cool. What does it mean? An NYUC ol replied flatly. It means crazy. Kong Hun immediately scolded him. You're the one who's crazy. He turned to Sung Ah. Sung Ah, do you have any ideas? Sung Ah was caught off guard. Me? Then she thought carefully. Finally, she settled on a name. How about Kong Hun and Powerful Friends? Naturally, Kong Hun kicked that name to the curb immediately. That's not good either. He sighed. I'll decide myself. Then he pulled out a pen and paper and started scribbling. An NYUC ol watched, smirking. Haha, just because you're older doesn't mean your decision will be any better, you know? Finally, the name Kong Hun came up with was revealed. He asked for their opinions. What do you guys think? An NYUC ol and Shin Sung all leaned in to look. Both were surprisingly satisfied with the name. I'm okay with it. It's actually not bad. Scene shifts to a bar. The news of a terrorist being captured reached the others. Yin Suk has been caught. A woman stood there reporting. Yes, Shui Minyu. Min Jun stared at his glass, calculating. Yin Suk wasn't much of a fighter, but his stealth skill was an irreplaceable asset. It looks like the Cyberland BZ plan has failed. He asked her who did this? Who caught Yin Suk? Who is responsible for this? She immediately reported, according to our investigation. It was an awakened named Kong Hun. Min Jun memorized the name, his anger flaring. Kong Hun. Back in April, he faced a mutant Kaka monster at the training center, and during the large-scale sabotage, he single-handedly shut down Dan's lab. What nuisance? He asked her, what's the status of the drugs? The girl replied honestly, we still need more time. Finding test subjects has been delayed. The answer clearly didn't please Min Jun. This isn't good. We have to speed things up no matter what. He radiated killing intent, warning her. Unless you want to become a test subject yourself. The girl immediately panicked. I understand. After the last conversation Kong Hun had with Taiji, the plan slowly unfolded. Forums were buzzing with news. Strategy team for C-Rank Dungeon Vanandi Forest established. The strategy meeting was held, and the newly announced guild list was drawing eyes. First is the Dangun Guild. Second is the Awaken Alliance. Third is the Haddon Guild. Fourth is the Immortal Guild. Fifth is the Guardian Guild. Sixth is the Black Knights. Social media exploded with comments. Everyone was hyped for this dungeon hunt. This lineup is legendary. If the strategy fails, Korea is toast LOL. Half of the top 10 guilds are here, my heart's racing. However, when team number 7 was announced, social media erupted in a wave of mixed opinions. Wait, what's number 7? Never heard of it. Is it a new guild? A rookie joining that lineup? I looked it up, and yeah, it was just formed recently. What does the name even mean? Badass? Anyway, they probably shouldn't be in this. At the meeting room, for some reason, Kong Hun's group casually arrived after all the other guilds. Whoops, we're a bit late. Hello, I'm Kong Hun, the leader of the 8 AC Guild. Looking forward to working with you all. Being late to the very first meeting. It would later be called the first accident of the 8 AC Guild. Of course, after the 50th time, no one bothered to count anymore. In this dungeon society from 6 months ago, a great catastrophe began from the shared dream of 7 billion people, as countless guilds rose and fell every day, and yet another guild stood up to accept the challenge. Inside the meeting room, the team leader of the special Awaken management team, Shin Taiji, was so shocked he had to double-check twice in one sentence. Buitakdini. Is that really the guild name? Buitakdini? Across from him, a familiar voice rang out. Good grief, don't you know what it means? It means cool like badass cool. Don't you know English? It's 8 AC. That was the joker of the Kong family himself, Kong Hun. Taiji tried one last time to persuade him. Actually, there are plenty of other words that mean cool. Are you sure about this name? Kong Hun was as firm as a rock. Positive. Sound dope, right? Not wanting to bicker anymore. Taiji gave up on Kong Hun and got back to business. Whatever, name it what you want. Anyway, next Monday at 11 a.m., there will be a strategy meeting for the C-Rank Dungeon, Vanandi Forest. I'll send the details later, so don't be late. Kong Hun nodded. I'll try. Taiji felt helpless. You have to try not to be late. In a dungeon society during chaotic times, where hundreds die every day. 4 days later, Monday, An NYU Seoul stood like a statue, waiting. Oomph. Brother Kong Hun is late. He turned to Sung Ah. Did he say anything to you, sis? Suddenly being called sis, she was a bit taken back. Cease. An NYU Seoul lied through his teeth. Well, I'm only 20, so calling you sis is fine, right? It sounded reasonable, so Sung Ah went with it. Oh, okay, sure. Finally, a familiar figure appeared. Kong Hun spoke up, hey, sorry about that. Had a sudden case of the runs. An NYU Seoul and Sung Ah immediately whipped around to see Kong Hun strolling up. Wait long. NYU Seoul looked at him and smiled. Hey, man. Then he immediately asked, what the hell is that stupid thing? Kong Hun was confused. What? You kid, you don't know anything. This character is super popular with the kids these days. An NYU Seoul was skeptical. For real? Seeing that, Kong Hun quickly explained. I've been getting dragged online lately, and my reputation is trashed. People say I look like a criminal, so now I'm trying to build a friendlier image. An NYU Seoul felt Kong Hun was losing more street cred the more he spoke. Are you for real? You really think this works? Look at it. It looks like it's losing its mind. Kids would literally scream if they saw this. Just like he said, the shirt was practically screaming, please kill me. Only now did Kong Hun realize. Wait, so that kid crying in the parking lot the other day was because of me? An NYU Seoul didn't expect that. Wait, someone actually cried? Scene shifts to the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. In the meeting room, someone started complaining. They're late, aren't they? Wasn't the meeting supposed to start at 11? It's already 5 minutes past. The first one to speak up was Han Mong-du, leader of the Immortal Guild, the commander of the Black Knights. Lee Cheol-gun was the second to chime in. Aren't we just waiting on 2 more guilds? The Warryong Guild is always late, but this time there seemed to be more troublemakers. Park Se-hyun, leader of the Guardian Guild, also added her piece. Only the leader of the Awaken Alliance, Choi Dong-gu, and the leader of the Daegun Guild, Han Se-hyun, didn't say anything else. Shin Tae-ji stood on the podium, not daring to say much. He hurriedly announced, let me make a call. However, the other end kept playing, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Shin Tae-ji was confused. Why isn't he picking up? He then searched for an NYU Seoul's number. Fortunately, he picked up. Hello? Shin Tae-ji immediately said, an NYU Seoul. This is team leader Shin Tae-ji. NYU Seoul answered coldly. Oh right, don't live your life like that. Shin Tae-ji was confused. Excuse me? He looked visibly annoyed. Team leader Kim Mi rang still isn't any better. I'm hanging up. Something fun is happening. Tae-ji urgently identified himself. Wait, it's me, from a special Awaken management team. An NYU Seoul then realized, oh, it's the government guy? Sorry about that. I thought it was a scam based on the voice. Tae-ji breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, you know there's a meeting today, right? What about Kong Hun? When is he coming? An NYU Seoul replied nonchalantly, oh, Kong Hun? Hold on, the show is about to start. Tae-ji felt uneasy. The show? He invited him. You should come and see for yourself. Kong Hun just got into a scrap. The conversation quickly came to an end. With Tae-ji's impatience, what? Right now? Right at this moment, Kong Hun was grabbing a man by the collar and cussing him out. You son of a bitch, you want to go? His eyes were sharp as a predator's, staring straight at him. The leader of the Warryong Guild, Park Ho-jun. Park Ho-jun was stunned. For the first time in his life, he was in such a ridiculous situation. Who the hell is this brat? He wants to fight me? The leader of a top 2 guild in Korea? Is he insane? A few minutes ago, the entire 8AC guild had entered the elevator. Kong Hun muttered to himself, let's see. Which floor? Sung-ah immediately replied, floor 11. He said, okay, and pressed 11. The elevator doors slowly closed. Everything was going smoothly, taking the 3 of them to the meeting point. That was the plan, until a hand blocked it, and the elevator doors opened again. A group of 3 greeted them warmly for the first time. Sorry about that. We'll hop in too. Kong Hun comfortably stepped aside. Sure, go ahead. He glanced at the floor numbers. Then he said in surprise, oh, you guys are going to floor 11 too? For the strategy meeting? Kong Hun nodded. Ah, yeah. Seeing that, he happily offered a handshake first. Looks like we're sharing a ride. I'm Park Ho-jun, leader of the Warryong Guild. Kong Hun calmly introduced himself back. I'm Kong Hun, leader of the 8AC Guild. Although he didn't show much on the outside, he was internally annoyed. Just go already. This is a drag. I'm already late because I had to handle some business. The last member of Warryong stepped in. The elevator immediately signaled an overload. The last person to enter, please step out. Everyone was stunned, realizing, wait, this armor. Kong Hun looked at them, confused. We aren't entering the dungeon right now. Why are these guys wearing full gear? What a hassle. Park Ho-jun said awkwardly. Ah, sorry about that. Kong Hun was polite. It's fine. No need to apologize for that. Hearing him say that, Park Ho-jun pushed his luck. Hearing you say that makes me feel better. So, could you guys step out so we can go up first? The atmosphere suddenly turned to ice. Kang Hun's face did a complete 180. What was that? Park Ho-jun, completely clueless, kept yapping. As you know, my guild is pretty big, so we play a vital role in this raid. I think it makes more sense for the heavy hitters to go up first, right? Kang Hun arched an eyebrow, echoing Park Ho-jun's logic. So what you're saying is, since we're a small-time guild, we should get out of the way. Park Ho-jun tried to play it off. Oh, I didn't say that. But it's not exactly wrong, is it? Sung was getting anxious. Mr. Kang Hun. Meanwhile, an NYU SEAL was already plotting how to take this Park Ho-jun guy out. First, I'll snap his leg, then I'll knock his teeth out. But as for Kang Hun, things weren't looking so good. He thought for a second. Oof. In the end, he couldn't hold back his urge to beat someone to death. Right then and there. You Vanadi? Back to the present in the meeting room. Taiji looked on in disbelief at Kang Hun. Just because of that, you wanted to throw hands? I told you this was an important meeting. Kang Hun looked apologetic. Sorry, I've got this condition. If I don't smash someone's face in, I get all twitchy. Park Ho-jun, feeling trolled, blew a fuse. What? You little piece of... Shin Taiji immediately stepped in. Everyone, please stop. It's time to start the meeting. Suddenly, Han Mong-du spoke up. Wait, before we begin, since we have some newcomers, why don't we let them introduce themselves first? After all, we're heading into the dungeon together. Taiji found it reasonable and agreed. Yes. Over there, Mr. Kang Hun. Could you introduce yourself? Kang Hun turned to an NYU SEAL. Feels like they're trying to set me up. An NYU SEAL laughed. Looks like that guy saw right through you, man. Kang Hun cleared his throat and confidently started his intro. I'm Kang Hun, the leader of the 8 AC Guild. The guild was founded a few days ago. Currently, there are 3 members, including me. That's it. Park Ho-jun gasped. What? What did you just say? This is a serious strategy meeting. So only 3 people are participating in a raid? You think that's reasonable? Not to mention your guild was just founded a few. Kang Hun looked visibly annoyed. Are you for real? This guy in red has been pushing my buttons for a while now. I came because I was summoned. What do you guys want? Park. Ho-jun's blood boiled again because of Kang Hun. He stood up abruptly. What now? You picking a fight? Suddenly, Han Mong-du burst out laughing, startling Park Ho-jun. He looked at Kang Hun with excitement. A guy like you is totally my style. A guild leader should have some balls. Seeing Han Mong-du side with Kang Hun, Park Ho-jun got even madder. Choi Dong-gu couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Hey, you guys, this isn't the place to fight. The meeting is already delayed. Once Choi Dong-gu spoke, Park Ho-jun knew when to back off. He sat back down quietly. An NYU SEAL suddenly whispered to Kang Hun. Hey, man, you see that guy sitting next to me? Right there. That guy. Kang Hun glanced over and replied vaguely. The guild leader? The janitor guild or something. An NYU SEAL whispered. It's the Guardian Guild, man. Kang Hun asked curiously, what about it? An NYU SEAL suddenly grinned and opened his inventory. Just watch. For some reason, he suddenly pulled out a weapon and declared excitedly, I'm gonna kill him right now. Kang Hun immediately grabbed an NYU SEAL's hand to stop him. NYU SEAL looked pissed. What gives? Let go of me. Kang Hun stared at him, bewildered. What the hell are you doing? No matter how crazy you are. But before he could finish, he suddenly remembered. How could I forget? This bastard has been like this from the very start. Taiji was startled and barked out an order. What is that? Put that weapon down. Suddenly, all eyes were on them. Park Ho-jun stood up again and shouted, I knew it. Did you really think those punks wouldn't screw things up? The bodyguard following Park, Hyen, also drew his weapon immediately. He panicked. What the hell is going on? You trying to start something now? Leader, please give me the order to attack. But there was no answer. Park Hyen didn't move or react. The bodyguard turned back, confused. Leader? Suddenly, Park Hyen began gnashing his teeth loudly. His handsome face instantly contorted into something monstrous. Blue veins bulged all over as his eyes popped out of their sockets. He clutched his head, screaming as his mana spiraled out of control, causing one explosion after another. Everyone stood up at once, overwhelmed by panic and fear. What now? What's going on? Park Hyen clutched his head tight, growling, then slammed the table and lunged forward. Panting heavily, Choi Dong-gu asked in disbelief and desperation, President Park Hyen, why? But Park Hyen's subordinate, worried, stepped closer and asked, President Han, are you all right? Suddenly, Park Hyen's eyes flared as he glared sideways at the man. He raised 2 fingers, plunged them straight into the man's artery, and ripped his head clean off. Park Hyen had completely lost his mind. With a face twisted like a demon's, he had murdered his own subordinate with his bare hands. Kong Hun broke into a cold sweat. Witnessing this earth-shattering scene, he muttered, "What the actual hell?" An NYU SEAL took a stance. "Watch closely, man. You think I'd let this slide?" He immediately brushed off Kong Hun's hand. "Let go." Then, clutching his weapon, he charged straight at Park Se-Hyun. Park Se-Hyun, consumed by rage, landed a direct punch into an NYU SEAL's gut, making him cough up blood. He was sent flying back toward where Kong Hun was standing. Kong Hun asked worriedly, "Hey, you okay?" An NYU SEAL chuckled. "Haha, that guy's a tough nut, isn't he?" Kong Hun agreed. "Yeah, he is. But he picked the wrong place for this." All the guild leaders had entered combat mode. Every one of them was radiating thick bloodlust, locked onto Park Se-Hyun, even though he had turned into a monster. Faced with that much overwhelming mana, even he couldn't help but tremble. Kong Hun pushed past an NYU SEAL's shoulder and stepped forward. In that case, he gave his trademark smirk. "Let me get the first punch in." With that, Kong Hun clenched his fist tight. Boom! A violent explosion rang out as the battle erupted right inside the meeting room. Everything was being blown to smithereens. Finally, Park Se-Hyun collapsed. His body was covered in blood. Seol Nyan Ho asked in disbelief, "Is he dead?" The others were too stunned to speak. They could only leave it to fate. "We couldn't stop him. He's stronger than we thought. There was no other way. What the hell is actually happening?" Clearly, he wasn't human. "Kom glansat av NYU sol, teorising." An NYU SEAL. "How'd he know?" "I've always been confident in my mana sensing, but I didn't see anything weird until the fight started." "Could it be a special ability? Maybe he can see the future or sense danger." "Wait, if an NYU SEAL can sense future threats, then all those reckless and crazy actions of his must have a reason behind them. Was it like that time too?" Suddenly, an NYU SEAL let out a soft chuckle, snapping Kong Hun out of his thoughts. An NYU SEAL looked up, wearing a look of pure, twisted satisfaction after the kill. "Man, I haven't felt this good in ages." Even though he understood an NYU SEAL better now. That creepy, climaxing expression was something even Kong Hun couldn't stomach. He looked visibly disgusted. Whatever. He was a psycho from the start. At the meeting headquarters, due to the incident with Park Se-Hyun, Shin Tae-ji had to make a new announcement. "Sorry for the disturbance. The meeting will resume via video call this afternoon." Kong Hun let out a long, weary yawn. He grumbled, "I busted my ass to get here early, and it gets canceled out of nowhere." An NYU SEAL teased him, "Hey man, 11 a.m. isn't exactly early anymore." Hearing that, Kong Hun chuckled. "Hey, is that so?" Suddenly, Shin Tae-ji called him back. "Mr. Kong Hun, do you have a minute? I was going to wait until after the meeting to tell you, but on second thought, it's easier to say it now." Kong Hun turned around, curious. "What's up?" Min Tae-ji reminded him. "Remember when we talked about the government sponsoring the 8 AC Guild?" Kong Hun nodded. "Oh yeah, I guess being a stand-up citizen pays off, huh?" Tae-ji announced. "Anyway, the new office has just been cleared out and set up. It's ready for use starting today. Want to go check it out?" Kong Hun got hyped and wanted to see it immediately. "Oh, an office? Count me in." At the headquarters, Tae-ji led the 3 members of 8 AC inside. Except for an NYU SEAL, who was already filthy rich, it was the first time Kong Hun and Sung had seen a place like this. A vast, glossy room, with high-end computers rocking the latest graphics cards. Suddenly, Kong Hun muttered, "Feels like it's still missing a little something." So they moved to the area, with a super fancy espresso machine, and a top-of-the-line double-door fridge. Kong Hun was impressed. "Everything here is top tier. How are the 3 of us supposed to use all this? Guess we'll have to hire more people. But decorating this place is going to be fun." An NYU SEAL and Shin Sung agreed. "For real, let's add a sofa, or maybe even put a TV in here." Kong Hun turned to ask the 2 of them, "What about adding a bathroom and a bedroom?" NYU SEAL was surprised. "Wait, is that even allowed?" Kong Hun didn't care, answering as he opened the fridge. "Probably fine, and we're going to stock this fridge with beer." An NYU SEAL gave a gentle reminder. "You know this is a workplace, right?" Kong Hun immediately shot back. "Does that mean you don't like it?" Caught red-handed, an NYU SEAL dropped it. "Oh no, that's not it." Suddenly, Sung called out Mr. Kong Hun. "It's almost time for the meeting." Kong Hun finally remembered. "All right, the video call is at 2 o'clock, isn't it?" Seeing the time, the 3 of them immediately huddled in a corner. "Is there Wi-Fi here? If not, we're screwed." Sung asked him, "Mr. Kong Hun, I'm going to step out for a bit." The meeting quickly got underway. Shin Tae-ji, presiding over the meeting, spoke up. "Sorry for the delay. Thank you all for coming back. Guild representatives. We'll now resume the meeting. But first, does anyone have any questions?" Han Se-Hyun cut straight to the point. "What happened to President Park Se-Hyun?" Shin Tae-ji replied, "It's still under investigation." I'll provide detailed information once the results are clear. Suddenly, Kang Hun spoke up. Hey, is that president guy famous or something? Sung Ah answered. That guild is ranked 5th nationwide. Everyone knows them. The guild was founded solely to protect humanity. President Park Se-hyun is someone I truly admired. I don't understand why that happened. I really don't get it. NYU Seoul shrugged helplessly. You really are clueless, man. Embarrassed, Kang Hun snapped at him. Shut it. Tae-ji chimed in. Mr. Kang Hun, if you're going to talk trash, turn off your mic. Kang Hun flinched. Ah yes. Dae-yi sighed. Haha. He then quickly got to the briefing. Alright, let's officially start the meeting. Within the next 5 days, we will conduct a raid on the C-rank dungeon, Vanandi Forest. Vanandi Forest is a massive area, according to reports from the scout team. It's crawling with all sorts of monsters, from goblins to orcs. A massive horde has appeared. Hamondu wondered, goblins and orcs? That's it. Then what does Vanandi mean? Shin Tae-ji answered vaguely, not yet determined. We think it might be the name of the boss. Han Se-hyun whispered, the boss, huh? Mean Dae-yi seriously warned everyone. Even if the monsters appearing are common types, that doesn't mean you can let your guard down. The monsters in this forest are on a whole different level. Compared to normal ones, if regular monsters are like a militia, then the monsters in this forest are like elite special forces. Lee Cheol-gun asked back, what's that supposed to mean? Shin Tae-ji said bluntly, literally, they're highly trained. Each one has superior skills. Specifically, they operate in tight, organized formations. Choi Dong-gu felt a bit uneasy. This won't be easy. Tae-ji suggested. Therefore, if possible, instead of acting individually, the guild should cooperate. But as expected, everyone immediately refused. Too difficult. My guild will handle its own business. Haha, I knew it would end up like this. Tae-ji held his head in frustration. I knew it. Suddenly, he saw something. It was the image of Kang Hun. Shin Dae-yi gasped. Wait a minute, Mr. Kang Hun. What exactly are you drinking? Suddenly called out. Kang Hun froze, then fell into total shock. He slowly craned his neck to look at the beer can in his hand. Panicking, he asked where did this even come from? An NYU CO laughed. What did you buy that? Sung Ah pulled out a bag of beer and said innocently, I just ran out and grabbed them real quick. You said we had to fill the fridge. I got some dried squid, too. Kang Hun suddenly seemed to forget everything that had just happened and casually took a piece of squid. Oh, thanks. Then he turned back to ask Shin Tae-ji, so, what the hell is Vanandi anyway? Shin Tae-ji was so shocked he looked soul-crushed, staring into space. He wondered to himself, is this raid actually going to be a success? Quite a few things happened, but the meeting eventually ended smoothly. The next morning at the 8AC office, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Good morning. I'll be working here, starting today. My name is Han Yi-moon. I look forward to working with you all. Kang Hun looked dazed. Huh, who's this? An NYU Seoul, munching on dried squid, replied. Dude, the government guy told us yesterday. They hired someone new to handle the guild's paperwork. Sung Ah handed a resume to Kang Hun. Look, I even got his resume. He took it. Thanks. Then he stood up and walked over to Han Yi-moon. He read the resume aloud. Name, Han Yi-moon. Age, 27. Height, 169.7 centimeters. Weight is... Wait, why is this even on here? You graduated from... Oh, a top-tier university. Han Yi-moon looked at Kang Hun with pure excitement, his heart racing. Holy crap, it's really Kang Hun. Seeing him in person, he looks even more like a criminal than in his photos. So badass. Let's be real, the kid's an awakened nerd. Kang Hun spoke up. Even seeing you face to face, I can't quite tell what your deal is. But I'm sure Mr. Shin Tae-ji chose you for a reason. He reached out his hand for a handshake. All right, I'm counting on you. Starting pay is 1,000 a month, cool? For insurance and stuff? Asked Mr. Shin Tae-ji. I don't know anything about that. Han Yi-moon stared at Kang Hun's glowing hand in bliss, trying to keep his cool. Yes, I'll work my tail off. He sat next to the three of them, feeling ecstatic. This is real. This is so freaking real. And NYU Seoul and Shin Sung-ah. They really are peak cool. Suddenly, Sung-ah's eyes shifted. She called out, Mr. Kang Hun, I have something important to say. Our guild is going to scale up from now on, right? He nodded. Yeah, that's right. Sung-ah spoke up. And I was thinking about designing guild uniforms so we're all in sync. That stuff is super important. So, Han Yi-moon's heart skipped a beat with anticipation. Guild uniforms? Official gear? Kang Hun asked, confused. For real? Han Yi-moon was screaming yes. Internally, Sung-ah rummaged through her bag. Actually, I already have something ready. Check it out. She pulled out a flashy leather jacket, looking like a total street brawler, and held it up proudly. Kang Hun blacklisted it instantly. Absolutely not. What even is that logo? Why is there a skull on it? Sung-ah tried to convince him. It's cool. Like a biker gang from hell. An NYU Seoul spoke up sadly. That was actually my idea. Kong Hun looked at him, helpless. So you were in on this too? You already look scary enough. People will literally run away if we wear this. No way. Not in a million years. Scrap it. Suddenly, tears rolled down Sung Ah's cheeks. She sobbed, unwilling to give up. Yes, sir. Kong Hun flinched. Hey, are you crying? Sung Ah sniffled and turned away, sobbing. I worked so hard on this. I really put my heart and soul into this design. Scene flashes back to a previous time. Shin Sung Ah was suddenly stopped by an old man. Miss, you've hit the jackpot. Do you have any idea how precious this is? Sung Ah didn't care much at first. Not really. But the old man's tone was intense. My goodness. Listen to me. Our shop has been making guild uniforms for 100 years, passed down from generation to generation. Those words easily swayed Sung Ah's heart. 100 years. They were making uniforms before the first tutorial even started. Without hesitation, she shook the old man's hand. Then I'm leaving this in your hands. I'm counting on you. The old man shook her hand warmly and spoke in a sweet voice. Leave it to me. I'll give you a special discount. It's normally 500 apiece, but I'll take 1,300 for all three. Deal? Soon, I'll just hand it over the cash like it was nothing. Sure, I'll transfer it now. She looked at the jacket with pure adoration, clutching it tightly to her chest. Sniff, sniff. Mr. Kong Hun is going to love this. And then, back to the harsh reality. Sung Ah couldn't handle the rejection and threw the jacket aside. She said sadly, wait, I just need to use the restroom for a bit. The atmosphere immediately turned somber. Han Yu-moon didn't dare utter a single word. Good grief. What is with this vibe? An NYU SEAL blamed Kong Hun. You jerk. She put so much effort into that. Kong Hun felt a pang of guilt. Huh? Why is this on me? An NYU SEAL didn't care. Continuing to stir the pot to mess with Kong Hun's head. You call that an explanation? That was straight up cold. Night fell quickly. The four of them got out of the elevator and headed outside. We have a new member today, so let's go out for a welcome dinner. Kong Hun still couldn't believe it and asked Sung Ah again. Do you really like it? Unfortunately, the answer was the same. Yeah, I really do. Kong Hun let out a weary sigh, then fumbled around looking for the car. Let's see. Where did Mr. Shin Tae-ji park the guild car? Suddenly, his eyes went blank in disbelief. What the actual hell is this? His precious car had been overhauled. Looking grand with a massive guild logo plastered on it. Kong Hun asked with what little patience he had left, what's the deal with this car? Who came up with this? An NYU SEAL happily raised his hand to take credit, completely ignoring Kong Hun's mood. That was me. I called some workers, and they worked on it all night. Looks dope, right? At this point, Kong Hun couldn't hold it back anymore. Veins popped on his forehead. He lost his temper and cursed right at NYU SEAL's face. Listen, I don't care if you sell it or scrap it. Just get me one exactly like the old one right now. Sung Ah innocently added fuel to the fire. I think it looks cool, Mr. Kong Hun. Kong Hun couldn't accept it, screaming cool. Cool my ass. I said get rid of it before I lose it. Now, NYU SEAL calmly shot back. Geez, don't be such a hater. Han Yu-moon watched the drama unfold with wide eyes. What kind of guild is this? This is nothing like what I imagined. Not even close. What on earth did I sign up for? In the end, all four of them still had to hop into that car and drive off. Kong Hun was fuming. For real, man. If you don't fix this car, I'm gonna end you myself. NYU Seoul leaned on Kong Hun's shoulder, totally unfazed. You wanna go? Kong Hun bout it. I shouldn't even be talking to you. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt as they hit a traffic jam. He turned to ask Han Yu-moon, what's up? Why is traffic so backed up? He replied in confusion, I'm not sure. Looks like there's a brawl up ahead. Kong Hun squinted toward the commotion, then opened the door and stepped out. He wondered what the hell was going on. What in the... But before he could finish, someone was thrown right into the car door. Kong Hun reacted quickly, bracing himself to catch the guy. A shard of glass accidentally grazed his face, drawing blood. The man who collided with his car was out cold. Kong Hun was bewildered. What is this? Suddenly, an NYU SEAL looked worried and shouted as he jumped out of the car. Are you okay? Kong Hun was surprised. Oh, so you actually do care about me? But contrary to Kong Hun's expectations, an NYU SEAL bypassed him and rushed to the dented car, howling in pain. My precious car door. My entire artistic soul was poured into this door. Only then did Kong Hun realize. He was only worried about the car, not him. The man who had been thrown also woke up. He propped himself up and coughed. Cough, cough. You bastards. I thought he just threw me randomly without thinking. Sensing an endless wave of killing intent, he glanced up and saw an NYU SEAL's demonic face, looking ready to tear him apart. An NYU SEAL glared at him with pure hatred. I'm gonna kill you. On the other side, two guilds were standing there brawling. The guy in blue threatened, try touching us again and I'll toss all of you. The blue-shirt guy was actually the vice guild leader of Haesong, Jo Yonggon. The Brown Guild didn't care about the guy who just got tossed. Continuing the provocation. It was the vice guild leader of Youngdu, Go Jinzo. You can't fight for crap, but love acting tough like a bunch of idiots. Someone on the Youngdu team asked worriedly, leader, is he okay? He got thrown pretty far. Go Jin-jun replied confidently, he's fine. No one in the guild is as tough as him. It's probably no big deal. Suddenly, the guy saw something and looked back. He pointed toward the smoke. Vice leader, look, someone's over there. The 8AC guild had arrived. In Kong Hun's hand, he was gripping the guy who just trashed his car. Kong Hun stomped his foot. Take your trash back. With a thud, the guy was sent flying, landing right in front of Go Jin-jun. Kong Hun walked up and stepped on the guy's head, barking, is this your buddy? The guy's face was a bruised mess, and he was totally shell-shocked, repeatedly apologizing. Go Jin-jun and the Youngdu crew backed away in fear. Who the hell are you? Kong Hun asked them furiously. What the hell is going on here? So is you guys? This Youngdu guild, or whatever causing trouble? I heard from the kid it was a turf war. Brawling in the middle of the street like a bunch of damn toddlers. He exploded in anger. Because of you punks, I still haven't had my favorite beef. The entire group was instantly cowed by Kong. Alesoha. That's Kong Hun. If he loses his cool, nobody can stop him. And those others. Are those the rumored monsters from that guild? Looking closer, they realized, I can't believe it. Just looking at how they stand gives me the creeps. Suddenly, he named his price. 500 million. Go Jin-jun flinchil. What? Kong Hun immediately pointed at the back of his car to play the victim. Because you guys were fighting, my car is totaled. Not to mention I got nicked. At this, Go Jin-jun screamed. What the hell are you rambling about? Kong Hun raised his hand, thrusting it close to his face. Plus, émotionnel distress damage. That's 500 million total. An NYUCOL held up his palm to add his piece. My side took some hits too. At least another 500 million. Kong Hun nodded. Yeah, exactly. You hear that? 1 billion total. Pay up. Go Jin-jun's face darkened. Then he laughed out loud. That's ridiculous. He lunged forward. Drawing his sword, he charged at Kong Hun. But before he could finish his sentence, Kong Hun's fist was already buried in his face. In just a few short minutes, the entire Youngdu guild had been absolutely wrecked. Kong Hun dusted off his hands. Are we done here? Suddenly, someone walked up to them and spoke. Thanks a lot. Seriously, we were backed into a corner. And we're lucky you guys helped. Kong Hun played it cool. Look, it's not like I help you guys out of the goodness of my heart. Shouldn't Kong Hun's tone shifted. He grumbled irritably. Now that I think about it, you guys are from the Haesong Guild, right? Honestly, I'm not a fan of you guys either. What the hell were you doing? Causing chaos in the streets like that. Because of you, I still haven't had my beef. Yo Yonggun calls it. Beef. Then he welcomed them with an offer. I'll treat you to a round. High-end beef. Over 100,000 won a person. Kong Hun's face lit up, practically drooling. He declared right then, from now on, our two guilds are brothers for life. At the Youngdu headquarters, inside the office, a powerful woman spoke in a low voice, looking outside. Haesong cleaned up nicely. I guess I should send them a little warning. That woman was the leader of the Youngdu guild, Hong Chai-nyo. Scene shifts to a barbecue restaurant. The 8AC and Haesong guilds were chatting. Jo Yonggan spoke first. I have to thank you again. I'm Jo Yonggan from the Haesong guild. It's an honor to meet you. Kong Hun braked, while stuffing a massive piece of meat into his mouth. Oh yeah, Haesong. I know all about it. An NYUCOL helplessly corrected him. Hey man, the name is Haesong. Jo Yonggan reached out his hand. Please, eat as much as you like. I'll handle the grilling. However, Kong Hun's tone suddenly changed again. He asked Jo Yonggan seriously, are you sure about your skills? Jo Yonggan flinched, glancing at him. Sure. In this world, I hate 3 things most. Orcs and NYUCOL, and people who can't cook for shit. An NYUCOL suddenly got called out. Wait, what? Kong Hun asked again. You think you're better than me? Yu Yonggun, intimidated by Kong Hun's aura. Immediately pulled his hand back. No, I'm good with just eating. A short while later, Kong Hun had stuffed himself full. He was finishing off a glass of fresh beer. He allowed a satisfied ah. Then he slammed the glass down and said happily, thanks to you. That was a killer meal. So, what is it that you want from me? Yoyong gun shit. Huh. And Kong Hun continued. This whole scene seems a bit much for a simple thank you. What do you need? Jo Yonggan's face suddenly darkened. He interlaced his fingers, looking flustered. To be honest, I know it's awkward to bring this up right after meeting, but could you support our Haesong guild? Jo Yonggan explained the situation with the Youngdu guild. Haesong and Youngdu used to manage this area in a balanced power struggle. However, since a week ago, Youngdu suddenly started encroaching on our dungeons. But strange. Normally, the strength of both sides is neck and neck, and there was a silent pact about not invading each other's territory. But out of nowhere, they started provoking us and applying heavy pressure. Finally, today, our side couldn't take it anymore. Gonghun chimed in. So that's why you guys were brawling in the middle of the street. Yo-Yong Gon nodded. Exactly. And NYU Seoul excitedly agreed. So it's total war now? Hey man, listen on the action. Kong-hun immediately cut him off. Shut up. Are you crazy? Honeymoon sat to the side, drinking soda, listening with hype. A war between guilds. A shift in the balance of power. That's a massive deal. The skirmish between Young-do and Hae-song for the rankings. Kong-hun crossed his arms, weighing the options. I get what you're saying, but we don't really have a reason to get involved, do we? Even if we did just share a meal. Suddenly, Jo Young-gon looked down helplessly and said, the reality is, if this continues, our guild will definitely be crushed. Kong-hun paused after hearing that. Jo Young-gon looked at Kong-hun sadly and shyly, then continued. The balance is broken. The Young-do guild is becoming abnormally powerful. This is just a rumor. But at this point, Jo Young-gon looked around warily, then leaned in close to Kong-hun and whispered in his ear. I heard a certain substance is circulating within the Young-do guild. Kong-hun was surprised and asked curiously, what substance? Jo Young-gon recounted the rumors. Supposedly, it boosts and awakens power. Kong-hun listened intently. This sounded familiar. He turned to ask Sung, is Sung, when do we enter the C-rank dungeon? Sung are reported in 2 days. Hearing that, Kong-hun started calculating. Alright, if you agree to that, Jo Young-gon, fine. We'll support you. Jo Young-gon was so happy he almost teared up. For real? Kong-hun, get a heads up. But I'm busy right now and can't act immediately. After we're done with the dungeon, we'll help. Jo Young-gon accepted excitedly. That's fine. As long as you guys agree to help, that's enough. They kept talking, unaware that a stranger outside the shop was tailing them. The two chatted happily. Alright, let's keep drinking. Of course, have as much as you want. Meanwhile, the tail pulled out a phone and snapped a photo. The next day, an NYU Seoul held up his phone to show Kong-hun. Yo man, check this out. It was a photo of him chugging beer like there's no tomorrow. It had been posted on social media. Kong-hun cursed angrily. What the hell is this? An NYU Seoul mocked him. Looks like someone took a stealth shot of our party. It's actually great. Other people pay hundreds of millions for publicity. Kong-hun snapped helplessly. Gu domit. Seeing Kong-hun's guild was distracted. Shin Tae-ji suppressed his annoyance and reminded them. Hey, please stop messing around and focus. Soon, the dungeon conquest was about to begin. Shin Tae-ji cleared his throat. I'll start from the top. Tae-ji, the commander, stepped forward. His voice was low but firm, echoing through the suffocating silence. From now on, we begin the raid on Venandi Forest, while the whole world is watching us. I won't give you empty words. I won't ask you to sacrifice yourselves for peace or national growth. So please just come back safe. Come back and claim both wealth and glory. Seize it all. After the final rallying cry, the ground trembled slightly. There were no battle cries, no hesitation. The Legion moved forward in unison. The massive dungeon gate ahead began to shift. The ancient stone slabs groaned heavily as the pitch-black crack slowly opened like a bottomless pit. Cold air and black mist poured out as if to swallow the surrounding light. Thud! Once everyone had entered the dungeon, the gate slammed shut, blocking all sound from within. The outside world fell silent. Tae-ji still stood there, alone before the sealed gate. He slowly bowed a deep 90 degrees for a long time, as if sending all his faith and hope into the darkness with them. Tae-ji's voice dropped, but it didn't shake. I wish you a total victory. Scene shifts inside the dungeon. Kong-hun observed his surroundings. So this was the C-rank dungeon, the hunting forest area. Suddenly, there was a sound of clapping. Choi Dong-gu walked to the front to gather everyone. Great. Everyone, please gather around for a moment, he said. I'm not the chief commander of this raid. However, let me organize the assignments. I hope you understand. Each guild will act independently in this dungeon, as previously agreed. However, as you all know, the monsters here are highly organized. No one can predict when or where danger will strike. Because of that, if you feel uneasy, don't hesitate. Send a distress signal immediately. A red flare indicates a critical emergency. A green flare means an exit has been found. A purple flare announces an encounter with the boss. Upon seeing a signal, nearby guilds must mobilize and group up immediately. All right, let's move out. Park Ho-jun grumbled. We went over all this in the prep meeting. You're trying way too hard to act like a leader. Finally, Choi Dong-gu gave his best wishes. Good luck to everyone. An NYU Seoul quickly called out to Kong-hun. Let's shake a leg, man. He turned to follow the group. Yeah, let's go. Suddenly, Choi Dong-gu called him back. Kong-hun, don't you plan on joining our group? He flinched and asked back with me. Choi Dong-gu explained with good intentions. I know you guys are talented, but nothing is certain in a dungeon. Kong-hun silently evaluated Choi Dong-gu. Despite appearances, he's actually a good guy. I'm still salty about him stealing my kill. But whatever, I owe him one. Having already taken a liking to Choi Dong-gu, Kong-hun didn't waste time thinking and quickly agreed. All right, we'll roll together today. Both sides shook hands. Looking forward to working with you. Same here. And just like that, Kong-hun joined Choi Dong-gu's guild. Walking together, an NYUCO grumbled irritably. Didn't we start a guild just so we could play together? Why are we hanging out with outsiders now? Kong-hun spoke cautiously. Since this is your first time in a dungeon, we have to be ready for anything. Sun-ah agreed with him. Mr. Kong-hun is absolutely right. An NYUCO, suddenly feeling like the odd man out, stopped in his tracks and mocked Kong-hun. What's this, brother? You got quite the nerve, huh? Man, what a letdown. Kong-hun stopped and let out a soft laugh. Then he turned and criticized an NYUCO. You trying to start something again? You annoying iron face. An NYUCO clicked his tongue. TCH caught me, hearing the 8 AC guild talking. The members of Choi Dong-gu's awakened alliance couldn't help but gossip. Look at those guys. Do they think a dungeon is a playground? Probably just rookies who don't know any better. Whatever. Isn't he just trying to act cool like those guys on social media lately? That's when it's actually safest. But seriously, comparing kids like him to the alliance leader is a straight-up insult. They kept trash-talking, unaware that every word reached the ears of the 8 AC trio. An NYUCO's face darkened as he stared them down. But before he could do anything extreme, Kong-hun quickly blocked him. An NYUCO, stay right there. Stop picking fights on your own. He brushed Kong-hun's hand off and said confidently, I know where to draw the line. You think I'm some kind of bloodthirsty psycho? Kong-hun immediately called him out. Then what's that in your hand? When did you even pull that out? An NYUCO played dumb, looking away. I didn't even realize I took it out. Then he asked Kong-hun with feigned concern. By the way, brother, why do you look so pale all of a sudden? Kong-hun replied, confused, what? I always look like this. Then he glanced back at the crowd, thinking, it's not like I don't get the feeling. I also think I'd feel better if I just punch them out. Suddenly, someone screamed, enemy attack. Everyone, get ready for combat. Kong-hun thought to himself, perfect timing. Enemy attack. Everyone, ready up. Leading the charge were goblin infantry. They were aggressively slashing and killing, lunging at anyone in sight. Everyone exerted themselves to hold them back. They shouted in panic, there's too many of them. The way these guys move is totally different from normal goblins. Choi Dong-gu calmly gave orders. Team 1, defensive formation. Team 2, ready to rotate and support as needed. His soldiers followed orders, charging in unison. Choi Dong-gu continued to shout. Team 3, cover. Team 4, open fire. He thought, just like the rumors, if we handle this wrong, we'll be wiped out. In another area, an NYUCO was having a blast smashing goblins to a pulp. He grinned widely, his teeth bared. Grit. Blood splattered all over his face. An NYUCO shouted with excitement. It's hunting time. Let's go hunting. Kong-hun stood next to him, looking pale. He's lost his mind, but he also quickly joined the fray. Thinking about it, I'm certain the things I hate most are, first, an NYUCO, and second, people who can't grill meat. And as he spoke, he lunged forward, grabbing a goblin's head with brute force. He triggered an explosive spell. Blowing that goblin's brains out was his way of declaring that after an NYUCO, these goblins were what he hated most. Kong-hun and NYUCO teamed up like a dynamic duo, sweeping through the goblins. Making them go boom felt amazing. The feeling of smashing them away with a hammer was so satisfying. The two were competing. That's 10. What? I'm gonna take down 22. The guys who were trash-talking them earlier witnessed this and knelt on the ground in terror. Whoa, they really are psychos. We should never mess with them again. The two of them realized the gravity of their mistake and looked at each other, crying their eyes out. We're toast. That night, after the battle ended, everyone lit a campfire. Back at the camp, Choi Dong-gu laughed out loud. Haha, I heard rumors that besides Kong-hun, the other members were just as strong. Kong-hun chatted back happily. Yeah, you could say that. Choi Dong-gu, on behalf of his guild members, apologized to Kong-hun. Sorry for the rude behavior of my guys. Don't mention it. You already punished them, didn't you? Choi Dong-gu spoke up. So, why don't we keep moving together tomorrow? Kong-hun politely declined. I appreciate it, but we're splitting up tomorrow. Choi Dong-gu asked, is it because of that bet? Kong-hun nodded. Yeah, something like that. Earlier at the dungeon gate, Park Ho-jun had suddenly called him over and asked if he wanted to make a bet. Kong-hun was confused. A bet? Park Ho-jun excitedly talented Kong-hun. Let's see who contributes more to this raid. Or more accurately, whoever lands the killing blow on the boss wins. Why not just embarrass them outright? Kong-hun turned back, annoyed, and lowered his voice. You psycho, are you out of your mind? Is this some kind of sick flex? Is your conscience warped or something? You're a real funny idiot. Park Ho-jun didn't care and smirked. Fine. Then how about this? Though it'll never happen. If you win, I'll give you this. An Easter egg with 10/11ths durability. An Easter egg created by someone who loves pranks. It activates when destroyed. Kong Hun paused, staring at it for a moment, thinking, someone who loves pranks? This must be an item related to the admin. Park Ho-jun continued to goad Kong Hun. If it's you, you should understand the significance of this item, right? He carefully weighed his options. That kid knows about this too? Wait, the important thing is, does he know I survived the tutorial? He replied warily, I'm not sure. Is that some kind of pokeball for monsters? Park Ho-jun got angry. Don't play dumb. I know you've joined the special Awaken management team. Hearing that, he realized that important news must be shared internally. But more importantly, he didn't expect this moron to be part of the management team too. Kong Hun smugly accepted the bet. Fine. So what's the stake? Do I have to kneel? Park Ho-jun laughed. Haha no, that would be unfair. He laid out the penalty. 1 year. Join our guild for 1 year. And you have to take my orders like any other member. In exchange, I'll treat you well. Kong Hun patted his neck and tilted his head. If that's all, you're not planning to scam me, are you? Park Ho-jun held out his fist with an air of integrity. I don't play dirty. Let's keep the competition fair and square. That's my rule. Got it? Kong Hun thought to himself, reaching out without fist-bumping him. Fair and square against 3 people? What a shameless prick. But he still agreed out loud. Sure, let's see. Scene shifts back to Vanandi Forest. Choi Dong-gu asked with concern, are you really okay? Kong Hun stretched. I'm good. I'm used to the dungeon vibe. If anything happens, there's always the emergency flare. Choi Dong-gu kindly reminded him, Kong Hun. The truth is, flares are probably useless. You've seen it. The top guilds are all full of ego trippers. So good luck. After saying that, the two parted ways. Meanwhile, a scream rang out. How many times is it going to be like this? That was Park Ho-jun's voice. He frantically asked his subordinate for the status. The subordinate quickly reported, 3 wounded, 2 dead, commander. The wounded are getting first aid, but they can't counterattack immediately. Park Ho-jun angrily grabbed a nearby arrow and snapped it. Those bastards. Don't tell me those are the Vanandi. I didn't expect that to be the name of the species, not the boss. Those arrogant monsters. They're treating us like bugs. Park Ho-jun was losing his cool. How do we break this pincer maneuver? His subordinate was equally flustered. The only way is to find their nest and destroy it. Don't you know that? Park Ho-jun screamed. Whatever you say. We keep getting ambushed and can't break free. How are we supposed to do that? What the hell are we supposed to do? The subordinate lowered his head helplessly. I'm sorry. Park Ho-jun completely lost his cool. Losing his mind, he barked, the wounded are getting first aid, but we can't counterattack. At this point, it's all or nothing. If they're hiding in the forest. He came up with a psychotic plan. And we just level the whole damn forest. Burn it to the ground. His subordinate flinched in shock. But leader, if we're careless, we'll be in danger too. Park Ho-jun turned back with a crazed laugh. Is there any other way? We're stuck in a corner. But the subordinate still tried to salvage the situation. A flare. If we use a distress flare for backup. Park Ho-jun cut him off. You moron. You think anyone's coming? Even if they do, what about the guild's rep? What about its status? Have you thought about that? So we settle this right here. Park Ho-jun drew his weapon and gave the order. Mages ready. We move the second the wind shifts east. Scene shifts to the area where Kong Hun is. The Vanandi growled and shrieked. 3 of them, looking aggressive, grouped up to threaten them. Kong Hun was puzzled. What are they doing? They aren't attacking, just standing there. An NYU-Seol took a wild guess. Looks like they're signaling that if we take one more step, they'll make a move. Kong Hun asked, surprised, how do you know that? An NYU-Seol shrugged nonchalantly. Just a gut feeling. Kong Hun radiated mana, getting into a stance. Good grief, what's a gut feeling worth? Fine. Count to 3 and we charge. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished, all 3 lunged forward to attack. The Vanandi immediately leaped away, clinging to the high trees. Kong Hun was startled and braked hard. What the? Sun-Ah gasped. It seems they've lost their nerve because of Mr. Kong Hun's aura. An NYU-Seol agreed with her. Aren't they just scared of your face, man? Kong Hun snapped at him, don't talk trash. He then asked them both, should we chase? Sun-Ah raised her bow, staying alert. I'm afraid it's a trap. NYU-Seol was also curious about their behavior. We could stay and watch, or just stick to the original path. The fact that these things are hiding and popping out must mean their nest is close by. Based on my instinct, I predict some major surprises ahead. Gong Hun, for some reason, agreed with an NYU-Seol. Fine, your instincts have been spot on. Later he would realize, we underestimated them. We'll let our guard down. The interesting thing an NYU Seoul mentioned turned into a real headache. Kong Hun was fuming, swearing up a storm. He cursed at the Venandi, who kept sticking to the trees. Hurry up, you useless bums. Move it. Damn it, this is annoying. You think tricking the enemy mid-battle is that easy? Man, you think you're ninja? One slip up and the rest will swarm us. As soon as they approached, they realized it was an ambush. An NYU Seoul looked bummed. These guys are seriously annoying. None of them are actually strong. So boring. Kong Hun theorized. Are they trying to exhaust us? He pulled an arrow out of his shoulder and said, but anyway, the situation's getting critical. An NYU Seoul turned to ask him, you got something sharp? Kong Hun snapped the arrow, a simple solution. Then he flashed a psychotic grin at the Venandi. We just need to take some prisoners. They immediately felt the terrifying, killing intent from Kong Hun and broke into a cold sweat. He uttered ruthlessly, I don't care if their claws get ripped out or if I have to skin them alive right here. Let's see if they can keep faking it. Kong Hun quickly snatched one and threatened, stay right there. If you don't listen to me, this bastard is dead. The two remaining Venandi stared at him with wide eyes, then looked at each other with a WTF expression. Then they kept raining arrows on all three of them. Kong Hun, and NYU Seoul, and Sung R ran for their lives. Kong Hun screamed, dumb it. What the hell? It's not working on them. NYU Seoul looked at him, defeated. I told you so. Kong Hun snapped back. You agreed to it too. NYU Seoul said flatly. I only said it might be fun. Kong Hun couldn't believe it and cursed him out. You prick. A while later, the three of them successfully escaped. Kong Hun couldn't stop venting about those Venandi. Those inhuman bastards. They even killed their own hostage. You really can't reason with these things. NYU Seoul said helplessly. Why did you think kidnappers would listen anyway? Kong Hun started calculating. Regardless, I need a new plan. We can't just stand here forever. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Huh, a flare? Sung Ah hurriedly reported a red flare. That means it's an emergency. NYU Seoul poked his head out and asked, what now? Should we go? Kong Hun nodded. Yeah, let's go. Staying here won't solve anything. The goblins began blowing horns to summon more troops. Their numbers were growing rapidly. The people there were in a desperate fight. Vice Leader, there are too many of them. The man called Vice Leader shouted, just hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are coming. His name was Han Si-guan, Vice Leader of Bungadian. But despite saying that, with such a massive swarm of goblins, he knew the truth. There would be no reinforcements. Han Si-guan thought back on everything in despair. Where did everything go wrong? It started the moment the guild leader began acting strangely. Our guild should have abandoned this raid right then and there. But because of the pressure to maintain our reputation, he didn't. It was all because of my greed. I dragged the entire guild to their deaths. A loud thud pulled him back to the brutal reality. The goblins kept swarming in. Not just in numbers, even their size and strength were far greater. Han Si-guan watched helplessly as his teammates fell one by one. We're finished. My guild is. Han Si-guan collapsed to the ground in total despair. A blade swung toward him. Han Si-guan was seconds away from death. Suddenly, an arrow flew in from the distance, piercing the goblin's neck with a thud. It saved Han Si-guan's life. Behind it, a heroic figure emerged. Han Si-guan looked up, startled. Kong Hun took a deep breath, then roared as he charged forward. Wrathful Lion was activated, nullifying all of the enemy's camouflage and stealth skills. He further activated Secret of the Guan and Giant Strength. Then, with excitement, he pulled out a massive orc hammer to fight. Kong Hun, holding that enormous hammer, leaped high into the air and slammed it down hard onto the goblins. He swung the hammer as if it weighed nothing, proceeding to crush the abdomen of a giant goblin. His eyes flashed, landing another brutal blow right to its face. Han Si-guan turned bale. Witnessing Kong Hun's legendary performance, the smaller goblins were also getting arrows, shot straight through their heads. An NYU Seoul had also arrived with his familiar weapon. What a total mess. Reinforcements from the 8 AC Guild had arrived. Han Si-guan looked at them, clutching onto a shred of hope. The 8 AC Guild. 3 orcs at once? Is he really just an awaken like us? He's on a completely different level. But how about just 3 more people turn the tide of this battle? Right then, someone from Han Si-guan's guild rushed over to report. Vice Leader. Over there. Zhanga. The Jangan Guild is here too. Han Si-guan froze in disbelief. Zhanga? Han Se-hyen raised her hand to give a command. Her soldiers immediately charged forward like lightning, launching an all-out assault on the goblins. The people of Bunga Dien cheered with joy. Whoa, we're gonna live. The battle ended in a flash. Kong Hun let out a sigh of relief. That was one hell of a chaotic fight. Unse Yeon Prastim. You did great, Mr. Kong Hun. Seeing 2 guilds still intact like that. Han Si-guan couldn't help but admire the Jang on Guild. Despite being in the dungeon for quite a while, their numbers hadn't dropped at all. When Kong Hun laid out the plan, we're heading straight for the core. Anse yeon kesetatif. But we don't even know where the core is. Shouldn't we split up to find it? Suddenly, Kong Hun pointed to the right and said flatly, the core is over there. Based on my senses, it's not that far. Anse yeon guestant. She stared at Kong Hun in disbelief. You can sense it? The core? Energy? He asked back, confused, huh? You guys can't feel it? Then he added his estimation. Based on my experience, we'll get there around midnight. Hearing this, Han Se-hyun urgently announced the preparations. If that's the case, we should definitely push forward. Get ready to move out now. Han Si-guan sat between them, sweating as he listened. Then he spoke up, whoa, hold on. Moving out right now, isn't that a bit overkill? Huh, we just finished a major battle. We have no idea how those Venandi will react next. As you can see, Ansa Yeon didn't buihan si one's argument. She turned and said, they're smart, so we can't give them any breathing room. Han Si-guan said fearfully, but we should at least rest for a bit. Everyone is exhausted. Seeing this, Li Hun quickly reassured Han Si-guan, don't sweat it. My guild has healers who can fix that fatigue. At this point, he was literally speechless. Everyone, Han Si-guan, turned to look at his fallen comrades and the heavily injured, nearly the whole team. He clenched his fists tight. No longer hiding his weakness, he blurted out, you guys might be fine, but we've hit our limit. Suddenly, Kong Hun looked at him, puzzled, and asked, oh, I didn't catch any of that because it's so suffocating in here. You're Han Si-guan, right? Why are you so stressed? What are you even getting at? You want us to go out of our way to babysit you? Every word from Kong Hun stabbed Han Si-guan in the heart. His face went pale, his voice trembling. Don't say it like that. Kong Hun continued, Mr. Han Si-guan, wake up. This is a dungeon. A place where the weak die. The truth is, you guys were so weak you almost bit the dust. But you survived because of us. Did you seriously think we came here to save your 20 guild members? We came for a solution, a collective one. If you're just standing there being useless, why are you even here? Han Si-guan heard this and screamed. But, how? He could only sigh helplessly at Kong Hun's razor-sharp words. Because this time, as cruel as he was, Kong Hun was 100 right. Seeing Han Si-guan had nothing left to say, and was just silently hanging his head, Kong Hun stood up grorily to leave. Let's at least grab a bite before we head out. Too much talking made me hungry. The battle broke out shortly after. 3 Venandi shrieked manically as they attacked. Kong Hun blocked an arrow with his bare hands and shouted, we don't have much time. Don't try to wipe them all out. Just clear a path. Everyone launched a synchronized assault. They rushed toward the core and very quickly broke through the forest. Then, Kong Hun shouted, found it. Li Hun was shocked. No way, you actually found it. Han Se-hyun calmly gave the order. Use the flares. Everything we've got. Li Hun followed suit, immediately pulling out the flare gun. He fired into the sky to signal the other teams. The Motto Guild received the news. Han Mong Zhao Sautet. Damn it, we're one step too late. The Black Knights Guild arrived shortly after. We're here to support the Awakened Alliance led by Choi Dong-gu. They were already on site. Kong Hun's younger brother said, I knew you were still alive. Everyone cheered. The reinforcements had arrived. Suddenly, a beast-like roar echoed. A massive thud. Finally, the great warrior of Venandi appeared. Kong Hun saw it and immediately lunged. Is that the boss? He pulled out his hammer and screamed. Drop dead. That Venandi glared, but before it could react, Kong Hun smashed his hammer straight into its head, turning its brains to mush. Just like that, it died. He stood there dazed, his smile frozen. He looked down at the Venandi, wondering why was it so weak. After the boss died, the Awakened team quickly took control and swept the map. It turned out the dungeon's difficulty came from the mob numbers and the Venandi's intelligence, not the strength of the boss itself. And the loot was Great Warrior Venandi's sword, D rank, durability 99/100. A sword once used by a great warrior of the Venandi tribe. Well-balanced and easy to handle. Kong Hun took it and looked. Just a bow and a sword? I don't know about the bow, but a sword this big is going to be a pain to use. And then, the battle reached its end. Choi Dong-gu finished off the last one. It's over. I saw this coming. We lost way too many people. At the very least, I should be grateful we weren't completely wiped out. May they rest in peace. He clapped his hands to gather everyone. All right, start gathering the loot. We'll handle the split and the math after we get out. No one objected. Suddenly, Sung Ah sensed something and turned around. What the? Her face instantly turned to horror. Look, the entire forest behind us is on fire. Han Mong-du was stunned. How is there fire? This can't be happening. Suddenly, they jumped in shock. They looked at Park Ho-jun, who was leading a swarm of monsters and a firestorm right toward them. Help me. Han Mongdu was furious and felt helpless against that guy. God damn it, he's lost it. He's a total nutjob. The team backed away in fear. Run. We have to run. He suddenly spotted the core right above his head. He immediately screamed, the core? I'm going to destroy the energy core. Li Hun quickly moved to stop him and explained, no, you can't. If you destroy the core right now, it'll cause an explosion. He didn't understand and yelled, what the hell are you talking about? We took down the boss. Even if we break the core, the monsters won't come out of the gate. Move. Li Hun screamed to convince them. Everyone, stay calm. This situation is different. Some studies have shown that monsters in a state of extreme terror can flee through the gate. If that happens, every single one of them will escape into the world. But they were so scared of dying, they basically weren't listening. Who cares? We're going to die here anyway. I have to survive first. He's right. Destroy the core now. At least some people should make it out alive, right? Han sehe und sahid in frustration. Wait a minute. Immediately, her elite troops use their shields to block those try to cause trouble. He screamed, what now? Are you threatening your own teammates? Han say hi and snap back, raising her voice, listen up, right now. We're the only ones who can stop this. Outside this core is downtown Seoul. If we don't stop them here, a massive disaster will happen. However, they still didn't believe her. Easy for you to say, damn it. One guy jumped up to attack Han, say hi. Out of my way. Her eyes showed pure exhaustion with him. Seriously, what a total pain. Just as she was about to take him out, Kong Han arrived just in time, grabbed the guy's head from behind, and tossed him aside. He looked blankly and asked, so, we just need to protect the core? Anse Yeo Natif. Yeah, the monsters are fleeing the fire, so they'll probably launch a frontal assault on us. If we only need to protect the core, the chances are slim, but might be doable. Kong Han listened in silence, and then casually turned away. That's enough then. Just handle the ones that slip past me from behind. Han say hi and froze and asked back, what? Kong. Han opened his inventory, pulled out the sword he just got from Vanandi, and swung it a few times. Choi Donggu realized and was startled. Wait, you don't mean you're going to stop them alone? I'll help. But Kong Hun's cold tone made him freeze. Don't come closer. You'll just get in my way. Immediately after, Kong Hun activated power of the Van, secret skill of the Guan, and enchant hidden skill. His skin was quickly coated in a layer of black metal, and his eyes glinted with a deadly spark. Kong Hun's entire face completely transformed into that of a monster. Looks like it's time to get serious. Berserker has been activated. Sung-ah looked at him uneasily. Mr. Kong Hun, an NYU SEAL stood behind her and answered coolly for him, don't worry, he's not going to die. Okay. She whipped around and glared at an NYU SEAL. Are you speaking from instinct again? He shrugged nonchalantly. What can I say? Kong Han got into a combat stance, growling like a wild animal. Then he accelerated. With one dash, he slaughtered a huge chunk of goblins. Everyone watched him in stunned silence. He actually stopped them. Suddenly, Kong Han shouted, hey, they're heading your way. Han say hi and snapped back to reality. She rallied the remaining others to fight. Prepare for battle. We have to take out the rest. Han Si-guan, Choi Donggu, and everyone else joined forces to counterattack. He threw his spear with full force. Nice. Piercing right through the head of a giant goblin. Sung-ah stood in the back, providing nonstop cover. She sniped the goblin's vitals. One arrow drilled straight through a giant goblin's head. Clutching a save for an NYU SEAL, just in time. He complimented her, nice shot, then pivoted back to melee with the others. Drop dead. He swatted the goblins away like they weighed nothing. A literal rain of blood poured down. An NYU SEAL got hyped again, unable to stop himself from soaking it in. Yeah, this is the vibe. Suddenly, he spotted a Vanandi. That was still alive, aiming right for Sung-ah. He screamed, watch out, but the attack was too sudden, leaving Sung on no time to dodge as it struck her shoulder. An NYU SEAL yelled in a panic, Sung on Nuna. Kong. Hun felt his heart skip a beat and looked over in shock, but the goblins were swarming. One of them lunged while he was distracted and sliced clean through his arm. Kong Hun's arm fell to the ground. He clicked his tongue, looking at the goblins with pure contempt. Even if he was low on mana, being bested by a goblin? How pathetic. His severed arm quickly began to regenerate. A new hand formed instantly. The goblin flinched back in terror. But facing Kong Hun's overwhelming aura, it's been a while since I've had something this fresh. Delicious. He killed it effortlessly. He moved to confront the one that had just snatched his arm, but an NYU SEAL's scream rang out again, snapping him back to reality. Sung-ah Nuna. Sung-ah was injured and couldn't move. She stared wide-eyed at a goblin right in her face, but before she could do a thing, a slash took its head off. Kong Hun had rushed over to save her, but another Vanandi lunged with a spear, impaling Kong Hun right through the chest. He muttered to himself, annoyed. I split my mana. To play it safe, and look at the result. What a joke. If I buff my head, I lose an arm. If I buff my arm, my body gets skewered. Seeing Kong Hun still talking nonstop despite the wound, the Venandi broke into a cold sweat. He spoke while deactivating Enchant's hidden skill. Whatever, it's fine. It's not like I ever cared about keeping my body in one piece anyway. Honestly, finishing like this is better. Immediately after, Kong Hun triggered Mana Burst. It blew the surrounding monsters to smithereens, but it came with a massive risk. The skin and muscle on his face and arms were destroyed, leaving bone exposed. Yet Kong Hun still asked gently, "Are you okay, Miss Sung Ah?" Sung Ah stood up, trembling. "Mr. Kong Hun." He immediately reassured her, "It's fine, don't worry about it. We'll talk later. Everything can wait. We're out of time." He turned his back to Sung Ah and gave his final instructions. "Sung Ah, your legs are fine, right? Then get out of here first. I'm not telling you to just run away. Go report to the Jangun boss or whoever. When the signal goes off, don't wait. Evacuate everyone immediately." Sung Ah was taken aback, filled with dread. "What? But what about you, Kong Hun?" He looked back at her with a confident, bright grin. "Take a good look. Do I look like I'm about to kick the bucket?" Sung Ah sadly suppressed her pain. Without hesitating any longer, she ran as Kong Hun ordered. "I'll follow your orders." As soon as Sung Ah was gone, Kong Hun turned back to face the horde, ready for one last stand. All right, just a little more time. He lunged straight into the thick of the monsters, using Mana Burst to wipe them all out. In an instant, everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. The goblins and Venandi were completely incinerated. Kong Hun stood alone, staring into the depths of the forest, where the core was still floating in midair. On the other side, the crowd continued to shout, "We have to destroy the core. The fire is about to spread." Anse Yeon diffused. Mr. Kong Hun is still in there. She watched anxiously as the fire grew larger and wider. Suddenly, Sung Ah ran up to her. "Leader An Se-yeon." A message from Kong Hun. "When the signal goes off, please lead everyone out first." An Se-yeon was confused. "What signal? How?" Right then, a flash of light streaked past her. System notification. The main dungeon core has been destroyed. The exit gate is now opening. An Se-yeon froze in total shock. What? What just happened? She looked and saw Kong Hun waving his hand, signaling for her and the others to get out first. Hanse Hyen let out a small laugh, whispering to herself, so that was it. Realizing he was blocking the path for them, she urgently ordered everyone, "Evacuate the dungeon now." Sung Ah stubbornly suppressed her pain and ran back to find her leader. She screamed his name, Kong Hun. An NYU quickly intercepted her. "Nuna, where do you think you're going in that condition? Are you crazy?" Sung Ah was worried, but an NYU put all his faith in Kong Hun. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her. "He already said he's fine. In your state, you'll just be a liability. You have to trust him." Sung Ah was stunned by NYU's words. She closed her eyes tight, reluctantly agreeing. Fine. A while later, everyone had successfully escaped the dungeon. Nu Seon, Sin Sung Ah, and all the other guild leaders waited at the gate for Kong Hun. Gong Hun. Suddenly, Sung Ah's eyes lit up. A scorched, withered foot stepped out from the dungeon gate. Kong Hun, his body covered in wounds, slowly limped outside. Sung Ah screamed with joy, "Kong Hun." But then she noticed something. She fearfully covered her mouth. Mr. Kong Hun. Not only her, but an NYU also blurted out in disbelief, "No way. Him? Anse Yeong Wesemast. He's unconscious, yet he's still standing?" An NYU walked up to Kong Hun with a proud look. He gave Kong Hun's head a light poke. Having used up every ounce of strength, Kong Hun completely collapsed. Everyone screamed in a panic. "What the hell are you doing?" An NYU But an NYU just looked at Kong Hun calmly and said, "I knew it. My intuition never fails." Kong Hun is straight up god tier. After that mess, Ha Mong-do mercilessly punched Park Ho-jun right in the face. "You piece of trash." He grabbed him by the collar and tore into him. "We almost all died because of you. Do you get that? Are you insane? Did you lose your damn mind?" Park Ho-jun yelled back angrily, "I had no choice." But Ha Mong-do wasn't having it. He screamed, even louder, "No choice? Bullshit. And you call yourself a leader?" Suddenly, the others jumped as they saw Kong Hun starting to move. "Gong Hun, are you awake?" Kong Hun grinned at Park Ho-jun and called out, "Hey, sorry for interrupting this clusterfuck, but hand that item over, you prick." As soon as the words left his mouth, his 5 senses wavered. Kong Hun lost consciousness and blacked out again. When he finally opened his eyes, he was in a hospital. The familiar faces of an NYU and Shin Sung appeared. "Oh, you're finally awake." Kong Hun clutched his head and sat up with a groan. "Damn it, this hurts like hell." Seeing him awake and healthy, Sung Ah couldn't hold back her tears. They streamed down her face as she lunged to hug him. Gung-hun. Kong Hun was startled by her reaction and yelled in a panic. Whoa, what's wrong with her? Wait. I'm still in a lot of pain. That day, South Korea's first C-rank dungeon. The Vanandi Forest was cleared after heavy losses. Not only did they lose a guild leader, but the Guardian Guild lost nearly 50 of its manpower. It wasn't just a loss of power. The entire raid team had been pushed to the brink, and the Waryeong Guild became the center of controversy. With just one raid, 2 guilds dropped off the list of the top 10 strongest guilds in Korea. And then, the legend of the hero Kong Hun saved the whole squad from total annihilation. The 8 AC Guild only has 3 members, but that's enough for them to crack the top 10. But of course, not everyone is a fan. Maybe it's because of his previous thug-like image and the sheer amount of massive haters he has. People took the chance to flock in and start talking trash. Seeing Sung so focused on reading comments online. An NYU Seoul asked curiously, Nuna, are you on the internet again? Aren't you tired? Sung, I was still busy clapping back at the anti-fans. Why drag Han? Say hi and into this. Weak-ass argument. She answered NYU Seoul, someone's being rude, so I'm teaching them some manners. He chugged a beer and replied nonchalantly, Man, you really like minding other people's business. Gulp, have a drink. She immediately declined, eyes glued to her phone. No thanks. An NYU Seoul grabbed a piece of dried squid and asked while chewing, By the way, why is Kong Hun taking forever to get discharged? I'm bored out of my mind. Sung looked at him and said, Honestly, I'm actually worried. NYU Seoul raised his voice. Worried about what? It's just a checkup. I bet he fully recovered on day 1. He's a monster when it comes to healing speed. If you slice him in half right now, he'd probably just split into 2 people. Sung accidentally imagined that scenario. Well, I guess so. He slammed his beer can on the table and complained. Anyway, I'm dying of boredom. Sung replied aimlessly, Sometimes these breaks are nice. You want to throw some knives to kill time? Yeah, sounds like fun. But while those two were chilling and eating, somewhere in a corner, Han Yi-moon was muttering in despair, You pricks, would it kill you to lend a hand? Add members, sponsorship deals, and dungeon raid requests. I've stayed up for nights. Why does the work keep piling up? Something is seriously wrong here. This is a real problem. Just then, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Kong Hun returned cheerfully and greeted them. Have you guys been lately? Seeing him, both immediately stood up to welcome him. Oh, you're here. As Kong Hun walked in, he looked around and clicked his tongue. Place turns into a circus the moment I'm gone. Huh? Ye-moon. It's been a while. Can I speak comfortably now? Ye-moon stood up happily to greet Kong Hun. Oh yes. Just call me Ye-moon. Go ahead. Kong. Hun leaned his hands on the desk. He glanced at it and reminded him, Alright, Ye-moon. If you're working, clean your desk. It's so messy it's distracting me. Hearing his remark, Ye-moon instantly looked soul-crushed. He had a massive internal struggle. Okay. That's fair. I really did turn this desk into a dumpster. I guess I deserve that. Talking to himself, acting like he's all that. If you want to criticize, start over there. God damn it, I should just quit. Ye-moon's bright face suddenly turned into an angry chihuahua, looking so fierce that even Kong Hun felt the intense, killing intent and backed off. Okay, Fina. I'll clean it when I have time. He thought to himself, what the hell? I feel like I shouldn't mess with him right now. Suddenly remembering something, Kong Hun called Sung-ah. Oh right, Sung-ah. I almost forgot to give you this. Sung-ah took it, surprised. Yes, this is the bow of the Bernandi Forest Chief, rank C, durability 98/100. A bow once used by the chief of the Bernandi Hunter tribe. Light, easy to handle, and high elasticity. Bonus skill, Magic Aro. She hugged the bow to her chest and looked at him gratefully. Are you really giving this to me? Kong Hun replied calmly. I figured you're the best person to use it. It needs some mana, but you don't need arrows. Hearing that, Sung-ah was even more thrilled. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Kong Hun and bowed deeply. Thank you so much, Kong Hun. NYU Seoul stood nearby, waiting excitedly. What about mine? Don't I get anything? Kong Hun immediately flipped NYU Seoul the bird and cursed. You think so? What's so special about you? NYU Seoul cried out sadly. That's cold. I was so worried about you. Kong Hun didn't buy it. Spit it out. You were just out drinking beer. NYU Seoul, caught in the act, gave a cheeky grin. Boosted. Suddenly, the bell rang, making all 3 stop and look. Huh? The doorbell? Is someone here? The image of a man appeared on the screen. Excuse me. Is this the office of the 8 AC Guild? Kong Hun replied, Yeah, this is it. Who are you? The man introduced himself confidently. I'm Han Si-guan from the Guardian Guild. Do you remember me? Kong Hun answered instantly and hung up immediately. Nope, don't know you. All 3 started complaining. Man, weirdos keep showing up. Is this door-to-door sales? Maybe he's here to talk about a cult. On the other side of the door, Han Si-guan stood frozen. What? He seriously doesn't remember me? Unless, did he forget me already? I literally raided with him. He even chewed me out before. He waited like that for a long time. Finally, Kong Hun let Han Si-guan inside to meet. Ahem, I'm Han Si-guan, the acting leader of the Guardian Guild. Kong Hun cracked a beer and greeted him back. Oh yeah, nice to meet you. I'm Kong Hun, leader of the 8 AC Guild. You want a beer? Han Si-guan declined in these billets. Thanks, but I don't drink in broad daylight. Han Si-guan looked at the mess in the room, wondering to himself, what is wrong with these people? Drinking in the office in the middle of the day? I have no idea what those guys over there are playing at either. Those guys were in NYU Seoul and Shin Sung, who were busy throwing knives together. Nuna, you're actually cracked at this. Watch and learn. Kong Hun continued the conversation. Anyway, what brings you here? My guild's been a bit swamped lately. Han Yi-moon was fuming, glaring at Kong Hun for saying that so confidently. Actually, I'm the only one who's swamped. First of all, I want to thank you. I'm only alive because of you. Kong Hun looked at his gesture with a puzzled expression as a distorted memory slowly began to reshape in his mind. The image of a pathetic Han Si-guan surfaced, along with a corrupted version of his words. We're almost at our limit, so I beg you to carry me out. He shouted out loud, I remember now. You're that guy who spent the whole time whining about wanting to go home. Kong Hun's words pierced straight through Han Si-guan's fragile heart. He endured the label in agony. Yeah, that was me. Kong Hun greeted him enthusiastically. Whoa, it's been a minute. So what's the deal this time? Suddenly put on the spot, Han Si-guan broke into a sweat and stuttered. Well, but before he could finish, the doorbell rang again. Huh, what now? Why is it so busy today? He ordered, Yi-moon, go check it. Yi-moon gritted his teeth and obeyed fine, but inside he was livid. What the hell? That guy's closer, so why call me? He went to the door to check the camera and froze. Huh? Han Yi-moon shouted in a panic, Leader, you better see this for yourself. With a terrified face, Yi-moon pointed at the camera, trembling. Look, this guy is practically on his deathbed. An unexpected situation occurred. Zhou Zhonggan suddenly appeared, covered in injuries. Kong Hun quickly brought him in to bandage his wounds. Zhou Zhonggan said gratefully, thank you. Kong Hun rested his chin on his hand, looking pensive. He crouched down next to Zhou Zhonggan. Vaguely remember. Didn't you treat me to beef before? Zhou Zhonggan, lying on the rug, was thrilled that Kong Hun recognized him. You remembered. I'm Zhou Zhonggan, the vice leader of the Wasun Guild. Kong Hun smiled cheerfully. Of course I remember. You're the guy who treated me to beef. Han Si-guan, standing nearby, was stunned. I'm worth less than a beef dinner? Kong Hun asked with concern. So what are you doing here? Why didn't you go to the hospital? Zhou Zhonggan's expression suddenly shifted, his eyes filled with grief. He forced himself to sit up despite his injuries. It's a request. Zhou Zhonggan looked at Kong Hun with a serious, hesitant face. Leader, please. Say my brother. Kong Hun's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Zhou Zhonggan. Later, everyone gathered around the table, listening to Kong Hun and Zhou Zhonggan discuss the details. Kong Hun asked in disbelief, You're saying your brother was kidnapped? Yes, Zhou Zhonggan replied, hanging his head. His name is Zhou Sung-chan. He's the leader of the Haesong Guild. Haesong is the guild my brother and I built together. Kong Hun suddenly cut in. Whatever, I don't care about that. You said the kidnappers are from the Dongjia Guild, right? Shin Sung, sitting next to him, corrected him. No, it's the Yungdin Guild. Kong Hun stubbornly brushed it off. Same thing. He still held a grudge against those Yungdin punks. Those car wreckers don't even deserve to be called by their real name. Anyway, back to business. How did this go down? Zhou Zhonggan's hands clenched tight. He began his story. A while ago, we had an all-out war with the Yungdin Guild. I told you before, they used some kind of drug to boost their supernatural powers. Facing guys powered up like that, we couldn't do anything. Many members were injured, and dozens died. That alone was enough to wreck the Haesong Guild. But then those bastards even kidnapped my brother, our leader. Kong Hun listened intently and asked, Oh, where are the cops? What are they doing? Han Si-guan replied with a grimace. Dungeons are basically lawless zones. In reality, they turn a blind eye to anything involving the awakened. And NYU Seoul added nonchalantly, unspoken rule, don't interfere with dungeons. Kong Hun asked further, but why would they go that far? Did someone kill their parents, or something? Zhou Zhonggan was just as puzzled as he was. I don't know either. We were never close, but we didn't have a blood feud either. One thing's for sure, since they started using those drugs, their personalities have become extremely violent. Kong Hun rubbed his chin, lost in thought. We had a promise, and that drug is definitely suspicious. He immediately gave the order to everyone. All right, we move out now. Zhou Zhonggan was overcome with emotion. Thank you so much. Truly, thank you. Down in the basement parking lot, Everyone was assembled. An NYU spoke up, perfect timing. We need to get revenge for my beloved Bopi. Kong Hun turned back, confused. Who's Bopi? An NYU replied with a smile. Who else? Our guild's car. Kong Hun screamed helplessly. I told you to scrap that thing. And you went and named it? Good grief. An NYU walked off with a confident vibe. He countered. It sounds cool, though. Kong Hun walked beside him with his hands in his pockets, looking just as cool. Only to you. Suddenly, Kong Hun turned his head. He noticed something and asked curiously, but why have you been tailing us this whole time? Han Siguan was caught off guard, stammering while trying to cook up an excuse. He thought to himself, I'm too embarrassed to say I have to stick to Zhou Zhanggan for my own goals. After a moment of racking his brain, he cleared his throat and replied, well, our Guardian Guild exists to protect humanity. Han Siguan confidently beat his chest. So now that I know about the Yongdin Guild's crimes, I can't just stand by. Kong Hun looked at him with suspicion. Han Siguan immediately thought, was that too cheesy? He continued to talk trash to Kong Hun. Besides, that stuff, the drug, it makes people stronger and more aggressive, right? Our leader mentioned that at the last meeting. There's definitely a connection there. As he spoke, Han Siguan suddenly felt like his BS reason was actually making sense. He paused, startled. Huh. Kong Hun rested his chin on his hand, as if he understood. Oh. Han Siguan felt guilty and froze, thinking, I just made that up, but I can't believe it actually fits perfectly. Kong Hun looked like he'd been enlightened. He nodded. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Scene shifts to the Yongdin headquarters. Hong Jae-Nio's subordinate rushed in to report. Leader, Zhou Zhanggan has contacted the 8AC Guild. Hong Jae-Nio asked back, what's 8AC got to do with this? The subordinate theorized. Kong Hun interfered in one of our fights before, so it's likely related to that. Hong Jae-Nio got interested and turned around, swirling a glass of wine. Kong Hun, who? Right, Kong Hun. She raised her glass. The bastard who beat our guild to a pulp. Perfect timing. Remembering it made her blood boil. Hong Jae-Nio crushed the glass in her hand, letting wine and blood drip down. Her face was flushed with veins, a hateful glare accompanying a savage grin. Take out that trash while you're at it. Meanwhile, on the highway, Kong Hun and the crew were moving fast in their car. Han Siguan was behind the wheel, constantly questioning his life. Why? Why am I the one driving? And what is up with this crazy car? Kong Hun spoke up. So that drug those Yongdin psychos are using, is it really called Monster Force? Zhou Zhanggan replied, startled. Yeah, that's right. I heard it's in pill form. He then asked anxiously, but are we really just charging in like this? Just the 5 of us. Kong Hun casually scrolled through his phone. Of course not. You might not know, but I've got some connections. Zhou Zhanggan's face lit up with admiration. I knew it. Just then, Shin Tae's phone buzzed. He picked up. Gong Hun. What's up? Kong Hun asked excitedly. Tae Hyung, have you heard of something called Monster Force? Tae was confused. Why are you bringing that up all of a sudden? Is it some kind of energy drink? Kong Hun continued. You don't know? It's like a drug that buffs awaken people. You know about the Yongdin Guild lately, right? I heard they've turned into a drug den. Shin Tae suddenly got serious. Yeah, I've heard rumors. What? Kong Hun made his request with a straight face. Great. We're heading there now, so send some reinforcements. Shin Tae asked in shock. What did you just say? Kong Hun went on. You're going to take him down sooner or later anyway. I'll help you out. How many guys can you send? Shin Tae cleared his throat, annoyed. Wait, hold up. That's BS. Listen, there's a procedure for this. Besides, we can't send reinforcements right now. Most of our guys are tied up with that dungeon terror incident. Kong Hun didn't have much of a reaction. I see. On the other end, Shin Tae kept warning him. We'll be able to cooperate soon, so please don't cause any trouble until then. But Kong Hun wasn't even listening. He just hung up on him. Guess that's a bust. Well then, he started calling someone else. The other side picked up quickly. Oh, Gong Hun. What's up? Kong Hun greeted him warmly. Donggu, long time no see. How've you been? Well. After talking for a bit, Choi Donggu, just like Shin Tae, politely declined. I know about the beef between Yongdin and Haesong, but due to the alliance structure, we can't directly interfere in disputes between guilds. Kong Hun nodded off. I get it. Guess we're out of luck then. Choi Donggu declined regretfully. Sorry, the alliance has its own stance to maintain. But if there's anything else I can do, I'll do my best. Just keep in touch. An NYU sitting in the back playing games, took a jab at Kong Hun. Is that it? I thought you said you had tons of connections. Seeing he was out of people to call, Kong Hun spoke up helplessly. Well, nothing we can do then. Zhou Zhanggan felt his heart sink as he looked at him. Kong Hun kept searching for something on his phone. Actually, I've taken down a guild before, so I know exactly how to handle this. We hit their dungeons first. Scene shifts to an E-rank dungeon. Village of the Dead. Usually, undead dungeons aren't popular because of the low byproducts, but the monsters here occasionally drop precious metals, making it one of the main income sources for the Yeongdin Guild. At the village of the dead, the Yeongdin crew had set up a tent near the forest. A leader was angrily scolding the group. Is this all? Have you guys gotten lazy because we've been babying you? This isn't even enough to cover your food. Get back out there right now and bring back more, even if you have to squeeze it out of them. They resentfully followed his orders, everyone grumbling under their breath. No drugs today? Damn it. We'd hunt better if they just gave us the stuff. That prick just wants to keep all the drugs for himself while he only got the manager gig because of the pills anyway. Suddenly, one of them spotted something in the distance, deep in the woods. The blurry silhouettes of 3 strangers appeared. The leader inside the tent tried to light a cigarette. He muttered grumpily, "Anyway, none of these guys are worth a damn. Now even the lighter is busted." He finished talking and threw the lighter onto the ground. Then he went outside to find someone, asking, "Hey, any of you guys got a light?" But strangely outside, there wasn't a single soul in sight. The leader looked around, confused. What? Where did they all go? And where's the sentry? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the trees. It startled him, and he immediately went on alert, drawing a dagger from his hip. What the hell? Is it a monster? He cautiously scanned his surroundings. High up in a tree, an owl was staring intently at him. It hooted who, making the atmosphere even more eerie. The leader let out a terrified, manic laugh. Haha, damn it, why am I scared? This is just an E-rank dungeon. He swung wildly at the air, his pupils suddenly turning white like a zombie's. He screamed in a daze, "Come at me, you bastards." A noise made him whip around to look. But absolutely nothing happened. He tried to steady himself, self-soothing. What? It's nothing. But the second he turned back, a pale face with a creepy smile was right next to him. The leader let out a blood-curdling scream. The scream echoed through the entire forest. They were quickly taken back to the base. Hong Jae-nyo looked at the group in a panic. What the hell is this? Her manager explained the situation. They were all stationed at the village of the dead, as you can see. They must have gone through something horrific. We can't communicate with them at all. Hong Jae-nyo asked, puzzled. Wait, that's an E-rank, right? How bad could it possibly be in an E-rank? The manager, looking worried, handed her a piece of paper. They insisted we give this to the guild leader. She took it and exclaimed, "Good Lord, the handwriting is trash. Your dungeon now belongs to the 8 AC Guild. If you want it back, hand over Jo Sung-chan and all the monster force. If not, we will take your dungeons one by one." Hong Jae-nyo was flustered. What kind of gangster bullshit is this? That night, after terrorizing the Yeongdin crew, Kang Hun and the others were living it up in their camp. He was relaxedly drinking a beer, while Han Si-gwan and Jo Jonggon watched him, tense. He wiped his mouth coolly and grunted, bland. Should I learn ice magic? Next time, I'm bringing a cooler. At that moment, Han Si-gwan and Jo Jonggon both had the same thought. Do these guys not feel any stress at all? Jo Jonggon finally spoke up to break the awkwardness. Is it really okay to just sit around like this? The longer we wait, before he could finish, Kang Hun cut him in to reassure them. I told you it's fine. We even sent a polite, formal letter. And I told you before, right? I've done this kind of thing before. You really can't be a gentleman. As he spoke, he glanced toward the door. A group of men arrived, dragging a body. A guy with a broken nose lifted the corpse and tossed it toward the 3 of them. Seeing this, they stood up in shock. Looking at the face of the body, Jo Jonggon gasped in horror. Hey, did you forget something? Where's the drug? The broken nose guy lowered his head and muttered, "It's in my pocket." Check it. Kang Hun acted cautiously. He watched every move of the men in front of him while fumbling for the drug. After seeing the stash in his hand, Kang Hun's voice dropped. Hey, I told you to hand it all over. You wanna ID? Seeing Kang Hun getting aggressive, the lackey standing next to the broken nose guy yelled, "Don't talk crap. Do you have any idea how expensive that drug is? Do you even know who this is? He's from our great Yeongdin Guild." Suddenly, the broken nose guy started shaking uncontrollably. This made even the aggressive lackey freeze in confusion. Vice leader? It turned out the guy with the broken nose was Go Jin Hun, the vice leader of the Yeongdin Guild. Kang Hun leaned in to get a good look at his face and went, "Oh, we've met before, haven't we?" Hearing Kang Hun speak to him, Go Jin Hun jumped in terror. He tried to calm himself down mentally. "Don't be scared. I'm the vice leader of Yeongdin. There's nothing to be afraid of. Nothing to." After an intense internal struggle, Go Jin Hun decided to overcome the fear named Kang Hun. He shouted orders to his lackeys lurking around. "Everyone get him." Kang Hun didn't say much. He gave a faint smirk and pulled out his weapon. It was a total badass entrance. The next morning, at the Yeongdin headquarters, Hong Jae-nyo was stunned by the news. What? All 50 members? Including vice leader Go Jin Hun, all returned incapacitated? At least everyone is critically injured. Some are barely clinging to life. Faced with the leader's sudden question, the girl was flustered and didn't know what to say. Sir, Hong Jae-nyo repeated. How did they end up like that? But before she could continue, Hong Jae-nyo's face scared her pale. It was a face losing its humanity, just like Park Se-hyen's once was. Ms. Manager, what do you think? The girl trembled, unable to speak clearly. I don't really know. I'm sorry. Hearing that, Hong Jae-nyo grew even angrier. She gnashed her teeth and pulled out her weapon. While trashing her own office, she screamed manically, I gave you everything. I gave you every single thing. So why? Tell me why. Hong Jae-nyo was losing it, screaming at the top of her lungs with every word. The girl backed away in terror, her soul shaking. Just as I thought. After using that drug, everyone changed. They gone postal. Everyone is losing their mind. Suddenly, Hong Jae-nyo called out, Manager Kim, bring the drugs. Scrape the guild's warehouse clean and buy every last bit you can. The girl was startled, but leader Hong Jae-nyo didn't care and gave a firm order. Do it. From here on out, it's war. There's no other way. The manager had no choice but to obey. Understood. In a messy bedroom, Hong Jae-nyo stood alone, staring out the window, thinking, Kong-hun, what is your real goal? His actions make zero sense. Demanding Jo Sung-chan's release? Fine. But threatening us to take all the dope and messing everything up. He must have some sort of endgame. But even after thinking for a long time, Hong Jae-nyo still couldn't figure it out. On the contrary, she became even more confused. What is it? Why can't I grasp anything? What's going on? I really can't predict what he's planning. Is going to war like this the right move? What if this is just a part of his scheme? We need to know his purpose. If we don't find out, we're the ones who'll get swallowed whole. Scene shifts to the hospital. Due to the severity of his injuries, the vice leader of Youngdin, Go Jin-hun, was hospitalized. The doctor checked on him and instructed, yes, blood pressure is normal. This afternoon, you'll have another treatment session with a recovery mage. After the doctor left, Go Jin-hun lay there alone, staring blankly at the ceiling. Now, I finally understand. Kong-hun's goal. Images of being beaten to a pulp by Kong-hun flashback. Even though he had begged until his tongue went dry. That guy, that bastard, just wanted to start a fight. He. At this point, Go Jin-hun's mind was in a critical state. He went full-on psycho, realizing how petty Kong-hun's goal actually was. Leader Hong Jae-nyo of Youngdin was fuming at 8, a cease provocation. Before long, she gathered all guild members and declared total war. And so, a great war that should have gone down in Korean dungeon history ultimately never even started. In the office of the 8 AC Guild, Kong-hun continued to examine the items in his inventory. What the hell is this? A display window popped up. Item, durability 10 out of 10. An Easter egg made by someone who loves to troll. Activates when destroyed. He theorized. It definitely has something to do with that admin guy. Not sure, but I'll probably use it one day. After thinking, he threw the item back into the inventory. An NYUCO ran over excitedly and asked, but what's the deal? It's been 2 weeks since you hit Youngdin, and we still haven't seen any movement. Kong-hun leaned his head back on the sofa comfortably and said nonchalantly, oh, those guys? They're probably on the verge of collapse by now. An NYUCO looked at him, confused. Backtracking to earlier, after beating the Youngdin Guild to a pulp, Kong-hun had gone to a government office. Shinte rushed to meet Kong-hun. You called me in such a hurry. I was wondering what happened. You really did it? Kong-hun replied brightly, as if it were nothing. Yeah, well, things just turned out that way. Shinte asked anxiously, Kong-hun. So, do you have any proof? Kong-hun flashed a confident, cocky smirk. In my pocket, obviously. I'm planning to hand this over to the association, completely pro bono. Immediately after, he produced the drugs he had snatched. Shinte-gi looked at the stash, his heart racing. This is Monster Force, isn't it? Thanks for reporting this. Just as he reached for the drugs, Kong-hun swiftly pulled them back and set a condition. But in return, the government has to do me a solid. Shinte-gi's hand froze in midair as he stared blankly at Kong-hun. Afterwards, the pills used by the Youngdin psychos were quickly publicized on TV. Monster Force boosts and awakens power, but it was also found to make users hyper-aggressive. Once it was known these drugs had spread. Even within famous major guilds, the Special Awaken Management Team launched an investigation. An NYUCO watched, surprised. Whoa, it was for real. He asked Kong-hun curiously. But didn't the government guy say they were too busy with the dungeon terror to help? Kong-hun took a jab. If they couldn't handle even this, the government would be a bunch of morons. I just pointed out. The spot beat up the junkies and brought the evidence right to their doorstep. An NYUCO continued watching the news, feeling a bit let down. I still feel like something's missing. Did you think a war was going to break out? Kong Hun frowned and glanced at an NYU SEAL. Va? Give me a break. You think connections are for making soup? One phone call and it's done. Why waste the energy? Suddenly, an NYU SEAL froze. He clumsily nudged Kong Hun and stood up. Hyung, let's get outside. Kong Hun was confused. What? Suddenly, a blinding light erupted behind Kong Hun. Before he could process it, the object drew closer. Kong Hun only had a second to look back. A massive fireball was hurtling straight toward the office where Kong Hun was sitting. Boom! A huge explosion leveled the high-rise building. Everything in Kong Hun's office was blown to bits. It all turned into a pile of rubble. Kong Hun angrily rose from the wreckage of steel and bricks. Damn it, what the hell was that? Unlike the charred Kong Hun, an NYU SEAL casually walked in with a body that didn't have a single scratch. My bad vibe was spot on. Kong Hun screamed in frustration. Hey, you just ran off by yourself like a coward. An NYU SEAL fired back. I told you to get outside. Kong Hun was instantly speechless. That was true. He looked down at his feet and cursed, son of a bitch. Who did this? A crowd quickly gathered to record videos. Someone even zoomed in on Kong Hun's blurry silhouette. He hadn't even realized what was going on. He was standing there, butt naked next to a fully clothed and NYU SEAL. The latter kindly reminded him, Hyung, cover yourself up a bit. Kong Hun immediately remembered to cover his junk. Oh right, an NYU SEAL sighed in relief. At least nobody got hurt. Hearing that, Kong Hun gave him a death stare. Are you blind, you prick? What about me? The two continued bickering, seemingly forgetting something important. Man, you're tough, but put some clothes on first. You look ridiculous. Even my wallet got toasted. This sucks so much. While those two monsters were still shooting the breeze, Han Yi-moon, who went from a young man eager to work with Kong Hun to a total wreck, pleaded in despair. Help. I said help me, you bastards. Perhaps because Yi-moon's inner will was so strong. It actually reached Kong Hun and an NYU SEAL's minds. He was quickly whisked away by an ambulance. We have a patient. Please clear the way. Sir, can you hear me? Even on the brink of death, Han Yi-moon didn't forget his grudge. Those bastards. I'm gonna kill them all. Just minutes ago, the room was fine, and now it was a heap of ruins. Shin Tae-ji stood frozen as he walked in. What the hell? Why do you look like that? He was greeted by a housewife version of Kong Hun. Kong Hun pointed accusingly at an NYU SEAL, venting his frustration. This jerk did it. I just asked him to grab me a quick set of clothes. An NYU SEAL greeted him cheerfully. Hey, Mr. Government, long time no see. Do I look cool? Shin Tae-ji looked at them helplessly and asked. So who caused this? Comment repli dismissively, no clue. I was just minding my own business when I got caught in the crossfire. Shin Tae-ji followed up. Can't you guess? Like, someone you recently beefed with? Hearing that, Kong Hun combed through his memories. Grudges? Even though Kong Hun contributed a lot to the government, even Shin Tae-ji couldn't deny that the guy was a total pain in the ass. He looked at Kong Hun pensively. Even for someone like Kong Hun, Shin Tae-ji was a loss. I can't imagine what kind of grudge would lead someone to pull a stunt like this. Kong Hun immediately stopped Shin Tae-ji from speaking to continue his own train of thought. Hold on, I'm still counting. 19, 20, 21, 22. Damn it, there are too many. At this point, Shin Tae-ji was truly speechless. An NYU SEAL sighed and tugged at his sleeve. Hyung, stop joking around. Look over there, up in the sky. Tons of red papers were fluttering down. Kong Hun snatched one out of the air. He opened it and immediately flew into a rage. These punks. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, Hong Jae-nyo was hiding out like a rat. She was panting, completely exhausted. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Good grief. You sure are busy. So why'd you call me into this mess? Scene shifts to the 8AC Guild headquarters. It was getting dark. Kong Hun quickly changed clothes with an NYU SEAL and headed out. Shin Tae-ji hurriedly called out. Where are you guys going? Kong Hun whipped around and snapped. Why are you even asking? Stop wasting my time. We have to go right now. Besides, I got an invitation. Shin Tae-ji let out a tired sigh. So it's come to this, huh? He offered, if you need any support at all, just let me know. I'll help as much as I can. Kong Hun was surprised. Huh? What's with the sudden change of heart? You said you were too swamped to help before. Now you got free time? Shin Tae-ji looked up, startled. Didn't I tell you? The bastard spreading monster force seemed to be the same crew, responsible for the dungeon terror earlier. Remember that terrorist you handed over to us, Mr. Kong Hun? While tracking his identity, we found indirect evidence that we simply can't ignore. We estimate their numbers to be at least 50, maybe over 100. Despite their size, they're experts at covering their tracks. The lead you provided was actually huge. Mr. Kong Hun. Kong Hun picked his nose, trying to dig through his memories. Huh. Oh, I remember. That leaky bladder Haji guy from back then, right? Shinte Gi could only shake his head at Kong Hun's antics. It's young Nan's set. We're closing in on their leadership. So, there's no reason for me not to help. Kong Hun rubbed his chin, thinking, the leadership of young Nan's set spilled the beans? So, who's their head honcho again? Is it Choi Min-jun? Meanwhile, in the forest where Hong Jae-nyo had fled, she came face to face with Choi Min-jun. He asked with a smile, so, why'd you call me while I'm so busy? Hong Jae-nyo hung her head, gasping for air. She was lost in her own thoughts. How did this happen? Why did everything turn out like this? Why? Why did I do that? There's no turning back now. Everything I built, I destroyed it with my own hands. Suddenly, her gaze turned steady. Her breathing gradually calmed. This wasn't why I started the guild. I just thought by conquering more monsters and making the guild stronger, I'd be helping humanity. But I just became obsessed with power. Thinking of this, she couldn't stop the tears from falling. Hong Jae-nyo was hit with a wave of pure regret for everything she had done. The reason it all came to this. She drew her weapon while thinking, the reason we fell into this mess. Choi Min-jun, it's all because of that son of a bitch. Hong Jae-nyo's killing intent surged, all directed at the man standing before her. Choi Min-jun was slightly surprised, but not by much. He mocked her. Oh dear. But doing something you'll regret later. How pathetic. Hong Jae-nyo gave the order. Everyone, attack. Kill him. Immediately, Hong Jae-nyo's soldiers rushed in to surround him, but Choi Min-jun didn't look scared at all. On the contrary, he laughed in amusement. Haha, you insects really don't know your place. His fox-like tails suddenly whipped out. Within seconds, before the crowd could even react, Choi Min-jun snatched them up. They screamed in shock. What? One tail flew forward, striking Hong Jae-nyo squarely in the gut with lethal precision. She was critically injured before she could even make a move. She was sent flying, slamming hard into a tree trunk behind her. The group screamed in worry. Leader. Choi Min-jun's eyes were sharp and merciless as he directly choked the life out of the remaining survivors. He slaughtered them one by one. He walked away coldly. A heavy, violent pressure radiated from him with every step. Bodies were piled on top of each other. Behind him lay the entire Yeongdin fleet. Hong Jae-nyo was in agony. Choi Min-jun had reached her before she even realized it. He dropped the banned drugs in front of Hong Jae-nyo. She stared in terror at the very thing that had ruined her life. He commanded coldly, take it. Ong Jin-yu flushed. Her whole body was shaking. Huh? Shui Min Yun Halsvisli Kestea Usite. You're all useless now. However, your deaths will be a glorious end. At least serving as test subjects will provide useful data. Be nobly for humanity. Meanwhile, Kong Hun's guild arrived at the Yeongdin headquarters. He asked in shock, is this really the Yeongdin guild? The place was a total wreck. Even the fires hadn't been fully extinguished yet. Ansi Guan Sietas. It looks like they erased all tracks and fled. Plus, there are reports of major chaos. Kong Hun watched silently, then remembered to ask, wait, why are you guys involved in this? Han Siguan flinched and kept making excuses. Well, as the acting leader of the Guardian Guild, to protect humanity. Kong Hun didn't ask further and headed inside to check the situation. All right, keep up the good work. But the deeper they went, the less they found. Man, this place is trashed. I wonder if there's any evidence left. Suddenly, Sung Ah called out to him, pointing in one direction. Mr. Kong Hun, over there. The door on the right. It looks like the leader's office. He sensed something. He rushed over and kicked the door wide open. Hong Jae-nyo was alone in the room, clutching her mouth and coughing up blood nonstop. Kong Hun's eyes widened in surprise. Hong Jae-nyo painfully tried to mumble his name, Kong Hun. In her final moments, Hong Jae-nyo reminisced about everything she'd been through. The tutorial began on Earth, and the others became awakened. I had enough talent to clear the 4th floor. But honestly, I never intended to take any of this seriously. That's because I was just a regular office worker. But my friend Ji-hai was different. Ji-hai was a firefighter. She was happy thinking she could save more people. Until she lost her entire family in a monster wave. That day, the sky was as clear as any other day. But it felt like something had shifted. 2 pallbearers carried out a large flower wreath after the ceremony. Is that the last one? How many more? Watch out. Hong Jae-nyo painfully clenched her small hands. She never even got a grave. Because of the regret. What kind of rescue? I was mad at my friend who couldn't even save herself. Ji-hai died because she was weak. That's when I decided I would carry on my friend's legacy, and no matter what, I will get stronger. Suddenly, Kong Hun smacked Hong Jae-nyo's face and shouted, I don't care about this person or that person. Why are you suddenly telling me your life story? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Hong Jae-nyo rubbed the spot where she was hit. Calming down, she spoke to Kong Hun. What I did. Yeah, I can't justify it. I'm sorry, Kong Hun. If I didn't mean to, I didn't know the drug would have side effects like that. I really had no clue. Hong Jae-nyo apologized while vomiting a heap of blood. He stared at her. Then he suddenly asked, Wait, who are you? Do I know you? Hong Jae-nyo was stunned by such a brain-dead question. What? He turned to ask an NYU How about you? He shrugged and shook his head. No clue. Isn't she a member of the Youngdin Guild? Right? Maybe some homeless person was already living here. Han Si-guan stood there with a blank face, screaming internally. You idiots! She's the leader of the Youngdin Guild. Hong Jae-nyo couldn't help but snort. Then she laughed out loud. Ha. She felt a bit more at ease. She started talking to them. Yeah, something like that. I can't believe I lost to guys like this. Because they're exactly that type. Kong Hun, there's something I want you to hear. About the one behind all of this. Shui Minyu. After a while, Hong Jae-nyo had nothing more. Exerting all her strength, she said, That's everything I know. And one final warning. He is very strong. Kong Hun asked her. As strong as Han Se-hyen or Choi Dong-gu. Hong Jae-nyo immediately shook her head. No, even if they came, they couldn't beat him. He's a tutorial graduate. Kong Hun fell into deep thought. A graduate of the tutorial? A person who cleared the tutorial. And didn't report to the government? What is his scheme, doing such wicked things? But he couldn't even remember that he himself was a tutorial graduate who didn't report to the government. Suddenly, Hong Jae-nyo's eyes went vacant and turned purple. She felt her heart undergo a violent transformation. Hong Jae-nyo clutched her chest. Struggling, she leaned against the wall to stand up. She pleaded with Kong Hun. I'm running out of time. Kong Hun, just one request. Please kill me, and kill Choi Min-jun. Avenge me and my guild members. Kong Hun seemed ready to do it. He drew his sword as Hong Jae-nyo lost all trace of her sanity. Growling like a wild beast, she lunged at Kong Hun. He smoothly executed his signature one-shot split-in-two technique, ending Hong Jae-nyo's life. He offered a prayer for her next life. In your next life, try being both kind and strong, you junkie. Hong Jae-nyo replied with relief in her final words, to the very end. You're still a psycho. Hong Jae-nyo's precious items vanished along with her. Kong Hun made a report over the phone. Yeah, please send someone down here. So this is where it happened. Early the next morning, he was yawning his head off from exhaustion. The three of them sat together at the guild base, watching the sunrise. Kong Hun grumbled in boredom. Nothing happened as much as I expected. It all circles back to that Choi Min-jun guy. So now what? Should I go back to the office and pop a few cold ones? An NYU reminded Kong Hun. Our office got blown up, remember? Kong Hun didn't argue and said coolly. Even so, I made a profit. She was a guild leader. After all, her gear was top tier. He took out a ring to examine it. A notification window popped up. Camel's ring. Rank B. Durability 500 to 500. A ring that once belonged to Camel, a woman who became the greatest martial artist after a lifetime of grueling training. It carries her will and determination. Skill, Mel-do. Stamina +8. Mad dog, once it bites, it won't let go until the prey is dead. Kong Hun looked at his new ultimate skill with an awkward expression. What the hell? Mel-do. This skill is whack. This is a bit weird, isn't it? An NYU and Sung Ah, on the other hand, both love the move. Hey, doesn't it suit you perfectly? I think it fits you too. He growled angrily. Don't you guys have any social manners? Han Si-guan watched from behind and thought, these nut jobs. No matter how I look at it, they're all insane. But there's no denying they're powerful. I finally realized what the Guardian Guild needs. It's not faith or justice. It's not just power. It's overwhelming power. I've seen people craving power beyond their means and self-destructing twice now. Just as I thought. No matter what, he has to be the one. The only one who should lead our Guardian Guild. After a moment of internal struggle, Han Si-guan called out softly, Kong Hun? Then he suddenly stomped his feet in a formal posture. Han Si-guan spoke up boldly. Please take our Guardian Guild. Please allow us to join the 8AC Guild. Kong Hun was stunned and stared at him. Say what? Han Si-guan continued to trail. After Kong Hun, trying to persuade him. Our Guardian Guild used to be ranked second in the national popularity charts. We were only 13 behind the top guild. Kong Hun kept walking, ignoring Han Si-guan's words, but he persisted in following them. And besides, our guild members are highly skilled. We only lost focus because the guild leader was missing. We never lost our status as one of the top 10 guilds. Kong Hun screamed angrily. I said I don't care, but Han Si-guan wouldn't stop and continued. So, if 8AC accepts our guild, Kong Hun's blood pressure was hitting the roof. He couldn't hold back and felt like getting physical. God damn it, this is so annoying. I said no. Are you deaf or something? Han Si-guan was terrified, but didn't give up. But our guild has no other choice. Kong Hun finally threatened him. You want me to beat you up? Han Si-guan froze in fear. Sorry. Then he walked away in a daze, his mouth still muttering. We are the protectors of humanity. The Guardian Guild. An NYUCOL clicked his tongue. Man, his brain is cooked. Sun Ah worriedly suggested. He looks totally out of it. Should we restrict his access to the office? An NYUCOL reminded her again. What office? There's nothing left to restrict. Kong Hun scratched his head, stumped. I guess Shin Tae-gi will handle the office situation for us. Let's just go home for today. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, putting Kong Hun on high alert. A pale Han Si-guan ran back toward them, screaming. Help me! Help me! Behind him was a mob of people who had gone completely postal, chasing him. Kong Hun realized something was off. Huh? What the hell is going on here? The news quickly began to spread. Across the media, cases of citizens losing control and attacking others were breaking out everywhere. Within just 2 hours, hundreds of reports surfaced nationwide. The government is investigating the possibility of monsters, or awakened being involved, and preparing an initial response at the military gates. Because the attackers were still civilians, the soldiers didn't dare to open fire properly. They shouted loudly, stay back. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot. Those people, they're civilians, right? Do I really have to shoot them? The infected crowd became increasingly aggressive. Finally, they broke through the defense line and charged forward, attacking the soldiers who didn't have time to defend themselves. They screamed in panic, but then Kong Hun suddenly appeared to save them. He turned back and asked, Hey, are you the one in charge here? One of the 2 soldiers nodded. Yes, sir. Kong Hun immediately stepped up and grabbed him by the collar. He lifted him up to wake him up. Snap out of it. These things look like monsters, but their bodies are just regular humans. Their defense is trash. You can handle them with your guns. The soldier said heart-rendingly, but they're civilians. Kong Hun didn't care and kept going. So what? You still don't get the situation? Right now, there are hundreds, thousands of those things going berserk out here. I've got a barbecue to get to. I don't have time for this. Intimidated by Kong Hun's aura, the soldier instinctively obeyed. Yes, sir. I'll keep that in mind. Kong Hun gave a final warning. Stay sharp right now. Then get moving. The mysterious riot that threw the country into chaos finally began to settle down after exactly 1 day. 2 days later, somewhere in a safe house for the management team, the special awakened user, Kong Hun, was lying down scrolling through his phone, reading the latest news. Videos of his fight had quickly been uploaded to social media. Most of the comments were full of hate toward him. One comment from a user named Kim Mun actually hurt Kong Hun's feelings. For real, his face looked scary as hell, lol. Although he showed no emotion on the outside, it was a total storm inside his heart. Kong Hun tried to salvage his image by commenting on the video. I know Kong Hun in real life, and he's actually super handsome. Suddenly, an NYUCOL appeared and asked, Hyung, what are you doing? Kong Hun's heart skipped a beat, afraid of getting caught. He jumped. I'm not doing anything. An NYUCOL looked at Kong Hun's weird reaction with confusion. Sung-ah looked around the place and couldn't help but praise it. Anyway, the house is nice. Is this going to be our new headquarters? Kong Hun explained the situation. No, we're just borrowing it for a bit. Shin Tae-gi said he'd find us another office, so we just have to wait. Should I even thank him? An NYUCOL immediately shot it down and turned away. Hyung, that doesn't suit you at all. At the mention of Shin Tae-gi, Kong Hun's hands got itchy, so he called him. The other side picked up quickly. What's up? I am slammed. Gonghan Baotet. Every time you pick up my calls with that tone, people are going to think I'm calling you because I'm bored. Shin Tae-gi didn't want to argue and cut to the chase. Well, isn't that exactly why? Kong Hun chuckled and continued, yeah, you're not wrong. Anyway, thanks for letting us use the safe house. I actually wanted to talk about something else. Shin Tae-gi, working while talking, hurried him along. Keep it short, Kong Hun. I am Busa. This whole incident might be linked to Monster Force. Yeah, I figured you knew. Kong Hun nodded. I thought so too. Fine, I'll be brief. Can you get me something like a poison? After hearing Kong Hun, Shin Tae-gi froze. What? Kong Hun continued. Preferably something that rots the guts. Something lethally desperate like that. Shin Tae-gi replied confusedly. That's a tall order, you know. Kong Hun assured him, don't worry. I'm not planning to hurt anyone. Oh, and do you have any info on an anti-poison skill book? Shin Tae-gi was quickly intrigued by Kong Hun's topic. I'm surprised you even know those exist. Is that why you're looking for poison? Kong Hun answered honestly. Yeah. So do you have one? Shin Tae-gi couldn't make any promises. I'll try to find one. Even if I do, it's going to cost a fortune. Kong Hun immediately asked, how much? I've got the cash. Shin Tae-gi said, at least several tens of billions. Kong Hun instantly hung up. He turned to look at his crew. It's not going to be easy. You hear that? We need money. A lot of money. An NYU SEAL said in disbelief. Seriously? Kong Hun forced the group to think. An NYU SEAL said helplessly, like saying it makes it happen. Suddenly, Sung Ah raised her hand. I have a suggestion. How about making guild merchandise? Both of them were blank. Merch what? On a stormy day. The clicking of a computer keyboard echoed. On a screen display. Even without looking, you could tell the person searching had a long-standing grudge against his boss. It was a perfect reflection of an unfairly exploited capitalist society. Specifically, his search history included how to hit your employer for someone else, how to beat your boss, attack methods the government won't detect, proxy attacks on employers, how to hit an awakened person. Yes, that person was none other than a member of the 8 AC Guild, Han Yi-moon. Once an energetic young man, he had now turned into a mobile work machine. Right after getting out of the hospital, he was dragged to work by Kong Hun against his will. Han Yi-moon cursed in his heart. This damn guild. I'm definitely escaping. He remembered Kong Hun's straight face when giving him the task. Yi-moon-kun, you heard that, right? Plan the merchandise sales with these guys. One day should be enough, right? Please have it ready by tomorrow. Yi-moon poured all his frustration into the keys, swearing under his breath as he worked. Damn it. Why is the leader such a devil? Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Kong Hun was surprised that anyone would come on a stormy day like this. Huh? Who is it? Sung Ah and an NYU SEAL had the same question. How can anyone be here? Is it someone from the government? Sung Ah ran to the door. I'll go check. She asked through the camera. Who are you? The voice on the other end spoke softly. Hello, I am Han Si-gwon. Han Si-gwon from the Guardian Guild. At the mention of that familiar name, Kong Hun got goosebumps. Again? How'd they find this place? An NYU SEAL was so annoyed he stood up. Sung Ah, it's a pain. Don't open it. He's probably here to ask to join the guild again. Sung Ah zeplet CV obey. Yeah, I get it. But why don't you accept them? It would be good for our guild to get bigger. Kong Hun hesitated. They're upright people, right? Will they even fit in with us? An NYU SEAL nodded. True. They kept talking back and forth, not realizing Han Si-gwon could hear everything. He kept ringing the bell persistently. Kong Hun found it annoying and shouted, Good grief, he's like a leech. Hey, an NYU SEAL, go out there and flatten that guy. He happily obeyed Kong Hun's order and pulled out his weapon. He chuckled awkwardly. Haha, that's my specialty. Where should I wreck first? Legs? Heh. Kong Hun immediately snapped at him in fear. You psycho. I said wreck the doorbell. Suddenly, Sung Ah spoke up. Mr. Kong Hun, can I say one more thing? There are 3 people this time. He froze in shock. What? He didn't know why, but he eventually let them in. He poured some drinks for them. We don't have much to offer, so how about some barley smoothies? It was obvious to the naked eye. All 3 of them, though silent, clearly showed it was beer. It's beer, right? Yeah, totally beer. From left to right. Han Si-gwon, acting leader, guardian. Jo Jong-gon, vice leader, Haesong, and Jo Seol-ran, leader, Haesong. Kong Hun asked curiously, by the way, how did you find this place? This is a secret safe house provided by the government. All 3 confessed honestly. I heard it from team leader Shin Tae-gi. Han Si-gwon told me. I follow my little brother. Kong Hun shined helplessly. The security system is a joke. Fine. Now that you're here, spill it. Why are you here? Han Si-gwon volunteered to speak first, but he barely got the word leader out before Kong Hun shut him down. I'm not the one. I refused. Candidate number 2 spoke up. Nice to meet you. I'm Jo Seol-ran from the Haesong Guild. I came to formally greet you, Mr. Kong Hun. It was too chaotic last time, so I didn't get the chance. Thank you so much for saving my brother. Thanks to you, he's alive. He told me you took down the entire Yungdin Guild by yourself. Kong Hun played it cool. Yeah, just a coincidence. So what's the real point? Jo Seol-ran immediately made her request. This is a bit sudden, but could you let the Haesong Guild join the 8 AC Guild? Kong Hun was startled. You guys too? Seol-ran tried to persuade him. We're sure we could be useful strategic assets. We also have experience running a guild. Kong Hun grumbled loudly. Why is everyone like this? Is the job market that bad? Do they think this place is a temp agency? Suddenly, Jo Seol-ran pulled out a pack of premium Korean beef, Hanwoo, to lure Kong Hun. It's small, but please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Seeing the beef, Kong Hun immediately opened his arms in a warm welcome. All right, welcome to the 8 AC Guild. Ha. Let's all get along, shall we? Thanks. From now on, we look forward to working with you. In that moment, Han Si-gwon realized Kong Hun's truth. Wait, that's all it takes. Without hesitating, Han Si-gwon stood up and declared, Oh, we're having Hanwoo tonight. I'll pay for everything with my A++ grade vouchers. And please, accept us into the guild as a bonus. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Kong Hun stared at Han Si-guan, then instantly gave him a big thumbs up in agreement. Han Si-guan was as overjoyed as if he'd met his ancestors. Kong Hun pointed toward Yi Moon and told everyone, "Go see that guy to register as members and handle the paperwork. Discuss it with Mr. Han Yi Moon." Yi Moon stood there in disbelief. "For real?" He called out to Kong Hun, "Leader, I have a suggestion. Can we hire some more office staff?" Kong Hun scratched his head and replied, "Really? I'm not sure. We probably don't need them. Yi Moon-kun, you handle the recruiting, okay?" Then he hurriedly promoted him. From now on, Yi Moon is promoted to team leader. Everyone clapped and cheered in unison. "Congrats! Congrats!" Han Yi Moon was shell-shocked. Usually, people are happy when they get promoted, but for him, it was the opposite. A promotion meant a step deeper into hell. Han Yi Moon cursed under his breath. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He kept searching online. Cost to hire an awakened assassin. Resignation letter template. How to kill someone. Kong Hun flopped into a chair and asked everyone, "By the way, what are your levels?" From left to right. Han Si-guan, Zhou Zhonggan, and Zhou Seol-Ran answered in turn, 46. 42, 36. Kong Hun was shocked. "What? Why are you so low? You guys are guild leaders." He panicked and turned to his own team. "And NYU Seol, what about you?" NYU Seol calmly replied, 53. "How about you?" Kong Hun quickly said, 58. Then he looked at Sung Ah. "What about you, Sung Ah?" She replied gloomily, "It's embarrassing." 46. He comforted her, "Well, it's a lot higher than when we started." Then he sighed. "But the other guild members are even weaker, right? What are we going to do?" Han Si-guan, Zhou Zhonggan, and Zhou Seol-Ran thought in unison. "It's you guys who are freakishly strong." "Shouldn't Kong Hun shouted excitedly. "Uh-huh, right? That'll work. All right, it's settled. Can you bring the entire guild? Here, tomorrow?" Han Si-guan was puzzled, but agreed. "Yeah, probably. Since the incident is mostly cleared. Is it for the registration process?" Kong Hun replied confidently, "Yi Moon will handle that. You know what awakened people do when they gather. Hit the dungeons, obviously." Han Si-guan was worried. "But at least we should practice some teamwork." Kong Hun scoffed. "Teamwork? No need for that. If you struggle until you're half dead, the teamwork will click naturally. Leveling up isn't that big of a deal." At that moment, everyone felt that something was seriously wrong, but it was already too late. The next day, everyone gathered quickly under Kong Hun's command. He stood tall and welcomed them seriously. "All right, everyone, welcome to the 8AC Guild. Our guild rules are simple." He held up one finger. His voice was deep and firm. "First, don't pick pointless fights. Whether it's a favor or a grudge, pay them back exactly what you received." Kong Hun lowered his hand, paused, and gave a cold smile. "And third, become stronger than anyone else." He looked straight at them and clapped his hands once. "Is that clear? All right then, let's start the orientation." Back to last night. Kong Hun remembered something and asked, "Oh right, about the guild members you said you'd bring. How many did you say you had in total?" Han Si-guan answered seriously. "We have about 10 people. Since our headquarters was destroyed, we couldn't gather everyone, but the remaining 10 are the elite of the elite, and I'm certain they are reliable teammates." Kong Hun turned to the Haesong Guild. "And you?" Zhou Seol-Ran replied shyly, "We only have 2 people." "Oh, but I'll try to get back in touch with some old teammates." Kong Hun muttered to himself. "All right, so about 10 people, huh? I guess they won't die, right?" Han Si-guan broke into a cold sweat and asked, "What? What did you just say?" Kong Hun immediately played it off. "Nothing. I said welcome aboard." Kong Hun asked further, "What's the team composition? Do you have a healer?" Han Si-guan replied anxiously, Yes, but only one." Kong Hun suddenly broke into a sinister grin. "Is that so? Perfect. You'll find out tomorrow." The next day, in front of the dungeon gate, everyone was confused and whispering. They said this was an orientation. Why is it being held in a dungeon? Kong Hun spoke up. "All right, eyes on me. From now on, we will be fighting in a dungeon. You might be anxious because of this surprise raid, but a professional safety team will be coming along. So don't be scared. All right, let's move in." Scene shifts to inside a D-rank dungeon, the Golem's tomb. But just a short while after entering, someone was already sent flying. He was completely knocked out and slowly collapsed. Kong Hun shouted angrily, "Get up and keep fighting with that little bit of courage. How do you plan on protecting humanity? Get off your asses." Han Si-guan tried to stop Kong Hun in fear. "They're almost at their limit. We should let them rest for a bit." He gave Han Si-guan a cold glare. "If they want to get stronger, shut up and watch closely. But when a teammate stops, you have to make them keep moving." Han Si-guan explained fearfully, "Wait, Kong Hun, hold on. Yeona is reaching her breaking point too. She's getting a nosebleed because her mana is completely tapped out." Just as he finished, Yeona couldn't take it anymore. Her cheeks puffed out. and she vomited blood. Han Si-gwan's heart broke for Yeona. She was only level 21 before this. Suddenly, Kang Hun asked him, "Have you ever completely run out of mana?" Han Si-gwan was startled and asked back, "What?" Kang Hun turned his face to look seriously at Han Si-gwan and said, "I asked if you've ever been totally out of mana." Han Si-gwan did, but the body usually sends warning signals to prevent that. Kang Hun continued, "Exactly. When mana is completely depleted, first your vision narrows. Everything goes dark, and all your muscles start to twitch. Your heart races, and breathing becomes difficult." Han Si-gwan instinctively backed away from Kang Hun's intensity. "What are you talking about?" Kang Hun shouted excitedly. "That is the perfect state, the absolute best state, for your stats to increase even without leveling up." Zhou Zhonggan gasped in horror. "I've never heard of such a thing. That might be true for strength or stamina. But mana?" Kang Hun immediately cut in, because nobody else is ballsy enough to do it. "Do you know why healers level up so slowly? It's because they don't fight directly. That's why you have to force their stats to grow. The fastest way to get stronger is always to push yourself to the razor's edge between life and death." Even though Kang Hun's words made sense, Han Si-gwan still couldn't accept this method. He said uneasily, "But we only have one life. We can't just keep risking death every single." Before he could finish, the roar of a new monster appeared, growling and preparing to strike. A team member froze in fear. They stood there paralyzed. At the very last second, Kang Hun lunged forward and shattered the golem with a single punch. He declared confidently, "Don't worry. I told you before, none of you are going to die here." Suddenly, an NYU SEAL's voice rang out, "Hyung." He reported happily, "I brought them." This time, 2 people followed NYU SEAL and Shin Sung-ah, with 2 new golems chasing them. The group saw them and immediately started shaking with fear. "Not again. Just kill me already." Kang Hun commanded with overwhelming intensity. "All right, everyone, get ready to fight. You absolutely will not die. So give it your all, because I'll bring every single one of you back to life after this." News about the 8AC Guild is blowing up. On social media, the comments are exploding over the latest info on this guild. Did you see the photos 8AC posted? I heard 8AC recruited a ton of new members this time. They even posted on Instagram. They're hiring like crazy. News of the Guardian and Haesong guilds merging into Batman, 8AC, has also become a hot topic. Did Guardian and Batman really merge? Guardian and Batman? That's a weird match. LOL. True, but the real talk is about those new photos. Most of the comments on their latest posts are the same. They look like they've been fighting or grinding in a dungeon for a whole month. They look like they just murdered someone, not monsters. For real, why does everyone have those killer eyes? Scene shifts to a barbecue restaurant. Everyone looks totally drained after a day of brutal training. Someone who can't take it anymore finally speaks up. "I don't think this is right. Vice Leader Kang Hun, that guy's a total psycho. You can't find a shred of justice or anything in him. Seriously, Vice Leader? We didn't switch guilds just to end up like this." Han Si-gwan warns him to watch his mouth. "And I'm not the Vice Leader anymore. I'm a team leader." Yeona bites her lip. She can't hold it back anymore and bursts into tears. "I can't do this anymore. If we keep going like this, something terrible is going to happen sooner or later." Han Si-gwan looks at her sadly, but there's nothing else he can do. The man continues. "Let's go back, Vice Leader. Let's start over with the Guardian Guild. If it's us, we can definitely build it back from scratch." Han Si-gwan suddenly slams his chopsticks on the table and speaks. "Guild Leader." But Kang Hun, the Guild Leader, is a lunatic. His personality and morals are absolute trash, and he's completely unpredictable. Hearing Han Si-gwan say that, the man is instantly relieved. Right? That's why. But before he can finish, Han Si-gwan adds more. "But he is strong. Stronger than any awakened I've ever seen. By a long shot. Of course, you can't expect noble ideals from him. There's no room for us to spread our guardian spirit under his command. That's obvious. However, we can become powerful. That's the one thing that's for certain." Han Si-gwan's voice becomes even firmer. "Last time, during the C-rank dungeon raid, I felt it deeply. To protect humanity, the most important thing isn't a strong heart. It's power. The righteousness of the weak will never be enforced. I won't force you guys." Suddenly, he stands up. He bows deeply and pleads. "I'm begging you. Can't you trust me and follow me one last time?" Seeing the man who once led them humble himself because of one Kong Hun, everyone's resolve wavers. They reluctantly agree. "Fine. 1 week. I'll try to suck it up for 1 more week." 1 week later, at the E-rank Goblin Swamp dungeon. 2 people are already in the dungeon, scavenging around. "Ugh, I hate how damp it is here." "Well, among E-rank dungeons, this is the safest. There's just a lot of them." "True, No better place to farm mana stones since it's wide and we rarely run into other teams. Today we'll go this way. Suddenly, the gray-haired guy stops. Huh? He gasps as he sees goblin corpses everywhere. Damn it, someone's on our route. Looks like someone's been running around without any etiquette. They didn't even mark the path. They approach the goblins and suddenly realize, hey look, these mana stones are still untouched. What? Both of them joyfully start scooping up all the mana stones. This is insane. Oh my god, how much is all this worth? We hit the jackpot today. I don't know who did this, but thanks a million. Suddenly, a noise rings out. It makes the brown-haired guy freeze. There's a sound coming this way. Is there a fight nearby? Are they coming back to collect these? Seeing this, the blue-haired guy starts running ahead. Hey, let's go. Get out. But before they can move, the sound is right on top of them. A pack of fierce goblins armed with weapons lunges at them. Both scream in terror. Damn goblins. There are too many of them. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks through. An arrow, fast as lightning, flies past and pierces a goblin's head, taking it out. The 8 AC guild members appear, grinning with bloodlust. Kahaha, your crying sounds so sweet. Blood. Show me more blood. Who's the next prey? Kahaha. Now, this is how you fight. Who knows what they've been through lately? But even the weak girl from before has turned into a fierce super scion. They keep screaming, this is too boring. Boss, bring us more. Bring us stronger enemies. Kong Hun, the commander, laughs loudly. You're getting cocky after just a warm-up. Huh? Fine. Today, we're clearing every single D-rank dungeon. Hearing that, they become even more aggressive and sweep through. Kahaha. The two guys witness the massacre. The goblins are rooted to the spot. In an instant, the 8 AC guild has wiped out the entire mob and continues deeper into the dungeon. The two look on wondering, what the hell did we just see? It's been a week since the 8 AC guild expanded. A rumor has started spreading among the awakened. 8 AC is basically just a giant version of Kong Han. After conquering the dungeon, the whole guild gathered to feast. Yeo Na shouted at the top of her lungs, ma'am. Another bottle of rice, wine over here. This is so sweet, so good. Everyone was rowdy, enjoying themselves after a hard day's work. Drinking after a raid makes it taste even better. This is peak. Unsig-1 suddenly asked the man who, a week ago, had protested against staying in the same guild as Kong Han. Hey, last week you guys said after 1 week. He suddenly remembered. Huh, alright, that was a thing, wasn't it? Unsig-1 continued awkwardly. We've gathered enough momentum to get stronger now. What I mean is, shouldn't we head back to Guardian soon, instead of staying with 8 AC? However, the answer was the exact opposite of what Han Sig-1 expected. The man's personality had become increasingly explosive. He shouted back at Han Sig-1, food flying everywhere. What are you talking about, big bro? We're still lacking so much. I get it now. This is what we've wanted all along. We are currently guarding at the highest level. For real. Exactly. Han Sig-1 was speechless. He pulled out his wallet and corrected him gently. It's team leader, not big bro. Fine, whatever. He handed his black card to everyone. Enjoy your meal. I'm heading out first. You can order more later. I have some business to take care of inside. Everyone took it joyfully. Oh, thanks, big bro. Go right ahead. Han Sig-1 walked down the street alone, lost in thought. Guild Leader Park. Are you at peace in heaven? Even though you passed away, and the Guardian Guild collapsed, the Guardian spirit you left behind is still being carried on. The guild members are living well. They are pursuing their beliefs with more intensity than ever before. But, for some reason, I have a feeling. I feel like something has gone horribly wrong. What am I going to do? God damn it. The very next day, everyone arrived at the location of their new base. Everyone's eyes were wide and sparkling. Whoa, is this entire building our guild headquarters? An NYUCOL said nonchalantly, I came here yesterday, but it feels totally different in the daylight. Looking at it again, it's pretty humble, isn't it? Kong Han warned him, everyone is in awe, so don't ruin the vibe. Before letting the guild brothers wreck the new base, Kong Han gave careful instructions. Don't break stuff. Don't set fires. In short, don't destroy everything. As soon as he finished, the crowd charged into the base like arrows, pushing and shoving each other. Get out of the way. I'm going in first. Han Sig-1 and the two brothers watched in fear. Those warnings sounded so weird. It's gorgeous on the outside, but even more grand on the inside. The brothers cheered happily. Whoa, there's a cafe. And a gym. A lounge too. Wait, is this an industrial fridge? Whoa, beer. Kong Han crossed his arms proudly. Now it finally feels like a major guild. An NYUCOL excitedly suggested to Kong Han, we should add things like a bar and cocktails later. Hearing that, a bold thought flashed through Kong Han's mind. Wait a second. He asked him, hey, you're a minor, aren't you? An NYUCOL tilted his head, confused. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Yeah, I am. Is something wrong? Kong Hun asked suspiciously. Weren't you drinking canned beer earlier? An NYU SEAL replied. That was the non-alcoholic kind. At this moment, Kong Hun was using 100 of his brain to recall every time an NYU SEAL chugged drinks during company dinners. All his memories were suddenly a jumbled mess. Kong Hun was struck with pure terror. Wait, this kid has only been drinking soda this whole time, right? He looks like a total junkie, so I didn't notice. He growled at NYU SEAL. Hey, don't play innocent with me. He looked blank and confused. What are you even talking about? Shinte GI quickly called Kong Hun to check in. Hey, Mr. Kong Hun, have you finished looking over the building? Kong Hun replied cheerfully. Oh, yeah, I came by last night. The decor is great. Shinte GI was puzzled. There's barely been any time. What decor could there be? Kong Hun quickly brushed it off. Well, there's some. Suddenly he asked. By the way, what the hell is that? Kong Hun wondered that. Shinte GI continued, the Batman merch. Was that your idea, Mr. Kong Hun? Kong Hun replied casually, oh, the merch? It wasn't my idea, but it's already out? It's currently a hot topic online, especially that figure. Kong Hun didn't understand. A figure? No. He suddenly saw an NYU SEAL and Shin Sang-ah. Avoiding his gaze, a massive suspicion grew in his mind. Kong Hun hurriedly hung up. Wait a sec, I'll call you back. He turned to ask Sang-ah and NYU SEAL, what is the meaning of this? Both immediately denied it. Meaning of what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Kong Hun didn't hesitate and immediately pulled out his phone. Too bad. You just blew your chance to be honest. It'll pop up as soon as I search it. Let's see. Batman merch. As soon as he searched, his eyes widened. Right there in front of Kong Hun was a perverted-looking action figure of himself. It even came with an extra face that looked even more perverted than the figure itself. He immediately drew his sword. He growled in anger. Explain yourselves. An NYU SEAL replied nonchalantly. I left the merch production entirely to my own judgment. I mean, t-shirts and keychains are just too basic. Kong Hun snapped back. And an NYU SEAL continued. Anyway, you're the face of our guild. The icon. Kong Hun kept pressing, and then what? At this point, an NYU SEAL didn't even bother hiding it and came clean. It looked like fun, so I made it. It was exactly as expected. Without hesitation, he swung a strike toward NYU SEAL. I knew it. The kid skillfully dodged the attack and teased. Whoa, why the sudden mood swing? My heart is fluttering. Kong Hun saw an NYU SEAL's smug face and got even more livid. Everyone quickly rushed in to intervene. Whoa, boss, stop. You'll bring the building down. It's going to collapse. That night, according to Kong Hun's narration, we are currently on a mission. Per team leader Shin Tae-ji's request, the plan is to pose as buyers of monster power to make contact with the sellers. Since the recent chaos seems linked to this drug, it looks like the special ability management team wants to be more proactive. He was still salty about the guild's merch situation, grumbling the whole time. Seriously, can we just take that figure down now? An NYU SEAL looked puzzled. Why take it down? We've already sold 500 units. Kong Hun gritted his teeth in frustration. Yeah, and there are 6,000 pre-orders for my figure. God damn it. Suddenly, Shin Tae-ji's voice rang out, Mr. Kong Hun. A vehicle is pulling in. Kong Hun immediately switched to serious mode and scanned the area for mana. Isensa. 1, 2, 3. About 10 people. The car doors quickly opened. A group of people stepped out. An NYU SEAL suddenly called out to Kong Hun. Hyung, did I ever mention that my only real talent is intuition? Kong Hun replied, surprised. Not directly, no. He jerked his chin forward and told him. Look at that girl's face. Kong Hun asked curiously, who is she? NYU SEAL recounted. Back at the Academy for the Awakened during a live combat drill. She's the girl whose hand I crushed. He suddenly remembered, oh, so now she's a dealer for monster power. An NYU SEAL clicked his tongue in regret. I really should have followed my gut from start. I should have crushed her head, not her hand. He stepped forward with Kong Hun and asked, where's the goods? Lee NYUD set the conditions first. No, not like that. Show us the money first. Kong Hun gave a wave of his hand. An NYU SEAL immediately picked up the suitcase and popped it open. Stacks of bright cash were revealed. He glanced at the money and thought, we'll track their base using the GPS device hidden in the money bag. Even for an operation, donating this much cash is insane. The government is pretty bold. She asked, is the amount correct? Kong Hun replied, we'll count it later. Now, you should hand it over too. The big guy behind NYUD handed her a large briefcase. Lee NYUD took it and opened it. Inside the briefcase, a brilliant light flashed. Kong Hun instantly sensed something was wrong. There were no drugs inside that briefcase. It was a magic circle. With a boom, it fired directly toward where the two were standing. Then it burned out destroying the entire briefcase. Lee NYUD said calmly, "Anyway, since we started working with that skull guy, all sorts of crazy stuff has appeared. The only weakness is it's a one-time use. Special ability management team, or whatever. Did you really think I wouldn't notice something fishy? I bet they planted a tracker in the money bag. Who would have thought they'd walk right into the trap?" Having said that, she signaled for the retreat. Suddenly, a bodyguard shouted, "Yuji, over there." Kong Hun wasn't dead yet. However, his body was scorched all over. The group gasped in horror. "What? He's burned so bad his muscle and bone are showing." But it was healing at a miraculously fast rate. Kong Hun reported excitedly, "I've been made. We've gotta squeeze as much money out of team leader Shin Tae-gi as possible." Realizing who it was, Lee NYUD turned pale with fear. "Kong Hun, you're with the management team too?" Kong Hun was surprised. "Oh, you recognized me instantly. I guess I've become quite famous." Lee NYUD warily drew her staff and yelled, "Everyone, stay alert. They aren't normal people. They're absolute freaks. They literally made action figures of themselves to sell." The warning wasn't what Kong Hun expected, making him pause. Lee NYUD suddenly realized something even more terrifying. Wait, if this is Kong Hun, then the other one is. Just as the thought hit her, an NYUC poked his head out from behind Kong Hun's back with a smirk. "Do I know you?" She froze in pure terror. Horrific memories from their academy days flashed through her mind. Lee NYUD glared at him with pure hatred and screamed his name. "An NYUC. Kong Hun looked annoyed at NYUC, who was resting his chin on Kong Hun's shoulder. "What do you think you're doing?" He joked. "I had a good hunch. I thought something was going to fly our way. So I hid behind the sturdiest shield available." "You really want to die, don't you?" The thugs paused, confused by Kong Hun and NYUC bickering with each other. However, they quickly transformed back into combat mode. Kong Hun looked straight at the crowd, preparing to counterattack. "Anyway, I guess it's time to throw down." And NYUC excitedly agreed, pulling out his weapon. "Sounds like a plan." Lee NYUD gnashed her teeth, losing her cool. She ordered the mob, "Kill them." Every single one of them lunged forward aggressively, attacking Kong Hun and an NYUC without holding back. He easily parried a thug's sword and swung his leg up, delivering a massive kick straight to the guy's face. The single kick sent the man flying several meters back, crashing hard into a building. An NYUC also charged in to attack. He moved fluidly, dodging every strike from the mob. His eyes darted around, constantly observing the terrain and analyzing the situation. Seizing an opening, he crushed one of the thugs. The guy's head was smashed on the spot, flattening as he hit the ground. Kong Hun shouted angrily, "Hey, we're supposed to take them alive. Why are you killing them?" An NYUC replied non-committally, "Chill out, it was just one guy." In the distance, Lee NYUD took the chance to cast a blizzard magic spell. Kong Hun's sword was instantly encased in ice. He cried out, "Damn, that's cold. But they're holding out better than I thought." Lee NYUD screamed, "Freeze." Kong Hun had underestimated the enemy. Once his entire body was frozen solid, he gasped in shock. It actually worked. The magic stone on NYUD's staff began to crack. She thought to herself, "That was the magic stone I kept as my trump card. But I've heard too much about Kong Hun's skills. I won't be stupid enough to save it and get ambushed. Is it handled?" Before she could finish, an NYUC loomed behind her. Lee knew the span around in a panic. She only heard his casual question, "They don't die from stuff like that, do they?" By the time she realized what was happening, the situation had completely changed. An NYUC completely ignored her and casually walked toward the frozen Kong Hun. Lee NYUD watched him, her whole body trembling. In a split second, she was overwhelmed by fear. Are they all dead? In such a short time, NYUC raised his mace. "I'll help you out, Hyung." He then smashed the ice to free Kong Hun, because he was frozen solid when NYUC smashed the ice. His body was shattered along with it. Once Kong Hun emerged, feeling like he'd experienced something brand new, he exclaimed, "Whoa, that was actually fun. Hey, you want to be our guild's refrigerator?" Lee NYUD completely broke down, her breathing becoming heavy and erratic. She realized the two men in front of her were monsters. Cornered, she ordered her bodyguards, "Everyone, take the new drug." They were instinctively terrified. But NYUD, the side effects. "Are you trying to kill us all?" "There's no time," she screamed desperately. "Just take it." They had no choice but to obey, swallowing the pills. Within a few short seconds, their muscles swelled immensely as blood poured from their mouths. With veins and tendons bulging everywhere, their bodies grew to a massive size. Kong Hun was disgusted. These freaks. An NYUC suddenly stopped him. "Hyung, don't interfere." He asked in surprise, "What?" "What?" An NYUC turned back with a look of pure adrenaline. He said, they'll be stronger once the transformation is complete. That's what makes it fun. Recognizing an NYU SEAL's excitement, Kang Han immediately cursed, "You psycho." He added, and they said, don't touch him while he's transforming. Kang Han didn't listen to a word, lunging straight at the junkies and shouting, "Shut up." Kang Han gripped his sword and leaped high into the air. The feral junkies looked up, startled. Boom! A massive explosion erupted. Li Nyud quickly used her ice magic to extinguish the flames. Kang Han was taken aback when his blade was blocked with bare hands. Whoa, didn't expect him to be this tough. One of those feral beasts raised his other hand and landed a punch so hard it sent Kang Han flying several yards back. An NYU SEAL asked mockingly, how'd that taste? Li Nyud suddenly screamed, "You're next." An NYU SEAL happily turned his head in anticipation. Oh, me? Sweet. An army of feral junkies lunged at him, as if to tear him apart. The first one raised his claws and charged. He slashed wildly. An NYU SEAL immediately leaned back to dodge, his eyes flashing with pure excitement. He couldn't help but let out a smirk. Then, quick as a flash, he slipped behind the group, using the momentum to spring up. He grabbed one of them firmly from behind. Seeing this, the others lunged at him. An NYU SEAL, with zero wasted movement, snapped the guy's neck. As he held the body, he opened his inventory, pulled out another weapon, and threw it hard forward. A feral junkie tried to catch an NYU SEAL's knife with his bare hands, but NYU SEAL was one step ahead. He appeared right in front of him instantly and smashed his mace, killing the guy. But there were just too many of them. As soon as one was down, another lunged. An NYU SEAL's eyes widened as his body couldn't dodge in time. A massive brute was already right on top of him. Li Nyud screamed triumphantly, "It's over." An NYU SEAL. Suddenly, a beam of energy flew in, piercing straight through the feral junkie's heart. Just as he was about to kill an NYU SEAL, Shin Sung arrived. She joined the fight with a totally badass pose. An NYU SEAL praised her happily, sung "Onuna." "Nice shot. Linuditaran pale." "They have backup too." She immediately ordered. There are only two of them left. "Someone take out that dead rat." Suddenly, a sound made NYUD freeze. Kang Han, having finished his little nap, finally woke up. He shivered as he forced himself up and immediately activated his ultimate skill. Giant's Might. Kang Han groaned, "Damn it, that hurts. Get over here, you bastards." Li Nyud was shaking like a leaf in fear. "Whoa, stay back. I told you to stay back." Kang Han didn't listen. He pulled out his hammer and attacked. That night, the blood-curdling screams of the feral junkies echoed constantly. An NYU SEAL's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked Kang Han, "Whoa, can I go all out now?" And so, both sides fought until the crack of dawn. Shin Tae-gi arrived on the scene quickly. Looking around curiously, he asked, "What the hell did you guys do to make this factory collapse?" Kang Han answered honestly, "Oh, well, they resisted a lot harder than expected. Actually, it's more like they didn't even bother trying to survive." Vin Daeng Yi Sayed. "Whatever, it's fine. The problem is, did you not leave anyone alive?" Kang Han suddenly remembered. "Oh, there's one survivor. I buried them over there." Shin Tae-gi looked on with a dark expression. "Eat shit. Wait, what the hell is this?" Kang Han replied nonchalantly. "Looks like the ringleader of the bunch that showed up today." Shin Tae-gi was done with him, covering his face in disbelief. "No, that's not what I meant." "Fine, whatever. Good work today. I'll be in touch soon regarding the reward. Go get some rest." Kang Han, an NYU SEAL, excitedly told Shin Tae-gi, "Make sure that reward is fat. Okay? Man, that was fun." Scene shifts to government headquarters. Outside, two guards stood on high alert. In the interrogation room, Li Nyud was tied tightly to a chair. She remained silent. Her head hung low. Shin Tae-gi read out her profile. Li Nyud, 26 years old, currently residing in Mapo District, Seoul. Is that correct? Sticking to your right to remain silent? Fine, let's keep going then. Shui Minyu. Do you know this name? He's the leader of the organization, isn't he? From young Jio terrorists to the drug trade. Just why exactly are you guys doing this? For the money? No matter how many more questions I ask. NYUD remained silent, saying nothing. Shin Tae-gi gradually lost his patience. Trying to persuade her, he said, "Can't you just give me a straight answer? What's the point of wasting both our time?" Suddenly, she spoke up. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." Shin Tae-gi was taken aback. "Huh?" Li Nyud clenched her hands and screamed at the top of her lungs. "Only him. Only he can save this world." Seeing a potential lead, Shin Tae-gi immediately pressed her. "Who is he? Be specific. Do you mean Choi Min-jun or someone else? Is this some kind of religious cult?" But after that outburst, she went back to being completely silent, looking down and refusing to say another word. At this point, Shin Tae-gi had reached his limit. He grabbed the handle of a utility cart and pulled it over to where Lee Nyud was sitting. As he walked, he muttered, "Why do you keep making things so difficult for me?" In the end, he had to resort to the hard way. Shin Tae-gi grabbed her chin, lifted it, and shoved a rag deep into her mouth, making Lee Nyud's eyes roll back. Then, he picked up a pair of pliers from the cart. His tone was calm, but his actions were anything but. "If you just answer properly, it's easier for both of us. First, I'm going to pull one out." He grabbed Lee Nyud's hand, pressed the pliers against her fingernail, and ripped it straight off. She writhed in agony, her pupils dilating violently despite the gag in her mouth. Muffled, tragic groans still escaped as blood splattered onto the floor. Shin Tae-gi counted down coldly while giving her a warning. "You have 9 left, but you'd better talk before I continue." Lee Nyud was paralyzed with pain, tears, and snot streaming down her face as she looked up. She stared in terror at Shin Tae-gi's expression. He suppressed his anger and asked her one more time, "What is your goal?" Scene shifts to one of Choi Min-jun's bases. He was shocked by the news. Wiped out. The secretary reported fearfully, "Yes, sir." After a thorough investigation, everyone was confirmed dead, even though they took the new drug. Team leader Lee Nyud was captured alive, but we lost track of her after that. Hearing nothing but bizarre news, Choi Min-jun muttered, "Whom the nobodies don't matter." But Lee Nyud was actually quite useful. He asked the woman, "Why do they fail? Did the management team deploy Han Se Hyun or Choi Dong-go?" She stammered in response, "It was Gong-hun." It was Kong Hun and the 8 AC Guild. At the mention of that name, Choi Min-jun's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting. Gong-hun. Again? Not only did he mess with Sterling Biz, but he even caught young Nan-seol too. Choi Min-jun irritably picked up a wine glass. "Gradually, you're becoming quite a nuisance." His furious mana poured out uncontrollably. He crushed the wine glass in his hand and ordered, "Kill Kong Hun first." "Keep that in mind." The terrified woman, not daring to look him in the eye, bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." He instructed and moved the base immediately. Lee Nyud knows the location, so it'll be discovered sooner or later. Before leaving, Choi Min-jun added, "I hope for better news next time." He calculated his move. Gong-hun. He's strong enough on his own, but now he's gathered a force that can't be ignored. What to do? Suddenly remembering something, he stopped. Right. I can use that guy. At the 8 AC headquarters, Kong Hun was chugging a can of beer. Ah, he sighed in satisfaction. But a second later, blood sprayed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Sung-ah cried out in panic, "Are you okay?" An NYU-seol, while playing games, added mockingly, "Whoa, a total blood fountain." Kong Hun coughed and asked, "Where are the tissues?" Sung-ah quickly handed them over. NYU-seol asked, "What exactly have you been doing this whole time? Drinking poison beer and acting like a clown? Don't tell me you lost all your money in the stock market." Kong Hun replied irritably, "I'm testing the stuff I asked team leader Shin Tae-gi for to train my poison resistance." NYU-seol wondered, "What are you, some kind of Tang Clan master from a novel? How's the progress?" Kong Hun excitedly wiped the beer and blood from his mouth. "It's working great. I even unlocked the poison resistance skill yesterday." Poison resistance enhances immunity to toxins and reduces the impact on the body, regardless of the poison type. By the way, this poison is seriously gnarly. Most poisons I recover from before they even kick in, but this stuff is still making me feel tingly. An NYU-seol guessed. Must be venom from a D-rank boss, right? Normally, that's instant death. It's rare, so it's pricey. The management team really is loaded. Kong Hun slyly recounted. "Well, they owed us big time for that mess, so I took the chance to squeeze a massive haul out of them." A moment later, the poison resistance skill level increased. Kong Hun yelled out in delight, "Keep him coming. Barkeep, fix me a glass on the rocks this time." Sung excitedly followed orders and started mixing randomly. "Yes, Mr. Kong Hun. Do you want it stirred or shaken?" After thinking for a bit, Kong Hun replied, "Don't shake it. Stir it." Meanwhile, Han Yi-moon remained as gloomy as ever. He sat right behind Kong Hun's group, buried in work, thinking to himself, "Fine. Playing around is good. Everything is just great." Han Yi-moon grumbled resentfully while typing away furiously. "But seriously, why the hell are you guys just camping out here? You kids even have a private lounge for executives." Suddenly, Kong Hun mused a glass of booze paired with the sound of Yi-moon's typing. Now that's special. This made Yi-moon freeze. He took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. The other employees felt the pressure radiating from Yi-moon and were paralyzed with fear. He screamed tiredly in his heart, "I finally hire staff and my workload nearly doubles." I'll stick it out for a year, and then I'm ghosting this place. Damn it. Suddenly, Kong Hun received a phone call. He picked up surprised. Huh, who's this? The person on the other end quickly introduced themselves. Hello, Mr. Kong Hun. I'm CO Hyen Ho from the Awaken Alliance. Kong Hun asked curiously. The Awaken Alliance? One of Dongo's guys? CO Hyen Ho happily continued, yes. We met once before. Do you remember? Kong Hun set his beer can down and searched his memory. Ah, you gave me your business card back then, right? CO Hyen Ho replied gently. Yes, that's correct. Kong Hun wondered why he was calling. I'd like to meet you briefly regarding Alliance business. Are you free today? Kong Hun thought it over and declined. Today? I'm a bit busy. If it's official business, you should go through the guild channels. But CO Hyen Ho knew Kong Hun's weakness. He immediately lured him with a simple offer. I'll treat you to Korean beef. Exactly as planned. Kong Hun stood up and agreed without a second thought. I'm on my way. Where are you? The two soon met at the rendezvous point. CO Hyen Ho was already waiting and waved his hand. Over here, Mr. Kong Hun. Yeah, long time no see. Kong Hun was so excited he couldn't even hide his expression or his words, looking at him hungrily. Yeah, long time no see. CO Hyen Ho led the way. Let's head in. Since it was down an alley, they had to walk a bit. Kong Hun followed obediently behind him. Sure. Suddenly, he noticed something. Kong Hun stopped him and asked, Mr. CO Hyen Ho, seeing as you attended that meeting last time, you seem to hold a pretty high position, but I didn't see you during the raid. Don't you participate in combat? CO Hyen Ho scratched his head shyly. Well, it's a bit embarrassing, but I'm only rank 3. I hate killing things, so... Haha. Kong Hun just stared at him blankly. Oh, I see. CO Hyen Ho quickly changed the subject. Combat isn't the only part of the job. Just think of me as the guy in charge of the errands. Please come in. This is a good place to talk. Scene shifts to inside the barbecue restaurant. Once again, the delicious sizzle of meat filled the air. CO Hyen Ho tactfully told the server. Oh, we'll grill the meat ourselves. We have important business to discuss. Kong Hun was craving it so much he was practically drooling. CO Hyen Ho asked, would you like something to drink? Kong Hun instantly gave a thumbs up. Alcohol is always a yes. Draft beer, please. A short while later, 2 glasses of beer were completely drained. Kong Hun let out a satisfied caw. That was great. You're good at grilling meat, too. Now Kong Hun got down to business. So what's this alliance business? Is it so important that we had to meet in person? But before he could finish, Kong Hun's head began to spin violently. He dropped his beer glass and clutched his throat in agony. His mouth began to foam. The symptoms looked exactly like a drug overdose. CO Hyen Ho sat silently across from him, watching Kong Hun's symptoms until he lost consciousness and collapsed onto the floor. Outside, the door opened and a group of employees walked in. It seemed this was their plan all along. Without saying a word, 2 of them went over to Kong Hun to restrain him. CO Hyen Ho excitedly reported to the person on the other end. Kong Hun has been dealt with. I'm cleaning up now, Mr. Choi Min-jun. He quickly prepared to leave. Before going, he didn't forget to instruct the others. Handle the body yourselves. Oh, of course, you can play with it for a bit, before you get rid of it. Then he slammed the door shut, satisfied with a job well done. The organization's body disposal squad. They were known as the Butchers. Their combat abilities were nothing special. But when it came to killing and cleaning up, they were absolute professionals. However, because they treated corpses like toys, nobody wanted to be near them. Truly disgusting. Suddenly, a bloody hand touched CO Hyen Ho's shoulder. He spun around in a rage. My suit. Don't touch me. However, as soon as he saw Kong Hun's face, his voice faded into terror. Kong Hun's eyes stared soullessly at CO Hyen Ho as he mocked him. Hey, the meat was good today. The seasoning was pretty unique too. CO Hyen Ho stood frozen in fear. What? Kong Hun's new ability, poison resistance. The skill that increases resistance and reduces the effects of all toxins on the body had saved him this time. Just minutes ago, the dining room was luxurious. Now it was drenched in blood and corpses. Kong Hun said nonchalantly, I have a lot of things to ask you. He dropped the kitchen knife onto the floor with a clang. Then he clenched his fists and asked CO Hyen Ho with a bright smile. Should I punch you first? Just asking for fun, obviously. Before he even finished the sentence, he threw a straight punch, blowing CO Hyen Ho's face back. A short while later, the handsome middle-aged face was beaten beyond recognition. He feebly asked, how did you know? You pretended to be poisoned. You only faked death because you flex your muscles beforehand. You adapt pretty quickly. But I didn't think you were that smart. Hearing CO Hyen Ho ramble again made Kong Hun's ears itch. He growled irritably. What the hell are you mumbling about? CO Hyen Ho looked at Kong Hun, wondering, when did he realize? How much does he know? While grilling meat, Kong Hun explained, You said you were rank 3, right? That lie was so obvious, it was hard not to notice. Co Hyen Ho was shocked. What? Kong Hun continued. Rank 3, my ass. Just looking at your murderous aura, you gotta be over level 50. Co Hyen Ho was finally stunned, realizing there were more layers to Kong Hun's abilities. You can sense that? Popping a piece of meat into his mouth, Kong Hun said, believe it or not. Co Hyen Ho fell silent. A moment later, he spoke in a low voice, I'm sorry. Gong Hun pushed. Huh. Co Hyen Ho tried to justify himself. I'm sorry for approaching you this way, but because our organization no longer, before he could finish, Kong Hun cut him off. Hold up. I'll ask about your organization's BS later. Let me finish eating first, okay? Co Hyen Ho wouldn't back down. Kong Hun, don't you want to join us? Kong Hun got angry. He had to stop before even putting the meat in his mouth. I said, wait, please. Do you have a concussion or something? I don't negotiate with terrorists. Co Hyen Ho hung his head in despair and muttered, right? In your eyes, we're just terrorists. Suddenly, his tone shifted. You can see it that way. At this rate, humanity will be wiped out within 5 years. Seo Yeon screamed hysterically. We're just trying to stop it. Only we can save human. Kong Hun, annoyed, immediately threw the meat tongs at his face. He sighed and pushed his chair back. Good grief. You ruined my appetite. He walked over to stand beside Co Hyen Ho to humor him. Fine. Since you're so desperate to talk, I'm listening. Co Hyen Ho was surprised. You're willing to talk? Unfortunately, Kong Hun's hobby was driving people crazy. He pulled out a pair of scissors with a thrill. No, there's no talking here. Kong Hun held the scissors to Co Hyen Ho's pinky finger. But you're going to spill everything you know. Pick one. Should I snap your pinky first or your thumb? Seo Yeon ochakod. Something flashed inside his mouth. I guess the negotiation failed. As he spoke, he crunched down on a pill in his mouth. Kong Hun froze, watching Co Hyen Ho. Suddenly, purple veins popped out all over his face, and he started convulsing violently, foaming at the mouth. Kong Hun instinctively backed away. Wait, what's this? Why is he twitching? Is he dead? What a total pain. He irritably threw the scissors away and walked out alone, covered in blood. Passers-by were terrified and steered clear of him. Kong Hun was lost in thought over what the man said. Humanity will be wiped out in 5 years? 3 years. In 3 years. A nation will be on the brink of disappearing. He calculated intensely. Either way, it's around 5 years. Based on his tone, he wasn't just counting down, but referring to a threat beyond the Haken dimension. The dungeon difficulty is definitely spiking. Even C-rank gates are becoming a handful. If higher rank gates start popping up. At this point, Kong Hun was too tired to think. He scratched his head and brushed it off. Whatever. Worrying won't change anything. I'll just report to team leader Shin Tae-gi first. As he pulled out his phone, he stopped. Huh? What the? Why did he call so many times while it was on silent? Shin Tae-gi had left 23 missed calls. Kong Hun quickly called back. Hello. Shin Tae-gi answered instantly and asked frantically, Mr. Kong Hun, why haven't you been picking up? Kong Hun replied lazily, geez, people miss calls sometimes. You're not my clingy girlfriend. On the other end, Shin Tae-gi got goosebumps. Stop saying creepy stuff. He hurriedly urged Kong Hun. More importantly, can you get to the martial law command immediately? Kong Hun froze. What? Wasn't martial law already lifted? Shin Tae-gi pleaded helplessly. Please watch the news for once. Anyway, can you make it? It's urgent. Shin Tae-gi spoke on the phone while moving quickly. I can't talk about this over the phone. Just get over here. Kong Hun replied lazily. I don't even know where there is. Plus, I need a change. Without another word, Shin Tae-gi gave a quick update and hung up. I sent the coordinates. I'll pick you up when you arrive. Kong Hun panicked. Hey, at least explain, but the call had already ended. Kong Hun was left alone in a huge mess. On the other side, Shin Tae-gi let out a tired sigh after hanging up. His face was a mask of suppressed, extreme anger. Long story short, I've told you how many times that I can't fight an entire army by myself? 2 days ago, after many days of searching, the government and the military found the terrorists' hideout to wipe them out. The government deployed elite special forces, but just one person, Choi Min-jun, killed them all. Kong Hun and Shin Tae-gi met up quickly. Both entered a secure, private room. Kong Hun looked around in awe. Whoa, this place is intense. Is this a secret base? Shin Tae-gi didn't want to overshare and explained briefly, something like that. The location is classified. If word gets out. Kong Hun nodded. Yeah, I get it. Do I look like the type to snitch? Hearing Kong Hun say that made Shin Tae-gi feel even more uneasy. He cursed Kong Hun in his head. You look exactly like that type, you jerk. While walking, Shin Tae-gi reminded Kong Hun again. I told you before, right? This is a very important meeting. So today, you really cannot cause trouble. Kong Hun winced. Fine. I told you. I'm still feeling overwhelmed. I never thought I'd get to meet Chairman Han Song-han, the chairman of the Republic of Korea. As soon as the door opened, dozens of angry and contemptuous eyes focused on the two of them. Suddenly, a man spoke up. It snapped Kong Hun and Shin Tae-ji to attention. Only one person? I ordered the entire management team to be summoned. Shin Tae-ji quickly explained. They're all busy. It's hard to gather everyone immediately. Hearing this, the man's tone turned mocking. Good grief. Is there really no emergency summon system? How can the discipline be this lax in a crisis? Han Song-han immediately spoke up to stop him. Please stop. We followed the military's recommendation, and it was a total failure. Regarding this matter, as team leader Shin Tae-ji said, those with abilities must step up and lead. The times are changing, and we must change too. Seeing the chairman speak, a cunning military officer played along. Exactly. That's my point. We must quickly merge the awakened into the military. However, others couldn't help but throw some shade. Guilds? That's just a fancy word for private mercenaries. Shin Tae-ji's face darkened as he thought, you guys already screwed up once and still haven't learned. That's why I said, we should deploy the awakened immediately. All you did was give Choi Min-jun time to escape, but they didn't truly care about the crisis. They were only worried about regaining the power they lost when the awakened appeared. Even though many died in this operation, they still acted like nothing had happened. Suddenly, Kong Hun spoke up. This is boring. I can't listen to this BS anymore. One of them asked in surprise, what? Kong Hun slammed his hand on the table. Then in a rage, he let loose right in the faces of the old military fossils. Do you think we're dogs? You order us to kneel and merge into the army? What kind of nonsense is that? I heard you guys threw a tantrum and ruined the mission, didn't you? Don't you feel any pity for the dead? And you call yourselves generals? Hearing Kong Hun curse them out without missing a beat, Shin Tae-ji couldn't stop him. He blasted the old men. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to wear that uniform. Then he looked at the respected chairman. Mr. Chairman, you're working too hard supervising these incompetent officials. Next time, fire them before you call me. Without acknowledging anyone else, Kong Hun turned and walked out. Shin Tae-ji watched him, speechless. However, a new feeling welled up inside him toward Kong Hun. What is this? Why does this feel so satisfying? He smiled gently and closed the door. I see. Having a mad dog on our side is quite heartwarming. Suddenly, Kong Hun turned back and called out. All right, Mr. Shin Tae-ji, he said, taking one last jab at the crowd. You really are a loyal one. Then he turned to Shin Tae-ji. I don't know the way out. Show me the door. He stayed silent for a moment. Then he excused himself and stepped out. I'll see him out and be right back. The room instantly fell silent. The old military brass fumed. How can this be? Mr. Chairman, we cannot let this slide. This concerns national honor. We must make this an issue. Before he could finish, they saw the chairman shaking. He asked, confused, Mr. Chairman? Suddenly, the chairman threw his head back and laughed out loud. It silenced the old men. Then, the chairman spoke. I guess it'll be hard to continue today's meeting. We'll reconvene later. Dismissed. The next day, at 8 AC headquarters, 5th floor, executive lounge. Kong Hun suddenly called out, Hey, an NYU SEAL. Let's spar. NYU SEAL took his eyes off his game, startled. He asked Kong Hun back, what's up with you? You usually avoid me like the plague. He answered honestly, I think I need some training. NYU SEAL was surprised. So sudden? Kong Hun thought. Choi Min-jun is a powerhouse, likely an academy graduate. If I want to take him down, my priority is getting stronger. I'm leveling up steadily, but just raising stats is too slow now. I need to learn actual combat techniques. He suddenly replied. NYU SEAL, let's go hand to hand. Pure technique only, no skills allowed. After hearing that, an NYU SEAL immediately lost interest. He turned back toward the sofa and declined. Then I'm out. Kong Hun was stunned. What? An NYU SEAL scoffed. Without skills? You got nothing special. You won't even be able to touch me. It's definitely going to be boring. Being looked down on, Kong Hun's inner mad dog immediately flared up. You brat, who do you think you're talking to? What? Are you afraid I'll expose your weaknesses? You scared? Scared? An NYU SEAL knew Kong Hun was just trying to bait him, but he decided to play along. Fine, Jung. Kids don't even use that kind of weak trash talk anymore. Try bribing me next time. I don't care for a dry match. Suddenly remembering something, an NYU SEAL made a proposal. How about a bet? Kong Hun wondered, a bet? An NYU SEAL continued. If you win, I'll grant any request of yours within my power. If I win. At this point, an NYU SEAL's face became extremely ambitious. He voiced his desire. The Kong Hun Figure Series, Season 2. Give me full production rights. Boiling with rage, Kong Hun blurted out, you psycho, then accepted the challenge with a shout. Fine, I agree. Let's settle this once and for all. At the F-rank dungeon, Earth and Hawk territory. The Earth and Hawks appearing here are species. That's only active at night, so during the day, this dungeon is run in a special way by renting out the space. It's used by major guilds for team training, or as a testing ground for high destruction skills. It's extremely popular. Naturally, to use it, you have to contact the guild that owns the dungeon and pay up. But the 8AC guild got to use it for free thanks to negotiations, the muscle-bound kind, of course. So, the Rank 1 and Rank 2 of 8AC began their sparring session. Rank 1 and 2 charged at each other simultaneously. Kong Hun gripped his weapon tight. As he swung, NYU Seal quickly arched his body close to the ground to dodge. At the same time, he shifted into a handstand and kicked straight up at Kong Hun's chin. He gritted his teeth, taking the hit. And NYU Seal joked, "You're too big for your own good." Then he immediately lunged toward Kong Hun again. He swung a heavy blow. By instinct, Kong Hun raised his forearm to block an NYU Seal's attack. His arm was instantly injured. Kost damit hebidegen. An NYU Seal quickly jumped back to keep distance and reminded him, "You didn't forget we agreed not to use regeneration, right?" Kong Hun shook his broken arm and replied, "Seriously, man." Right after, he lunged again, swinging his sword. An NYU Seal moved fluidly, dodging the strike. He took the chance to teach him a lesson. "Hey, Hyung, do you know what your real problem is? Your attacks are way too predictable. Compared to your opponent, you have to be one step ahead. And you need to know how to redirect force like this." He easily blocked all of Kong Hun's attacks without breaking a sweat. As they closed in on each other, NYU Seal gently tripped Kong Hun's leg, making him lose his balance and stumble. He continued, "And more importantly, you have to strike the openings." As he spoke, an NYU Seal countered fiercely, and before long, he knocked Kong Hun's sword away. He was both furious and panicked, gritting his teeth. An NYU Seal quickly moved to end the fight. And this is where my lesson ends. I win, right? Kong Hun, stubborn as ever, refused to surrender. He yelled, "Not yet. It's not over, you brat," and lunged forward with a punch. An NYU Seal continued to dodge effortlessly, taunting Kong Hun. "You're gonna try to hit me without a weapon?" He slammed his mace into the ground, kicking up a cloud of sand to block Kong Hun's vision. "I'm bored now. Let's wrap this up." With that, an NYU Seal planted his foot and delivered a powerful kick, straight to Kong Hun's family jewels. The pain was even more excruciating than having his arm broken by the mace earlier. The 8AC brothers watching from the sideline shuddered. Kong Hun collapsed in agony, clutching his crotch. NYU Seal hurriedly urged him, "You're done, right? I won, so go ahead and regenerate already." Kong Hun, pale and trembling from the pain, cursed, "You freaking psycho." An NYU Seal announced gleefully, "From now on, I'm making the figures exactly how I want. As per our deal, I'm starting the launch plan as soon as I get back." An NYU Seal walked out of the dungeon while talking. The brothers watched his back in fear as he left. On the internet, 8AC was trending at the top of the forums, with a massive wave of pre-orders for the 8AC guild figures. The 1:6 scale Kong Hun figure, priced at 574,000 gold, worth over 10 million Vietnamese dong. This masterpiece sent the internet into a frenzy once again. Kong Hun irritably kicked his car door open. "That bastard. I didn't think he'd spend his own money to release it that fast. I swear, I didn't want to resort to this." He walked resentfully toward a dungeon, the C-Rank Knights training ground. This dungeon gained attention immediately upon discovery, because the monsters here possessed extraordinary swordsmanship. Kong Hun stood before the entrance, thinking, "They say there's no better place to train your blade. Fine, everything is fine really. But why do the monsters here have to be goblins?" He let out a weary sigh and opened the dungeon gate. "Check it out. I never thought I'd be in a position where I have to learn swordsmanship from a goblin." Scene shifts to the interior of the dungeon. A magnificent but gloomy castle appeared. And inside that castle, a proud goblin knight, Kigo, sat waiting for an enemy to arrive. Sensing the presence of an uninvited guest, he widened his eyes in alert. But later, when Kigo looked back on this moment, out of all the days of his goblin life, if he had to choose the absolute worst moment, without a doubt, it was the moment he met this man. When people hear goblin, what images come to mind? They might look like low-intelligence creatures, but in reality, they're only wild by instinct. Their intelligence is high enough to build their own civilization. The goblin knight, Kigo, was no exception. He was a master swordsman. After clashing for just a few moves, Kong Hun understood everything. Just as expected, every single movement he makes is completely different from normal goblins. Even so, I have an overwhelming advantage in strength and stamina. If I just overpowered him, I'd win easily. But that's not what I need right now. I have to stop relying on my physical stats and focus entirely on pure swordsmanship. Kigo, with his superior combat experience and skill, held the upper hand against Kong Han. Not only that, his body was incredibly flexible, making things difficult for Kong Han. After just a few more exchanges, he managed to seriously wound Kong Han. He frowned in pain, looking at Kigo's stoic stance. Despite being different races, it seemed that through combat, Kigo understood that Kong Han was a worthy opponent. He opened his mouth to speak, Keiju, Keiju, which meant this is fun. Kizo, Kizo, Kizo Ezo, which meant, I will grant you a painless death. Kigo raised his sword to finish Kong Han. At that moment, he froze. Then he sat back up, much to Kigo's surprise. I'm starting to feel like I'm getting the hang of this. He boldly challenged him. Hey, Kigo, let's go another round. And at the same time, in another dungeon at the Hall of Armor, an NYU Seol and Shin Sung also entered a dungeon for training. An NYU Seol took the initiative, kicking a suit of armor right in the face. He used the momentum to spring toward the one behind it and demolished it. The helmet immediately collapsed inward. An NYU Seol exclaimed, Whoa, there's nobody inside. But for some reason, this scene reminds me of Kong Han. Meanwhile, Shin Sung provided cover from a distance with magic arrows. She calculated, if I channel mana, the destructive power is strong enough, but the mana consumption is way too high for mindless objects like these. The arrows were almost useless. If that was the case, there was only one way. Shin Sung immediately switched strategies, pulling out a dagger and lunging toward the suits of armor. I have to engage in close combat. As fast as she was, she managed to dodge their strikes. With a cold glint in her eyes, Shin Sung aimed straight for the necks of the armor suits. She plunged the blade in and twisted, slicing across their throats. She completely severed the heads from the bodies. She cheered, yes. But while she was distracted, another one snuck up behind her to attack. NYU Seol tossed his mace to intervene and took the chance to remind her. That's a no-go, Nuna. Kong Han is one thing, but your role is long-range DPS. Changing your combat style on a whim like that is super dangerous. You get it. Shin Sung replied sadly, I got it. And NYU Seol continued. By the way, where did Kong Han go? Why is he taking so long? Sung answered vaguely, I'm not sure. I just heard he's at the East Demon sector. And NYU Seol muttered, East Demon? Then he realized something and yelled, Oh, no way. That's where the Goblin Knight is. That's the Goblin Knight's training ground. During that time, Kigo was nearly losing his mind. He looked at Kong Han, trembling. For the first time in his life, he thought that human was a total psycho. There wasn't a single wound on him, even after using all his strength to slash his legs and hack off his arms. He just kept standing back up. The only thing keeping my fractured mind from collapsing was the chivalry deeply rooted in my heart. But now even that is starting to waver. But at that very moment, Kong Han's intermediate swordsmanship leveled up to advanced swordsmanship, allowing him to clearly read his opponent's blade and react with precision. With a reminder that one can swing a sword anywhere, but must always remain humble, Kong Han shouted joyfully, I did it! Thanks, Goblin Sensei! Kigo gasped, Azu. Who knows how long it'll last, but right now, our boy Kong Han is overflowing with brotherly love for the goblin. He introduced himself warmly. I'm Kong Han. What's your name? Kigo seemed to vaguely understand and repeated the name. Kong Kun. Kong Han nodded. Right, Kong Han. Keiko repeated. Kong Kun. Kong Kun. Then he made a similar gesture, pointing at himself and saying his name, Ego. Even though he could only say those few words, Kong Han looked at him with gratitude. So, Ego. Thanks a lot. He turned to leave. See you tomorrow. Kigo happily waved goodbye. Azu. But in reality, Kigo didn't understand human speech. He was simply happy that this nightmare was finally over. Of course, if he had understood the words see ya tomorrow, he probably would have fainted on the spot. The next day at the 8AC Guild, Kong Han kicked the door open to find an NYU Seol. Hey, an NYU Seol, come out here and spar. NYU Seol was sitting casually on the sofa waiting for him. He agreed without hesitation. Oh, sure. But first, he threatened Kong Han a little. This time will be different. Looks like a new pose is about to be added. He growled angrily. Drop that dirty attitude right now. An NYU Seol, with burning passion, had already designed 10 different poses for his favorite action figure. Back at the government base, inside Shin Tae-ji's office, the busy sound of typing echoed continuously. Choi Min-jun, the leader of the dungeon terrorist organization, the mastermind behind a series of consecutive dungeon openings since the beginning of this year. After that, he distributed a drug called Monster Power, causing widespread chaos across the nation. The drug dramatically boosts an awakened person's power, but in return, it triggers severe side effects like increased violent tendencies. And eventually, it spread to the civilian market, causing countless people to lose their minds. The members of the terrorist organization, Young Nan Seol and Lee Nyud, both worship Choi Min-jun with a blind, brainless devotion. Their statements all carried the same message. You understand nothing of the noble goal we pursue. Only he can save the world. They exhibited behavior no different from delusional religious fanatics, claiming to be the salvation of humanity. Shinte Gi had been nursing a massive headache over this for a long time. He sighed wearily, save humanity? Give me a break. After triggering dungeon breaks and distributing the forbidden drug, Choi Min-jun showed the exact same symptoms. Always talking about saving humanity. Just what is your real goal? Scene shifts to the C-Rank Knights training ground dungeon. Kong Hun came back to bother Kigo again. Hey, listen to me for a sec. Where exactly is the problem? Whether it's my sword or that other guy's mace. In terms of skill level, there shouldn't be such a huge gap. So why do I keep losing like this? Kigo had no idea what Kong Hun was rambling about. He looked at him with pure disgust. Kudu, meaning, the more I look at you, the more my eyes hurt. Kong Hun just kept talking to himself, regardless of whether Kigo understood or not. What should I call it? Sensory reflexes? How do you train that stuff? Or is it an IQ issue? I mean, people used to call me a genius when I was a kid. I even ranked third in my class. Geiho insulted Kong Hun tiredly. Kudu, kusudu, meaning, a snail looks more sophisticated than you. Just looking at you makes me want to bleach my eyes. After his solo emo session, Kong Hun picked up his sword and stood up. Master, he said cheerfully. Still, it's nice to have someone who actually listens to me. So, I'm counting on you again today, Master. Even without understanding the words, Kigo knew it was time for their spar. He let out a weary kudu, meaning a long sigh, then grabbed his sword and shouted, Kudu, meaning, you psycho, you're at it again. The two sides lunged into another fierce battle. A while later, both sides were exhausted, collapsing onto the ground and panting heavily. Kong Hun looked at Kigo, evaluating him. An NYU Seol is one thing. But this guy is no joke either. Even though I've turned off some of my skills, I still haven't managed to win even once. He suddenly jumped up as a realization hit him. No way. Is he leveling up every time I get stronger too? Kong Hun quickly said his goodbyes to Kigo. Thanks, Master. See you tomorrow. Kigo was surprised. Kiskivikuyu, meaning, you're finally leaving? In some miraculous way, Kong Hun answered Kigo's question perfectly. Yeah, I'm taking off. I gotta go wreck that bastard in NYU Seol. Gajelate. Kigo turned pale and shooed Kong Hun away. Kiskivikuyu, meaning, don't let me see your ugly mug ever again. Meanwhile, on the Radar community forums, the real-time hot topic was titled, 8 AC Guild Leader Flaunts Kong Hun Figure Collection Again. Several more have been released in rapid succession. Kong Hun 1:6 scale figure, version 4BDS 006, and 8 AC Guild Kong Hun 1:6 scale figure, version 5BDS 007. After seeing the news online, Kong Hun angrily threw his phone. Damn it, that son of a bitch. How much money is he dumping into these figures? It's a total money pit. So why is he being so serious about it? He quickly regained his composure and sat down to think. Calm down. Think. But what is the real problem? Do I really just have zero talent for this? I don't want to admit it, but am I really just being carried by my skills like an NYU Seol said? No matter how much he thought, he couldn't find an answer. He decided to leave it to fate and flopped onto his bed. Whatever. This is BS. I'm done thinking. Time to sleep. Kung shooted irritable. Hey, Kung Ahun. Turn off the light. Ahun. Suddenly getting yelled at. Snap back. Turn it off yourself, you psycho. Scene shifts to the C-Rank Knights training ground. Goblins are naturally hostile toward humans. It's an instinct carved deep into their DNA. To the other goblins, Kigo's recent behavior of getting close to a human made them extremely uncomfortable. In their eyes, Kigo was being way too friendly and harmonious with a human. That led them to a decision. The goblin knight Kigo, who had lost his pride, would be exiled from his place. However, there was one thing they overlooked. Faced with the threat of death, a knight will surpass his own limits. Back inside the C-Rank dungeon, Kong Hun looked around for Kigo. What's going on? Why is it so quiet? Suddenly, a chilling aura made him shiver. Kong Hun froze in his tracks. He headed toward the source of the mana. He vaguely guessed the intensity of the mana he was sensing. Seeing a familiar yet strange figure, he called out, Hey, I'm over here. Hearing Kong Hun's voice, Kigo immediately turned around. He let out a low, Who are you? Ru. His voice was deeper than usual. Kang Hun tensed up on guard. What the? I felt it from far away, but now that I'm close, it's even clearer. This goblin. His aura has completely changed. Kigo's eyes flashed. He dropped into a combat stance. He wasn't acting friendly like usual. In a blur, Kigo lunged forward and launched a direct attack. Kang Hun's system immediately sent an alert. Baigan Greatsword durability, 480 to 500. A split second later, the system alerted him again. Baigan Greatsword durability, 287/500. Kang Hun panicked, feeling his own hands go numb. Are you kidding me? Until now, no matter what I did, the durability barely dropped. Over 100 points down from just one hit. At this rate, my sword's gonna snap. I can't afford to block many more of those. Better cut down on the movement and focus on dodging. Thinking and acting at once, Kang Hun ducked low to evade Kigo's blade, then sprinted back to create some distance. Kigo noticed it instantly. His sharp eyes saw right through Kang Hun's movements. He immediately pivoted and charged toward him. He landed a slash across Kang Hun's face and hissed, "Who are you?" "Kueru." "Human, why are you so strong?" "Kueru, Kueru, Eru." This is the gap between your power and mine. Kang Hun used every ounce of his strength, but his speed was no match for Kigo's. He realized the truth. If he hadn't been sparring with this guy every day, he wouldn't have been able to dodge a single hit. Even now, he could barely read the trajectory of the blade. But Kigo was a master swordsman. At this speed, he would quickly catch on and counter in unpredictable ways. "What do I do?" While Kang Hun was still trying to find a way out, Kigo spoke in a gravelly tone. "Kudu, kudu. The weak human of the past is dead. Kukukudu, kukuku. You won't bring shame to me anymore. Kudu, kudu. Disenzi. Kigo roared, Kueru. The human." Suddenly, Kang Hun punched him square in the face. He yelled, "Hold your horses," then activated Giant's Might and Guan's mysterious tool. Kang Hun snapped irritably, "You've been using that deep voice this whole time, and it's really getting on my nerves. Look, I was taking it easy on you. But did you really think I was a pushover?" Kigo didn't expect to be taken down so easily. He curled up in a ball, clutching his head as he endured Kang Hun's punches, tears streaming down his face as he whimpered, "Cuckoo." Kang Hun didn't let up and kept the beatdown going. "Answer me properly." Kigo let out a frustrated wail that echoed throughout the castle. A moment later, Kigo's face was covered in bruises. He sniffled as he took his punishment. Meanwhile, Kang Hun sat there deep in thought. Sigh. It's been a while since I felt this refreshed. That aura he just used, I could feel it through my mana sense. It definitely wasn't a standard flow skill. It's totally different from when a skill is simply activated. It's more like this. Kang Hun opened his inventory, pulled out a knife, and tested his theory. By channeling mana into the blade, Kang Hun's mana flared out violently, before gradually condensing back into the steel. He exclaimed, "I get it now." Kigo watched, so stunned that his ears drooped. "Et Wimperd, kudu. He crossed the threshold of death to reach that realm. That human is basically a monster. Kang Hun excitedly put the knife away and thanked Kigo. "Thanks to you. I think I can finally take that brat down." He flashed a confident smirk. However, after that, Kang Hun was still repeatedly defeated by an NYU Seoul. On the Jada community, news of their matches appeared with the title, 8 AC spotted at the Earth Basin again. People flocked to the comments section. Theories about the Kang Hun figures quickly began to form. Wait, do you realize every time Kang Hun loses there, a new figure drops? No way. Actually, that makes sense. He's been going there a lot lately. No wonder the releases are getting faster. LOL. At the Earth Basin, the 8 AC guild members were hyped for the match. Everyone was gossiping. Hey, don't push. Who do you think's gonna win? Me? Obviously, an NYU Seoul. What? You think the guild master is a joke? It's clearly Kang Hun. Han Si-Guan watched from a corner, thinking to himself, why is Jada community like this? An NYU Seoul confidently challenged Kang Hun. The new figure draft is out. Want a peek? I've dialed up the intensity a bit this time. Kang Hun shot back with total confidence. That nonsense ends today. An NYU Seoul, this time, your figure is the one getting released. After a quick exchange of words, they lunged at each other again. NYU Seoul swung his mace with a heavy strike. Kang Hun moved fast, parrying it just in time with his sword. The blade vibrated violently from the impact, and Kang Hun gained a sudden flash of insight. Fighting with pure joy, he thought, I can feel it so clearly now. It's no longer just about channeling mana into the sword. It's more fluid. I can spread the mana throughout my entire body. NYU Seoul seemed to sense the change in Kang Hun as well. He exclaimed, whoa, something's totally different. While fighting, Kang Hun was deep in thought. All my senses are dialed up, from muscle movements to the shift in center of gravity. I can read my opponent's moves. and my own movements have become precise. So this is what it feels like. Kang Hun's growth after just a few exchanges shocked an NYU SEAL. This is insane. He blurted out, forced to go all out. Fine then, try blocking this. NYU SEAL lunged with his mace, launching a continuous chain of attacks at Kang Hun. This time, he wasn't blown away. On the contrary, he held his ground and finally managed to disarm an NYU SEAL. Before his shocked eyes, the mace flew into the air, then crashed to the ground as an NYU SEAL collapsed. The match ended with Kang Hun as the winner. NYU SEAL pointedly asked him, "Hyung, you just used a skill, didn't you?" Kang Hun immediately replied, "Nope." He stubbornly refused to accept it, saying, "Liar. That last hit was definitely a skill." Kang Hun laughed heartily. "What's wrong with you? Someone at your level should know better. That wasn't a skill." Finally, an NYU SEAL had to admit defeat. He clicked his tongue. "Man, where did you learn stuff like that? You really are a monster." And so, the first, an NYU SEAL figure was born. 1:6 scale, Deluxe Edition Volume 2, priced at 799,900 gold. The reaction was the complete opposite of Kang Hun's. The internet went wild for an NYU SEAL's figure. Damn, he's so fine. So handsome for a top-tier awakened. OMG. Please be gay. Please be gay. Life isn't fair. He looks like he doesn't even need a filter. That aura is pure fire. His looks shine even when he's dressed like a slob. Damn, young and rich. Reading the comments made Kang Hun feel a bit salty. He grumbled to himself. Why is the reaction so different? The next day, Kang Hun treated himself to a cold beer. He tilted his head back, smugly enjoying his victory drink. This feels completely different. An NYU SEAL, busy gaming, grumbled, "It's been a whole week, and you're still talking about it?" Kang Hun smirked, teasing him. The glory of victory lasts forever. What would a loser like you know? NYU SEAL wouldn't back down. What are you talking about? You lost 3 times before that. Kang Hun didn't care. He joyfully proclaimed, "The one who wins the final round is the true winner." Sun suddenly asked, "By the way, Mr. Kang Hun, aren't you going to any dungeons lately? Your vacation seems a bit long." Kang Hun frowned. "Yeah, I'm starting to get restless too. Team leader Shin Tae-gi told me to stand by for orders. He said the situation is getting complicated." NYU SEAL asked curiously why. "Isn't martial law being lifted?" Kang Hun replied, "I'm not sure. He said that's exactly the problem, but I don't really get it." Speak of the devil. Kang Hun's phone buzzed with Shin Tae-gi's name. He sighed and picked up. "What a pain." "Yeah, Kang Hun speaking." Tae-gi cut straight to the chase. Mr. Kang Hun, sorry for the sudden call. Are you free tomorrow at 10 a.m.? Kang Hun thought, "You're not being picky anymore, are you?" Then replied, "I have time. Someone told me to wait for orders." "What's up?" Shin Tae-gi explained briefly. "There's a management meeting for Special Awakened. I'll explain the details tomorrow, but you basically know the gist, right? It's what I've been talking about all along." Kang Hun nodded as if he understood, but in reality, he didn't remember a single thing. What was it again? Shin Tae-gi quickly ended the call. "I'll text you the location. See you then." The next day, at the Korea Awaken Management Agency, Kang Hun looked at the building in awe. "Whoa, so meetings are held here now. Instead of the Ministry of Interior and Safety? You've really moved up in the world, Mr. Shin Tae-gi." Kang Hun opened the door and walked in. He casually waved his hand. "Phew, just in time." Shin Tae-gi immediately reminded him. "I told you to be here 5 minutes early." He stubbornly argued back. "There's still a minute left." "Didn't you hear me? I had a sudden stomachache, so I had to hit the restroom." Seriously, it was huge. It wasn't just a dump. It was like giving birth. "I swear." Shin Tae-gi, annoyed, cut him off. "I'm not curious. Please sit down." Kang Hun clicked his tongue. "Geez, you're so cranky." He looked around. There are a lot of familiar faces here. There's Jang Un, Han Se-hyen, Dong Go from the Alliance, and even Han Myong-do, the leader of the Immortal Guild. Suddenly spotting a familiar face, Kang Hun didn't hold back on the mockery. "What's this? Park Gu-hyen is here too? Didn't you act a fool last time and fall off a cliff?" Park Gu-hyen's face darkened at the mention, but this time he acted more mature. He didn't pick a fight and instead replied calmly, "At least get my name right. It's Park Ho-jun. Our Fire Ice Dragon Guild isn't that easy to take down." Kang Hun put his hands behind his head and leaned back. Okay." He silently assessed him. "Well, you have chilled out a bit. By the way, based on the mana, I'm sensing their levels seem to be on par with or lower than Han Sigwan's. If it's a management team, it should be packed with powerhouses, but it looks like this time they just went for a general average." While lost in thought, someone suddenly called out to him, "Hey, are you some kind of creep?" Kang Hun jumped and looked next to him. "Huh?" A strange girl was suddenly interrogating him. "Why are you so rudely scanning other people's mana? Are you a stalker?" Kang Hun was surprised and thought, did this woman just sense me scanning her mana? He sweated as he looked at her. What's with this otaku cosplay look? Did a middle schooler even make it through the newbie tutorial? Being called a kid made her scream in rage. I'm an adult, you jerk. He seriously evaluated the situation. Up until now, I haven't seen anyone besides myself who could read mana. An NYU SEAL can do something similar, but that's thanks to his specific sixth sense ability. Kong Hun's eyes lit up. Curious, he tried to scan the mana of the girl in front of him. As for her, among everyone here, her mana was massive. Busy judging her, he didn't bother listening to her words. Why'd I look like a middle schooler? You better apologize right now. Hey, are you even listening? Kong Hun was going to let it slide, but she got more obnoxious by the second, cursing at him. You want to go? I knew it from the moment you started selling those figures. You narcissistic freak. His pride wounded, Kong Hun stood up angrily and threatened her. I'm standing up. What are you going to do about it, huh? Seeing Kong Hun's mana, the girl immediately cowered in fear. What's with this guy? This aura. It doesn't feel quite human. It feels more like a monster. The people watching immediately started whispering. What's up? Are they going to fight? Just how strong is Kong Hun anyway? I heard his combat power is even higher than Hansei Hyen's and Choi Dongo's. Han Myong-do laughed out loud with interest. He's still the same as ever, that guy. Shin Tae-ji looked at the scene helplessly. As expected, I knew this would happen again. Shin Tae-hyun tiredly reminded them both. Mr. Kong Hun, Ms. Nonaze, let's stop it here. I really have things to ask. Admonished, Nonaze obediently sat down, but kept grumbling. Since the captain said so, I have no choice. Next time we meet, I'm definitely going to teach you a proper lesson. Those words poked Kong Hun right in the heart again. His anger flared up, and he looked down at her with a glare. Huh. Then he teased her, sure. See you next time, otaku. Naze was triggered again, and snapped back, what did you say? Choi Dongo spoke up, sounding annoyed. Enough, Naze. Kong Hun, that's enough. This meeting wasn't easy to put together. Seeing Dongo angry for the first time, they both immediately listened. They said in unison, yes, sir. Order was finally restored. Shin Tae-ji quickly started the meeting. Ahem. Then I'll get straight to the point. Next month, the World Dungeon Summit will be held in South Korea. This is a crucial meeting where key figures from every nation gather. We want to assign the security detail to you guys. Han Myong-do was confused. Wait, shouldn't the military and police be enough? Fin Tae-ngi explained it. As those who know the situation are aware, the threat of terrorism still exists. Everyone immediately questioned it. Wasn't that resolved? Then why was martial law lifted? It's because of the summit. Shin Tae-ji nodded and explained further. Exactly. Our country, with its rapid response capabilities and awaken-friendly policies, has handled dungeons better than most nations in the world since they appeared. That image of a safe country is why the summit is being held here. Korea, top-tier safety, Korea, the strongest. Park Ho-jun realized it. So the reason martial law was lifted is, Shin Tae-ji continued, because that safe image is shaking. They can't cancel a meeting they worked so hard to secure. Yeong-do sigid. Politics, man. Shin Tae-ji went on. For that reason, we want to ask you to handle security to deal with any sudden terrorist threats. Unexpectedly, Hansei Hyen stood up and interjected. I'm sorry, but for something that might not even happen, I can't waste my time. Instead, to prevent dungeon terrorism, I will actively cooperate in clearing dungeons in the capital area. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Kongwon Watson si Hyun Qeasy. Was she always like that? She looks especially cranky today. Many in the room agreed with Hansei Hyen and started talking among themselves. Yeah, it does feel a bit forced. Honestly, clearing dungeons might be. Anyway, this isn't mandatory, right? Then we'll take our leave as well. They left the room one by one. Only 7 people remained, including Shin Tae-ji. He rubbed the bridge of his nose wearily. Suddenly, Kong Hun said something out of character. Man, awakened people sure are selfish, aren't they? Shin Tae-ji nodded in agreement. You're right. If only they were as cooperative as you, Mr. Kong Hun. But before he could finish, Shin Tae-ji stopped. He stared at Kong Hun, dead silent. He was in shock, staring at Kong Hun in disbelief. Wait, what? Mr. Kong Hun? The Kong Hun? Being relatively cooperative? No, very cooperative. The Special Awakened Management Team is actually agreeing to this? That's all for now, folks. If you want to keep following this series, smash that like button and hit subscribe right now. Don't make me lose my cool. If you don't hit it hard, just wait until I show up at your house with a bottle of cooking oil. Catch you later. Love you all.